Lin Mo's life was a total disaster. Dumped by his girlfriend, buried in debt, and stuck running a failing corner store. But overnight, everything changed. The world ended. Zombies ruled the streets. And somehow, Lin Mo's tiny shop survived. It wasn't just a store anymore. It was a safe zone. And his instant noodles? They were worth more than gold. Want a cup of noodles? Lin Mo grinned. That'll be 2 gold bars. From trading snacks for survival, to building an empire in the apocalypse, Lin Mo became the richest man alive. 1 pack of noodles at a time. When the world burned, he didn't just survive, he profited. He sold instant noodles, and became the richest man in the apocalypse. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where every ordinary man becomes legendary. Lin Mo, let's break up. On the other end of the line, Zhang Qian's voice was colder than the rain sliding down the window pane. Why? Lin Mo's throat was dry, his voice rough. Why? A bitter laugh crackled through the speaker. Lin Mo, have you looked in a mirror lately? You've changed jobs 8 times in 3 years since graduation, and now you've been fired again. Your pockets are cleaner than your face. Her voice turned sharp, each word cutting like glass. What are you going to give me for the future? That shabby little convenience store with paint peeling off the walls? My rent next month is $2,500, my credit card bill is $8,000. You can't even afford 1 meal without a discount coupon. I'm done. I don't want to spend 20 minutes calculating whether I can afford a bucket of KFC anymore. Her tone twisted into something cruelly proud. Wang Hao just bought me a car. His new company's legal rep? It's me. Get it, Lin Mo? We're not from the same world anymore. Don't call me again. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Lin Mo sat motionless on the creaky folding bed in the corner of the convenience store, surrounded by the faint stink of expired snacks and old tobacco. This tiny shop his last safe haven. BZZT. His phone lit up with a new message. Mr. Lin, final warning, 3 days left. Principal plus interest equals 350,000. If not repaid, we'll collect in person. An arm for interest should do. Lin Mo's hand trembled slightly. He borrowed 200,000 yuan from a loan shark to save his parents. But they'd still passed away and the debt had only grown. Now, all he had left was this fading store, and a mountain of despair. He looked around the dim, dusty shelves, the faded price tags, the flickering fluorescent light. It was his parents' life's work. And now, his only shelter. He exhaled shakily, chest heavy, throat burning. Just 1 glass of water, he muttered, trying to stand. But before his foot even hit the ground, BZZZZZZZT, the world itself shuddered. It was as if some colossal hand had grabbed the edges of reality and shaken it violently. The light from the street lamp outside warped, twisting like a dying snake. Crack! A sharp electric snap, then darkness. Every light on the street went dead. Lin Mo steadied himself on a nearby shelf as a few instant noodle packs fell to the floor with a soft thud. His pulse pounded in his ears. Was it an earthquake? A hallucination? But then his breath caught. Outside the glass door, the world changed. The asphalt road dissolved into cracked concrete. The neat residential buildings across the street twisted into blackened, crumbling high-rises. The air smelled of rust and death. The whole transformation took less than 10 seconds. When everything stilled again, Lin Mo stared out the glass door, frozen. Where his neighborhood had been, there were only ruins. Burned-out cars lay overturned like beasts long dead. The sky a sickly yellow-gray. No moon. No stars. No life. What the hell? He whispered. A movie set? A dream? The fear clawed up his spine, far colder than Zhang Qian's words had ever been. Then, ding! A clear, mechanical chime echoed inside his skull, and a light blue translucent panel flickered into existence before his eyes. First dimensional transfer complete. Current world, doomsday era. Your store has been bound as a dimensional anchor point. Absolute security activated within the store, you are immune to all harm. No unauthorized entities may enter. Lin Mo's mind went blank. Dimensional transfer? Doomsday era? Immune to all harm? He hesitantly reached for the floating text, his fingers passed through it like smoke. Not a dream. He looked around. The convenience store hadn't changed. Same floor, same shelves. But outside, something moved. Ha. A low, ragged rasp drifted through the still air. Lin Mo's heartbeat stuttered. He turned toward the sound. A dozen twisted silhouettes stumbled out from behind a broken building. Their movements were jerky, their clothes shredded and filthy, their skin gray and lifeless, their eyes cloudy and vacant. And one of them, its cheek was half gone, exposing bone and blackened gums. Lin Mo's breath caught. Zombies. That impossible word slammed into his mind like thunder. At first, they wandered aimlessly. Then one of them stopped, its head snapped toward the glowing light of the convenience store. Its empty eyes focused. Then came the shriek. A piercing, inhuman scream. In the next instant, all of them turned and charged. Their speed was terrifying, faster than anything in a movie. Every nerve in Lin Mo's body screamed run. But where? The shop had no back door, only this glass front. The first zombie slammed into the door with a heavy bang. Lin Mo flinched, bracing for the glass to shatter. But it didn't. Not a single crack. A faint blue ripple shimmered across the glass, then vanished. The zombie reeled back, then lunged again, harder. Bang! 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 One after another, they threw themselves at the door, pounding, scratching, gnashing their rotten teeth. Their pus-streaked faces pressed flat against the glass, gray tongues writhing as they clawed madly. Outside, chaos and horror. Inside, absolute stillness. Even the fallen instant Noodles lay untouched. The system's calm voice echoed again in his head. Absolute security, active. All external harm negated. Lin Mo's chest rose and fell. He looked at the monsters clawing at the glass, then at the quiet safety of his store. Slowly, his trembling began to still. He wasn't safe because he was lucky. He was safe because this little store had just become a fortress. After confirming that the zombies really couldn't break through the glass, Lin Mo's nerves, tight as steel wires, finally loosened. He slumped to the floor, his back pressing against the cold tile. The adrenaline that had kept him upright drained away, leaving only a deep, trembling exhaustion. He had just lived through something straight out of a nightmare. Now he just wanted two answers. Where the hell was he? And how could he get back? System? Lin Mo muttered under his breath. As if responding to his voice, the pale blue light screen flickered back to life before his eyes. Dimensional store. Shop owner, Lin Mo. Current world, Doomsday era. Store status, absolutely safe, protected by dimensional anchor. Function, dimensional shuttle, cooling down, remaining time, 11 hours 59 minutes and 45 seconds. Note, you can return once the cooldown ends. During the shuttle, the original world will not detect any disappearance. Lin Mo's eyes widened. He could go back. He let out a long, shaky breath. It felt like a boulder had finally rolled off his chest. He didn't care how this worked. He didn't care why it happened. As long as he could return, everything was fine. But as his gaze dropped to the countdown ticking away, reality crept back in. 12 hours. He had to stay here, surrounded by the undead, for 12 hours. Lin Mo's scalp tingled as he glanced at the mob of monsters outside. Their gray faces pressed against the glass, jaws opening and closing with eerie patience. He reached into his pocket out of habit, looking for a cigarette. Empty. Right, he had quit to save money. With a sigh, he raked his fingers through his hair and looked around the store. It was a mess of dusty shelves and cheap products. Instant noodles, mineral water, bread, ham, sausages, snacks nearing expiration. Zhang Qian's words echoed mockingly in his mind. What can you give me for my future? Lin Mo's lips twisted into a faint smile. In his world, these items were worthless. Here, in a dead world crawling with zombies, he froze mid-thought. Wait, what's the most valuable thing in a doomsday world? Not gold. Not jewels. Food. Clean water. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened. He rushed to a shelf, grabbed a bottle of Wahaha mineral water, and felt its cool weight in his hand. This bottle was worth 2 yuan back home. Here, it might be worth a fortune. His pulse raced as his imagination caught fire. A pack of noodles could buy him weapons. A bottle of water could buy him gold. A loaf of bread could buy him loyalty. The despair from his breakup, the humiliation, the 350,000 yuan debt, all of it was consumed by a new flame surging in his chest. He looked at the zombies again, the ones still clawing futilely at the door. Moments ago, they were terrifying. Now, they looked different. Like walking bags of gold waiting to be exchanged. Lin Mo chuckled softly. You guys don't even know it yet, but you're about to make me rich. He unscrewed the bottle and took a long, satisfying gulp. Cold, clean, refreshing, just like victory. He wasn't here to survive 12 hours. He was here to start his empire. A trading empire across worlds. He'd sell food, water, anything. For gold, weapons, or technology. Whatever the apocalypse could offer. The question was how to attract customers? The survivors out there had to be hiding somewhere, terrified to even move. If he just stood here and waited, no one would come. And when the 12 hours ended, he'd just go back broke and desperate again. Unacceptable. He needed bait, something irresistible. Lin Mo's eyes scanned the shelves again, and then they stopped on a familiar, red box. Kang Xiaofu braised beef noodles. In this world of dust, blood, and death, what could tempt people more than the smell of real food? Food wasn't just survival, it was memory, warmth, and hope. Lin Mo grabbed a pack and found an old electric kettle under the counter. He filled it with water, plugged it in, and hit the switch. To his relief, it hummed to life. The store still had power. He laughed quietly. Guess the system's looking out for me. The water boiled quickly. He tore open the instant noodle pack, dumped everything into a chipped enamel bowl, and poured in the steaming water. The smell hit instantly. Salty, oily, meaty. Artificial, sure, but mouth-watering all the same. Lin Mo swallowed hard. Even he wanted to eat it. Now, how to get that smell outside? He looked around until his gaze fell on an old exhaust fan in the corner. Caked with dust and grease, but maybe, still functional. He dragged over a stool, climbed up, and flicked the switch. The fan groaned like it was waking from the dead, blades turning slow and uneven then faster. It worked. Lin Mo grinned and held the bowl right under the fan. The aroma was sucked up and carried outside into the night. It drifted into the ruins, across the cracked streets and burnt-out cars, like a ghostly whisper from a world long gone. A whisper that said, "Hot food. Here." Lin Mo hopped down and sat by the door, bowl in hand, eyes sharp. He stared at the shadows beyond the glass, waiting for the first desperate human nose to catch the scent, waiting for business to begin. Time slipped by, second after second, the kind that stretched too long and too quiet. The smell of instant noodles that had once filled the tiny convenience store had all but faded. Even Lin Mo could barely catch a trace of it anymore. Outside, the world was still. No footsteps. No voices. Only the soft, rhythmic scratching of zombies against the glass door like dry branches brushing a window in the wind. Lin Mo's brows furrowed. Maybe there really weren't any survivors nearby. Or maybe, they were just too far away to smell the food. His stomach twisted with disappointment. The bowl of noodles on the counter had gone cold and sticky, the soup clinging to the edges like glue. He sighed and stared at the clock on the light screen. Half an hour had passed. If nothing happens in the next 30 minutes, he muttered to himself, I'll just eat it and call it a night. He didn't want to give up, but he wasn't delusional either. You couldn't expect miracles from a bowl of cheap noodles. He reached for the chopsticks. Boom! A sudden roar of flame lit up the street like daylight. Lin Mo flinched and looked up just in time to see a wave of blazing red fire sweep across the road. The dozen zombies pounding on his glass door didn't even have time to scream. They were instantly engulfed, their gray flesh bubbling and cracking, until all that was left were twisted, blackened shapes that barely resembled human beings. The acrid stench of burnt protein filled the air. Lin Mo's instincts screamed at him to run, but his rational mind reminded him, he was safe. Absolutely safe. Still, his muscles were tight as steel as he turned his gaze toward the street. Out of the shadows, footsteps echoed sharp, deliberate, and unhurried. Tap, tap, tap. A figure appeared, walking out of the darkness like it was her stage. She was tall and stunning, wrapped in a black leather jacket that hugged her curves like a second skin. Her long burgundy hair spilled down her shoulders in loose waves, glinting faintly in the dim yellow light. Her face was clean. Too clean. No grime, no weariness, just poise, confidence, and a hint of something dangerous behind her eyes. Beneath one eye, a tiny teardrop mole gave her beauty a touch of wicked charm. She stopped at the entrance of Lin Mo's shop. Her gaze swept over the convenience store, this bizarre oasis of light and order in a world of ruins. Then, her eyes landed on Lin Mo. Interesting, she said, her voice smooth and low, carrying the lazy drawl of someone who never had to rush. Someone's actually running a shop in this place. Lin Mo didn't respond. He just watched her steady, silent, alert. Whoever she wasn't ordinary. That flame wasn't some campfire trick. Boss, the woman purred, lips curving into a teasing smile, won't you invite me in? Without waiting for a reply, she took a confident step forward. Thud. The sound was dull but sharp, like a soft punch against glass. The woman blinked, startled. She'd walked straight into an invisible wall and had been gently bounced back a step. Her smile faltered for the first time. What the She reached out and touched the air in front of her. Her gloved fingers met something solid and cold, though nothing was there to see. She traced it slowly, her brow arching with curiosity. Are you an awakener? She asked, eyes lighting up with intrigue. A spatial barrier? A force field? I've never seen this type of ability before. Lin Mo said nothing, but inside, his thoughts were racing. An awakener? So that's what they call ability users here. If that's what she thought he was, that worked perfectly fine for him. Misunderstanding or not, it was an advantage. The woman studied him for a moment longer, then laughed softly and flicked a lock of hair over her shoulder. Fine. Let's start over, she said with a feline grin. Name's Nightingale. Lin Mo. Her eyes swept past him, catching sight of the noodles on the counter. She tilted her head slightly. How much for that? Lin Mo glanced at the bowl. His answer came without hesitation. Gold. Gold. Nightingale blinked, then suddenly burst into laughter, genuine, melodic, and sharp enough to cut through the heavy silence of the apocalypse. Gold, she repeated between laughs. Oh, come on, Boss Lin. What age are you living in? No one uses that shiny metal for anything anymore. I only accept gold, Lin Mo replied evenly, tone flat and unyielding. For a moment, Nightingale just stared at him, then her smirk faded. She wasn't used to being challenged. Seems you don't know how to talk to a strong woman, she said, her tone cooling. A spark of flame danced at her fingertips, small but bright, glowing against her pale skin. The temperature spiked instantly. The air between them shimmered. With a casual snap of her fingers, the fire shot forward like a bullet straight toward Lin Mo's face. It should have burned through flesh, melted glass, left nothing but ash. But when it touched the invisible barrier, it vanished. No explosion. No ripple. Nothing. Like a raindrop falling into the ocean. Lin Mo didn't even blink. Nightingale's eyes widened. For the first time, she looked genuinely shaken. Her power had been neutralized completely. That wasn't just strength, that was something beyond her understanding. Inside the store, Lin Mo exhaled quietly, relief washing through him. The system's protection was even more absolute than he'd dared to hope. He looked her dead in the eye and said, calmly, now, can we talk business? Nightingale inhaled deeply, visibly reining in her emotions. Her chest rose and fell, the faintest flicker of respect mixing into her gaze. All right, Boss Lin, she said finally, her voice softer, steadier. Name your price. For this bowl, Lin Mo said, 100 grams of gold. The air froze. 100 grams. Nightingale's voice cracked with disbelief. Why don't you just rob someone? Her brows shot up, flames flickering faintly at her fingertips again. But Lin Mo didn't flinch, didn't even blink. You don't have to buy it, he said coolly. His tone was so calm, so absolute, that it made her pause. For the first time, the self-proclaimed Nightingale flame-wielding queen of the apocalypse found herself hesitating before a man sitting quietly behind glass. Nightingale felt her chest tighten from sheer frustration. Ever since the world fell apart, she had roamed these ruins like a queen of fire, unstoppable, feared, respected. Survivors who saw her would bow their heads, or at least smile nervously and offer whatever scraps they had. But this man, this calm, ordinary-looking man behind the glass, acted like she was no more than background noise. And the worst part? She couldn't do a damn thing about it. That invisible wall stood between them, cold and unyielding. Every spark of her anger just fizzled out before it reached him. You! Her voice trembled with rage, but no words came out. Lin Mo didn't even glance her way. He just walked over to the bowl of noodles, picked up the fork, and without hesitation took a huge bite. Slurp! The sound echoed in the silence like a taunt. The smell of cheap spices, the sight of steam curling upward, the soft, chewy noodles glistening with oil, it was torture. Lin Mo chewed slowly, his expression calm, almost serene, like he was tasting a piece of heaven. Nightingale's throat moved unconsciously. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd eaten something hot. Canned food, dry rations, protein bars. That had been her diet for months, fuel, not food. Then her stomach betrayed her. Grrrrrr. A small, almost pitiful growl escaped her, but in this dead world, it sounded deafening. Her cheeks flushed instantly, burning hot with embarrassment and hunger. Lin Mo pretended not to hear. He plucked out a piece of dried beef smaller than his fingernail, put it into his mouth, and chewed it with exaggerated care. His face was one of pure satisfaction. That was the final straw. You're cruel, Nightingale hissed, her voice tight. I don't have that much gold right now. Can't you put it on credit? The words tasted bitter the moment they left her mouth. Lin Mo paused, swallowed, and finally looked up expressionless. We don't take credit. His tone was calm, detached. Every word landed like a hammer. Credit? In this world? That was just another word for giveaway. You! Her chest rose and fell rapidly. She wanted to burn him, to melt that stupid calm face, but she knew it wouldn't work. He just kept eating, ignoring her completely, until the bowl was empty. Then he leaned back, let out a satisfied burp, and reached over to the shelf. Without a word, he picked up a small sausage, the kind you'd see in every cheap convenience store before the world ended, and flicked it toward the door. P.A. The sausage sailed cleanly through the invisible barrier and landed right in front of her. Just like that. Like he was feeding a stray cat. Nightingale froze. Her eyes, blazing with fury, locked on him. She wanted to scream, to tear him apart. But the smell, salty, smoky, real, made her breath hitch. She shouldn't. She wouldn't. But her hunger didn't care. The silence stretched. 1 second. 2. Finally, with a trembling hand, she bent down and picked it up. The moment she bit into it, the taste exploded on her tongue, greasy, salty, familiar. Her body trembled slightly. It was shameful. Humiliating. But gods, it was good. When the last bite was gone, she realized her face was hot, her lips still tingling. Lin Mo's voice broke the silence. "This is my sincerity," he said evenly. 100 grams of gold for a bowl of noodles. I'm honest about my prices. She stared at him for a long moment, her feelings tangled in frustration, admiration, and hunger. The scent of the noodles still lingered. Her craving had only grown stronger. "Wait for me," she said finally, her voice low but firm. She turned sharply and walked away, the sound of her heels echoing down the empty street. But before she could disappear around the corner, "Wait." She stopped, looked back. Lin Mo was standing by an old freezer. He opened it slowly, reached in, and pulled out a red can. SSSST. The sound of a cold soda opening cut through the still air. Lin Mo tilted his head back and took a long sip, eyes half closed in bliss. The sound of fizz, the sight of condensation beating on the can had hit Nightingale like a thunderbolt. She knew that sound. That feeling. Coca-Cola. Before the apocalypse, it was everywhere. Now, it was rarer than gold. "Instant noodles are the meal," Lin Mo said, holding up the can with a faint smile. "You still need something to drink. 50 grams of gold a can." Her throat bobbed again. But Lin Mo wasn't done. He reached for a red packet on the shelf, tore it open, and let the spicy scent flood the air. Spicy strips. "After dinner, a little snack doesn't hurt," he said. "Cheap 30 grams a bag." The air between them sizzled with tension. Hunger. Fury. Temptation. Nightingale clenched her fists so hard her gloves creaked. "You'd better have enough stock," she growled, eyes burning. And then she turned and disappeared into the dark, her anger and hunger trailing behind like flames in the night. She was going to get that gold, no matter what it took. Lin Mo watched the direction Nightingale had vanished toward, and a slow, playful curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't worried that she wouldn't come back. That bowl of noodles, that can of Coke, that small bag of spicy strips, they weren't just food. They were hooks. Hooks that had already latched onto her stomach, her instincts, her desires, maybe even a part of her soul. He leaned back on his folding bed, lazily opening the system panel. Dimensional shuttle, cooling down, remaining time, 10 hours 32 minutes and 15 seconds. Plenty of time. No rush. Lin Mo stood and began inspecting his small shop. Every movement was deliberate, almost ceremonial, like a king surveying his treasures before opening his gates. 10 boxes of Kang Shaofa noodles, 15 boxes spicy strips, ham sausages, melon seeds, peanuts. Everything lined the shelves, cheap in the old world, but now, priceless. Even the half-dozen eggs tucked carefully in the freezer corner, ordinary eggs he'd cooked and saved himself, seemed to sparkle with value under the dim light. 5 left. 5 tiny golden opportunities. A devious, almost predatory smile curled across Lin Mo's face. A new idea had been born, bright and wicked in his mind. More than an hour later, just as Lin Mo was about to drift into a light doze, a dull thud rang out from the darkness of the street. Like metal being torn violently apart. His senses instantly alert, he moved to the door and peered outside. In a flash of motion, the tall, fiery figure appeared. Nightingale. Dust clung to her tight leather jacket, her chest rising rapidly with exertion. She looked battle-worn, as if she had wrestled the entire city to retrieve her prize. But in her hand he noticed immediately she carried a heavy black cloth bag. With a flick of her wrist, the bag slammed against the concrete at the entrance. Bang! 200 grams of gold. "No more, no less," she said, voice tight, carrying a mix of fatigue and barely contained urgency. Lin Mo's eyes didn't leave the bag. How could he inspect it without going outside? If a specific item is detected outside the store, should it be allowed to enter the security area in one direction? Allowed. Lin Mo thought. The bag lifted as if caught by invisible hands, passed cleanly through the barrier, and landed lightly at his feet. Nightingale's pupils constricted. He was beyond mysterious. Beyond her imagination. Lin Mo bent down, opened the bag, and poured the contents onto the scale. Gold chains, misshapen rings, thick and heavy with dust, gleaming under the dim light. 208.5 grams. A third of the debt that had haunted him for months was gone in an instant. And the cost? A bowl of instant noodles, a can of Coke, a small bag of spicy strips. It wasn't just profit, it was printing money out of thin air. "Goods," Nightingale called impatiently, her voice tight. The faint aroma of food already gnawed at her senses like millions of tiny ants. Lin Mo walked back to the shelf, selecting the items carefully. A pack of noodles, a can of iced cola, a spicy bag of strips. Then he boiled water, letting the aroma explode once again. Her saliva broke through the dam in her throat. She couldn't move. She couldn't think. And just as Lin Mo approached the door with the steaming bowl in hand, he paused. From his pocket, he produced a brown, round egg. Fresh. Perfect. In a world where life itself was rare, this egg was worth its weight in gold. No, 10,000 times more than gold. Nightingale froze. Her phoenix eyes widened in shock and desire. Lin Mo looked at her, a devilish grin tugging at his lips. "Beauty," he said, holding the egg delicately, "would you like an egg?" Her body stiffened. Pride, defenses, and disguise shattered at once. "How much?" she croaked, voice almost foreign to herself. Lin Mo caressed the smooth shell as if it were a priceless treasure. Then, without haste, he spoke. 50 grams of gold. 50 grams. For one egg. Nightingale's hair seemed to bristle as a heatwave radiated off her, the fury almost visible. "Why don't you just rob it?" She had fought through ruins, taken out zombies, and risked herself for this gold, and now, one egg? Lin Mo didn't flinch. His calm, indifferent expression was maddening. "You don't have to add it," he said lightly, almost lazily. "These eggs are only sold to those destined to meet them." Seeing her hesitate, he gave a faint shrug. "Think it's too expensive? Then forget it." The egg hovered for a heartbeat, then he slipped it back into his pocket, as though it were a common trinket. "Forget it!" Nightingale practically screamed, the words ripping from her chest, frustration and desire warping her face. Lin Mo stopped and looked at Nightingale leisurely, with a smile on his face that made her hate him so much. He said nothing, but his expression said it all. "The choice is yours." Nightingale had never felt so aggrieved. As a powerful flame awakener, she is used to using absolute power to crush everything and make others submit. But in front of this small shop, in front of that invisible wall, all her strength became a joke. Nightingale's voice was hoarse. She wanted to say, "I don't want it anymore," but the desire surging in her throat blocked all her words. It wasn't just hunger. It is a yearning for a normal life. It can give people a temporary escape from this fucking apocalyptic world. Nightingale closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the fire in them had gone out, leaving only calmness. She reached into an inconspicuous little leather bag at her waist and fumbled around. After a moment, she opened her palms. A crystal the size of a pigeon egg, grayish-white in color, with irregular lines on its surface, lay quietly in the palm of her black-gloved hand. Inside the crystal, there seemed to be a faint light slowly flowing, emitting an indescribable strange aura. "Gold, I don't have any more for now." Nightingale's voice regained some composure. "I'll trade this for your eggs." Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. "What is this? A stone?" What he wants now is hard currency that can be used to pay off his debts, not this kind of weird stuff of unknown origin. "We only accept gold." Lin Mo refused without thinking. The moment he finished speaking, the familiar light blue light screen popped up in front of him without any warning. This time, the words above made his heart skip a beat. "Warning, high energy reactants detected. Identifying. Item, primary zombie crystal core. Value assessment, this metadimensional core strategic resource, a high-value extraordinary item. It is strongly recommended to complete this transaction." Lin Mo's brain buzzed and went blank. He was still thinking about how to exchange instant noodles for gold to fill the hole of 350,000 yuan, but the system told him in the most direct way that he was wrong. This inconspicuous broken stone in front of you is the real diamond in this world. The purpose of the convenience store was not to allow him to make a small fortune by reselling gold, but it's for these crystal cores. In an instant, Lin Mo figured everything out. But his face still had that expression of indifference mixed with a hint of disgust. He raised his eyelids, glanced lazily at the crystal core in Nightingale's hand, and curled his lips in feigned impatience. "What kind of broken stone is that? It looks disgusting." Nightingale's face instantly darkened and her hands clenched violently. "This is the crystal core from the zombie's brain. It's essential for the awakened ones to cultivate. It's worth more than gold." "Oh." Lin Mo's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. "I see. This thing is actually the spiritual stone of this world." He forced himself to suppress his pounding heart and spoke slowly and drawn out his voice. "I run a small shop. What use does this thing have for me?" "You." Nightingale was shaking with anger, and the scorching heat began to surge uncontrollably again. This man is not only stubborn but also blind. Lin Mo looked at her, who looked like she was about to explode, and then he sighed in embarrassment, as if he was extremely annoyed. "Forget it, since you are so sincere, I will make an exception this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he muttered to himself, "Receive." The crystal core disappeared from Nightingale's palm in an instant, and appeared in Lin Mo's hand the next second. "It feels cool to the touch and its texture is as hard as jade." Lin Mo didn't even take a second look at it before casually putting the priceless crystal core into his trouser pocket. Then he slowly picked up the precious egg. Under the Nightingale's almost burning gaze, he gently tapped the egg on the edge of the large enamel bowl. Crack! At this moment, the crisp cracking sound seemed like the most beautiful music in the world. The golden and plump egg yolk and the clear and sticky egg white slide into the bowl of steaming instant noodle soup. Sizzle! The moment the egg liquid comes into contact with the boiling soup, the edges immediately solidify, forming a beautiful white skirt. The half-cooked egg yolk trembles slightly in the rich braised beef soup, like an alluring heart. A pure egg aroma, mixed with the previous overbearing beef smell, intertwined and sublimated. In the end, it merged into an ultimate fragrance that was enough to make the soul tremble. Nightingale's eyes were completely wide open. Lin Mo didn't keep her in suspense this time. He passed the bowl of Deluxe Supreme Edition with egg instant noodles, the can of iced cola and the bag of spicy strips through the invisible barrier and delivered them to Nightingale. Nightingale almost snatched the bowl of noodles and held it tightly in her arms. She didn't even have time to look at the can of Coke and spicy strips. All her attention was completely absorbed by the bowl of noodles, especially the trembling, perfect, golden fried egg in the middle of the noodles. She picked up the fork and, as if performing some sacred ritual, carefully pierced the half-cooked egg yolk. The golden slurry slowly flows out like magma and instantly merges with the bright red soup. She couldn't wait to pick up a large fork of noodles covered with egg liquid and soup, and stuffed it directly into her mouth without even bothering to blow on it. A sigh of extreme satisfaction, with a crying tone, escaped from her mouth. At that moment, she was no longer the Doomsday Queen who was decisive in killing and purifying everything with fire. She was just an ordinary woman who had been hungry for too long and finally got to eat the food she had always dreamed of. She ate with big mouthfuls, not caring at all when the hot soup splashed onto her smooth chin and neck. After finishing the noodles, he drank all the soup, even the chopped green onions at the bottom of the bowl. Then, she opened the can of ice cola, tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. The stimulation brought by the cold liquid made her close her eyes comfortably. Finally, she tore open the bag of spicy strips and ate them one by one, as if she was savoring some long-lost treasure of civilization. During the whole process, Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe and watched quietly. He was neither proud nor mocking. Nightingale raised her head and looked at Lin Mo with a very complicated look. In those eyes, there was satisfaction, aftertaste, deep fear, and even a hint of expectation that she herself had not even noticed. "I'll come again." Nightingale left this sentence without another word, turned around and merged into the darkness of the street corner. Lin Mo looked at the direction she left, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He knew the Nightingale would come. Turn off the exhaust fan and sit back on the squeaking folding bed. Lin Mo took out the cold and hard crystal core from his pocket. He would like to see it. What on earth can this thing bring to him? Lin Mo held the gray-white crystal core in his palm. It felt cold to the touch, hard in texture, and the irregular patterns on the surface gave him an indescribable strange feeling. "System, analyze this thing," he muttered to himself. A light blue light curtain appeared in response. Item: Primary Zombie Crystal Core. Effect: contains a small amount of chaotic dimensional energy, which can be used to break the human genetic lock, and has a certain probability of making the user become an awakener. Warning: this energy is extremely unstable, and the absorption process will cause a severe impact on the user's gene chain. Consequence of failure: 1. The genetic chain completely collapses, and the user will be decomposed into basic particles on the spot. In layman's terms, they will disappear from the face of the earth. Consequence of failure: 2. The gene chain will undergo a detrimental mutation, and the user will be transformed into a zombie in extreme pain, and the transformation is irreversible. Comprehensive assessment: the success rate is less than 1%, which is a high-risk extraordinary item. Lin Mo's hand trembled and he almost dropped the crystal core. What the hell? A success rate of less than 1%? If you fail, you will either die or turn into one of those monsters outside that is neither human nor ghost? This is not an opportunity at all. This is clearly a one-way ticket to hell. A chill rushed from the soleace of his feet to the top of his head, and the cold stone in his hand seemed to have turned into a red-hot iron. That woman named Nightingale, she gained the terrifying fire ability by risking her life in this very life-threatening way? A layer of cold sweat broke out on Lin Mo's back. He suddenly remembered the system's previous prompt. It is strongly recommended to complete this transaction. Does this system want him to die? The moment this thought came to mind, the text on the screen was refreshed again. The host is detected to be in contact with high-risk extraordinary items. Detected that the Dimension Store's absolute security feature has been activated. Within the shop, the host will be immune to any form of damage, including but not limited to physical damage, energy shock, mental pollution, genetic collapse, inferior mutation. Conclusion: if the host absorbs the crystal core and fails to awaken, there will be no negative effects. Lin Mo's breathing suddenly stopped. He stared at the last few lines, reading them word by word, and confirmed them 3 times before he finally digested their meaning. Immune gene collapse? Immuno-inferior mutation? Will there be no negative consequences if you fail? After more than 10 seconds of silence. Oh, hee, ha 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 ha. Lin Mo could no longer suppress his emotions and let out a low and crazy laugh. The previous fear and dread were completely swept away by an even more turbulent ecstasy at this moment. This is not a life or death situation. For him, this means zero risk and high return. He looked at the crystal core in his hand, and the look in his eyes was no longer as if he was looking at a dangerous stone, but as if he was looking at a door to a new world. No wonder the system asked him to change. What can gold do? Pay off the loan sharks, and then what? Continue to run this shabby shop and be an ordinary person who barely makes a living in the original world? Even if he gained countless wealth by traveling through dimensions, what could he do? This crystal core can make him as strong as Nightingale. In this doomsday world, and even in the original world, power is the real hard currency. Lin Mo's chest heaved violently, and his blood flowed so fast that his cheeks became hot. He can't wait. How do I use it? Swallow directly. The system's answer was simple and crude. Swallow? Lin Mo looked down at the pigeon egg-sized crystal core in his hand, his brows twisted into a knot. This thing doesn't look like something edible at all. But when he thought of the scene where Nightingale summoned fire out of thin air, the last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared. He made up his mind, closed his eyes, and stuffed the cold crystal core into his mouth. It doesn't feel as hard as I expected. The crystal core melted in his mouth, turning into a cold liquid with a strong smell of rust, sliding down his throat into his stomach. Next second. Well, Lin Mo let out a suppressed groan of pain, and his whole body suddenly bent like a shrimp. An indescribable pain exploded from his abdomen and instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if billions of red-hot steel needles were piercing and stirring wildly in every cell of his body. The bones were wailing, the muscles were tearing, and the blood seemed to be boiling. In severe pain, Lin Mo fell to the ground, his body twitching violently and uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyeballs congested. He felt like a living person thrown into a meat grinder and being crushed into pieces. But the strange thing is that in this extreme pain that is enough to make anyone mentally collapse, his consciousness always remains clear. He could clearly feel that his body was falling apart. But he could also feel with equal clarity that a gentle yet powerful force was enveloping him, forcing those cells that were about to collapse back into place again and again. Is this absolute safety? Repeatedly jumping on the edge of destruction, but never actually falling. I don't know how long it took, maybe a minute, maybe a century. The heart-wrenching pain finally receded like a tide. Lin Mo collapsed on the ground, his whole body drenched in sweat, like a dead fish just pulled out of the water, gasping for breath. After a full 2 minutes, he managed to stand up by holding on to the shelf. Crunch! A handprint was pinched on the shelf. Lin Mo was stunned. He waved his fist and felt that his whole body was filled with endless strength. Could this be the awakened one? Such terrifying strength. Lin Mo was very excited. On second thought, Nightingale can summon fire. Imitate the nightingale, stretch out your fingers, and recite silently in your heart. Fire! Flame! Fire! There is nothing at the fingertips. Lin Mo's face darkened. Did it fail? He was in so much pain, but in the end, apart from becoming stronger, there was no other effect? Although he made some money, it was totally different from what he expected. Lin Mo became angrier the more he thought about it, and punched the shelf next to him. Buzz! Just as his fist fell, a strange scene happened. The metal shelf, along with the 7 or 8 bags of spicy strips placed on it, disappeared out of thin air before his eyes. Not so fast that it's invisible. It literally disappeared into thin air. There was only an empty space left. What is going on here? At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his mind. It was as if a small independent space was forcibly grafted onto his consciousness. And in that space, the disappeared shelf and the spicy strips on it were quietly floating. Lin Mo's mind moved. Crash! The disappeared shelf reappeared out of thin air, returning to its original position intact, without even a speck of dust left. He tried to reach out his hand again, towards the bag of spicy strips on the shelf. A thought flashed through my mind. Receive. Swish! The bag of spicy strips disappeared from his sight and appeared in the dark independent space. Pick! The spicy strips returned to his palm in an instant. Lin Mo's breathing became more and more rapid. He immediately summoned the system screen and stared at the information on it. Awakener Lin Mo. Awakening ability Dimensional Warehouse. Current capacity 1 cubic meter. Note isolation of time and space, access by thoughts. Done. Dimensional Warehouse. Isolate time and space, and access thoughts. Lin Mo repeatedly put a bag of spicy strips in and out, and the expression on his face gradually changed from the initial ecstasy to a deep thought. He looked down at his fist and felt the endless power surging in his body. This is real wealth. Gold can only solve his debt crisis 3 days later. However, the power brought by this crystal core can completely free him from the fate of being at the mercy of others in the past. The system's request for him to exchange for the crystal core was definitely not a casual and well-intentioned reminder. Instead, it showed him a true path. A road to becoming extraordinary and strong. Lin Mo looked at the light blue curtain again. Dimensional shuttle, cooling down, remaining time 8 hours 55 minutes and 21 seconds. Less than 9 hours left. When the time is up, he will be teleported back to his original world. When is the next shuttle? will I come to this world again? If he went to a new world without zombies and crystal cores, how would he improve his awakened abilities? There are too many unknown variables. He couldn't put all his hopes on Nightingale alone. The woman was strong, but also shrewd. By the time she fully realizes what's going on, the price for the next transaction might not be so easy to negotiate. He must stockpile as many crystal cores as possible before leaving. Lin Mo's eyes swept around the small shop. The aroma of a bowl of instant noodles attracted a Nightingale. What if we amplify this fragrance 10 times or 100 times? A bold plan quickly took shape in Lin Mo's mind. He no longer hesitated and dragged out a larger cardboard box from the bottom of the shelf. Inside was a large-capacity electric cooker that he had bought in bulk to meet an order, and he had never used it once. Tear opened the package and wiped the brand-new pot clean. Then, he made an extravagant move that would drive any survivor crazy in this world. He unscrewed bottles of brand-new Wahaha mineral water and poured all the clear liquid into the pot. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, a total of 10 bottles were poured before the electric cooker was barely filled. Then he took a whole box of Kang Shifu braised beef noodles. Sizzle, sizzle. He violently tore open the packaging bag and threw the noodles, seasoning packet, vegetable packet, and sauce packet into the pot without even looking. 1, 2, 20 packets of instant noodles piled up like a small mountain in the pot. But that's not all. He opened another bundle of sausages, peeled off the red plastic coating, broke the starchy sausages into 2 pieces one by one, and threw them into the pot. Finally, he carefully took out the remaining 4 eggs from the freezer. This is his last trump card. After doing all this, he plugged in the power and turned the power knob to the maximum. Buzz! The electric cooker starts working and the red indicator light comes on. Lin Mo turned on the squeaking exhaust fan again and turned it to the maximum speed. What he wants to make is not just a bowl of noodles. Instead, it was a pot of doomsday Buddha jumps over the wall that was enough to completely destroy the sanity of all survivors within a few miles. He wanted to transform this overbearing fragrance into an invisible net. Catch all the fish hiding in this ruin, no matter how big or small, in one net. The water temperature is slowly rising. In the pot, those industrial flavors and dehydrated seasonings began to blend with the clean water. A faint scent began to emanate. Lin Mo leaned against the door, waiting quietly. Time passes slowly. The gurgling sound of the electric cooker is the only lively sound nearby. The water in the pot was boiling completely, and the reddish-brown soup was rolling, sucking up the piles of bread, sausages, and seasoning packets. The fragrance that was originally restrained completely erupted at this moment. It was no longer a wisp, but a torrent so strong that it was almost tangible. The dominant flavor of the dish was the overbearing aroma of braised beef, mixed with the starchy meaty aroma of the ham sausage and the essence of all the industrial flavors in the 20 packets of seasoning powder, forming an unreasonable torrent of smell. The smell was broken up by the exhaust fan and carried by the wind, penetrating into every corner and every crack of the ruined street, spreading wildly to further places. 3 blocks away, a half-collapsed building. Cough, cough, cough. A pale and thin young man was huddled in the corner, covering his mouth with a rag and coughing muffledly. Next to him, a middle-aged man wearing a tattered jacket and with a hideous scar on his face was carefully wiping the barrel of a semi-automatic rifle with a dirty cloth. Brother Hu, Xialaya's injury has worsened. If we can't find medicine, he might. A gentle-looking young man wearing glasses walked over with a worried look on his face. The scarred man called Brother Tiger paused, raised his head, his eyes full of fatigue and gloom. I know. Their team started with more than a dozen people, but now there are only 3 of them left. The food had long been eaten up, and medicine was even more of a luxury. They had searched the area countless times and found nothing except increasingly ferocious zombies. Despair shrouded the space. Just then, an indescribable fragrance came in without warning. At first, it was just a very faint trace, making people suspect it was an illusion. What's that smell? The man with glasses adjusted his glasses frame, a little uncertain. It seems to be meat? A terrifying light flashed in the originally dull eyes of the young man named Xialayu. Scarface Tiger didn't say anything. He stood up suddenly, rushed to the leaky door in a few steps, and sniffed greedily. It's not an illusion, there is really a fragrance. And it's getting thicker at an alarming rate. Soon, they figured out what the smell was. It's instant noodles. It was junk food that they had long been tired of eating before the end of the world. At this moment, the smell instantly overwhelmed their last bit of sanity. Gudong. 3 sounds of swallowing saliva can be clearly heard. Brother Hu, someone is cooking noodles outside. Xialaya struggled to stand up, his voice trembling violently with excitement. Shut up. Brother Hu growled, but the expression on his face was more struggling than anyone else. Reason told him that this was definitely a trap. In this ruin, anyone who dares to light a fire and cook so blatantly is either a madman or a hunter with absolute strength. But the body tortured by hunger was roaring hysterically. Go! Found it! Eat it! Brother Hu, we're running out of time. The man with glasses was also anxious. This fragrance is too overbearing, we must not be the only ones who can smell it. If we go too late, we won't even be able to drink the soup. The muscles on Brother Hu's face twitched violently. He knew better than anyone that if they continued wasting time like this, the three of them would starve to death here. If you give it a try, there might still be a glimmer of hope. In the end, the struggle in his eyes was completely replaced by a hint of ruthlessness. Walk. The aroma of instant noodles spread wildly in the dead and ruined city. It burrows into broken sewer pipes, climbs up crumbling high-rise buildings, and seeps into airtight underground shelters. Deep in the city, in a secret room sealed with thick steel plates, a man who was originally meditating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes and his nose twitched uncontrollably. In a certain corner, the survivors who were struggling to survive, whether strong or weak, had the most primitive wildfire in their abdomens aroused the moment they smelled the scent. Hunger. A hunger that is enough to burn away sanity. Hurry up. Brother Hu lowered his body and moved quickly along a broken low wall. His movements were swift and alert, and his eyes, honed by the doomsday and filled with ferocity, kept scanning the surrounding corners for any possible danger. The man with glasses and Xiaolaya followed closely behind, both holding guns and nervously protecting the flanks. The aroma grew stronger and stronger, making it difficult for them to fully concentrate. Want to eat. I really want to eat it. They have never been so eager to eat a bowl of instant noodles. Brother Tiger, it's just ahead. The man with glasses suppressed the trembling in his voice and pointed to the corner of the street. The source of the fragrance is right there. The three of them exchanged glances, slowed down their pace, and moved over silently. Behind the wall is a relatively open small square. At the end of the square, a glaring incandescent light was on in a small shop. That light seemed so abrupt and yet so warm in this city swallowed by darkness. The aroma, so rich that it almost formed a substance, wafted from that shop. Through the open shop door, they could clearly see a huge electric cooker placed at the door. The reddish-brown soup in the pot was boiling violently, and golden noodles and red sausages were floating in it. A young man in casual clothes was leaning lazily against the doorframe, his leisurely posture so out of place in this world. Trap. This was the first thought that came to Brother Hu's mind. It's too blatant. It's so abnormal. This is not how a survivor should behave at all. This is clearly bait laid by a hunter, waiting for the hungry prey to fall into the trap. The man with glasses and Xiaolaya beside him obviously thought of this as well. The two men breathed rapidly, staring at the pot, their Adam's apples rolling up and down, but they didn't dare to take another step forward. Reason is giving crazy warnings, but the body's instincts are screaming. Xiaolaya's stomach made a loud gurgling sound, which was particularly clear in this deadly environment. Brother Hu's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something moving in the shadow of an abandoned vehicle diagonally opposite. Not a zombie. In the shadows, a tall and thin man in a black windbreaker was also lying there in a lurking posture. The other party seemed to have noticed his prying, his body stiffened slightly, then he slowly raised his head and made a silence gesture towards Brother Hu. Brother Hu's heart sank suddenly. Not just them. He immediately looked away, forced himself to calm down, and re-examined the seemingly peaceful square in a completely new way. Soon, he discovered more. There is a blurry figure in the second-floor window of a collapsed building on the left. At the entrance to an alley on the right, behind the pile of garbage, there are reflections of metal. Even not far behind them, behind another wall, there was a very slight commotion. More than one. There are at least 4 groups of people. Like them, everyone was attracted by the deadly fragrance and shocked by the strange scene, and they all chose to lie and wait and see. The air was filled with the aroma of food and an even more dangerous smell of gunpowder. Everyone's target is that small shop, that man, and that pot. But before that, they were each other's biggest threat. Whoever moves first may become the target of public criticism. Xiaolaya and the man with glasses also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Their faces turned pale and their palms holding the guns were covered in cold sweat. They thought they were the first adventurers to discover the treasure. Only now do I realize that I am just a small fish that fell into a pool of sharks. Fine beads of sweat also appeared on Brother Hu's forehead. He looked towards the shop again. The young man was still leaning against the doorframe and even yawned. It seemed as if he was completely unaware of the undercurrents surging around him. Of course Lin Mo knew that there was someone outside. And there is more than one group. The water in the pot was boiling thoroughly, bubbling, and the strong, indissoluble aroma was the fishing net he had cast over the ruins. Now, all the fish have arrived. Lin Mo stretched, and his joints made a crackling sound. He walked slowly to the door and scanned the dark corners around him. Everyone, after watching for so long, aren't you hungry? His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every lurker. There was dead silence. No one responded, but everyone's heart was in their throat at this moment. He found us. Brother Hu's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, and the fingers holding the rifle tightened subconsciously. Don't be so nervous. Lin Mo picked up a piece of steaming hot sausage from the pot, stuffed it into his mouth, and continued to speak incoherently. Open the door to do business, harmony brings wealth. Here, I have noodles, water, and sausages. I'll keep you full. These words made everyone's breathing heavier. In the shadows across the street, the tall and thin man licked his cracked lips and finally couldn't help but speak. How much? It's very simple. Lin Mo swallowed what was in his mouth and clapped his hands. Gold or crystal core? The tall and thin man was stunned for a moment. What did this mean? The crystal core is understandable, it is absolutely hard currency. But gold? That stuff can't be eaten or drunk. In this wasteland, its value is not as good as a piece of steel plate that can be used to reinforce doors and windows. Damn it! Are you kidding us? A rough, impatient voice boomed from behind the garbage dump at the alley entrance. Brothers, this guy isn't even trying to make a deal, he's just teasing us. Go together, kill him, and we'll split the pot's contents. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became more weird and dangerous. Invisible murderous intent began to spread, and several forces were quickly weighing their pros and cons. Lin Mo remained calm and composed, even picking up another chopstick of noodles, blowing on it and rolling it up slowly. Without raising his head, he whispered into the darkness. You can try, but let me be frank, anyone who takes action will be disqualified from trading. Lin Mo's voice was calm, but it made everyone feel the biting chill. Loss of trading qualification. This means that no matter how many gold crystal cores you take out, you can only watch others eat noodles and drink soup. This is worse than killing them. The air seemed to freeze, and every second seemed incredibly long. The gurgling sound from the pot became the only sound, and each sound was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The burly man behind the garbage dump at the alley entrance had his facial flesh twitching violently. He stared at the pot intently, and his heavy breathing was clearly audible. Reason and hunger were fighting madly in his mind. Finally, that overbearing fragrance overwhelmed everything. Damn it! I don't believe this. A loud shout broke the silence. The man suddenly jumped out from behind the garbage dump, holding a homemade shotgun made of steel pipes and spare parts in his hand, with the black muzzle pointing directly at Lin Mo. Let's go together. No matter how strong he is, he's only one man. Following his command, two equally skinny men emerged from the shadows behind him, holding machetes and steel pipes. Something unexpected happened. The people lurking in other corners felt their hearts skip a beat. Brother whose pupils suddenly contracted and he subconsciously shrank his body tighter. He didn't move. The tall and thin man in the black windbreaker was still lying behind the car, motionless. They are all waiting. Wait for these few who are the first to step forward to test the depth of the water. Go to hell. The burly man had a ferocious look on his face and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out from far away in the silent night. A ball of orange-red flame spurted out from the muzzle of the homemade shotgun, and countless steel balls mixed with iron sand formed a deadly barrage that covered Lin Mo at the door. However, what happened next almost made all the peepers' eyes pop out of their sockets. The barrage of steel balls, which was enough to turn a cow into a sieve, hit an invisible wall when it flew about 1 meter away from the entrance of the convenience store. No sound. No sparks. There wasn't even a moment's pause. All the steel balls and iron sand lost all their kinetic energy in an instant in front of the invisible boundary, and fell softly to the ground, making a series of crisp tinkling sounds. It was as if they were never shot from a gun, but were casually scattered on the ground. From beginning to end, Lin Mo, who was standing inside the door, didn't even move his eyebrows. He even picked up a piece of noodles from the pot with interest, blew on the hot air, and slowly put it into his mouth. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. The burly man who fired the gun had a completely frozen, ferocious expression on his face, turning into pure dullness. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. His two companions, who were holding machetes and steel pipes, also stood there stupidly, their forward steps frozen in midair, unable to move forward or backward. Impossible. This is impossible. The man muttered to himself, the color on his face quickly fading, replaced by an extreme fear. At this moment, the tall and thin man in the black windbreaker who had been lurking behind the abandoned vehicle had a strange flash in his eyes. He was not scared away by the strange scene. Instead, he seemed to have discovered something and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Physical attacks are ineffective? What about non-physical attacks? He raised his right hand silently, pointing his palm at Lin Mo who was still eating noodles. An invisible wave condensed in his palm. The air around seemed to be slightly distorted. Next second, a mental force invisible to the naked eye, like an invisible arrow, shot silently towards Lin Mo's temple. This is his awakened ability, telepathy. Silent, invisible, and impossible to guard against, it is his biggest trump card to survive in this doomsday. He believed that this kind of attack, which directly affected the spiritual level, could not be stopped by any physical defense. However, when that invincible telekinetic force touched the invisible boundary, its fate was even worse than those steel balls. It didn't even create a ripple before completely evaporating and disappearing without a trace. Puff dash. The tall and thin man was hit hard and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed and his face was full of disbelief and horror. Ability backlash. Not only was his attack negated, it was even bounced back intact by the barrier. This time, everyone understood. That little shop, that man, is simply invincible. He didn't care whether his men took action or not, because no one could hurt him. A fear deeper than facing a tide of zombies gripped everyone's heart. Brother, whose back was already completely soaked with cold sweat. He was glad, extremely glad that he had not acted impulsively. Lin Mo finally finished the noodles in his mouth. He picked up a whole sausage from the pot with a fork and looked up at the stunned survivors in the square. His sight finally fell on the burly man who fired the gun and his two companions. The three of them began to tremble like sieves. I just said that. Lin Mo's voice remained flat, and no emotion could be heard. Anyone who takes action will lose the qualification to trade. Now, does anyone else want to try it? Dead silence. A suffocating silence even more than before enveloped the entire square. The burly man and his two companions still maintained their attacking postures, but their bodies were as stiff as three statues. Fear was creeping up from the solace of their feet all over their bodies. The others lurking in the dark also held their breath. The iron sand scattered on the ground completely shattered the last bit of hope in their hearts. The young man in front of them was not someone they could contend with by force. In other words, the tall and thin man's attack was very covered, otherwise if the people around him knew that even the awakened one had been defeated, they would have knelt down long ago. The aroma bubbling in the pot was no longer a temptation at this moment, but instead a death warrant, constantly torturing their tense nerves. Lin Mo finished eating the sausage and stirred it casually in the pot with a fork to make the aroma stronger. He did nothing, but made everyone feel an invisible pressure. Just when this stalemate atmosphere was about to drive people crazy. Tick, tick, tick. A rhythmic and crisp sound of high heels came from the darkness of the block, from far away to near. In this ruin, this sound was even more abrupt than the gunshot. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and they all looked in the direction of the sound. A tall and fiery figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Long burgundy curly hair, a well-tailored black leather jacket, and that seductive and flamboyant face. It's the Nightingale. The appearance of Nightingale instantly shattered the stagnant air in the square, and then reassembled in a heavier way. The breathing of all the lurkers stopped. Brother, whose body was as tense as a drawn bow. He recognized this woman. In other words, in this ruin, any survivor who has lived long enough has heard of the name Nightingale, a top awakener who uses fire as a weapon and the city as a hunting ground. How come she is here? Nightingale paid no attention to the mixed looks of fear and greed cast at her from those around her. She walked in her high heels, step by step to the invisible line, and stopped. Her appearance made the boiling pot of noodles look pale in comparison. You made quite a commotion. Nightingale looked at Lin Mo, and it was hard to tell whether her tone was mocking or stating something. Lin Mo shrugged and pointed at the three frightened attackers with his fork. There are always people who don't believe in evil. Nightingale's red lips curled up in a cold arc, and she finally turned her gaze to the darkness around her. I advise you all to put away those thoughts that shouldn't be there. Her voice carried clearly throughout the square. Don't even mention the scrap metal in your hands, even if it's me. Before she finished her words, a cluster of orange-red flames ignited out of thin air in her white palm. The flame was not big, but it emitted a heat that was enough to ignite the air. The temperature around them suddenly rose, and the survivors lurking in the dark all had expressions of horror on their faces. This is the power of the top awakener. However, Nightingale's next words made them feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Even I can't hurt this store in the slightest. After she finished speaking, the flame in her palm suddenly went out, as if it had never appeared. The entire square fell into complete silence. If the invisible wall before only made them feel weird and fearful, then Nightingale's words, confirmed by the top awakener himself, completely shattered the last bit of hope in their hearts. Even Nightingale admitted that he couldn't shake it. What are these ordinary survivors who are struggling to make ends meet worth? The burly man who fired the gun felt his legs go weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. The homemade shotgun in his hand fell to the side with a hollow muffled sound. The two companions behind him also collapsed, with only pure despair on their faces. Let's not talk about losing trading qualifications for now. For a man who can make nightingales bow their heads, killing them is probably easier than crushing an ant. They were completely finished. Brother, who took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, and slowly stood out from behind the wall. He put the semi-automatic rifle behind his back and spread his hands to show that he had no hostility. In other corners, those lurking people also gradually showed up. The tall and thin man in a black windbreaker covered his chest and hid in the dark with a pale face. Fortunately, his attack was concealed enough. So far, the mysterious shop owner has not noticed his attack. This means he is still eligible for trading. Nightingale ignored the others and took out a few things from the leather bag at his waist. Not a crystal core. They are 3 golden bars. Each one is stamped with 100G. I don't want face. Nightingale said. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. I want crackers, canned food, and water. Anything that's easy to carry and store. She had calmed down from her initial appetite. Steaming hot instant noodles are certainly tempting, but for a hunter who needs to stay mobile at all times, those industrial foods that can be eaten right out of the bag are a more rational choice. Sure. Lin Mo laughed. He likes doing business with smart people. He turned and walked into the shelf, and soon came out with a plastic bag containing compressed biscuits, canned luncheon meat and bottled water. You're a returning customer, so I'll give you a discount. 3 gold bars in exchange for these. Is that okay? Nightingale glanced at the contents of the bag and nodded. This is a much better deal than the previous one. At that time, she only exchanged 200 grams of gold for a 3-piece set of instant noodles, cola, and spicy strips. Lin Mo's mind moved, and the 3 gold bars instantly disappeared from Nightingale's hands. At the same time, he handed over the bag full of food. A transaction was easily completed in full view of the public. Nightingale took the food, turned around and left without staying for a second, and soon disappeared into the darkness whence he came. She came suddenly and left abruptly, but it completely changed the situation on the field. Now, everyone's attention is focused on Lin Mo again. Only this time, there was no more temptation or murderous intent in that gaze, only the purest desire and a hint of awe. Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe and tapped the edge of the big pot with his fork, making a crisp dang-dang sound. Okay, the episode is over. Now it's your turn. Do you understand the rules? Gold, or crystal cores, in exchange for food. He pointed at the 3 men kneeling on the ground. Accept them, of course. The 3 men who were disqualified became the focus of all attention in the square, especially the burly man who fired the gun. The blood color on his face had faded away, leaving only ashes. The aroma bubbling in the pot was a torture to his will every second. He couldn't bear it anymore. The man threw away the homemade shotgun in his hand and crawled to the invisible line. Boss, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'm not a human being. I can't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and just treat me like a fart. He was in tears, his voice was hoarse, and he no longer had any of his previous arrogance. Please, just give me a bite to eat, just a mouthful of soup. I will work like a slave for you, and my life is yours. The 2 companions behind him also reacted and knelt down to beg for mercy, knocking their heads loudly. Desperate cries echoed in the silent square. The survivors around felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. They had no sympathy, only relief. I'm glad I didn't act impulsively just now. Lin Mo lowered his head and used his fork to fiddle with a piece of ham in the pot without even looking at them. I did. Lin Mo finally spoke, his voice still flat. Anyone who takes action will be disqualified. The burly man's body stiffened, his eyes filled with complete confusion and collapse. He couldn't figure it out. He has already knelt down and given up all his dignity, so why doesn't he even have a chance to mend his ways? Lin Mo no longer paid attention to them. He raised his head and glanced at the people standing in the square. Who else wants to change? Brother Tiger moved. He did not approach the 3 people who were still kowtowing, but walked to the door of the shop from the other side. He stopped at a safe distance and bowed solemnly to Lin Mo. Boss, let's switch. Brother, who did not take out the gold, but took out a crystal core from a pocket close to his chest. Different from the one Nightingale gave, this crystal core is smaller and more turbid in color, and the faint light inside is almost invisible. But it is indeed a crystal core. Lin Mo's eyebrows moved slightly. He muttered to himself. Receive. The crystal core disappeared from Brother whose palm and fell into Lin Mo's pocket. Smart people always live longer. Lin Mo rarely said more. He turned around and took out 3 large enamel bowls from under the counter. Using a large spoon, he filled each bowl with noodles, ham, and thick soup. When the 3 bowls of steaming instant noodles passed through the barrier and were delivered to Brother who, the man with glasses and Xialia behind him instantly turned red in the eyes. Brother whose hands were shaking. He held the bowl of noodles and could even feel the long-lost warmth coming from the bowl wall. Thank you, boss. He bowed again, then led his 2 men and quickly retreated behind the low wall. They didn't eat quickly, but the 3 of them were eating at an astonishing speed. They buried their faces in the bowls, making suppressed but satisfied slurping sounds. He didn't care at all as the scalding soup flowed down the corners of his mouth. That's the taste of being alive. Once the first person took the plunge, the rest of the people couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, I'll change. I'll change too. I have a crystal core. The crowd became agitated. The tall and thin man in a black windbreaker, who had been hit by the backlash of telekinesis and had a pale face, also walked out, holding his chest. He didn't dare look at Lin Mo, but just lowered his head and took out 2 crystal cores from his pocket with trembling hands. One is similar to Brother Hu's, and the other is even smaller, almost the size of a fingernail. Lin Mo accepted it expressionlessly. I also gave him a big bowl of noodles. The man took it and retreated into the shadows as if escaping. Once the trading floodgates are opened, they can never be closed again. The survivors came forward one by one. Some people took out gold jewelry that they had accumulated for a long time, while others took out crystal cores of different sizes. Lin Mo accepts everyone who comes. He weighed the gold on an electronic scale and gave it based on his estimate. He took the crystal core directly and gave it based on his feeling. Soon, a small pile of golden jewelry and a dozen crystal cores of various colors piled up under the counter at his feet. And that big pot of noodles was also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire square, no longer tense, was transformed into an open-air canteen filled with fragrance. Only the 3 men kneeling on the ground were forgotten by everyone. Their hopes are being completely devoured bit by bit. The burly man looked at those people holding hot soup noodles with happy expressions on their faces and felt like the sky was falling. Why? Why can they eat it? Just because I was the one who started it? An extreme resentment and madness grew from the bottom of his heart. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on a skinny survivor who had just finished a transaction and was turning to leave. The man was holding a bowl of steaming noodles in his hand. If I can't eat it, you guys can't eat it either. He jumped up from the ground like a madman and pounced on the survivor. The incident happened too quickly. The survivor was thrown to the ground before he could react, and the bowl of noodles in his hand flew out of his hand. Crash! The hot noodles and soup spilled all over the floor. The alluring aroma was instantly stained with dust. Ah, my noodles! The survivor let out a shrill scream, not because he was knocked down, but because of the spilled bowl of noodles. The burly man didn't care. He lay on the ground like a mad dog, scooping up the noodles mixed with sand and stones with his hands and stuffing them into his mouth. Stop! A loud shout came from Brother Hu. He put down the bowl in his hand, his eyes flashing with ferocity. The other survivors who were eating noodles also stopped and looked at the madman who broke the rules with cold and angry eyes. Lin Mo also stopped splitting the noodles. He leaned against the door frame, watching the farce quietly, with no expression on his face. Just then, a flash of fire flashed from the darkness at the corner of the street. Puff! A slight muffled sound. The burly man who was lying on the ground eating frantically suddenly stopped. A small flame started at the back of his heart and then expanded rapidly. Well, he didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire body quickly turned into charcoal in the orange-red flames, and finally turned into a handful of ashes. Even his 2 frightened companions were ignited by the stray sparks and followed in his footsteps. It only took 3 seconds. 3 living people just disappeared from the world completely. The square fell into dead silence again. Everyone looked towards the dark street corner. The figure of the nightingale appeared there again at some point. Everyone froze in place, their eyes shifting back and forth between the fiery figure at the street corner and the 3 handfuls of ashes on the ground. I hate people who break the rules. Nightingale's voice was cold, but she wasn't talking to Lin Mo. She was issuing a final ultimatum to everyone still alive in the square. Lin Mo took out a can of Coke from the freezer. Instead of drinking it, he threw it to Nightingale. Coke drew an arc and passed through the invisible barrier. Nightingale subconsciously reached out to catch it, and the cold touch of the can made her slightly startled. She looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo said nothing, but picked up the big spoon and continued to stir the remaining noodles in the pot, indicating that the transaction could continue. Nightingale tightly gripped the cold can, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she turned around and leaned against the wall next to her, scanning the entire room with her sharp eyes. Now, no one dared to have any extra thoughts. Brother Hu let out a long breath. This place is safer than any corner in the ruins. As long as you follow the rules. The tall and thin man in a black windbreaker hiding in the shadows had his clothes completely soaked with cold sweat on his back. He had just used telekinesis to sneak attack the shop owner. Although it was rebounded, the other party didn't seem to notice. But now, he doesn't dare to gamble. The woman named Nightingale was decisive and had sharp eyes. What if she noticed something? He didn't dare to think any further, and disappeared silently into the deeper darkness with the bowl of noodles that he hadn't had time to eat. The transaction continued in an absolute order. Bang! A team put down a bag, opened it, and inside was golden bars. They found this in an abandoned bank based on their memory, and it weighed 3 kilograms. They not only changed to instant noodles, but also to portable food and mineral water. Lin Mo was very satisfied. This transaction alone was enough for him to pay off all his debts and still have a huge surplus. The 3 kilograms of gold bars fell like a huge rock into a calm pond. All the survivors were breathing heavily. They looked at the well-equipped team and then at Lin Mo. It turns out that it can be changed this way. It turns out that there really is everything here. Nightingale leaned against the wall, pulled the ring of the Coke, and a crisp puff sound came out. The cool liquid slid down her throat, soothing her tense nerves a little. She did not interfere again, but her existence itself was the strongest order. Brother Hu and the other two had already finished their noodles, even drinking up every drop of the soup. Instead of leaving, they retreated into the shadows farther away, staring in shock at this scene that could never happen in the apocalypse. Boss, I have this. A thin man squeezed to the front and took out a velvet jewelry box from his arms. When he opened it, there was a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg inside, sparkling brightly under the incandescent light. This thing used to be worth a house. The man shouted anxiously. Lin Mo took a glance. I don't accept diamonds. Gold, or crystal core. The man's face fell instantly, and he retreated to the side in despair, holding the diamond ring. This little episode made everyone fully understand the rules here. Things that once symbolized wealth and status are now worthless here. The only things that can be exchanged for food are the weight of the gold and the energy contained in the crystal core. The torrent of transactions has been completely opened. More and more people came from all corners of the ruins. Someone was dragging half a bag of necklaces and bracelets looted from a gold shop, and fell to the ground with a jingling sound. Some people were holding several crystal cores of different colors, as if they were holding the most precious treasures in the world. Lin Mo completely transformed into an emotionless trading machine. He casually threw the gold into the dimensional warehouse, piling it up into a small hill that kept growing. He kept the crystal core more carefully. The shelves in the convenience store were emptying at an alarming rate. Instant noodles, sausages, biscuits, canned food, bottled water. These are the cheapest and most common industrial foods in Lin Mo's world, but here, they have become hard currency that allows survivors to gamble their lives. 1 gold bar can only be exchanged for 2 cans of luncheon meat. A lowest grade crystal core cannot even be exchanged for a whole box of mineral water. But no one complained about the price. Because here is a woman who can burn people to ashes with flames, quietly drinking Coke next to her. Time is passing. The noodles and soup in the big pot had already been eaten up. But the trading did not stop. A bald, burly man who looked like the leader of some faction asked his men to carry a heavy safe over. When they pried it open on the spot, they found neatly stacked gold bricks inside. Boss, I want everything you have here. The bald strong man had a loud voice. Lin Mo didn't even raise his head. Q. The bald man's face froze. The men behind him subconsciously tightened their weapons. But when they saw the red-haired woman crushing the coke can into a piece of scrap metal not far away, everyone let go of their hands again. The bald strong man took a deep breath and forced an ugly smile on his face. Okay, let's get in line. Lin Mo ignored him and continued trading at the scheduled pace. This is the real wealth that belongs to him alone. Finally, when the last survivor used a broken gold bracelet to exchange for the last bag of spicy strips on the shelf, the entire store was almost completely emptied out except for Lin Mo himself. The crowd in the square also dispersed in groups of 3 or 4, carrying the food they had exchanged for satisfaction. Nightingale threw away the can of Coke in his hand and walked to the invisible line. You've made a fortune. Her tone was flat. Good. Lin Mo stretched and looked at the empty shop. When will you come again? Nightingale asked the question that everyone was concerned about. Lin Mo looked at the light curtain. Dimensional shuttle, cooling down, remaining time, 3 hours 15 minutes and 42 seconds. Have no idea. He really didn't know. Although Lin Mo guessed that there would be a 12-hour cooling-off period after returning, it was just a guess. Nightingale looked at him deeply, asked no more questions, turned around and disappeared into the deepest darkness before dawn. The entire square finally became completely quiet. Lin Mo turned off the glaring incandescent light and the squeaking exhaust fan. The world returned to silence. His mind moved, and his consciousness sank into the dimensional warehouse. Inside, there is a mountain of gold reserves, and preliminary estimates show that the weight exceeds 100 kilograms. Next to the pile of gold, 33 crystal cores of different sizes and colors lay quietly. These are the real currencies of this world. It is the key to the extraordinary. The transformation process brought about by the previous crystal core and the pain of being crushed into pieces are still vivid in my mind. But there was no hesitation on Lin Mo's face. With the feature of absolute safety, pain is just a process and strength is the result. He opened his mouth and poured the handful of cold crystal cores into it all at once. No chewing. Those crystals, as hard as jade, melted quickly the moment they touched his mouth. This time, it was no longer the excruciating pain of being pierced by billions of steel needles. It's a kind of bursting. Lin Mo's body suddenly fell backward and hit the folding bed heavily. An unimaginably huge torrent of energy exploded in his body. Violent energy surged into every corner and every cell of his body. His skin was stretched red, and blue blood vessels bulged out, twisting wildly under the skin, as if countless small snakes were scurrying around inside. The bones were groaning under the heavy burden, as if they would be crushed by this force in the next second. Muscle fibers are forcibly stretched and then replaced by tougher tissue in an instant. There is only a fine line between destruction and rebirth. And the gentle power that enveloped him was the absolute bottom line. It allows Lin Mo's body to be transformed and strengthened, but it will never allow him to actually explode. Time loses its meaning in this extreme sense of expansion. Finally, when the last bit of energy was completely absorbed by his body, the feeling that was about to burst him apart slowly subsided. Lin Mo collapsed on the bed, looking like he had just walked under a high-pressure water gun. Water was dripping all over his body, even his hair. He lay there for a long time, so long that he almost thought he would fall asleep. Then he slowly opened his eyes. The world is different now. He could clearly see that the flying insects on the ceiling were flapping their wings at a specific frequency. He could clearly hear the unconscious gurgling sound coming from the throat of a zombie outside the rolling door. He could even clearly smell the aroma of instant noodles, the smell of blood, and the fishy smell of soil lingering in the air. The senses are heightened to an incredible degree. Lin Mo slowly sat up from the bed. He stretched out his right hand and clenched the empty metal shelf next to him. Buzz! An invisible force enveloped the shelves. After a slight tremor, the heavy metal shelf slowly floated up, half a meter above the ground. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. This is not the ability of the dimensional warehouse. Is this telekinesis? He thought about it, and the shelf fell back to the ground with a loud noise. Lin Mo immediately summoned the system light screen. Awakener Lin Mo. Awakening Ability 1, Dimensional Warehouse. Current capacity 1000 cubic meters. Note, isolation of time and space, access by thoughts. Awakening Ability 2, Telekinesis Control. Current strength, can remotely control objects within 50 kilograms. Note, the stronger the mental power, the stronger the control. Dual abilities. He actually awakened his second ability. All the crystal cores have been absorbed and the cargo has been cleared. Although the cooling countdown has not yet ended, Lin Mo has no plans to go out to explore, so he just waits patiently. Buzz! The familiar feeling of the world being distorted came again, but this time, Lin Mo was not at all panicked. Click! The grayish-yellow doomsday sky was instantly replaced by the city night scene at 4 in the morning. Outside the window, the streetlights cast a large orange halo on the ground after the light rain. In the distance, the melody of sprinkler music from the cleaning truck was faintly heard. The strange smell of rust and decay disappeared. Instead, there is the fresh scent of soil mixed with grass after the rain. He is back. Dimensional travel completed. Current world, Earth, safe. Next shuttle cooldown time, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Mo glanced at the countdown on the light screen, and with an idea, he turned it off. He walked to the door and opened the glass door that was indestructible in the doomsday but seemed ordinary here. A cool and moist night breeze blew in, bringing a sense of refreshment to his body, which was a little hot due to the expansion of strength. Separate. Usury. Was fired. These huge rocks that once suffocated him and caused him sleepless nights were now as light as a feather in his heart. Lin Mo's mind moved. 2 heavy gold bars with a slightly cool touch appeared in his hands out of thin air. 500 grams each. The more than 100 kilograms of gold reserves in the dimensional warehouse are his biggest trump card, but using them all at once is too conspicuous. 1 kilogram, no more, no less, and still within the scope of explanation. It was still dark at this time, so Lin Mo was not in a hurry. He returned to his folding bed and slept soundly for several hours. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Mo appeared at the city's largest antique trading market. This place is a mixed crowd, and it is a natural place for selling stolen goods and handling all kinds of goods of unknown origin. He quickly found an old shop with the most inconspicuous storefront but the owner with the most shrewd eyes. No extra nonsense. Boss, do you want to collect money? What's the quality? Where did it come from? The boss leaned back in the recliner, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but just gently placed the 2 gold bars wrapped in newspaper in the bag on the counter. Boom! The dull thud made the boss's eyelids twitch. He sat up straight, and his breathing seemed to stop for a moment. The boss silently put on his reading glasses, took out professional tools, burned it, weighed it, and used a high-power magnifying glass to look at the incision. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, he finally let out a long breath and looked at Lin Mo with complicated eyes. Good stuff. Excellent quality. Price, 580,000. 700,000. Lin Mo's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Little brother, this price is too high. I have to take risks and take care of things. 700,000. Lin Mo repeated it, without emphasizing the tone or making any threatening gesture, just looking at him quietly. But the boss read an absoluteness that could not be questioned from his overly calm eyes. The boss was silent for a full half-minute. Okay. He nodded. Cash or wire transfer? Transfer. 15 minutes later, Lin Mo received a bank text message on his phone. Your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction at 10:12 on X/X/X, receiving 700,000.00 yuan. The current account balance is 700,322.00 yuan. Walking out of the antique market, Lin Mo basked in the sunshine and directly dialed the debt collection phone number that he once feared so much. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Hello? Who is this? A rough male voice came, hoarse and impatient with a hangover. I'm Lin Mo. Fuck. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly turned playful. You still remember to call me? What, have you collected enough money? That's right. You're smart. The other party snorted complacently. Abandoned cement factory number 3 in the west of the city, 3 p.m. Bring money and come alone. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, west of the city, number 3 cement plant. Lin Mo walked into the huge abandoned factory alone. Sunlight shone through the broken holes in the roof, forming mottled beams of light. The air was filled with thick cement dust and a faint smell of urine. In the middle of the factory, a shirtless fat man with cheap blue dragon and white tiger tattoos all over his body was sitting on a tattered sofa with his legs stretched out. He is Brother Biao. Behind Brother Biao stood 7 or 8 thugs holding steel pipes and baseball bats. They tilted their heads and squinted their eyes, staring at Lin Mo, who walked in with a bad look on their faces. Boy, you're quite courageous. You actually dare to come here alone. Brother Biao spat out the cigarette butt from his mouth, crushed it on the ground with his toes, and asked slowly, where's the money? Lin Mo asked back, where's the IOU? He didn't have time to waste talking to this bunch of thugs. It was just 350,000 yuan. He could pay it back and get the IOU back, and the matter would be over. When Brother Biao heard this, he felt like he had heard a huge joke. He stood up slowly from the sofa, his fat body bringing a sense of oppression. IOU? He grinned, revealing a row of teeth yellowed by cigarettes and alcohol. Sure. But prices have been rising a lot lately, and you guys need to eat too. He stretched out 5 thick fingers and waved them in front of Lin Mo. 500,000. Interest plus compensation for emotional distress, flat price, 500,000. Show me the IOU, and I'll burn it in front of you. The gangsters behind him also burst into laughter, and the steel pipes and baseball bats in their hands hit their palms again and again, making rhythmic muffled sounds. Lin Mo's brows frowned slightly. He hates people who break the rules. Whether it's at the end of the world or here, it is only natural to pay back debts. But raising prices arbitrarily is a violation of the most basic rules. I originally wanted to pay you back 350,000, but now I can only pay you back 200,000. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the empty factory, stopping all the laughter. The smile on Brother Biao's face froze. He scratched his ears, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. How much did you say? 200,000. Not a cent more. Lin Mo repeated, without any emotion in his tone. Fuck you. The gangster with dyed yellow hair who was closest to Lin Mo finally couldn't hold back anymore. He cursed and swung the steel pipe in his hand towards Lin Mo's head. The whistling sound of the wind was particularly harsh in the factory. A ferocious smile appeared on Brother Biao's face. This is exactly the effect he wants. Beat him up first, until Lin Mo kneels down and begs for mercy. By then, 500,000 yuan will not be enough to solve the problem. However, the smile on Brother Biao's face froze the next second. The expected scene of bloody heads did not occur. The powerful steel pipe stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Lin Mo's head. It was held lightly by a hand. Lin Mo didn't even look up. He just stood there, raised one hand, and firmly grasped the steel pipe that was strong enough to break a cow's bones. You could hear a pin drop in the entire factory. Ah dash! A shrill scream broke the silence. Not Lin Mo. It's that yellow-haired gangster. The knuckles of his hands holding the steel pipe were cracked, and blood dripped down the pipe. A tremendous force came from the steel pipe, not only blocking his attack, but also rebounding with a devastating force. The steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang. Lin Mo let go of his hand and looked at the yellow-haired man who was rolling on the ground in pain. Then, his body moved. Quick. A speed that exceeds the limits of normal human dynamic vision. In the eyes of others, Lin Mo's figure just blurred for a moment. The second thug closest to him was rushing towards him with a baseball bat in his hand, the hideous smile on his face still barely fading. Bang! There was a dull, teeth-grinding sound of flesh hitting flesh. The gangster's body was like being hit by a speeding truck. He bent backward like a shrimp, his feet off the ground, and flew backward 7 or 8 meters, hitting a pile of discarded cement bags heavily and fainting. Lin Mo's figure appeared where he had originally stood. He retracted his fist, his movements gentle, as if he was just brushing off the dust on the corner of his clothes. Let's go together. Kill him. Brother Biao finally recovered from his shock and let out a furious roar. The remaining 5 or 6 thugs were awakened by the boss's voice. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and surrounded him from all directions with strange cries. Steel pipes, machetes, and baseball bats intertwined into a chaotic display of cold light, blocking all of Lin Mo's space to dodge. However, Lin Mo never thought of hiding. He took a step forward and ran directly into the arms of a gangster. Snap! That was the sound of a sternum breaking. The thug collapsed limply without even a scream. Lin Mo didn't even look at it, and pushed his left elbow back. Boom! The other thug who attacked him from behind felt as if his jaw was hit head-on by a hammer. A mouthful of teeth mixed with blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground with his back to the ground. The chaotic fight turned into a one-sided slaughter in front of Lin Mo. His moves don't have any fancy techniques, just the simplest punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. But each of his attacks carried an irresistible and terrifying force. The machete came down and was easily caught by his 2 fingers. With a slight bend, the blade made of fine steel broke. Less than 10 seconds. In the center of the factory, there was no one standing except Lin Mo and Brother Biao. The hooligans who were so arrogant just now were now lying on the ground, curled up and groaning in pain. None of the injuries were fatal, but each had broken bones and lost the ability to move. The air was filled with cement dust mixed with a faint smell of blood. The flesh on Brother Biao's face was shaking wildly, not because of anger, but because of fear. He looked at the young man who was unharmed and whose breathing was not disordered at all, and felt like he was looking at a monster. Is this guy still a fucking human? Lin Mo walked towards him step by step. Every step was like stepping on his heart. You, don't come over here. Brother Biao's throat was dry, and he roared in a timid manner, but his legs moved backwards involuntarily. Let me tell you, my eldest brother is. Lin Mo stopped and interrupted him. I owe you. He held out his hand, no emotion in his voice. Brother Biao's body trembled, and the instinct of survival overwhelmed everything. He fumbled with his hands, pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his trouser pocket, and handed it over tremblingly. Lin Mo took it, unfolded it, and took a look. Confirmed that it was the IOU for 300,000 yuan that he signed, with a principal of 200,000 yuan. He took out his mobile phone, opened the bank app, and entered his account number in front of Brother Biao. Transfer amount, 200,000.00. I hate people who don't follow the rules. Lin Mo showed Brother Biao the screen of his mobile phone, which clearly displayed the page indicating a successful transfer. It was supposed to be worth 350,000. Now, it's only worth 200,000. After he finished speaking, he tore the IOU into pieces in front of Biao Gao and threw them away. Confetti flew everywhere and slowly fell in the beam of light. After doing all this, Lin Mo turned around and left without even looking at the fat man who had collapsed on the ground in fear. He walked past the thugs groaning on the ground as if he were walking past a bunch of insignificant roadblocks. It was not until Lin Mo's figure completely disappeared at the factory door that Brother Biao's legs went soft and he sat down on the ground, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. He looked at his men rolling on the ground, then looked at the bank text message he had just received on his phone. 200,000. Not a penny more, not a penny less. A feeling of relief at surviving the disaster and a deeper fear gripped his heart at the same time. What kind of existence had he provoked? Lin Mo walked out of the cement factory. The loan sharking business was settled. He didn't feel relieved at all. From beginning to end, this incident didn't cause much waves in his heart. People like Brother Biao, who bully the weak and fear the strong, are no different from ants on the roadside in Lin Mo's eyes at this moment. Time is precious and he has more important things to do. Lin Mo went to the used car market first. He needed a truck, an inconspicuous truck that could hold enough things. Half an hour later, he left the market in a semi-used silver-gray Wuling Hongguang. The car price was 30,000 yuan, and he didn't even bargain for it. The car drove directly to the city's largest food wholesale city. This is the source of supply for various restaurants and convenience stores, and the air is filled with the mixed smell of packaging cartons and various seasonings. Lin Mo pushed a huge flatbed cart and walked directly into the largest warehouse-style wholesale supermarket. Hello, I want 200 boxes of instant noodles in 5 flavors. Lin Mo said to an employee who was counting the goods. The employee stopped what he was doing, raised his head, and looked at Lin Mo with an expression as if he was crazy. How much? How much? 200 boxes. Lin Mo repeated, also, 100 boxes of ham sausages, the largest package. 200 boxes of compressed biscuits. 100 cases of canned beef. 500 bottles of mineral water. Every time Lin Mo spoke, the employee's mouth opened wider. In the end, even the manager was alarmed and ran out in person. Sir, are you going to open a supermarket? The manager was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of confusion and inquiry. The purchase volume is not small, but they are all the most basic survival foods, which is really strange. Almost. Lin Mo didn't want to explain more. The manager wasn't too bothered. Why bother so much? The one who pays is the boss. No problem. No problem at all. We'll get it ready for you right away. Forklifts shuttled back and forth, and pallets of goods were taken from the towering shelves and piled up in the open space outside the checkout counter, soon forming a mountain of cardboard boxes. After paying the bill, Lin Mo drove the Wuling Hongguang to the loading area. Boss, your truck can't load it all? The worker in charge of directing the loading looked at the small truck and the mountain of cargo in front of him with a troubled look on his face. I'll do it in several times. Lin Mo responded indifferently. He asked the workers to load more than 20 boxes of instant noodles and mineral water into the back of the pickup truck, and then he started the car and left under the gaze of everyone. The vehicle drove out of the wholesale city and Lin Mo turned into an industrial park that had been abandoned for many years. Lin Mo's mind moved, and the entrance to the dimensional warehouse opened in front of him. He controlled the goods, flew them in an orderly manner, and stacked them neatly. The whole process was quiet and efficient. This is the convenience that power brings. After clearing the carriage, Lin Mo immediately turned around and returned to the wholesale city. The second time, the third time. He was like a tireless ant, transporting goods from the wholesale city again and again. The workers in the wholesale city went from being surprised at first to being numb later. They just felt that this young man was a little too energetic and was doing the work of a small transport team by himself. No one would have thought that the transported goods disappeared out of thin air shortly after leaving their site. And Lin Mo didn't have to carry it himself. The whole process was easy and enjoyable. When Lin Mo loaded the last box of mineral water into the car, it was almost dusk. Boss, the goods are all given to you, take care. The manager personally sent him to the door with a big smile on his face. Lin Mo nodded and drove to the abandoned industrial park for the last time. After storing the last batch of goods into the dimensional warehouse, he looked at the empty carriage and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the dimensional warehouse, instant noodles, biscuits, canned food, and bottled water are piled up like mountains. In another world, these cheap industrial products are hard currency that can be exchanged for gold and supernatural powers. He didn't bring much with him last time, and the spread of the news was limited. Dimensional shuttle, cooling down, remaining time, 2 hours 11 minutes and 34 seconds. 2 more hours. After solving the loan sharking problem, there was still a balance of several 100,000 on the card, and more than 100 kilograms of gold in the dimensional warehouse, which made Lin Mo's tense nerves relax. Don't rush to travel through dimensions yet. Let the news over there ferment a little more and let more people know that there is a small shop where you can trade supplies with gold and crystal cores. Yesterday was the first transaction and the impact was limited. A lot of gold was collected temporarily from the ruins. Moreover, the people who trade are scattered survivors, there is no large stronghold. Lin Mo knew very well that if he wanted to maximize profits, he had to increase the volume and cooperate with various strongholds to collect the gold. If there were hundreds of awakened people going out to collect gold, the efficiency would be absolutely amazing. Thinking of this, Lin Mo started the Wuling Hongguang and returned to the convenience store. After taking a hot shower and changing into a clean t-shirt and jeans, Lin Mo looked at himself in the mirror. The sense of power in his body made him feel strongly detached from everything in the past. He suddenly wanted to do something to completely bid farewell to his timid past, then have a good meal. Lin Mo started the silver-gray Wuling Hongguang and drove towards the city center. Half an hour later, the Wuling Hongguang stopped at the door of the city's top French restaurant, Crown of Hentang. At the restaurant entrance, the doorman in a neat uniform saw the van that was out of place among the row of luxury cars around it, and the professional smile on his face froze for a moment. He walked quickly forward and stopped Lin Mo when he got out of the car. His tone was polite, but there was a sense of alienation that kept him at a distance. Sorry, sir, the parking space at our restaurant is full. If you are a dining guest, we recommend you use the public parking lot at the intersection ahead. Lin Mo glanced at him and said nothing. He knew what the other party meant. People who drove this kind of car were most likely not here to eat. Even if they were, they should not park the car here, as it would affect the style of the restaurant. I don't have any cash, Lin Mo said. The fake smile on the doorman's face became even more intense, even with a hint of subtle contempt. Sure enough, he came here to cause trouble. Sir, here we are. He didn't finish his words. Lin Mo put his hand into his pocket, and when he took it out, there was a little irregular gold on his palm. He casually threw the soybean-sized golden bean into the doorman's white-gloved hand. Parking fee, is it enough? The heavy feel of the golden beans in his hand made the doorman freeze. He looked down at the piece of gold in his palm that shone with pure luster under the light, his mind going blank. As a doorman at a top restaurant, he had seen wealthy people, checks, and various black cards, but he had never seen anyone use a piece of gold to pay parking tips. This has a much greater impact than just throwing a stack of banknotes. Enough, enough. Sir, this way, please. I will immediately arrange the best parking space for you. The doorman's attitude changed 180 degrees, his waist bent, and his face was full of genuine respect and fear. Lin Mo didn't look at him again and walked straight into the restaurant. Led by the waiter, Lin Mo sat down at a window seat. The soft lighting, the melodious piano music, the well-dressed guests chatting in low voices, everything seemed so elegant and relaxed. The doomsday ruins he had experienced were two extreme worlds. Just as he was flipping through the menu that looked like a heavenly book, a sharp and suspicious female voice sounded not far away from him. Lin Mo? Lin Mo raised his head. A man and a woman were standing at a dining table not far away. The woman was wearing a long branded dress and had exquisite makeup. She was his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Qian. The man next to her, wearing a well-tailored suit and a famous watch on his wrist, was none other than the rich second generation, Wang Hao. Zhang Qian's face was full of surprise, as if she couldn't believe that she saw Lin Mo here. Wang Hao was stunned at first, then an undisguised amusement and sarcasm appeared on his face. He put his arm around Zhang Qian's waist, walked over with a swagger, and looked down at Lin Mo condescendingly. Hey, isn't this Lin Mo? Why, the store is closed, so you're here to apply for a job washing dishes. Wang Hao's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was enough to attract the attention of guests at nearby tables. Wang Hao, don't do this. Zhang Qian symbolically pulled him, but there was not much intention to stop him in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation for a good show. Wang Hao chuckled, picked up the menu on Lin Mo's desk, and flipped through 2 pages exaggeratedly. Let me see, this Angus steak costs 3,800 yuan. Is your monthly salary enough for 1 bite? Or are you here to dine for free today? Lin Mo ignored Wang Hao shouting. He didn't even look at Zhang Qian. He used to think that the other party's betrayal was unforgivable, but after experiencing dimensional travel and awakening his superpowers, he suddenly felt that the other party was not worth mentioning at all. Boring. Lin Mo's gaze passed over Wang Hao's shoulder and fell on the waiter who came over after hearing the sound. Any recommendations? Lin Mo's voice was calm. The waiter was a little embarrassed. He looked at Wang Hao and then at Lin Mo, not knowing how to respond for a moment. When Wang Hao saw Lin Mo ignoring him, he became even angrier. He snatched the menu, pointed to a line of French on it, and read it out in an exaggerated tone. Look at this. Romanicanti, 1990, 88,000 a bottle. Do you understand? People like you can't even pronounce their names correctly, right? Zhang Qian beside him burst out laughing, her face full of superiority. Lin Mo finally raised his eyes and glanced at Wang Hao. It's noisy. Then he turned to the bewildered waiter. Let your chef take care of it. It's his specialty. The waiter's professional smile was almost gone. He has worked here for 3 years and has seen all kinds of difficult customers and all kinds of tycoons showing off their wealth, but he has never seen such a weird scene. A young man in ordinary clothes was humiliated by a rich second-generation man dressed in designer clothes, but he didn't even raise an eyebrow. Instead, he calmly let him arrange the dishes. Wang Hao felt like he had punched cotton, and it was soaked cotton at that, without any sound. This feeling of being completely ignored was 1,000 times more painful to him than being scolded back. Are you fucking deaf? Wang Hao's face turned the color of liver, and his voice rose an octave. I'm talking to you. Zhang Qian, who was beside him, also had a complicated expression on her face. In her memory, Lin Mo would always subconsciously frown, purse his lips, and show nervousness and embarrassment when facing pressure. But the person in front of me is so unfamiliar. His calmness didn't seem forced, but rather a kind of indifference that came from deep within, as if everything before him was just insignificant background noise. Sir, please calm down and don't disturb other guests. The restaurant manager finally came over after hearing the news. He was a man in his 50s, with his hair neatly combed and an impeccable smile on his face. Wang Hao became even more arrogant when he saw the manager. Manager Zhou, you've arrived just in time. Let me ask you, can just anyone enter your restaurant now? Letting people like that sit here is simply lowering your status. Manager Zhou glanced at Lin Mo, then at the furious Wang Hao, and frowned slightly. Of course he knew Wang Hao, the son of a real estate tycoon in the city and a regular at the restaurant. But he is also better at observing people's words and expressions. The young man who was scolded did not even change his sitting posture from beginning to end. This excessive calmness is itself an abnormality. Mr. Wang, our restaurant treats all customers equally. Manager Zhou responded calmly. What a fair treatment. Wang Hao laughed in anger. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner today. Let him get out. I'll give him money and tell him to get out. He pulled a thick wad of bills from his wallet and slammed it on the table. Is it enough? If not, I'll add more. The guests at the surrounding table stopped talking and cast curious glances at him. Zhang Qian's cheeks felt hot. She tugged at the corner of Wang Hao's clothes and whispered, "Forget it, Wang Hao, let's go. This is too embarrassing." "Shameful? Today I'm going to let him know what the gap is." Wang Hao shook off her hand. Lin Mo finally took action. He didn't look at Wang Hao, nor at the stack of banknotes, but spoke to Manager Zhou. "Are there any private rooms?" His voice was not loud, but like a stone, it instantly stirred up a circle of clear ripples in the noisy pond. Manager Zhou was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, sir. Our best starry hall is still available, but there is a minimum consumption." "You still want to open a private room?" Wang Hao seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. Lin Mo interrupted the manager. "Give me your public account." Manager Zhou was stunned again, but out of professionalism, he gave out a string of account numbers. Lin Mo took out his cell phone and tapped a few times on the screen. "The whole process takes less than 30 seconds. The deposit has been paid, and the rest will be paid after dinner." Manager Zhou heard the finance department's inquiry in his headphones. "Manager Zhou, there's a transfer of 300,000 yuan with the note deposit. Do you have any news?" The professional smile on Manager Zhou's face disappeared. 300,000? Deposit? He froze in place, his brain buzzing. Wang Hao was still shouting, pretending. "Do you think you can just click a few times on your phone? If you don't have money, get out. Don't embarrass yourself here." Manager Zhou took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He ignored Wang Hao and bowed slightly to Lin Mo, a standard 90-degree bow. "Mr. Lin, we are extremely sorry that our hospitality was inadequate and that it affected your dining mood." The noise in the entire restaurant seemed to be muted at that moment. Wang Hao's shouting stopped abruptly. The ferocious expression on his face was frozen, like a crude oil painting. Zhang Qian covered her mouth and her eyes widened. Everyone's attention was focused on the restaurant manager, who bowed deeply, and the young man who sat comfortably on the chair without even changing his posture. What's going on?" Wang Hao was a little confused. Manager Zhou stood up straight, his expression returning to calm, but it was a calmness filled with absolute awe. He turned and looked at Wang Hao. The smile on his face had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a cold and distant look. "Mr. Wang, please stop making noise immediately, otherwise I will have to ask security to ask you and this lady to leave." "What the hell did you say?" Wang Hao felt like he had misheard. "You want me to get out? Do you know who my dad is? How much do I spend here every year? This gentleman has just booked a one-on-one dinner with the chef for 300,000 yuan. Manager Zhou's voice was calm. He turned sideways and made a pleased gesture to Lin Mo again. "Mr. Lin, the Star Hall is ready for you. Please follow me." Lin Mo then slowly stood up. He never looked at Wang Hao and Zhang Qian from beginning to end, as if they were just two balls of air making noise. He took a step forward and followed Manager Zhou into the depths of the restaurant. "Stop!" Wang Hao finally recovered from the huge shock and let out a hysterical roar. "Impossible! Where did he get the money? 300,000? Even if he sold his own store, it wouldn't be worth 30,000. Lin Mo paused for a moment. He didn't look back. She just turned her head and glanced at Wang Hao out of the corner of her eye for the first and last time. What kind of look is that? No anger, no disdain, no ridicule. There is only complete indifference. Wang Hao felt cold all over after being looked at by that one glance, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. He felt like a clown who had stripped naked and was performing on stage, and the only audience member had just left yawning. An unprecedented feeling of humiliation, more painful than being slapped hundreds of times in public, instantly overwhelmed all his reason and dignity. Zhang Qian's body shook and she almost couldn't stand. She looked at Lin Mo's back, the back that was once familiar but now so unfamiliar, and felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. 300,000, deposit. These words echoed repeatedly in her mind, shattering the choice she was proud of and the sense of superiority she held tightly. Didn't she leave him because he was poor and couldn't give her the life she wanted? But now, the man she thought would have to run a shabby convenience store for the rest of his life casually threw out 300,000 yuan without blinking an eye. And Wang Hao beside her, the rich second generation who she thought could bring her everything, was now like a defeated rooster, his face flushed red, and he could do nothing but feel helpless and furious. How ironic. The Star Hall is on the top floor of the restaurant. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the most dazzling night view of the entire city, with thousands of lights merging into a dazzling galaxy. There was a soft Persian carpet under my feet and a faint fragrance of unknown flowers floating in the air. "Mr. Lin, the chef will arrange all the dishes for you tonight, and we guarantee that they will be the freshest ingredients and the best cuisine." Manager Zhou personally pulled out a chair for Lin Mo with a humble attitude. "Where's the wine?" Lin Mo asked. "We have Romani Conti here, and no need for introductions." Lin Mo interrupted him. "Just go up if you see fit." Okay, Manager Zhou replied. "Then I won't disturb you while you eat." If you need anything, please ring the bell. After saying this, he bowed again before carefully leaving the box and gently closing the door. The whole world is finally quiet. Lin Mo leaned back in the soft chair, looking at the night view of the city outside the window. The farce just now did not leave any trace in his mind. Say goodbye to your timid past and don't need to prove anything to anyone. It is enough for him to know that he is different. Soon, dishes that were as exquisite as works of art were served. The foie gras melts in your mouth with a hint of roasted aroma. The tender blue lobster, served with a special sauce, bursts with delicious flavor on the tip of your tongue. Each dish represents the pinnacle of culinary skills. If it were a few days ago, Lin Mo wouldn't even be qualified to taste it. But now, it's just like this. The meal took nearly an hour. Lin Mo put down his knife and fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He rang the service bell. Manager Joe pushed the door open and walked in almost immediately with a genuine smile on his face. "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with your meal? Okay, let's pay the bill." Lin Mo said concisely. "Okay, the total consumption this time is 78,000 yuan. What's the extra amount? Keep it for now and come back next time." Lin Mo said casually. "Okay sir, I'll process your membership card right away. Please wait." Manager Joe left the box and soon returned, handing over a black card with both hands. The card is made of special material, with gold stamping on the surface, and feels slightly heavy in the hand. "This is our store's VIP card. Welcome to come again next time, Mr. Linear." Lin Mo took the card and casually put it into his trouser pocket. He nodded to Manager Joe as a greeting, then turned and left. Walking out of the restaurant door, the silver-gray Wuling Hongguang was still parked in the most conspicuous position, forming a sharp contrast with the luxury cars around it. The doorman who had stopped him before was now standing upright next to the car. When he saw Lin Mo coming out, he immediately trotted forward and respectfully opened the car door. Lin Mo sat in the driver's seat and started the half-old van. The engine let out a simple roar and merged into the city traffic. He didn't look back again. The car drove through the brightly lit streets and finally turned back to the familiar convenience store. Lin Mo stopped the car and glanced at the light screen. Dimensional shuttle, cooling down, remaining time 3 minutes and 14 seconds. The time is almost up. Lin Mo walked into the store, pulled down the shutter door, and closed his eyes to rest behind the counter. The moment the 3-minute countdown ended, Lin Mo gave instructions in his mind. "Shuttle." The scene before my eyes began to twist and fold. The dazzling city night scene was quickly taken away, replaced by the eternally unchanging gray-yellow sky and the dead outlines of buildings. Dimensional travel completed, cooling down, remaining time 10 hours 59 minutes and 45 seconds. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. Cooldown reduced from 12 hours to 11 hours. This gave Lin Mo a bold guess. Perhaps as the number of dimensional travels increases, he will be able to travel back and forth between the Doomsday Era and the real world without restrictions. That would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Calming his mind, Lin Mo walked to the window and looked out through the gap in the blinds. The streets were deserted. But in the abandoned building across the street, behind the collapsed billboard in the distance, in the shadows of the alley, he could feel a gaze directed towards him. More than one. The news has spread. The scattered survivors from last time spread the news of a mysterious store where food could be exchanged for gold to every corner. Those who came now were no longer hungry stragglers, but they are spies sent by organized forces. Lin Mo ignored the prying eyes and simply pulled up the shutter door. Open the door and do business. About 10 minutes later, there was finally movement outside. A figure appeared from the corner of the street and walked towards the convenience store at a moderate pace. Not those ragged survivors with desperate faces from last time. The man was wearing a relatively clean combat uniform. Although it was a bit worn, the protective gear on key parts was complete. He carried a rifle on his back, with a pistol and a saber hanging on his waist. He walked steadily, placing each step in the safest position, and scanned the surrounding environment vigilantly. He's a veteran. The man stopped at the door of the convenience store. "Boss." The man spoke, his voice hoarse but steady. "My name is Scorpion. I represent the Rock Stronghold and would like to speak with you." "Rock Stronghold?" Lin Mo had never heard of it, but that didn't matter. "How to talk?" Lin Mo asked. "Our Rock Stronghold needs a large amount of supplies." Scorpion's voice was very clear in the empty street. He did not approach the invisible line and maintained an absolutely safe social distance. "Food, water, medicine, weapons and ammunition, we need them all." Lin Mo leaned on the counter, wiping a clean enamel bowl. "I don't sell weapons here." His answer was straightforward and immediately extinguished the other party's unrealistic fantasy. There was no disappointment on Scorpion's face, as if he had expected this answer. "Well, food and water, we want all you can provide." As he spoke, he pulled out a small yellow croaker from a pocket of his tactical vest and placed it on the ground in front of him. This is a deposit. We want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you and hope to get a favorable price. Lin Mo raised his head and looked at the scorpion. My price is the same for everyone. The air seemed to freeze again. In the shadows behind the scorpion, several hidden auras showed subtle fluctuations. Obviously, he didn't come alone. Scorpion raised his hand and made a soothing gesture. We are sincere. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but just raised his hand and clenched his fist at the box of canned luncheon meat on the top shelf. The box of heavy tin cans slowly floated up from the shelf, crossed a distance of several meters, and landed silently on the counter in front of Lin Mo. The scorpion's pupils suddenly shrank. Telekinesis. Before coming, Scorpion thought that Mr. Lin only relied on his unbreakable defense. But unexpectedly, he himself is a powerful awakener. A box of canned goods and a gold bar. Lin Mo patted the cardboard box on the counter. That's the price. Scorpion was silent, quickly calculating the pros and cons. After a long time, he spoke again. We need an exact quantity. We need to know how much stock you have. This is also one of the purposes of his trip. Test the depth of this store and find out Lin Mo's background. If it was just a small shop with some kind of spatial ability, the rock stronghold would have plenty of ways to swallow it whole. Quantity? Lin Mo chuckled. He snapped his fingers. Crash! A mountain made of blue plastic packaging appeared out of thin air on the empty ground in the middle of the convenience store. Hundreds and thousands of bottles of mineral water, piled together, instantly occupied half of the space in the store. The spectacular scene caused the scorpion's brain to go blank for 3 seconds. From the shadows behind him came a few suppressed gasps of air. Is this enough? Lin Mo's voice hit Scorpion's heart like a heavy hammer. If it's not enough, Lin Mo snapped his fingers again. Next to the pile of mineral water, there appeared a mountain made of yellow cardboard boxes. Compressed biscuits. Hundreds of boxes as well. The 2 hills almost filled up the entire store, leaving only a narrow passage. The strong smell of industrial food packaging was more impactful than any aroma at that moment. The scorpion's Adam's apple rolled up and down. Dual abilities. The man in front of him not only possesses telekinetic powers, but also spatial powers. Scorpion forced himself to look away from the 2 small hills of supplies that exuded an alluring scent. He looked at Lin Mo again, his voice very dry. How much is the price? I said, a gold bar and a box of canned food. Lin Mo's tone did not change at all, as if what was piled in front of him was not enough supplies to drive a small stronghold crazy, but a pile of worthless garbage. We want them all. Scorpion took a deep breath and made a decision. We need time to raise the gold. After receiving the news, the rock stronghold broke into the vault of an abandoned bank and was able to collect a few hundred gold bars. However, Lin Mo shook his head. No. One word made Scorpion's mind, which had just calmed down, tense again. What's the meaning? What I mean is, these things can't be bought with gold alone. Lin Mo slowly put the box of canned luncheon meat on the counter back on the shelf using his telekinesis. This action made Scorpion and everyone behind him feel nervous. Gold can be exchanged for scattered items on the shelves. Lin Mo stretched out his finger and pointed at the 2 small hills of supplies. But if you want to buy in bulk from me, you'll have to pay another price. Scorpion's face completely sank. He understood. From the very beginning, the other party had no intention of making any fair deal with them. The other side is flexing its muscles and setting the rules. What do you want? Asked the Scorpion. Gold is the foundation, and the crystal core is the ticket. The muscles on Scorpion's face tensed. Crystal cores can't be traded. Scorpion's voice became low and hoarse. They are the source of the awakened's power and the foundation of the stronghold's existence. Oh, Lin Mo's reaction was extremely indifferent. That's your problem, not mine. As soon as the words fell, crash! The small hill made of compressed biscuits began to disappear out of thin air under the gaze of Scorpion and his teammates. In just 2 or 3 seconds, only a thin layer of bottom remained on the hill. This process is silent, but more deterrent than the roar of any guns. Scorpion's back was instantly wet with cold sweat. From the shadows behind him, there was the sound of weapons being clenched and the friction of several heavier breathings. Threaten. This is the most blatant and effective threat. The other party was telling them through his actions that he could take out these supplies and could also take them back at any time. The initiative of the transaction is firmly in the hands of the other party from beginning to end. Wait. Scorpion finally spoke, with a hint of difficulty in his voice. Lin Mo stopped moving. There were only a few boxes of compressed biscuits left, lying alone on the ground. Have you figured it out? Lin Mo asked. The Scorpion was silent. His mind was frantically weighing the pros and cons. Using the strategic reserves of the stronghold to exchange for food is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. But if we don't change it, how long can we last relying on the spoiled food collected by the base? What's more, the existence of this mysterious shop owner itself is a huge variable. Once the rock stronghold refuses the deal and other forces choose to accept it, the rock's position will be in jeopardy as one side gains strength while the other loses strength. We need a specific exchange rate, Scorpion said with difficulty. He gave up the idea of bargaining and just asked for a clear rule. Lin Mo finally raised his head, looking past the Scorpion and into the darkness farther behind him. Come out, aren't you tired of hiding? The Scorpion's body suddenly stiffened. In the darkness, after a slight commotion, 3 men, also fully armed, walked out. They are members of the Scorpion team, who have been lurking in the most hidden sniper points, responsible for support and vigilance. But now, their positions were revealed by the other party. A chilling feeling of being completely seen through rose from the soles of the feet of the 4 people to the top of their heads. 100 gold bars, plus 10 crystal cores. Lin Mo stretched out a finger and pointed at the pile of mineral water that had hardly been moved. You can change the water. As for the cookies, the price is double. Scorpion's fists were clenched tightly at his sides. This is not just asking for too much, it is simply robbery. 10 crystal cores are enough to consolidate the abilities of a newly awakened member, or to slightly improve the strength of a senior member. This is the most core resource of the rock stronghold. I can't make the decision. Scorpion took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I need to go back and report to the chief. Sure. Lin Mo shrugged indifferently. My door is always open, but my patience is limited. He glanced at the small yellow croaker that Scorpion had placed on the ground. With a thought, the gold bar disappeared. This gold bar will be your payment for asking for directions. The Scorpion's face twitched violently. He said nothing, just nodded heavily to Lin Mo, then quickly retreated into the darkness with 3 team members who also had grim faces. They came quietly, but left with an uncontrollable sense of embarrassment. Silence returned to the front of the store. Lin Mo leaned on the counter, without any emotional fluctuations due to forcing back a large force. He knew very well that the other party would definitely come back, because what he offered was an offer that the other party could not refuse. In the face of absolute survival pressure, the so-called foundation and bottom line are fragile and vulnerable. After Scorpion and his group retreated into the darkness, the square once again fell into the kind of dead silence that could swallow up all sounds. Lin Mo did not take back the 2 hills of supplies. They were piled quietly at the door of the store, like 2 silent monuments, making the cruelest declaration to every prying gaze in the darkness outside, announcing the arrival of a new era. Lin Mo returned to the counter, picked up a clean rag, and slowly wiped the empty counter surface. Dust does not exist. What he wiped away were the rules of the old world. His movements were light and steady, as if the man who had just forced back an elite team from a large stronghold by himself was not him at all. This extreme calmness is more frightening than any arrogant attitude. In the darkness, several hidden shadows were quietly retreating. They were spies from other forces and witnessed the entire process of the rock stronghold from its testing to its failure. This news must be brought back as quickly as possible. The sky of this ruin is about to change. However, not everyone chose to retreat. About 10 minutes later, 3 figures walked out from the shadows of the ruined buildings on the other side. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was wearing a starched shirt with a thick bulletproof vest on the outside. The combination of elegance and roughness seemed extremely incongruous. He had no weapon in his hand, but was holding an old tablet computer, as if that was his shield. Behind him followed 2 guards armed with assault rifles, their eyes alert and their muscles tense. Good evening, sir. The man with glasses stopped outside an invisible line and forced himself into what he thought was the kindest and most scholarly smile. My last name is G. They all call me Professor G. I'm from the lighthouse shelter. Lin Mo stopped wiping, folded the rag into a neat square and put it aside. He didn't respond. Just look at each other quietly with a scrutinizing gaze. Professor G felt a little uneasy when he was looked at, but he pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose and continued to speak, his voice carrying the confidence of a theorist. Sir, we observed your communication with the personnel of the Rock Stronghold. With all due respect, there are some fundamental problems with the trading rules you have established. From an economic perspective, this plundering model of exhausting resources cannot be sustained in the long term. Crystal cores are the cornerstone of the Stronghold's existence and the source of the Extraordinary's power. Once a large number of them are lost, the entire survivor system will inevitably collapse. By then, no matter how good your products are, who can you sell them to? He spoke eloquently, his tone full of rational analysis, as if he was not a survivor begging for food, but was participating in a high-end academic seminar in the civilized world. Sir, we at the Lighthouse Shelter possess top-notch technical personnel and a database of pre-war data. We can work together to establish a new system that is more stable, more scientific, and more mutually beneficial, rather than this. Lin Mo finally responded. He raised his hand and aimed it at the pile of mineral water. Professor G's voice suddenly stopped. He watched helplessly as the top tank of water disappeared out of thin air. Now, Lin Mo's voice was calm, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The rest is more valuable. The smile on Professor G's face completely froze. At this moment, the theoretical arguments he had prepared were blocked and he couldn't utter a single word. The other party doesn't care about the system, the future, or economics at all. He is telling everyone in the most unreasonable way. The pricing power is in his hands alone. He defines the rules. Sir, you. Professor G wanted to make a final effort, his lips trembling. Lin Mo didn't even bother to look at him, he just raised his hand again. The second box of mineral water disappeared. Cold sweat instantly seeped out from Professor G's forehead and slid down the edge of his glasses. In this suffocating confrontation, tick, 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 the crisp and regular sound of high heels rang out again. The fiery red figure of Nightingale, like a flame burning in the dark night, walked out slowly from the corner of the street. She didn't even glance at Professor G and the other two who were facing a serious threat. Her eyes were always on the man in the convenience store. Nightingale walked to the invisible boundary and took out something from a delicate leather bag at her waist. A crystal core. It flashed with a faint blue light, and the energy fluctuations it contained far exceeded those that brother who had taken out before. With a flick of a finger, the crystal core drew a precise and graceful parabola in the night sky, crossed the boundary, and landed steadily on the counter in front of Lin Mo. Bite. There was a slight sound, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting Professor G's heart. Nightingale didn't say a word during the whole process. But this action is more powerful than any words. Lin Mo took a look at the crystal core and found it to be of good quality. As soon as he thought about it, the crystal core disappeared. Then, he took a box of self-heating rice, a can of beef, and 2 bottles of mineral water from the shelf, lifted them up with an invisible force, and slowly sent them out, hovering in front of Nightingale. Nightingale took the things and turned away. It comes like fire and goes like wind. A transaction was completed silently right in front of Professor G and his 2 guards. This scene was like an extremely loud slap in the face, slapping Professor G's face full of rationality and knowledge. His so-called fundamental problems and his rational analysis that he was proud of became a huge joke in the face of the naked reality. You are still arguing that the rules are unreasonable. Others have accepted the rules and completed the transaction. Professor G's breathing became heavy. Is the lighthouse shelter short of food? Lack. But what is most lacking is water. Every drop of their outdated water purification equipment was as precious as gold, and the entire shelter had been implementing the strictest, almost cruel, rationing. The small hill of mineral water in front of him was an irresistible and fatal temptation to him. It is a miracle that can save countless people. 100 gold bars and 10 crystal cores. Professor G's voice was dry. Let's change that pile of water. In the end, he chose to surrender. In other words, he had no choice from the beginning. Finally, a faint smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Can. Professor G just breathed a sigh of relief. But, Lin Mo's next words made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. You have to pay more. Professor G looked up suddenly, his face full of surprise. Lin Mo stretched out a finger and gently tapped the counter in front of him. You wasted 3 minutes of my time just now with that nonsense. Now, I need 15 crystal cores. Lin Mo's voice was very soft, but Professor G suffered a heavy blow to the temple. His lips trembled violently and he couldn't utter a word. The 2 guards behind him instantly tensed their muscles like steel cables, and their knuckles turned pale from excessive force when gripping the guns. 15 crystal cores. Just because of 3 minutes of nonsense. This is not a deal. It's not even robbery. This is an undisguised humiliation. Lin Mo didn't even look at him again. He just raised his hand. The 4th box of water disappeared. This action extinguished the last trace of anger and unwillingness rising in Professor G's heart. He understood it completely. The other party doesn't care whether he buys it or not. I don't care what kind of crappy professor he is, and I don't care about the lighthouse shelter. The other party only cares about one thing. Here, he is the rule. Any challenge to the rules will come at a price. You. Professor G's voice was a little hoarse. He wanted to yell, you can't do this, and roar, you are making enemies with all the survivors. But he couldn't do that. Lin Mo raised his hand slightly again. Let's switch. Professor G shouted out these 3 words with almost all his strength. All the strength in his body seemed to be drained away at this moment, and he hunched over. He lost. The defeat was complete and utter. The wisdom he was proud of and the eloquence on which he relied for survival were worthless in the face of absolute power. It even became a negative asset that made him pay an even more painful price. The man in front of him might not be the strongest awakener in the wasteland, but his small shop is an invincible field. The bullet couldn't penetrate. Even supernatural powers cannot penetrate it. He is already invincible. Lin Mo's hand stopped in midair, and the fifth box of mineral water that was about to disappear remained safe and sound in its original place. Professor G took out a military communicator from his arms and gave orders in a trembling voice. Bring 100 gold bars and 15 crystal cores. A suppressed exclamation came from the other end of the communicator, but was quickly interrupted by Professor G's hysterics. Right now. Immediately. Execute the order. He hung up the phone, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, standing there dejectedly. There was a suffocating silence in front of the convenience store. About 20 minutes later, the roar of a vehicle engine was heard in the distance. A heavily modified off-road vehicle was parked at the other end of the block. 4 members of the lighthouse shelter got out of the car, carrying 2 heavy metal boxes, and walked carefully behind Professor G. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to cross that invisible line. Everything is here. Professor G's voice was very low. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just raised his hand. Buzz. The 2 metal boxes popped open automatically. One box contained neatly stacked, golden gold bars. In another box, 15 crystal cores emitting various colors of light lay quietly on a black velvet cushion. The next second, the contents of the box disappeared out of thin air. Then, the small hill made up of hundreds of boxes of mineral water began to move slowly outwards, row by row. Finally, it stopped precisely outside the boundary. Deal done. Lin Mo's calm voice sounded. The lighthouse soldiers immediately stepped forward and busily moved the pure water, which was as precious as life. Just as they finished moving the last box of water and were preparing to evacuate in a panic, in the darkness on the other side, several figures appeared silently like ghosts. It's a scorpion. He is back. And there's more than one person. Behind him followed a team of nearly 20 people. Each of them was fully armed, with a serious aura and eyes as sharp as eagles. They were obviously the elite of the rock stronghold. They were also carrying several heavy metal boxes in their hands. 2 groups of people met unexpectedly in this dead and silent ruined square. The air froze instantly. The guards behind Professor G reacted almost instinctively and immediately pointed their guns at Scorpion and his group. The members of the rock stronghold also raised their weapons without showing any weakness, and the black muzzles of their guns exuded a cold murderous intent. Conflict is imminent. Scorpion's hand was on the hilt of the knife at his waist, but he didn't look at Professor G twice. Instead, he focused all his attention on the man who was leaning on the counter in the store from beginning to end. Boss. The Scorpion's voice was respectful. We brought what you asked for. He waved to the people behind him. Several metal boxes were placed on the ground and opened. Bullion. There are still 20 crystal cores, 10 more than what Lin Mo requested. Scorpio expressed his attitude through the most direct actions. The rock stronghold not only accepts the rules, but also has to seize the initiative at all costs under this new set of rules. Professor G's expression instantly became uglier than a dead person. He lost all his dignity as he argued here for a few crystal cores. As a result, someone doubled the amount. Professor G really wanted to say, it's the end of the world, and you're still messing with your mother. Lin Mo's eyes swept over the boxes, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The cookies are yours. He casually waved his hand and took out a large pile of compressed biscuits from the dimensional warehouse. Along with all the biscuits on the shelf, they all flew out and landed steadily in front of Scorpion. There were even a few boxes of canned beef mixed in. It's for you. The Scorpion's breathing became rapid for a moment. He made the right bet. In front of this mysterious shopkeeper, any cleverness and bargaining are extremely stupid. Scorpion bowed deeply in the direction of the convenience store. Then, he slowly stood up and turned to look at Professor G and his group, his eyes filled with undisguised coldness and warning. Professor G, we at Panchi are here for a deal and don't want to cause any complications. But if Lighthouse wants to take action here, we will fight to the end. Crash! The elite soldiers behind Scorpion took a step forward together, and the sound of guns being loaded was particularly harsh in the dead silent night. Professor G's face turned pale, but he knew that if a firefight were to take place at this moment, there would be no benefit except for both sides to suffer losses. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, let's go. The people at the lighthouse evacuated in a hurry, carrying water. Lin Mo leaned on the counter, watching the scene with interest. One is a lighthouse based on technology and knowledge. One is the rock that respects force and discipline. At this moment, the 2 elite models of the old world were like 2 beasts confronting each other in order to compete for the survival resources that he casually gave away. That's really interesting. He did not stop it, nor did he express his opinion. He's just a salesman. What the customers do outside the store is none of his business, as long as they don't spill blood on their own turf. Professor G is gone. His back was hunched, and he disappeared into the darkness, carrying the humiliation of the entire lighthouse shelter. The Scorpion did not leave immediately. He ordered his men to count and load all the supplies. The whole process was orderly and without any unnecessary noise. Before leaving, he once again walked to the invisible boundary alone. Boss, Rock Stronghold will always be your most reliable trading partner. After saying this, he bowed deeply again, then turned around and led the team, which had returned with a full load, to evacuate quickly. Lin Mo leaned on the counter and put all the crystal cores and gold into the dimensional warehouse. The gold in the lighthouse and the rock are both 500 grams in size. Just from these two transactions, Lin Mo obtained 100 kilograms of gold. Together with the previous ones, the total amount exceeds 200 kilograms, and the cash value has exceeded a small goal. This was a huge sum of money that Lin Mo could not even imagine before. The silence didn't last long. In the distant streets, the roar of engines came from far away, one after another. This time, more than one force came. 3 convoys with very different styles came from different directions and eventually formed a temporary triangular confrontation outside the square. They had obviously received the news and saw the rock and lighthouse teams on the road. No one dared to act rashly anymore. But the gathering atmosphere of humans also attracted the true owner of these ruins. Roars came from all directions. In the darkness, pairs of eyes glowing red lit up. The swaying figures gathered into a surging tide, rushing from the abandoned buildings towards the center of the square, the only source of light and gathering place of life. Prepare for battle. The 3 forces issued orders almost at the same time. Dense tongues of fire instantly tore through the night sky. The roar of heavy machine guns, the bursts of assault rifles, and the fireballs and ice cones released by the awakened ones exploded into gorgeous and deadly flowers in the tide of corpses. The strength of these latecomers should not be underestimated either. They were obviously already accustomed to this kind of scene, and their defense line was watertight, keeping the tide of zombies out of the square. Lin Mo looked at the small-scale war outside with an expressionless face. It was like watching a fireworks display that had nothing to do with me. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. When the last zombie was knocked down by a headshot, the square regained temporary peace. The 3 forces tacitly stopped the exchange of fire, each sent a representative, and walked cautiously towards the convenience store. Boss, we are from Tomahawk and would like to do business with you. A bald strong man spoke in a muffled voice, and the people behind him were carrying 2 boxes. We at ARC are also very sincere. A woman in a white coat said on the other side. The third-party representative was also eager to speak. Lin Mo raised his hand and made a downward pressing motion. The noise stopped abruptly. I have my own rules here. Lin Mo's voice was flat as he pointed to a cracked floor tile 10 meters in front of the convenience store. Start from there. Q. The air froze. Q. The flesh on the bald man's face twitched, and he suspected that he had heard it wrong. They are Tomahawk, one of the actual controllers of the eastern area of the ruins, with dozens of awakened people under their command, and a full range of guns and ammunition. Now, the owner of this convenience store wants them to queue up like refugees getting relief food? Boss, what do you mean? The bald man's tone darkened. We came here with sincerity and cleared out the zombies outside. You. Lin Mo waved his hand. I said, line up. I hate people who break the rules. If the people from Tomahawk don't follow the rules, then I can only say sorry to you. I won't sell you anything. Boss, everything can be discussed. The bald man suppressed his anger and said in a voice as muffled as thunder, we, Tomahawk, still have some respect in this East District. It won't do you any harm to make friends. Lin Mo's attitude did not change at all. I don't care if I have one more friend or one less friend. Either I follow the rules or I leave. The bald man's face had turned from purple to ashen. Go queue up? Where does the battle axe face go? Oh shit. The bald man growled, as if he had made up his mind, and waved his hand fiercely at his men behind him. Bring the stuff over here. I want to be the first one to buy it today. 2 members of the Tomahawk team walked forward carrying a heavy metal box. Lin Mo looked at the woman in the white coat and the other representative of a faction, and said calmly, someone broke the rules. The deal is over. After saying that, Lin Mo waved his hand and put all the supplies on the shelves into the dimensional warehouse. The entire store became empty in an instant. The air was deathly silent. Everyone's movement stopped, including the 2 Tomahawk members who were carrying the metal box. You. The bald man's fierce expression solidified into a funny mask. The expressions on the faces of the ARC representative and the representative of the other force behind him changed from eagerness to astonishment, and then turned into an indescribable solemnity. If they really can't buy any supplies, they will definitely be punished when they return. Many people looked at the bald strong man with expressions filled with anger. What are you barking at here? Grass. The bald strong man recovered from his shock, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. Are you fucking kidding us? I brought gold and crystal cores here to give you face. Don't be shameless. We Tomahawk speak in the East District, and no one dares to disobey. Who the hell do you think you are? The roar echoed in the empty square, and the Tomahawk members behind him raised their guns, pointing the black muzzles at the convenience store. However, Lin Mo just spoke lightly. I hate barking dogs. The bald man's pupils suddenly contracted, and the muscles on his face were twisted with extreme anger. These words made him feel worse than killing him directly. Fire! Blast this lousy shop into ashes. Da 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 da. Dense tongues of fire gushed out instantly, and dozens of bullets, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, shot towards the glass door of the convenience store. Then, a strange scene happened. All the bullets suddenly stopped less than half a meter away from the glass door. They were like hitting an invisible wall, suspended in midair, and the warheads were squeezed and deformed due to the huge kinetic energy. Next second. Ding ding dong dong. All the bullets lost their power and fell to the ground helplessly, making a series of crisp sounds. Inside the convenience store, Lin Mo's gaze passed through the intact glass door and fell on the bald strong man. I've changed my mind. Not only will I not sell any more supplies to Tomahawk, I'll even buy your head with 100 cartons of canned beef. Lin Mo's words seemed to have dropped a bomb in the square, and everyone was stunned in place. The ferocity on the bald man's face solidified into an almost absurd and funny look. The Tomahawk members behind him also froze, holding their guns but not knowing who to aim at. What did you say? The bald man's voice was trembling. Lin Mo didn't answer him. He simply raised his hand and waved it gently towards the empty ground beside him. Crash! A more spectacular scene appeared than the previous mountain made of mineral water and compressed biscuits. Brand new army green cardboard boxes were stacked up to form a solid fortress, each with an enticing braised beef pattern printed on it. 100 boxes. Not one box more, not one box less. The rich industrial aroma of canned meat, mixed with the smell of brand new cartons, instantly spread and aggressively penetrated into the nostrils of every survivor. This fragrance has now become the most deadly poison. The woman in the white coat at the Ark shelter subconsciously pushed her glasses up on her nose. The representative of the other faction, a thin man who remained silent the entire time, quietly grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist with his hand that had been hanging by his side. Everyone's attention shifted to the bald strong man. It's no longer about looking at a peer or a competitor. That was looking at a mobile supply warehouse. The bald strong man felt this change, and the air behind him seemed to become sticky and dangerous. He could even feel that his men's breathing had become heavy and erratic. Damn it! What are you looking at? The bald man roared at his men with a fierce look but a weak heart. You all want to rebel, right? I'm the third in command of Tomahawk. The roar echoed in the square, but it seemed hollow and powerless. Boss. The woman in the white coat from Ark suddenly spoke, her voice calm and almost cruel. We at Ark accept this reward. The thin man on the other side also immediately expressed his opinion. We at the Beehive will also take it. The bald strong man's body trembled violently, not because of anger, but because of fear. He turned around abruptly and stared at his men. What about you? Are you going to betray me too? The members of Tomahawk looked at each other. No one dared to look him in the eye, and they all lowered their heads. Loyalty? In the end times, loyalty is the least valuable thing, especially in front of 100 boxes of canned beef. Okay. The bald man laughed miserably, the flesh on his face twisting together. You all want to kill me for canned food. Come on, let's see who dies first. He raised his gun suddenly, ready to fight a desperate battle. However, he didn't stand a chance. Phew! There was a soft sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh. The bald strong man stopped moving. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the half-bloody knife tip protruding from his chest. I turned around slowly and saw the familiar face behind me. It's his deputy. Why? There was no expression on the deputy's face. He pulled out his saber with force and let the bald man's body collapse like a puddle of mud. Third boss, brothers also need to eat. He whispered something to the still warm body on the ground, then raised his head and looked at Lin Mo in the convenience store. Boss, we killed the man. This business belongs to us, Tomahawk. There was no emotion on Lin Mo's face. He just calmly watched this betrayal drama that unfolded and ended quickly. I said, I won't sell any more supplies to Tomahawk. The deputy's face turned pale instantly. But we killed him. That's right. Lin Mo nodded, but I won't give Tomahawk any supplies. The blood drained completely from the faces of the deputy and the Tomahawk members behind him. They killed their own third in command with their own hands, but got nothing in return. At this moment, Fang Zhou's white-coated woman looked at Lin Mo and asked tentatively, Boss, what if these people are no longer members of the Battle Axe? Lin Mo said with a half-smile, I just don't trade with the people from Tomahawk. As for the others, they are not included in this group. This statement is already equivalent to an explicit statement. The woman in the white coat from Ark took a step forward. My name is Bai Lu, the supplies manager of the Ark shelter. Now, on behalf of the Ark, I formally invite you to join. The deputy looked up suddenly and was stunned. The people behind him also started to stir. Bai Lu pushed up his glasses and continued speaking. You now have two choices. First, stay here, become a wanderer without a home, and be hunted down by Tomahawk's men. Second, join the Ark and receive shelter. The breathing of the deputy and his men suddenly became heavy. However, the thin man on the other side also moved. He took 2 steps forward, emitting a dangerous aura like a venomous snake. The hive also welcomes capable friends. The two forces began to openly snatch people in front of Lin Mo. The goods being fought over were the group of soldiers who had just killed their third in command. The deputy's brain was racing. He had dealt with both the Ark and the hive organizations, so he made a decision quickly. We are willing to join the Ark. He lowered his head towards the egret. The dozen or so people behind him also laid down their weapons in unison to show their submission. A smile of victory finally appeared on Bai Lu's face. She turned and faced the store, her posture lowered and more respectful than ever before. Boss, these people are now members of our Ark shelter. Lin Mo leaned on the counter and raised his hand casually. Buzz. The hill made up of 100 canned beef boxes moved forward as a whole, crossed the invisible line, and stopped steadily in front of the deputy. Just as Lin Mo said before. He just refused to trade with the people from Tomahawk. Now that his deputy had brought everyone else to join the Ark, he would keep his word and send 100 boxes of canned food directly. Although these cans could have been exchanged for dozens or even hundreds of kilograms of gold. But Lin Mo knew better. We must completely grasp the right to speak in our own hands. On the other side, the deputy was also very polite. He walked up to Bai Lu respectfully and said, Director Bai Lu, thank you for the protection of the Ark. We would like to give you these cans as a gift. Bai Lu pushed up his glasses. She made a lot of money this time. Not only did they get 100 boxes of canned food, but they also got an elite armed team. The people in the hive were jealous, but they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Lin Mo can use canned food to put a bounty on the head of the third leader of the battle axe, and then he can put a bounty on their heads. The supplies are in his hands, and there are plenty of people willing to take action. What this wasteland has the most is desperados. The bold strong man also used his death to announce to everyone, Lin Mo's rules cannot be challenged. The transaction continues. Lin Mo's calm voice spread throughout the square. It's still the same old rules. He pointed to the cracked tile. Q. This time, no one dared to raise any objection. The bold strong man's body, which was slowly getting cold, was the most profound lesson. The air was filled with a strange mixture of the smell of blood and the aroma of canned goods. Bai Lu from the Ark shelter straightened his white coat, was the first to step forward, and stood behind the cracked floor tile. Not far behind her was the group of former Tomahawk members who had just surrendered, guarding the 100 boxes of canned beef. Immediately afterwards, the thin man from the beehive also silently lined up behind the egret. The various forces that once dominated this ruin and divided the right to speak based on strength and territory are now standing in a line obediently like a group of primary school students waiting for the cafeteria to open. This scene is extremely absurd, but it makes people feel cold. The sky of the wasteland has changed. Lin Mo looked at Bai Lu, who was ranked first, and spoke. What would you like? Compressed biscuits, water, and instant noodles. Bai Lu was well prepared and immediately reported the list, while signaling his men to bring the 2 boxes over. One box contained 50 gold bars neatly stacked, and another box contained 20 crystal cores. Lin Mo didn't say anything. The contents of the 2 boxes disappeared instantly. The next moment, boxes of compressed biscuits, buckets of instant noodles, and well-packaged mineral water appeared out of thin air on the empty shelves of the convenience store. The supplies flew out automatically, forming a neat square pile, silently crossed the boundary, and hovered in front of the egret. The whole process was smooth and without any worldly concerns. Bai Lu's tense nerves relaxed a little, and he immediately ordered his men to move the supplies away. She didn't leave in a hurry, but asked, Boss, do you accept reservations here? Sure. What do you want? Medications, antibiotics, cold medicine, the more the better. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded. Go back and make a list, then bring the deposit, and I will bring the things to you next time. Thank you, boss. Bai Lu showed a happy expression on his face and bowed to Lin Mo, then left with his men. Next, it was the turn of the skinny man from the beehive. He followed Bai Lu's example and asked someone to bring the prepared gold and crystal cores. He successfully completed the transaction and also ordered a batch of supplies. In addition to medicines, there are also tobacco and alcohol. Lin Mo's heart moved. He actually forgot about the deadly weapons like cigarettes and alcohol. For these survivors fighting in the apocalypse, cigarettes and alcohol that can temporarily numb the nerves are, in a sense, more valuable than food, especially for the top leaders and awakened ones of the major forces. Okay, next time I'll bring enough cigarettes and alcohol. Lin Mo agreed. As the people from the Ark and the hive left, scattered survivors began to emerge in the corners of the square. A bearded man mustered up his courage and was the first to walk to the cracked floor tile line. He rummaged through his pockets for a long time, took out something wrapped in cloth, and opened it carefully. It's a gold ring. Boss, please exchange a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread. His voice was hoarse and contained a hint of pleading. Lin Mo shook his head. It's not that much, half a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. The man gritted his teeth and said, okay. The ring flew from the man's hand, landed on the counter and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, half a bottle of mineral water and a vacuum-packed loaf of bread flew out from the shelf and hovered in front of the man. The man took the food excitedly, thanked it profusely, stepped aside, and began to gobble it up. The remaining people formed a crooked line and took out the gold they had collected from the ruins. Some are rings, some are earrings. For Lin Mo, these small amounts of gold can add up to a considerable income. The transaction proceeded in an orderly manner. Soon, a thin-looking man wearing broken glasses came to the front of the line. He looked uneasy. Boss, I don't have any gold. The man lowered his head, his voice as thin as a mosquito. Where's the crystal core? Neither, nor. There was a commotion among the people behind him, and someone impatiently urged him to get out. There is no gold, no crystal core. Am I just wasting everyone's time here? It's okay to waste their time, but if you make the store owner unhappy, then you're doomed. Can I exchange this for something? The man took out something from a worn canvas bag behind him. It was a palm-sized piece of metal, its outer shell made of dark gray alloy, with a row of faint blue indicator lights flashing on the side. Looks like a part of some equipment. This is a Thor 7 car battery, the man explained eagerly. It has an extremely high energy density. Before the disaster, it was only found in top-tier luxury cars. The 2 words battery and energy density attracted Lin Mo's attention. His eyes fell on the metal battery. What is the energy density? Lin Mo asked. The man was stunned for a moment, seemingly unprepared for such a technical question, but he immediately replied, about 400 Wh/kg. Lin Mo's eyebrows twitched. Full load cycle life. The laboratory data is more than 6,000 times, and actual use can guarantee 5,500 times. The man's answers became more and more fluent. Lin Mo quickly compared these parameters with the civilian battery technology in his own world. The result shocked him. The battery energy density and cycle life in this world are nearly twice as good as those in his world. This is not a simple technological advantage, but a direct generation gap. Lin Mo suddenly realized that he had always treated this world as a simple gold ATM, with at most an additional crystal core. However, they ignored the technology tree that this world had before the disaster struck. Lin Mo looked at the battery as if he was looking at an undiscovered gold mountain. He raised his hand. The Thor 7 battery flew from the man's trembling hands and landed on the counter in front of Lin Mo. The man held his breath nervously. Next second, 2 loaves of bread, a bottle of mineral water and 2 sausages flew out from the shelf and hovered in front of the man. The man was completely stunned. So much. There's even meat. The survivors around were all stunned. Their gazes towards the thin man were instantly filled with shock and jealousy. Lin Mo looked up at the entire square and announced in a loud voice, "From now on, I will also collect this kind of batteries." Lin Mo's announcement caused the atmosphere of the entire square to change strangely in an instant. All the survivors' eyes were fixed on the thin man with glasses. It was no longer just jealousy. It was undisguised greed and the coldness of examining prey. A broken battery, in exchange for so much food? He must still have some on him. At the back of the crowd, several lone travelers with powerful auras had quietly dispersed, forming a faint encirclement that slowly pressed towards Zhou Yuan's position. Zhou Yuan instantly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, with bone-chilling coldness rising from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. He held the heavy food in his arms, his body shaking violently uncontrollably. These foods are not hope. It's a death warrant. In the last days when human life was worth less than a dog's, with such huge wealth, he instantly became the fattest prey in the square. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, not loud, but clear enough to overwhelm all the noise and breathing. "I have something to ask him. If anyone dares to move, I wouldn't mind exchanging a few more boxes of canned goods for his head." Lin Mo's voice instantly paused all the steps that were about to move. Those lone travelers who were as hungry as wolves a second ago suddenly froze, and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Even those awakened ones who thought highly of themselves immediately stopped all their little movements. Joke! The body of the third in command of the Tomahawk mercenary group was still lying straight on the ground not far away. No one wants to be the second one. The square fell into silence again, with only awe-filled gazes focused on the figure behind the counter. "May I have your name?" Lin Mo's gaze fell on the man with glasses. Zhou Yuan. The man adjusted the broken glasses on his face, his teeth were chattering, and his voice was trembling. "Where did this battery come from?" Lin Mo asked the most crucial question. Zhou Yuan forced himself to calm down. He knew that this was the moment that would decide his fate. Should he continue to live like a maggot in the ruins, or grab this life-saving straw that falls from the sky? This may be his only chance in life. Sky Dome Technology Park. He tried to make his voice sound clear and strong. I used to be a battery engineer at Skydome Technology Company, and this Thor 7 is our company's flagship product. The Skydome Technology Park is our R&D and production base, located on the northern edge of this ruin. Tianqing Technology Park. Lin Mo silently recited the name in his heart. He seemed to be able to see a treasure house filled with gold and diamonds, the doors of which were slowly opening in front of him. How many of these batteries are there in the Science and Technology Park? Lin Mo continued to ask. A lot of. Zhou Yuan's voice trembled violently with excitement. When the disaster struck, we had just finished producing a batch of orders. We still had at least tens of thousands of finished batteries in our warehouse. Moreover, there is a complete production line in the park. As if thinking of something, Zhou Yuan quickly added, but the science park is extremely dangerous. The disaster happened on a weekday, and there are thousands of employees in the park. They've all become zombies. Conservative estimates put the number at over 5,000. Lin Mo nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. He was more concerned about another question. Assuming the production line has been scrapped, can I get the complete production process data for this battery, including all raw material formulas and processing procedures? Rebuilding a production line in the end times is nothing but a pipe dream, but as long as you can get the complete technical information, Lin Mo can bring it back to his own world. He can use the gold at hand to directly replicate a production line. The era-shattering performance parameters of the Thor 7 are enough to trigger an energy revolution. By then, all the new energy giants in the world will kneel at the door and beg for his cooperation. It will no longer be a business worth hundreds of millions or billions, but it is a huge empire worth hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars. With such a terrifying industry as his backing, his position in the modern world will be as solid as a rock and no one can easily shake it. That is a more powerful security guarantee than the superpower itself. At this time, Zhou Yuan also gave Lin Mo the answer he wanted. Yes, the park's server has complete information. As long as there is a server, I can get the information out. Lin Mo's eyes when he looked at Zhou Yuan had completely changed. This is not a down-and-out engineer at all. It is clearly a walking treasure house key, a golden bridge leading to a trillion-dollar empire. Of course, Lin Mo also knew that if he wanted to dig out the treasure in the Science and Technology Park, Zhou Yuan alone was far from enough. In this matter, we must rely on the power of the local tyrants. For example, large survivor forces such as Ark and Rock. Although he had no direct contact information, he believed that the news that batteries could be exchanged for supplies would spread quickly to every corner of the ruins. Those forces will come to us on their own initiative. Moreover, the people from Ark and Hive will come back with the deposit, and we can meet then. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Zhou Yuan and said, "From now on, you will work for me. Your task is to identify and evaluate all technological products I receive. In return, I will provide you with food and water." An uncontrollable ecstasy surged into Zhou Yuan's heart. Reach the sky in one step. A second ago, he was still an ant struggling to survive in the ruins. The next second, he became an employee of the mysterious shop owner. All the greedy and ferocious gazes around disappeared, replaced by a complex emotion of awe and jealousy. What they feared was not Zhou Yuan, but the man in the convenience store. It turns out that it only takes one sentence to go from hell to heaven. The rest of the transaction became dull. Originally, the survivors thought that exchanging gold for food was something worth celebrating, but after seeing Zhou Yuan's sudden rise to fame, they were filled with regret. Why don't they pick up a battery? In that case, they'll be the ones hired. However, there were also survivors who were quick-witted. Since Zhou Yuan could turn his life around with a battery, why couldn't they? This mysterious shop owner is obviously very interested in high-tech things. Then they go find it. Buried in this ruin are countless relics from the old times, and perhaps among them lies an opportunity that will allow them to rise to the top. Suddenly, a gold rush swept among the survivors. The waste that was previously thrown on the roadside and ignored was all picked up by the survivors, looked at from left to right, and then taken back to the convenience store. A wrecked motherboard from a military drone. A sealed biological sample refrigerator. There was even half a burned academic journal on polymer materials. Lin Mo accepted all the items and handed them over to Zhou Yuan for preliminary identification, selecting the valuable ones and storing them in the dimensional warehouse. These are not waste, these are the cornerstones of his business empire. This gold rush triggered by a battery lasted until late at night. Zhou Yuan's life has never been so meaningful as it is now. Lin Mo arranged for him to sit on a chair at the door, with a pile of electronic waste in front of him that the survivors had dug out from every corner of the ruins. He was in a state of extreme excitement and tension. Every survivor who approached him had a look of awe, flattery, and expectation in his eyes. They are waiting for the final judgment of this former ant on the waste in their hands. Lin Mo, on the other hand, always leaned in the shadow behind the counter, with his arms folded and his eyes closed. In the dimensional warehouse, those technological creations identified by Zhou Yuan as valuable have been piled up in a small corner. It's dilapidated, but still glimmers with the afterglow of civilization. At this moment, two beams of dazzling car lights tore through the darkness of the square, followed by the steady and powerful roar of the engine. Bai Lu and the Thin Man got off the car almost at the same time. It's the people of the Ark and the Beehive. Behind them, each followed a team of elite soldiers, carrying heavy metal boxes and striding towards the convenience store. A powerful aura spread out instantly. The scattered survivors who were still queuing immediately retreated to a distance in silence like a flock of sheep being driven, not even daring to breathe. This is no longer an occasion for them to participate. Boss, this is the deposit for our Ark. Bai Lu walked forward and signaled her men to open the box. The golden gold and the glittering crystal core instantly illuminated her face. The ones from the Beehive have arrived too. The Thin Man spoke briefly and to the point, and when the box was opened, there was wealth of equal weight. Lin Mo didn't even open his eyes, just waved his hand casually. Two heavy metal boxes vanished into thin air. The deposit has been received. I will prepare your goods for the next transaction, he said lightly. Thank you, boss. Bai Lu and the Thin Man bowed at the same time, keeping a very low posture. The deal was done, but neither of them showed any intention of leaving. Their eyes all fell on Zhou Yuan and the pile of garbage in front of him. The news of exchanging batteries for food had obviously reached their ears long ago. Lin Mo's eyes were calm. It seems you have heard about it too. He didn't keep anyone in suspense, and his voice was flat as if he was stating a fact. There's a Skydome technology park in the northern area of the ruins. There are tens of thousands of finished Thor 7 batteries there. However, there are more than 5,000 zombies lurking there. 5,000. This number is a death spiral that is enough to devour everything. Even forces like Ark and Hive would have to work hard to bite off this tough bone, and there is even the risk of total annihilation. Boss, what do you mean? The Thin Man, codenamed Wasp, spoke first. He smelled a hint of something unusual. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly, emerging from the shadows. He leaned back in his chair, looking around at the two forces in front of him, a playful arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'll give you a chance to make a fortune. I provide the funds, and you provide the manpower. Help me clear out the technology park and bring back the server hosts intact. The Egret and the Wasp's brains were working rapidly. The risks are hellish, but the rewards are also heavenly. This is not just a reward for food and water, more importantly, it is a great opportunity to establish a deep bond with this mysterious shop owner. We're the Hive, got it. Wasp's voice was low and decisive. He knew very well that opportunities were fleeting and any hesitation would be foolish. Our Hive's Ripper team possesses the strongest individual assault capabilities in the entire ruins. We guarantee the mission's completion. Hornet, don't be so confident. Bai Lu immediately retorted, his voice as cold as ice. The internal structure of the science park is complex, the security system is unknown, and there are thousands of zombies. This can't be solved by a group of reckless men. We at ARK have the best technical team in the ruins. We are the only ones who can do the cracking, disassembly, and transportation without fail. The two forces confronted each other on the spot. The players behind him also straightened their chests and stared at each other with unfriendly eyes. The air was filled with tension. However, before they could decide who was stronger, several more dazzling car lights came from a distance. The roaring engines were in unison, carrying a sense of iron-blooded murderous aura. The convoy from the rock stronghold has arrived. The leader is none other than the Scorpion. At the same time, another vehicle arrived quietly and Professor G got out of the car. The appearance of Scorpion and Professor G added a bit of solemnity to the already tense atmosphere in the square. Boss, we're here. The Scorpion ignored the two people arguing and walked straight to the invisible boundary, standing straight like a javelin. The quarrel between the Egret and the Wasp came to an abrupt end. We, Panshi, have accepted the mission for Sky Dome Science Park, Scorpion said firmly. We have the most Awakeners, and we guarantee that we'll bring the server back intact. What a joke! Wasp sneered disdainfully. 5,000 zombies. How many can you, the Awakeners of the Rock, kill when you've used up all your strength? Going over there is just courting death. Bai Lu also spoke coldly. Scorpion, this cannot be solved by brute force. Without our technicians, you can't even enter the gate of the science park. Who says we don't? An unusually firm voice sounded. It's Professor G. He pushed his glasses up, with an expression of confidence on his face. Wang Chongming, the chief electrical engineer of Skydome Technology, is at our lighthouse. No one knows that place better than him. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Egret, Wasp and Scorpion all changed drastically. The lighthouse actually holds such an ace. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square was completely ignited. We, the Rock Awakeners, are the largest in number and have the strongest frontal advancement capabilities. Technical breakthrough is the key. This mission must be led by our arc. Bullshit. We at the Hive can execute a decapitation operation and directly break into the core area to take away the host. Without Engineer Wang, you won't even be able to find the server. Lighthouse must participate. None of the four forces are willing to submit to the other, and all want to monopolize or lead this operation. Their voices grew louder and louder, as if they had forgotten who the real owner of this place was. That's enough. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it made the square quiet instantly. He looked around at the four representatives in front of him, his face expressionless. Neither of you can handle it alone. So, you have to cooperate. Lin Mo's eyes swept over everyone's face, and he spoke word by word. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm informing you. Whether it's an arc, a rock, or something else. I just want results. If there's any problem with the server, if I can't get what I want. He paused, a sinister smile playing on his lips. From now on, all of you, don't even think about taking even a grain of rice from me. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the representatives from all four parties instantly turned pale. Lin Mo's words were like an invisible hand, strangling the throats of the representatives of the four forces in the square. So direct. So merciless. The first to react was the Scorpion. He took a half step forward. The sound of military boots crunching over gravel was clearly audible in the dead silence. Panshi, agree to cooperate. There wasn't a trace of hesitation in his voice. In the face of absolute strength, Panshi has no right to bargain. With the first one, there will be the second one. Professor G adjusted his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses flashed with complex and incomprehensible light. He took a deep breath of the turbid air, his Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was dry and hoarse. Lighthouse, agreed. The egret and the wasp looked at each other. They both saw the reflection of surrender deep in each other's pupils. They had no choice. Ark agrees. Hive has no objection. Just a dozen seconds. The four top forces on the ruins formed an unprecedented alliance. Not because of common ideals, nor is it because of a common enemy. Just because of Lin Mo's words. Very good. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair with an indifferent expression, as if he was not surprised by the result at all. The representatives of the four parties immediately gathered together and discussed at a very fast pace just outside the invisible boundary. The atmosphere was subdued but efficient. Panshi will dispatch 30 Awakeners and 50 combatants to form a frontal assault force. Scorpion spoke first in a low voice. We at ARC have dispatched 20 Awakeners, plus a technical team, to crack the park security and internal network, and provide logistical support. Bai Lu followed closely behind. Send out 5 Ripper teams from the Hive to clear the flanks and prevent any accidents. Wasp's voice was as cold as a knife. We will send out 10 Awakeners and 100 soldiers from the lighthouse to supplement the firepower. Engineer Wang will be responsible for locating the server and guiding the disassembly. Professor G pushed his glasses and added. A preliminary framework for action was quickly formed with breathtaking efficiency. Everyone took out the most core capital of their own power. A terrifying army consisting of nearly 100 awakened people and hundreds of elite soldiers, capable of sweeping through any corner of the ruins, was born. Lin Mo raised his hand and pointed to the side. There, Zhou Yuan's body was as stiff as a stone due to extreme nervousness. He's going with you. Bring him back without losing a hair. The four people's discussion came to an abrupt halt, and their eyes all turned to the man with glasses who was insignificant in their eyes. Don't worry, boss. We will ensure Mr. Zhou Yuan's safety. Bai Lu was the first to speak out, his tone extremely serious. Zhou Yuan's heart was beating wildly in his chest and he felt like he was about to suffocate. He is about to participate in a grand operation that will change the entire landscape of the ruins. At this moment, Bai Lu suddenly changed the subject. Boss, this operation has a potential risk. Her voice was not loud, but it attracted everyone's attention. Tomahawk. Their third in command died here. Although it was an internal conflict, Lei Bao was a man with a bad temper and a vengeful nature. He would never let it go. I'm worried that they will disrupt our attack on the technology park. Wasp and Scorpion frowned at the same time. This is indeed a fatal problem. Tomahawk may not be as powerful as them, but if he is determined to cause destruction, any small harassment may cause irreparable consequences when they are fighting thousands of zombies. They are here to exchange for survival supplies, not to provide food for the zombies. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Mo again, waiting for his decision. There was still no emotion on Lin Mo's face. He simply held out his hand towards the empty counter. Bang! A soft sound. A brand new can of braised beef appeared out of nowhere on the counter. In the dim light, the pattern of braised beef on the tin can was shiny and bright, as if gravy could drip out, emitting a fatal temptation. The head of an ordinary Tomahawk member is exchanged for 10 boxes of canned beef. A small boss, 100 boxes. Lin Mo's voice was so flat as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He paused, glanced at the four people's changing expressions, and then slowly extended a finger. As for the big boss, Thunderstorm, I'll buy his life with 1,000 boxes of canned goods. Whether it's you or any wanderer in the ruins. Whoever brings the head to me gets the can. Tell everyone. I said so. 1,000 boxes. This number strikes deep into everyone's soul. The egret's breathing stopped. The scorpion's hawk-like pupils suddenly shrank into a dangerous needle tip. Professor G's mouth opened unconsciously, and a hoarse, meaningless sound came from his throat. On the back of Wasp's hand, which was tightly gripping the hilt of the knife, veins bulged out like evil dragons. They finally understood. The risk that Bai Lu mentioned was not a risk at all in front of this man. It is another transaction that can be precisely quantified. A deal that is enough to drive the entire ruins and all the survivors into complete madness. At this moment, the tomahawk was no longer a threat. It turned into a huge piece of fat hanging above everyone's head, sizzling with oil and emitting a fragrant aroma. Bai Lu could even clearly foresee what kind of terrible and desperate situation Tomahawk would face after this news spread. They will instantly become the public enemy of all scavengers, vagrants, bounty hunters, and even other forces. No, it's scarier than that. Their greatest enemy will come from within. The third-in-command's deputy has demonstrated the power of 100 boxes of canned food through his actions. Those 1,000 boxes of canned food were enough to make Lei Bao's closest brothers and most trusted subordinates hand over the most deadly butcher knife to him. This is 1,000 times more cruel than directly sending troops to wipe them out. This is heartbreaking. Not to mention those homeless people who have no food to eat. Even their four major forces felt a dry mouth and their hearts were beating uncontrollably. That's 1,000 boxes of canned food. Enough to feed an army. The square fell into dead silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. The representatives of the four forces looked at the terrifyingly calm man behind the counter. A chill rose from the end of their spine and spread along their nerves to every part of their body. They no longer dared to have any small thoughts. Today it could be a tomahawk. Tomorrow, it could be any one of them. But on the other hand, as long as you are obedient and cooperate, and follow Boss Lin's rules, the benefits they can get will be beyond imagination. Boss, we understand. The egret bowed its head deeply, its posture extremely respectful. We will spread your bounty to every corner of the ruins. Once the bounty is issued, there is no room for negotiation. The tense, intense smell in the air was replaced by a whole new atmosphere mixed with greed and fear. Egret, Wasp, Scorpion, Professor G. These four people, who could cause a stir just by stomping their feet on the ruins, didn't say another word at this moment. They completed the task assignment as quickly as possible, exchanged contact information, and then each of them took their men and quickly got into the car and left. The roar of the engine pierced the silent night sky and quickly disappeared into the depths of the endless ruins. They must go back and immediately mobilize the most elite forces in their forces. No one dared to neglect it. No one dared to have any inappropriate thoughts about that man anymore. Before leaving, Bai Lu walked up to Zhou Yuan, keeping a very humble attitude and speaking politely. Mr. Zhou Yuan, please come with us. We'll need you to provide more details about the science park on the way. Zhou Yuan subconsciously glanced at the blurry figure in the store. After receiving an almost imperceptible nod of approval, he tremblingly followed Fang Zhou's people into the car. Soon, the huge square became empty again. Only the gradually cooling body of the Tomahawk third boss remained, silently telling the story of everything that happened tonight. Lin Mo stood up and walked to the door. Crash! He pulled down the heavy rolling door, completely isolating the outside world from the prying eyes and the bloody ruins. He was in no hurry to return to the other world. With a thought, he took out all the crystal cores he had obtained from the day's transactions from the dimensional warehouse and piled them up all over the counter. 87 in total. It's more than twice as much as last time. These crystal cores emit a faint glow in the darkness, like demonic eyes containing death and energy. Lin Mo grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth without any hesitation. After the cold and hard touch, there is an eerie feeling of melting in the mouth. Lin Mo let out an extremely suppressed groan, and his body trembled violently. His consciousness seemed to be pulled out of his body by an unparalleled force and thrown into a chaotic and violent energy storm. The hatred of countless zombies before their death. The most primitive bloodthirsty desire of mutant creatures. Broken roars, desperate wails, crazy murderous intent, like a black flood bursting through the dam. It was about to completely pollute his spiritual world. They wanted to turn him into a monster that knew only killing and devouring. Just when Lin Mo's consciousness was about to be submerged, the gentle power unique to the convenience store appeared again. It is like an eternal lighthouse, emitting a light of absolute tranquility in the ocean of spiritual storms, firmly protecting the core of Lin Mo's consciousness. No matter how fierce the storm is, it cannot shake this harbor in the slightest. At the same time, this force began to filter and purify the violent energy, turning the purest part into a trickle, and slowly infusing it back into Lin Mo's spiritual origin. This is a process of destruction and reconstruction. I don't know how long it took. When the last bit of energy was absorbed, the chaotic storm finally subsided. Lin Mo's consciousness returned to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the cold ground. His entire body was already soaked with sweat, but he did not feel the slightest bit tired. Instead, he felt an unprecedented clarity and strength, as if the entire world had become different in his perception. His gaze fell on the metal shelf in the corner that had been suspended by telekinesis before. This time, he didn't hold it in vain, didn't even raise his hand, just watching quietly. Buzz. A dull, heart-pounding sound. The metal shelf, weighing dozens of kilograms, along with some debris remaining on it, caused the space around it to be visibly distorted. The next second, it was instantly squeezed into an extremely dense dark metal ball by an invisible and terrifying force. The whole process is silent, yet full of a terrifyingly violent aesthetic. Lin Mo immediately summoned the light curtain. Awakener Lin Mo. Awakening ability 1, Dimensional Warehouse. Current capacity, 3000 cubic meters. Note, isolation of time and space, access by thoughts. Awakening ability 2, Telekinesis Control. Current strength, can remotely manipulate objects up to 200 kilograms. Can reshape and accelerate objects. Note, the stronger the mental power, the stronger the control, and the more control methods there are. Warehouse capacity tripled. The upper limit of telekinesis is 200 kilograms. More importantly, there are new uses for shaping and acceleration. This is no longer a simple telekinesis. This is the real killer. Lin Mo stood up and stretched his muscles. He could feel that his mental power had become more solid, as if it had turned into countless invisible tentacles that could easily extend out to sense and interfere with the physical world around him. He glanced at the corner of the light curtain. Dimensional shuttle, cooling down, remaining time, 12 minutes and 17 seconds. 12 minutes left. It's time to go back. When he returned this time, Lin Mo's mood was different. The emergence of the Thor 7 battery was like a seed that planted a forest called ambition in his heart. He was no longer satisfied with being a simple middleman. He wants to build a business empire of his own in this safe modern world. The foundation of an empire requires a huge amount of startup capital. The hundreds of kilograms of gold in his dimensional warehouse must be turned into liquid cash as soon as possible. But it is absolutely impossible to sell such a large amount of gold quietly through conventional channels. A name emerged in his mind. Brother Biao. The gang leader who lends money at high interest rates must have been exposed to the gray area or even the black area of the city. Having him act as a matchmaker is currently the most efficient and reliable method. As for whether Brother Biao is willing, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth curled up into a cold arc. He would be willing. Once the funds are in place, we will frantically replenish supplies and completely fill the 3,000 cubic meter warehouse and convenience store. Then, register a technology company, set up the framework first, and prepare to receive technical information from Tianqing Technology Park. Lin Mo's thinking was extremely clear, and every step was directed towards that huge goal. While he was thinking, the countdown on the screen quietly returned to 0. Dimensional travel is ready. With a thought, the familiar feeling of weightlessness enveloped my whole body again. Dimensional travel completed. Current world, Earth, safe. Next shuttle cooldown time, 10 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The cooldown has been shortened again. Lin Mo was very satisfied with this, as it meant that his ability to control the two worlds was becoming stronger and stronger. Standing in the convenience store, outside the window is the neon lights and hustle and bustle of the city, which seems like two different universes compared to the dead silent ruins a few seconds ago. This extreme contrast made Lin Mo more certain that he must firmly grasp this power. Lin Mo did not leave the store immediately, but walked to the folding bed and lay down with his clothes on. The surge in his mental strength greatly reduced his need for sleep, but a few hours of restful rest can still restore his body functions to their best condition and allow that boiling mental energy to completely settle. When I opened my eyes again, it was bright outside the window. The clock hands pointed steadily to 11 o'clock in the morning. After taking a shower and changing into clean casual clothes, Lin Mo drove his inconspicuous Wuling Hongguang and randomly found the cleanest looking restaurant on the roadside. He ordered a bowl of steaming hot beef noodles. This time, there was no short-sighted rich second generation, nor was there an ex-girlfriend who jumped out to cause trouble. The world is quiet. There was only the aroma of steaming noodle soup and the hushed chatter of diners at the next table. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Lin Mo paid and returned to the car. He took out his cell phone, swiped his fingertips across the screen, and found the number that once made him unable to sleep or eat, but now seemed as light as a feather. Dial the number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, who is it? Brother Biao's arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone, and the background sound was noisy, filled with the crisp sound of mahjong tiles colliding. I'm Lin Mo. Lin Mo only said 3 words, his voice calm and composed. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. The noisy background noise, along with the sound of mahjong tiles colliding, seemed to be cut off by an invisible hand. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Then, a flattering and extremely nervous voice came over cautiously. Lin, brother Lin? What do you want? Brother Baiao's voice was trembling, like a fallen leaf in the cold wind. I have a batch of goods and I want to sell them. There was no emotion in Lin Mo's tone. Goods? Brother Baiao was stunned for a moment, his mind working rapidly, and asked in an extremely tactful tone, Brother Lin, excuse me, this thing, is it serious? It's not that he has a rich imagination. The shadow left by Lin Mo yesterday was really too deep. In his opinion, a ruthless person with such terrifying skills would have something to sell as soon as he opened his mouth. It's a wonder this thing is a legal commodity. But he didn't dare to refuse, or even ask too directly, for fear that the evil god would appear in front of him the next second. The guys under his command are still groaning in the hospital beds. Lin Mo didn't think too much about it and said casually, there is a little risk, but not much. When Brother Baiao heard this, his heart skipped a beat, but he immediately changed his tone. Brother Lin, don't worry. No matter what the goods are, I promise to handle them properly and safely for you. He patted his chest and made the promise, fearing that Lin Mo would be dissatisfied in the slightest. Don't talk on the phone. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, still at the same cement factory as last time. You come alone. I understand. I understand. I will be there on time. Brother Baiao responded repeatedly, as if he had received an imperial decree. Lin Mo didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, cement plant number 3 in the west of the city. It was still the same dilapidated factory building and the same dusty sofa. But this time, the person sitting on the sofa was Lin Mo. Brother Baiao, like a primary school student who had made a mistake, stood in front of him respectfully, not daring to breathe. Brother Lin, what are you going to sell? Brother Baiao rubbed his hands, and a thin layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. Lin Mo didn't answer. He simply reached into the woven bag at his feet and casually took out a long golden object. Gold! Brother Baiao's pupils shrank slightly. A hint of surprise flashed through his mind. Although the 500-gram gold bar is valuable, it can be sold at any larger gold shop, so it seems that he has no need for it at all. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Mo casually tore open the bulging woven bag. Crash! Dazzling golden light instantly poured out from the bag. Brother Baiao's eyes were so dazzled that he could hardly open them. His breathing also completely stopped at that moment. He froze in place, his mind going blank. The dim light in the factory illuminated the bag of yellow metal. That's not one. It's a bunch. Lin Mo completely ignored his petrified reaction and grabbed a few more sticks from the bag, throwing them on the sofa beside him like throwing firewood. 20 in total, 500 grams each. Lin Mo's voice was still flat, as if he was talking about 20 sausages. 20. 500 grams per stick. That's 10 kilograms. Brother Baiao's lips were trembling violently, and his teeth were chattering uncontrollably, making a clacking sound. An extremely terrifying thought, like a black lightning, split his chaotic thoughts. Rob the vault? Or just take the armored car? Brother Baiao's legs went weak, his knees bent, and he almost knelt down to Lin Mo on the spot. He had previously asked Lin Mo whether this thing would lose its head. Lin Mo said, there is some risk, but not much. This is not too risky. Once you get your hands on this thing, it's not as simple as dancing with your head on your belt. This is like packing the head and sending it to the guillotine by express delivery. Brother Baiao felt like he was about to cry. He was a street urchin who lent money at high interest rates and collected protection rackets. The worst evil he had ever done was to send someone to the hospital. He couldn't even dream of such a huge case. Lin. Brother Baiao's voice was trembling and filled with tears. You are trying to kill me. Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa, picked up a gold bar and weighed it casually in his hand. I can't eat it. Brother Baiao. He really wanted to say that he didn't dare to eat it, he wanted to say that he didn't deserve to eat it. But facing Lin Mo's gaze, the words of rejection got stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter them out. He had completely determined that the Mr. Lin in front of him was a bandit who killed people without blinking an eye. If I dared to say no, I would probably be buried here today. But if this gold really involves some shocking crime, he would be an accomplice as long as he helps to ship it. For a moment, Brother Baiao seemed to see countless peanuts waving to him enthusiastically. Lin Mo saw that his face was pale and he was silent for a long time, and his brows were slightly frowned. You can't even eat this little bit of gold? Just this little? Brother Baiao's heart trembled, and the last bit of hope was shattered. It's over. This Mr. Lin, no, Ancestor Lin, must have done something big. This is just a small part of it. Lin Mo looked at his constantly changing expression, with a hint of impatience in his tone. You're a loan shark, but you can't even do this. Brother Baiao was so shocked by the scolding that he trembled and almost cried. He said with a stiff upper lip, Master Lin, this kind of this kind of serious case, I really don't dare to touch it. Big case? Lin Mo was stunned at first, but then he reacted and understood Brother Biao's misunderstanding. He was so angry that he laughed. Don't worry. This gold is clean and has no criminal record. I'm just too lazy to do it one by one myself, understand me? No case? Brother Biao lowered his head, his eyes moving rapidly, half believing and half doubting, and cautiously asked, Master Lin, can I make a phone call and ask my brothers in Taoism? Okay. Lin Mo waved his hand indifferently. After getting permission, Brother Biao felt as if he had been pardoned. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number with trembling hands. He didn't dare to go over and fight, and even pressed the hands-free button out of a strong desire to survive. The call was quickly connected, and a rough voice rang out from the other end. Hello, Bio Z, what's going on? Brother Biao forced a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then got straight to the point. Brother Hu, I just want to ask, has there been any major gold-related cases in our area recently? The man on the other end was a little confused, but still said truthfully, what kind of case could it be? There are sky eyes everywhere on the street now, who would dare to touch this? You got rich and want to buy gold? After receiving this affirmative answer, Brother Biao's heart finally settled down. He hung up the phone, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Mo had completely changed. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some important decision, and said very quickly, Master Lin, I definitely can't finish all your goods by myself, but I know someone who can. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Go contact them. Brother Biao bent over and dialed a number that he knew by heart. The phone rang for a long time. It took so long that the cold sweat on his forehead was almost dripping onto the screen before he was finally picked up. What's up? A cold female voice came. Brother Biao's waist bent even lower in an instant, and his voice was filled with respect and flattery. Sister Su, it's me, Bio Z. If you have to fart, do it now. The woman on the other end of the phone clearly had little patience. Sister Su, this is it. As Brother Biao spoke, he quickly glanced at Lin Mo on the sofa with the corner of his eye. His voice was very low and his words were extremely careful. I have a gentleman here who has a lot of gold he wants to sell. It's quite a lot. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, the cold voice sounded again, asking only 2 words. How big? Brother Biao's Adam's apple rolled and he swallowed hard. 10 kilograms, and there's more at the back. This time, the silence on the other end of the phone was even longer. It was so long that Brother Biao almost thought the signal had been cut off, and the only sound on the phone was his own heavy breathing. Send him over. The usual place, I'll come and see the goods in person in half an hour. Okay. Don't worry, Sister Su, we'll be there soon. Brother Biao responded as if he had been pardoned. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Lin Mo. Master Lin, Su, Sister Su agrees to see you. Lin Mo stood up. Lead the way. Half an hour later. A dilapidated Wuling Hongguang was parked in a private club called Jingxin Tea Garden. The place is in the suburbs. There is no sign at the door, only 2 stone lions. The vermilion gate is closed tightly, exuding a sense of majesty that no one is allowed to enter. Brother Biao led the way, nodding and bowing, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The courtyard is a unique place with pavilions, towers, bridges and flowing water, and the air is filled with a faint sandalwood scent. In the tea house by the lake, Lin Mo met the so-called Sister Su. It was a woman wearing a plain, slim-fitting cheongsam, sitting behind a pearwood tea table. She has a slim figure and a cool temperament, and is brewing a pot of kung fu tea in a pleasing manner. She was about 30 years old, with a pretty face and a pair of calm almond-shaped eyes that glanced over at me indifferently. Her gaze passed over the servile Brother Biao and finally fell on Lin Mo and the rustic woven bag in his hand that looked out of place here. Sister Su. Brother Biao almost buried his head in his chest. The woman seemed not to hear and just made a pleased gesture to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was not polite and strode over and sat down on the futon opposite the tea table. He threw the woven bag onto the table. Bang! A dull and rough sound of metal collision instantly tore apart the tranquility and elegance in the room. The tea table was shocked. The woman called Sister Su held the purple clay teapot with her hands as steady as a rock, without any pause in her movements. She slowly pushed a cup of brewed tea in front of Lin Mo. The tea soup is golden and clear, with a fragrant orchid aroma. What do you call a friend? Lin Mo. Mr. Linear. Sister Su's gaze fell back on the woven bag. Can I see the goods? Lin Mo nodded slightly. As you please. Sister Su slowly and methodically untied the opening of the woven bag, her movements still graceful. There were 10 gold bars in front of her, but Sister Su's expression did not fluctuate much. She just stretched out 2 white and slender fingers and picked up one from the pile of gold bars. Hold it up to your eyes and examine it carefully. It's in good condition, 999 pure gold. She put the gold bar down and picked up another. The portion is also generous, a standard large yellow croaker. She was extremely professional, carefully examining each one with a sharp eye. Finally, she slowly raised her head and locked her eyes with Lin Mo again. Mr. Lin, such a large batch of goods, where did it come from? She didn't finish her words, but the meaning was self-evident. Lin Mo picked up the teacup and took a sip. The goods are very clean. Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't believe you. A professional smile appeared on Sister Sue's face, just right, yet with a sense of distance. But this business has its own rules. 10 kilograms is not a small amount. I have to ask clearly, just in case I get into some trouble that I can't get rid of. As she spoke, she observed Lin Mo's every subtle reaction out of the corner of her eye. Brother Biao, who was standing aside, was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He stared at Lin Mo intently, fearing that this Lin ancestor would start a massacre in this elegant tea house if he disagreed with him. However, Lin Mo did not make any unnecessary movements. He just put down the teacup and glanced at Brother Biao indifferently. Just this one glance. Brother Biao understood instantly and quickly bowed and said, Sister Sue, Brother Lin, you two chat, I'll wait outside. After Brother Biao left, the door of the tea room was closed again. Lin Mo casually took out a gold bar from the bag. Then, under Sister Sue's gaze, he exerted slight force with his 5 fingers. 5 clear fingerprints were deeply embedded in the gold. Sister Sue's hand holding the teacup trembled violently. The scene before me is far more convincing than any explanation. You can play with gold like plasticine. It probably wouldn't take much effort to crush a person's bones. The origin of this batch of gold suddenly became unimportant. People with such strength have no need and are unwilling to get a batch of troublesome black gold. Sister Sue slowly put down the teacup, the professional smile on her face quietly disappeared, and a hint of sincerity appeared. Mr. Lin, I understand. I'll eat this batch of your goods. She took a deep breath and gave her price. As for the price, I can give you 701 grams, 10 kilograms is 7 million. Lin Mo did not comment on the price, neither agreeing nor rejecting it. He just asked in return, how much can you eat at most? Sister Sue's expression showed a hint of hesitation. How much food can it eat at most? This question completely changed the nature of the transaction. This is no longer a simple shipping. Instead, she is considering the throughput limit of her entire channel. It was eerily quiet in the tea room. Sister Sue slowly put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup touched the pearwood tabletop, making a crisp sound. She re-examined the man in front of her. Young, calm, dressed simply, even a little shabby. The woven bag containing tens of millions of gold looked so tacky as if it had just been picked up from the market. But such a person exudes a terrifying aura as if he can control everything. A long time. Sister Sue spoke tentatively and reported a number that she thought was enough to intimidate anyone. Mr. Lin, if the goods are as clean as this, my channels can help you digest 50 kilograms every month. 50 kilograms. 35 million. And every month. This is a number that is enough to drive any underground force crazy. However, after listening to this, Lin Mo just shook his head slightly. Sister Sue's dark eyebrows were instantly furrowed. Mr. Lin, is it too little? Too little. Lin Mo's tone remained calm, but he said something earth-shattering. He held up a finger. Under Sister Sue's incredulous gaze, he shook slightly. 1 month, at least. Sister Sue's pupils suddenly shrank into needle points at this moment. She almost lost her voice and asked, 100 kilograms. Lin Mo finally showed an expression close to a smile on his face, correcting her mistake. 1 ton. 1 ton. These 2 words, like 2 silent bombs, exploded in the elegant tea room. The air solidified into substance. The calmness on Sister Sue's face could no longer be maintained. Mr. Linear. Her voice was dry and had lost its original clarity. Are you kidding me? Lin Mo didn't answer. His expression didn't even change, he just looked at her calmly. Sister Sue's breathing suddenly became rapid, her chest heaving violently, and the buttons of her expensive custom-made cheongsam were stretched tightly. 1 ton of gold. According to the current market conditions, that is a cash flow of nearly 1 billion. Her channels simply couldn't handle this terrifying volume. Impossible. Sister Sue almost blurted it out, her voice sharp. No private channel can digest a ton of gold in a month. This is no longer a matter of money, it's a declaration of war on the entire modern financial regulatory system. She forced herself to calm down, speaking in a slow, sincere tone, and analyzing the situation. Mr. Lin, even if I could actually eat up so much gold, how would I ensure that this astronomical sum of money landed safely in your pocket? This would be an almost unsolvable challenge. Although we personally haven't committed the crime of possessing a large amount of property of unknown origin, the movement of hundreds of millions of dollars in funds will inevitably attract attention and cause trouble from above. This statement was reasonable, and Lin Mo had naturally considered it before coming, and his solution was simple. use the real economy to hedge. His ultimate goal in selling gold was to build a business empire of his own. Start with the Thor 7 battery, leverage the entire battery industry, and then radiate to other fields. If gold could be directly exchanged for a ready-made industrial park or a battery manufacturer, it would undoubtedly save countless troubles. However, Lin Mo couldn't do this on his own. He needs the connections and channels behind Sister Sue. Even if Sister Sue can't do it, she can continue to look for someone higher up. Just like how Brother Biao found her, layer by layer, he would always be able to find someone who was capable of getting the job done. Thinking of this, Lin Mo spoke slowly. What if I don't need to convert it all into cash? Sister Sue's pupils shrank again. She instantly grasped the key information in this sentence, and a ray of light suddenly appeared in her chaotic thoughts. You mean, asset replacement? I need an industrial park, or a battery manufacturer. Lin Mo calmly stated his final request. Battery manufacturer? This unexpected answer completely stunned Sister Sue. She had imagined countless possibilities, but she had never thought that the other party went to such great lengths to sell the gold not for a life of luxury, but to engage in industry. A terrifying person who can crush gold bars with his bare hands and can produce a ton of gold every month actually wants to be an entrepreneur? This idea is even more absurd and incredible than the ton of gold itself. But it was this idea that made the logic of the whole thing suddenly become extremely smooth. Using questionable money to acquire clean real estate is the most efficient and top-level whitewashing method in the world. Sister Sue's mind was working rapidly as she re-evaluated the man in front of her and this so-called deal. No, this is no longer a deal. This was a capital operation on a scale so large that she could not imagine it, and she was at the absolute center of this storm. Mr. Lin, this matter is completely beyond my authority. Sister Sue regained her composure, or rather, entered a higher level of alert, and told the truth. I need to report to the higher UPS. Okay. Lin Mo looked calm, as if everything was under his control. After getting permission, Sister Sue stood up, walked to the window of the tea room, turned her back to Lin Mo, and dialed a number that she had hidden very deeply. Her voice was very low, and every word was full of extreme respect. Boss, it's me, Su Wan. There's a big deal. Someone seemed to say something on the other end of the phone, and Su Wan stood up straighter, like a soldier waiting for orders. The goods are gold, very clean. Quantity. Having said that, Su Wan paused, turned around, and looked at Lin Mo with an inquiring look. Lin Mo understood her look and said calmly, I don't have a ton on hand right now, only 300 kilograms. The rest will arrive in due course. Su Wan, what do you mean only 300 kilograms? However, with Lin Mo's reply, Su Wan also knew how to report it. She said to the phone again, the other party can provide 1 ton of goods every month. Currently, he has 300 kilograms of goods on hand. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The other party's main demand isn't cash, Su Wan continued. He wants to acquire a battery company or a supporting industrial park and directly exchange the assets for gold. Yes, the person is right here with me. The strength is unfathomable. I see. Okay. The call ended. When Su Wan turned around and walked towards Lin Mo again, her posture, aura, and even her eyes had undergone earth-shaking changes. Before, she was the judge and leader of the transaction. Now, she is just a messenger. Mr. Linear. Su Wan bowed slightly. My boss wants to see you in person. The time is tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, and the location is still here. Can. Lin Mo nodded, then pointed to the rustic woven bag on the tea table. Let's ship this batch of goods first. No problem. Su Wan responded immediately, with a hint of urgency in her voice. She can still make the decision on a business worth millions. To show her sincerity and to make up for her earlier gaffe, she took the initiative to say, Mr. Lin, to show our sincerity, we can give you 810 grams for this batch of goods. The price instantly jumped from 7 million to 8 million. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't think that the money was too much. He was going to purchase goods next, and he really needed enough startup capital. It is not an easy task to fill up the 3,000 cubic meter dimensional warehouse. Okay, transfer the money. Su Wan's movements were astonishingly fast. A phone call, a few brief instructions. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Mo's phone vibrated and a bank text message popped up. Your account ending in XXXX has 8,000,000 yuan credited to it, and the current balance is 8,120,000.35 yuan. 8 million. Not a single point off. Lin Mo put away his phone, and without any unnecessary polite words, he stood up and left. Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. Su Wan followed closely behind and personally escorted him to the entrance of the tea garden. She stood there, watching the dilapidated Wuling Hongguang completely disappear from her sight, then slowly turned back. In the yard, Brother Biao was pacing back and forth anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Seeing Su Wan coming back, he immediately came up to her with a smile on his face. Sister Su, how is it? That Mr. Lin. Su-wan didn't look at him, but just walked past him. From now on, don't ask a single word about Mr. Linear. You do whatever he tells you to do. She paused, turned her head, and her eyes were cold. If something goes wrong, no one can protect you. Do you understand? Brother Biao's heart shuddered, and a chill rushed from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. He swallowed the second half of his words and nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand, Sister Su. I understand. Wuling Hongguang travels through the city's steel jungle. Lin Mo didn't go back to the store, but drove the car directly into the city's largest second-hand car market. Half an hour later, a white van in excellent condition replaced the Wuling, which had achieved outstanding results. The C photo is at the top frame, neither too big nor too small, which perfectly fits his next plan. To be honest, if the driver's license didn't match, Lin Mo would even want to buy a 100-ton King truck, which can transport goods quickly. The accelerator was stepped on and the truck headed straight for the wholesale center on the outskirts of the city. They stopped at the loading area. After seeing Lin Mo, the manager from last time came over to say hello. Boss Lin is here again. What would you like to order this time? Lin Mo jumped down from the cab with an indifferent expression and slapped a list directly into his hand. According to this list, the quantity of all categories will increase tenfold. 10 times. The manager took a look and his hands trembled slightly. This is no longer a purchase. This is to empty his warehouse. Boss Lin, this amount. His voice was trembling with excitement. Lin Mo glanced around. Any questions? No problem. Absolutely no problem. The manager shuddered and patted his chest. I'll arrange it for you right away. Under the manager's arrangement, pallet after pallet of goods were delivered to the open space precisely. Last time it was a small hill, this time it turned into a real mountain range. Instant noodles, biscuits, canned food, bottled water, all kinds of goods are piled up like mountains. After paying 2 million for the goods, Lin Mo once again started his ant-moving style of transportation. He traveled back and forth between the wholesale city and the abandoned industrial park again and again. After filling up most of the dimensional warehouse with food and drinking water, Lin Mo did not stop at all. He had more important things to buy. Drug. In that collapsed world, a box of ordinary antibiotics is worth far more than gold. Lin Mo drove to the city's pharmaceutical and medical equipment wholesale street. He did not choose those big companies with glamorous facades, but turned into a quiet alley and found an inconspicuous medical device company. Hello, I'm here to buy medicine. Inside the store, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses raised his head from behind the account book and looked at Lin Mo with scrutiny. A prescription, or the hospital's purchasing qualifications? The man spoke in a business-like tone. No. Lin Mo's answer was concise and to the point. The man's brows furrowed instantly. No, buddy, you don't even try to act. That can't be sold. Lin Mo didn't move at all. He just silently took out his cell phone, clicked on the bank balance, then turned the screen sideways and placed it on the counter in front of the man. That long string of glaring zeros hit the man's pupils like a heavy hammer. The corner of his eye twitched violently and uncontrollably. Amoxicillin, cefuroxime, norfloxacin, tourniquet, gauze, iodine, saline solution. Lin Mo's voice was calm and clear. I want as much as you have. The man's breathing completely stopped at this moment. If this deal goes through, the commission alone will be enough for him to live comfortably for a year. What do you want to do by buying so much? The man maintained his last bit of vigilance. That's none of your business. Lin Mo took back his phone, his eyes as sharp as a knife. You just need to answer me, sell it or not. The man fell into a silence of conflicting feelings. Risks and huge profits swing wildly on both ends of the scale. In the end, the weight called greed overwhelmed everything. The warehouse is in the back. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice involuntarily. Follow me. Half an hour later, the compartment of the small truck was packed tightly with medicine boxes of various sizes, leaving no gaps. Fortunately, we changed the car, otherwise the Wuling would have had to make several trips just to transport this batch of medicines. After a payment of over 1 million yuan was made, Lin Mo's purchasing journey continued. Hardware and electrical appliances city. Lin Mo bought things along the way, and wherever his finger went, the stock was cleared out. Diesel generators, this model, I want 20. I'll buy all the high-power solar charging panels and matching batteries you have in stock. Wrenches, pliers, welders, cutters. Yes, don't unpack them, move them in boxes. Finally, there's the gas station. Formal channels could not satisfy his appetite, but fortunately Brother Biao was resourceful enough to give him an address. A private oil depot hidden in the urban-rural fringe. When Lin Mo asked for several hundred barrels of gasoline and diesel, the oil depot owner looked at him as if he were a walking god of wealth. Especially when Lin Mo hinted that this was only the first batch and there would be a steady stream of orders to follow. The boss wanted to call him Godfather on the spot. After driving the truck back and forth several times between the city and the abandoned industrial park, when the last barrel of diesel was quietly swallowed into the dimensional warehouse, the sky was completely shrouded in darkness. Most of the 8 million in Lin Mo's bank card had been squandered, and the speed was so fast that Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh that money was really wasted. But his heart felt unprecedented fulfillment and peace. With a thought, consciousness sank into the dimensional space. The vast space of 3,000 cubic meters is now almost saturated with a wide variety of supplies. Food was piled up like a wall. The medicines were stacked into piles. Fuel barrels and tool boxes were piled up into a fortress. Even in the corner, huazi and mutai, which represent spiritual food, were piled up into a small mountain exuding an alluring aroma. These industrial products that can be found everywhere in modern civilization are the foundation of his life in another world. It is his capital to establish a new order. The millions he spent would be returned to him crazily in that world with 100 times, or even 1,000 times the profit. He took the time to glance at the light curtain. Dimensional shuttle, cooling down, remaining time, 32 minutes and 3 seconds. The shuttle is about to cool down, but Lin Mo plans to slow down for a while. In the Doomsday world, the major forces of Rock and Ark are gathering to attack the Sky Science Park. It was a tough battle, with thousands of zombies. It was not something that could be dealt with by just rushing in impulsively. That's not called getting rich, that's called committing suicide. And the timing is not good either. It will be nighttime if we travel there now. It's really inconvenient in the dark. Lin Mo planned to adjust the time, and it would be best to travel there during the day. The cooldown period for the next shuttle will be shortened to 10 hours. If you shuttle before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will be back at 6 o'clock in the evening. Including the driving time, he can make it to the meeting with Su Wan's boss at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. After a busy day, even with Lin Mo's good physical condition, he felt a little tired and needed a rest. Thinking of this, Lin Mo turned the steering wheel and the truck merged into the city's bright river of lights. He is going to eat. Or the crown of henteing. When the van stopped at the door, the parking attendant's expression was extremely interesting. No, it was okay that someone drove a Wuling yesterday, but today someone drove a truck? Take another look. Wow, it's the same person. When a golden bean was handed over, the younger brother's smile instantly became extremely sincere. He understood. This gentleman's taste is not something that a mortal like him can guess. Last time it was a Wuling, this time it was a truck, and next time if they drive an excavator, he won't be surprised at all. The manager of Hentang had already heard the news and was waiting at the door. His attitude was even more respectful than last time. A wealthy customer who can pay 300,000 yuan without batting an eyelid is the most distinguished guest no matter what he orders. Mr. Lin, is it still the same as before? The manager personally led Lin Mo to the window seat with the best view. Need not. Lin Mo waved his hand and walked straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city lit up by neon lights below. The city is bustling with traffic and bustling like a dream, and he is destined to leave a significant mark in this era. Lin Mo calmed down, turned around and said to the manager calmly, "Give me a bowl of beef noodles." Lin Mo's request caught the manager off guard. They are the most high-end French restaurant in the city, and they told him to have a bowl of beef noodles? But the manager still went down to make arrangements. If the distinguished VIP says he wants to eat beef noodles, then you have to agree. The hot noodles came up quickly, and Lin Mo finished them all in one swift move, then left in a swift and decisive manner. The manager couldn't help but sigh that the behavior of today's rich people is really unpredictable. Back on the ground, the parking attendant had already driven the white van to the door. Lin Mo got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and quickly disappeared in the neon lights of the city. The car was parked in a remote alley near the convenience store. There was no surveillance here and no one would care about an ordinary truck. Go back to the store and pull down the shutter. Lin Mo didn't turn on the light, but walked to the simple folding bed and lay down with his clothes on. He closed his eyes, but he didn't feel sleepy. The growth of his mental strength made him less and less dependent on sleep. At this moment, his brain was extremely clear and he was calmly reviewing every next step. Tianqing Technology Park. For major forces, Zhou Yuan and the chief engineer Wang Chongming. And there is also technical information that is enough to trigger an energy revolution. There must be no mistakes in every link. Time flows silently in the darkness. When the morning sun shone through the cracks into the store, Lin Mo opened his eyes. I glanced at the time, it was 6 o'clock in the morning, just right. Right now. Lin Mo put away his phone and had an idea. The familiar feeling of weightlessness instantly enveloped my whole body, and the darkness before my eyes was replaced by a deeper void. Dimensional travel completed. Current world, Doomsday era. Next shuttle cooldown time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Excellent, as expected, it is indeed a 10-hour cooldown. Crash. Lin Mo opened the rolling door, and the cold light of early morning shone in. The survivors in the square who had not slept all night suddenly became agitated like sharks smelling blood. Boss Lin is back. Boss, I have a battery here, take a look. A man with a dirty face was the first to rush over, holding a muddy Thor 7 battery in his hand like a treasure. Lin Mo just took a glance and waved his hand. The battery disappeared into thin air. Bang! 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water fell at the man's feet. The man's eyes lit up frighteningly in an instant, and he picked up the food and started to gobble it up voraciously. This action completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The survivors rushed forward and piled up the various electronic products they had found at the entrance of the convenience store. Boss, this is the cooling fan for the server. I have the motherboard for the surveillance camera. Although Zhou Yuan was not there, he had helped identify many things before, and Lin Mo also took a general look. As long as they were valuable, he would take them all and give the corresponding food. For a moment, cans and biscuits flew all over the square, and the cheers of the survivors rang out one after another. This small carnival lasted until after 7 o'clock. Rumble! The ground began to shake in a regular and heavy manner. In the distance, a convoy of steel behemoths appeared on the horizon. Leading the way was the heavy truck from the rock stronghold, its body covered with hideous horns and reinforced steel plates. Following closely behind was ARC's fleet of white off-road vehicles, with communication antennas and searchlights mounted on the roof, appearing professional and efficient. On the flanks, several modified motorcycles painted in dark camouflage were moving around like ghosts. They were the Rippers of the Honeycomb. At the very back was the lighthouse's military transport vehicle, the carriage filled with soldiers armed with live ammunition. The 4 major forces of the ruins have arrived. The air in the entire square solidified into a block of iron the moment they arrived. The scattered survivors who were still trading were frightened by the solemn and murderous aura. They fell silent and crawled back to the outermost corner. Scorpion, Egret, Wasp and Professor G got off the car almost at the same time. Behind them were the most elite warriors and awakened ones of their respective forces. Nearly 100 awakened ones gathered together, and the invisible energy fluctuations emitted even caused the air to slightly distort. The 4 of them walked quickly to the invisible boundary, stopped at the same time, and bowed their heads respectfully towards the vague figure in the convenience store. Boss, we're ready. Scorpion's voice was as concise and powerful as ever. All technicians and equipment are in place, Bai Lu added. The Hive scouts have already set out to clear obstacles along the way. Wasp's voice was cold. Engineer Wang Chongming has confirmed the specific location of the server and is ready to go at any time. Professor G pushed his glasses. Lin Mo came to the door and looked around at the strongest coalition in the ruins. Everyone, have you had breakfast? The sudden greeting stunned Scorpion and the others. Without waiting for their answer, Lin Mo waved his hand, and a large amount of instant noodles, self-heating rice, and canned food piled up at the entrance of the convenience store, forming a spectacular mountain of supplies. It wasn't moldy old grain, nor was it mutated animal meat with a strange smell. There were boxes of instant noodles with brightly printed patterns, rice in self-heating packets, and heavy cans of luncheon meat. In the apocalypse, everything is hard currency. Scorpion, Egret, Wasp, and Professor G's Adam's apples rolled uncontrollably. It's not that they haven't seen supplies before, but they have never seen them displayed in such a shocking way. Even for the few forces in this ruin, it is not easy to get enough food. As for eating well, that is even more of a luxury. In fact, long before Lin Mo appeared, Scorpion was the first to react. He turned around and faced the warriors in his rock stronghold. What the hell are you all standing there for? He let out a roar. It's a reward from the boss. Eat it. Only when you're full will you have the strength to kill zombies. This roar was like lighting a fuse. Whether they were ordinary soldiers or awakened ones, there was a flame of desire burning in their eyes. But they did not disperse, but lined up in an orderly manner to receive food. Oh my god, it's braised beef noodles. Self-heating rice. Holy crap. There's even fish-flavored shredded pork. Oh, there's still milk. Laugh. White steam rose up, carrying with it the long-lost aroma of rice. The soldier's eyes turned red instantly. He held the hot lunchbox with shaking hands as he ate big mouthfuls of food, swallowing the tears mixed with the food. This scene was repeated in the square. A fire was burning in everyone's heart. Just the breakfast before departure was so sumptuous. If they really completed their mission and brought back what Boss Lin needed, what can they get? Eat meat every meal? Can you drink clean water every day? Even, live the same life as before the disaster? Once this idea arises, it can no longer be contained and grows wildly in everyone's heart. Just as everyone was busy eating, enjoying the most luxurious meal in this doomsday, Lin Mo made a new move. He waved again. Crash! Several more large cardboard boxes fell to the ground. This time it wasn't the food. The box was broken open, revealing strips of red and white hard shell packaging inside. Cigarette. This time, even Scorpion dropped the can in his hand. Cigarettes are the hard currency second only to crystal cores in the doomsday. It can soothe tense nerves, is the best social currency, and is a symbol of status. As high-ranking officials of the four major forces, they can only smoke low-quality tobacco leaves that they roll themselves on weekdays. And now, in front of them are hundreds of cartons of high-end cigarettes. Lin Mo's voice came at the right time. Divide it. Ordinary soldiers, 2 packs each. 1 for each awakened person. Scorpion suddenly picked up a cigarette, tore it open roughly, took out a cigarette and put it to the tip of his nose. Just take a deep breath, and the long-lost aroma of tobacco explodes in the nasal cavity, making the whole person feel ecstatic. Click. The lighter lit up, Scorpion took a deep puff of the cigarette, and his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. That's the taste. Bai Lu, Huang Feng and Professor Ji also took one each, with shock unconcealed on their faces. This is no ordinary supply. This is a spiritual luxury, a sacred object that allows soldiers to find a moment of peace in despair. Lin Mo's move was more useful than any pre-war mobilization. He not only fed their bellies but also soothed their tense souls. Just when everyone thought that was all, Lin Mo raised his hand again. This time, what appeared on the ground were several black suitcases with sophisticated logos printed on them. This is. Professor G was the first to rush up, and he opened one of the boxes tremblingly. Inside the black foam, a folded drone and a remote control with a high-definition screen lay quietly. Reconnaissance drone. Professor G's voice changed. He carefully picked up the drone, his fingers stroking the cold metal shell, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Anti-interference, ultra-long battery life, thermal imaging. My God, with this, we can avoid 90% of the dangers in advance. In the other boxes are matching walkie-talkies. The signal is stable, the communication is encrypted, and the effective distance is enough to cover the entire Tianqing Science and Technology Park. Scorpion, Egret, and Wasp gathered around them, their breathing becoming heavy. They were combat experts and understood the value of these things instantly. In the ruins, information is life. In the past, they could only rely on scouts to risk their lives to explore the way, and communication was basically done by shouting. Now, they can sit in the safety of armored vehicles and control the entire battlefield from a god's perspective. This is no longer just an advantage in equipment. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Each team has one drone and one set of communication equipment. Lin Mo's voice sounded calmly. Keep in touch. The bodies of the 4 scorpions shook simultaneously. Food, cigarettes, high-tech equipment. How many hidden cards does Boss Lin have? He is like a magician with extraordinary skills. You never know what he will come up with next. As cigarettes were distributed to every combatant, a series of exclamations could not be suppressed. Even the wandering survivors who had originally hidden aside could not help but move closer. They are not entitled to cigarettes, but it is good to smell the second-hand smoke. After eating and drinking their fill, and replenishing their spiritual sustenance with cigarettes, the mental state of all the fighters was extremely high. Scorpion threw the cigarette butt, which was only left with the butt, on the ground and let out a low growl. Set off. Boom. The roar of the engines merged into a torrent of steel, shaking the ground. The 4 major forces in the ruins, with unprecedented vigor, pressed forward towards the Sky Dome Science Park. The rock-hard heavy truck was leading the way, and its ferocious horns could easily tear apart the abandoned vehicles blocking the road. ARC's convoy was in the center to provide support. Bai Lu sat in the command vehicle, using a drone to observe the surrounding situation and calmly coordinated the routes of each unit. The Hive's motorcycles were cruising on both wings, with Wasp leading the team himself. Their speed and maneuverability were at their peak at this moment. The Lighthouse transport vehicle followed steadily at the end. Professor G and his technical team, as well as engineer Wang Chongming, were all protected in the center. Scouts report a small group of zombies has been spotted 500 meters ahead. There are about 30 of them, and no special mutations. The clear voice of the Hive scout came from the communicator. ARC Team 2, clean it up. Egret's instructions were brief and efficient. Several off-road vehicles immediately broke away from the main team. The machine guns on the roof spewed out flames, and the dense rain of bullets instantly tore the group of wandering zombies into pieces. The whole process went smoothly without any delay. In the convenience store on the other side, Lin Mo leaned on the folding bed, and the monitor in front of him clearly showed the high-altitude bird's-eye view sent back by the drone. The steel convoy stopped 1 kilometer away from Tianqing Science and Technology Park. The entire park covers a large area, like a small city. Alloy walls over 5 meters high stretch endlessly, enclosing several square kilometers of land. Every 100 meters on the wall there is a warning tower with flashing red lights. The combat troops quickly dispersed and defended on the spot. Scorpion, Egret, Wasp, and Professor G gathered together, staring solemnly at the real-time images transmitted back by another drone. The main gate system is completely locked and needs to be blown open with high explosives. Bai Lu pointed at the enlarged gate structure on the screen and analyzed it calmly. Wasp's brow knitted into a knot. Blowing up the gate would make too much noise and would attract all the monsters in the park. Lure them here, and then kill them all. Scorpion blew out a puff of smoke, his tone revealing a sense of natural ruthlessness. This saves us from having to go in and search one by one. This crude plan made Bai Lu and Professor G's eyes light up. Okay, Bai Lu replied immediately, her mind racing as her fingers traced the imagery from the drone. Build a fan-shaped defense with the gate as the center. We'll use the gap as a single grinding wheel, crushing all the corpses that rush out. My people can handle the blasting. Professor G pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from the screen. As long as the equivalent is calculated accurately, we can just create a breach without damaging the main structure, thus preventing a secondary collapse. The hive is responsible for guarding the two wings and cleaning up the fish that have slipped through the net. Wasp's voice was cold, and he had entered combat mode. People from Rock, hold on head on. Scorpion put out his cigarette but on the steel plate of the armored vehicle. No arguments, no objections. With absolute interests and strong logistical support from Lin Mo, the four major forces demonstrated amazing tacit understanding and efficiency. Action! At the command, the entire joint force began to operate like a sophisticated war machine. The soldiers of the Rock stronghold carried heavy metal baffles and sandbags and quickly built the first line of defense in front of the gate. A heavy machine gun was set up on a commanding height, with its black muzzle pointed towards the gate that was about to become a death passage. ARC's technicians were quickly laying directional mines. Their movements were professional and quick, and the connection of each line was accurate and correct. Several Earth-type awakeners walked to the front of the position and pressed their hands hard on the ground. Buzz! Amidst the dull vibrations, the solid ground began to wriggle and surge. Trenches 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide appeared out of nowhere, crisscrossing each other to form a complex blocking area. Then, the turned-over soil piled up and solidified behind them, forming thick earth walls half a person's height, providing excellent cover for the soldiers in the rear. The whole process took no more than a dozen minutes, and a simple but deadly defensive fortification was formed. Everyone knew that once the gates were blown open, they would be facing thousands or even more hungry zombies. But so what? In this ruin, fighting is the main theme, either fighting zombies or fighting other survivors. They have rice in their stomachs and cigarettes in their pockets. For all this, and to continue to have it all, they are willing to risk their lives. A blasting expert placed a square piece of high explosive precisely at the most vulnerable structural connection of the alloy gate, and then quickly evacuated. Everyone, prepare to attack. The Scorpion's roar came clearly into everyone's ears through the intercom. Behind the defense line, all the soldiers loaded their guns, their fingers resting on the triggers, their eyes as cold as iron. Energy halos of various colors began to appear on the bodies of those awakened ones, and the temperature of the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Bai Lu stared at the images sent back by the drone and calmly began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Detonate. Boom dash. A deafening roar tore through the long silence of the ruins. The terrifying shockwave turned into visible ripples, spreading wildly in all directions, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. The alloy gate weighing tens of tons was torn open with a huge irregular gap, and the twisted metal rolled inward, like the hideous mouth of hell. Dead silence. After the explosion, there was a heart-wrenching silence that lasted for several seconds. Immediately following, roar dash. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Countless inhuman roars erupted from the depths of the gap, merging into a wave of sound that could make even the soul tremble. The black tide burst out from the gap. Countless zombies, densely packed and stacked layer upon layer, rushed towards the defensive positions with a crazy and fearless attitude. Fire! Bai Lu's instructions contained no emotion and were as cold as a machine. Da-da-da-da. The heavy machine gun mounted on the commanding heights roared first, and 2 scorching fire whips composed of bullets lashed fiercely into the tide of zombies. The zombie rushing in the front had its body torn into pieces like a rag doll, with broken limbs and black blood splattering everywhere. The riflemen in the rear also began to concentrate their fire, and the dense rain of bullets plowed bloody grooves in the tide of corpses. However, the number of zombies was too great. When those in front fell, those behind immediately stepped on the corpses of their companions and continued to charge. They had no sense of pain and their only instinct was to move forward. In the blink of an eye, the tide of zombies had rushed to the trench at the front line of the position. Puff! Puff! The zombies that fell in were instantly trampled under the feet of their following companions, and the trench was filled with corpses in just over 10 seconds. More zombies rushed over on the bridge of corpses. Boom! The directional mine was triggered, and the death fan formed by steel balls and fragments instantly cleared a large area, but the gap was immediately filled by a new black tide. Withstand! Scorpion roared, picked up a light machine gun himself, and fired wildly at the tide of zombies. The hot bullet casings fell to the ground with a clink. The rock warriors behind him, each with a ferocious look on their faces, held the defense line tightly. The entire battlefield turned into a highly efficient flesh and blood grinder. Zombies poured in madly, and were then ruthlessly crushed by bullets, explosions, and the Awakened One's superpowers. On the monitor, blood and flesh were flying everywhere. The battle was fierce, but everything was under control. Lin Mo watched all this with an expressionless face. For him, exchanging industrial products with almost negligible cost for this world-leading technological data is a huge profit. For the soldiers and Awakened Ones of the four major forces, fighting with their lives can exchange for food, water, canned meat, and cigarettes, which can keep them and their families alive. This is also a huge profit. A perfect win-win. Lin Mo raised the drone and looked down at the entire science and technology park. The tide of zombies pouring out from inside became visibly sparser. Just then, a familiar tapping sound came from outside. Lin Mo's gaze shifted from the screen and calmly fell towards the street corner. Nightingale's fiery and eye-catching figure appeared again. She was still wearing the same tight black leather jacket that outlined her perfect curves, and her long burgundy hair swayed gently in the breeze. Only this time, she wasn't alone. Behind her, there were more than a dozen figures following. These people are of all heights, weights, and shapes, and their clothing is varied. But without exception, they all exude a fierce aura that keeps strangers away. They are all awakened. The team stopped outside the invisible barrier and looked at the dazzling array of goods on the shelves in the store. Many people's eyes revealed undisguised greed and desire. But they had heard about the strangeness of this convenience store and knew that neither guns nor superpowers could break through the invisible barrier at the door. The Tomahawk 3 also proved through practice that their heads can be measured by canned beef. Nightingale was very calm. She looked past the shelves and directly at Lin Mo in the store, and went straight to the point. I heard you were attacking the Sky Dome Technology Park. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, nodded, and said nothing, as if waiting for her next words. Nightingale raised her chin and gestured to the group of people behind her. I and the people behind me are all free awakeners. We can help. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the faces of those people one by one, and finally fell back on Nightingale, with a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. Help! He repeated the words softly. Egret, Scorpion, and the others are enough. Lin Mo's tone was light, but it was like a basin of cold water poured on the heads of the awakened people behind Nightingale. The arrogance and pride on their faces froze in an instant. Yes. The man in front of him controls the most precious resources in the wasteland, and the four major forces have to rely on him. Why does he need these dozen people? Nightingale's expression also became a little subtle. She took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell. What they can do, we can do too, and even better. There was a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Oh, Lin Mo finally became interested. He tapped his fingers on the table, making a rhythmic tapping sound. His gaze turned to the huge display in front of him. On the screen, the battle continues. Then prove it to me. Lin Mo's voice came out clearly. See that gap? He pointed to the gate gap on the screen that was constantly spewing zombies. Now, the zombies rushing out from there are yours. Clean it up, and you'll be eligible to sit at my poker table. Lin Mo paused and added, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty. As a deposit, you can go to Bela first and get a can of beef each. Then let me see if you're worth more. Lin Mo's words were like an invisible slap in the face of every Freedom Awakener. The greed and desire on their faces froze in an instant, and were then replaced by shame and anger. Fuck! What does he think we are? Beggars! A burly man with a scar on his face roared in a low voice, veins bulging on his neck. He thinks he can make us work for his life for a can of beef? Why doesn't he just die? Sister Nightingale, this is so fucking insulting. You absolutely cannot take this job. The clamoring sounds rose one after another, carrying a sense of violence after being looked down upon. They are the awakened ones. This ruin stands at the top of the food chain. No matter where it goes, it is treated as a guest of honor by all major forces. I have never been treated with such contempt. The Nightingale turned a deaf ear to the noise behind her. Her eyes penetrated the shelves, staring at the blurry and calm figure in the store, her red lips tightly pressed into a line. Insult? Maybe, but it doesn't matter. This is an opportunity. The only chance to climb the biggest thigh in this wasteland. Why did the four major forces put aside their prejudices and join forces to attack the Sky Dome Science Park? Because their soldiers need to eat and their families need to survive. And the man in the store can provide them with an endless supply of food. In this situation, even if the leaders of the four major forces want to put on airs, the people below will not agree. The third leader of the Tomahawk team is an example. Shut up, everyone. Nightingale's scolding instantly suppressed all the noise. She turned slowly, her cold gaze sweeping across the group of unruly companions behind her. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you want to stay, just follow me, get the canned food, and then go to work. After saying that, she didn't look at anyone again, and walked towards the first science and technology park with her long legs wrapped in leather clothes. The group of Freedom Awakeners looked at each other, their expressions changing and struggling. In the end, the scarred man spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground, cursed damn it, and gritted his teeth and followed. With someone taking the lead, the little bit of pride in the hearts of the rest of the people quickly disintegrated, and they followed Nightingale's footsteps one after another. In the convenience store, Lin Mo took it all in, with a cold smile on his face. He doesn't want a group of mercenaries who only care about money. It was about building a force that was loyal to him. These wild and unruly free awakeners were the first uncut gems he chose. However, jade cannot be made into a useful object without being carved. He wanted to smooth out their edges bit by bit, so that they would understand from the bottom of their hearts who was the one who made the rules in this wasteland. When Nightingale appeared with a dozen awakened people, Ygritte frowned slightly. "Boss Lin's order," Nightingale said succinctly, no emotion in her voice. "From now on, that gap belongs to us." Bai Lu looked at her deeply and didn't ask any more questions. She simply waved her hand, called the quartermaster, and distributed a box of canned beef. Watching Nightingale and the others accept the reward expressionlessly, then turn around and walk towards the tide of zombies without hesitation, a hint of incomprehensible complexity flashed in Baidu's eyes. She didn't understand why Lin Mo sent these undisciplined guerrillas to the battlefield. The positions of their four major forces can easily strangle all the zombies that rush out. Everyone, save ammunition and extend the firepower to both wings. Bai Lu suppressed his doubts and issued new instructions through the walkie-talkie. In an instant, the roar of the heavy machine guns in front of the position suddenly weakened. A fatal gap appeared in the death defense line built by the metal storm. Endless zombies, like sharks smelling blood, rushed towards the gap frantically. The terrifying pressure instantly fell on Nightingale's hastily assembled team. "Dry!" The scarred-faced burly man roared like a wild beast and was the first to rush forward to meet the tide of zombies. His body swelled rapidly as he ran, his skin keratinized and turned into a rocky gray-black color. He transformed into a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall and slammed into the tide of zombies. Boom! More than a dozen zombies were knocked back by him, their bones and tendons broken, and they flew backwards like broken sacks. "Damn it, let's fight. One can must do the work of 10 cans. The others were also aroused and took action one after another. A thin man slammed the ground with both hands, and countless sharp metal spikes instantly broke out of the ground, stabbing the zombies in a large area in front into bloody hedgehogs. An enchanting woman opened her arms, and an invisible mental shock wave spread like ripples, causing the heads of dozens of zombies in the front to explode like watermelons. Various awakening abilities bloom on the battlefield, wild and bloody. They were like a sharp knife, wedged into the black tide of corpses. But soon, the problem was completely exposed. They fought on their own, with no coordination at all. The scarred-faced burly man was only concerned with killing to his heart's content, but he completely exposed his flank to the swarm of zombies, forcing his companions behind him to scramble to defend him. The thin man who was manipulating the metal almost stabbed the spike through his own man's foot, which caused a burst of curses. Their attack was wild and efficient, but their defense was porous and like a sieve. From time to time, some zombies would escape their defense line with roars, but they would be immediately killed by the accurate follow-up shots from the soldiers of the four major forces in the rear. There was a hint of undisguised contempt in the eyes of those soldiers. Nightingale stood at the back of the team, like an outsider, watching coldly. It wasn't until she saw that the team's formation was beginning to be shaken by the tide of zombies and was showing signs of collapse that she finally moved. She slowly raised her jade-white right hand with her 5 fingers spread out. A strange crimson fire lotus quietly blossomed on her palm, emitting a heart-pounding aura of destruction. "Stand back!" A cold voice sounded. The Freedom Awakeners, who were already struggling, burst out with strength to force back the zombies in front of them and retreated madly. Nightingale took a step forward with an elegant posture, as if she was not facing a hellish tide of corpses, but strolling in a garden. She gently pushed the fire lotus in her hand forward. The fire lotus flew out of his hand without making any sound, and landed lightly in the center of the most crowded tide of corpses. The moment you come into contact with the first zombie, boom dash, a crimson sun suddenly rose over the battlefield. The terrifying flames transformed into a swirling firestorm that shot up into the sky, completely engulfing an area of dozens of meters in radius. No screams, no struggles. Hundreds of zombies were instantly turned into ashes in the terrifying high temperature. The flames dissipated, and the ground was burned into a piece of charred, crystal-clear glass. This attack stunned everyone. Whether it was the Freedom Awakeners who were retreating in a panic, or the soldiers of the four major forces who were watching the battle in the distant positions, they were all stunned, staring at the glazed ground with their Adam's apples rolling. Is this Nightingale's true strength? In the convenience store, Lin Mo looked at the chart area on the monitor and tapped lightly on the table with his slender fingers. This Nightingale is quite interesting. When I first met her, I thought she was just a woman with empty strength and arrogance. Now it seems that I underestimated her. He is strong enough, clear-headed, knows how to be patient, and knows how to demonstrate his irreplaceable value at the most critical moment. It is a piece of material that can be built. As for the others, Lin Mo's evaluation consisted of only 4 words: mob. However, he doesn't have much choice now and can only make do with it for now. While thinking, he noticed that the zombies pouring out of the gap in the science park gate began to become sparse. The zombies inside are almost cleared out. Bai Lu, Scorpion and others on the front line also discovered this at the first time, and their morale was greatly boosted. Brothers, come on! The zombies are almost dead, we can rush in soon. Scorpion stood excitedly on the roof of the armored vehicle, waving his arms and shouting with all his strength, his voice hoarse. As long as we take over the science park and bring out the good stuff inside, I'll give everyone a celebration party. I'll go and ask Boss Lin myself. I'll get canned meat, good cigarettes, and good alcohol for everyone. Let everyone eat and drink as much as they want. These words were like the most powerful shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the inner desires of all soldiers and awakened people. Break into the science and technology park. Eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. The Scorpion's vulgar yet highly provocative promise made the bloody smell in the air seem to carry a hint of barbecue aroma. Everyone's breathing became heavier. The last few zombies staggered out of the gap, and before they could see the world clearly, they were torn to pieces by the dense crossfire. The tide of zombies that lasted for nearly an hour was finally completely stopped. All units, forward! Bai Lu's calm voice spread throughout the position through the intercom. Maintain alert formation, enter the park, and control the central square. The roar of engines sounded again, and the steel torrent rolled over the wreckage and corpses on the ground, officially pouring into this long silent science and technology park. The scene inside the park is much larger than it appears from the outside. Broad asphalt roads extend in all directions, and rows of high-tech glass curtain-walled buildings reflect cold light in the morning sun. This place is like a city forgotten by time, so quiet that it makes people feel uneasy. Inside the command vehicle of the 4 major forces, Professor G has successfully connected to the park's local area network, and a 3-dimensional map is projected in the air. We must act separately to maximize efficiency. Bai Lu's fingers quickly slid across the map, dividing it into 4 areas of different colors. Panchi, East District. The buildings here are mainly large production workshops and warehouses with simple structures. You are responsible for clearing them out as quickly as possible. Engineer Zhou Yuan will work with you to check whether the production line is intact. After a pause, Bai Lu added, nothing can happen to Zhou Yuan. Scorpion nodded solemnly, I will personally lead people to protect Zhou Yuan. Hive, you have the greatest mobility. Clear the outer areas and the rooftops of all buildings, and establish observation posts on the commanding heights. Wasp nodded and merged into the shadows. The ARC, the West District, the administrative building and the data center have complex structures, so we handle them ourselves. Lighthouse, your mission is the most important. Bai Lu's expression grew serious. She pointed to the most magnificent building in the center of the map. Escort Professor G and Engineer Wang Chongming into the central R&D building and find the main server. Clear. After the order was given, the huge joint force was quickly divided into 4 efficient combat teams, advancing rapidly towards their respective target areas. Only Nightingale and the group of free awakeners behind her were isolated in place. Watching the people from the 4 major forces leave in an orderly manner, everyone's face was filled with complexity. They got in, but what next? The 4 major forces clearly don't want them to have a share of the pie, and if they act rashly, they will probably end up in trouble. At this moment, Bai Lu returned and looked at Nightingale and said, Boss Lin sent a message asking you to clean up the 6 dormitory buildings in the North Employee Living Area. Is that a problem? The Nightingale didn't look back, but just said softly. There's a new mission. The scarred man spat and complained in a muffled voice, damn, those are just shabby buildings with no money. Nightingale did not explain. She simply raised her hand, and a small crimson flame danced at her fingertips, emitting heat that caused the surrounding air to begin to distort. Scarface's complaints stopped abruptly. He felt the terrifying energy that was enough to melt him, and a dry swallow came from his throat. Work. Nightingale put away the flame and walked towards the dormitory area. This time, no one dared to raise any objection. The Lighthouse team, led by Professor G, arrived at the avant-garde central R&D building. Right here. Wang Kongming's breathing quickened as he pointed at the building. The main server is on the 3rd underground floor. There's an independent physical defense system there. Professor G did not rush in. He first sent people to find the ventilation ducts and maintenance passages leading to the underground. Soon, an exciting news came. Report. There are only a few zombies underground, and they have all been cleared out. The overall structure is intact. Professor G was greatly encouraged. Okay, get ready to enter the main building. Professor G and Wang Chongming, escorted by a team of elite lighthouse fighters, took a special elevator and descended smoothly to the 3rd underground floor. The The elevator door slid open silently. In front of me is a passage made of special alloy, at the end of which is a shockingly thick round valve-type explosion-proof door. Wang Chongming walked quickly forward and entered a long and complex password on the control panel beside the door. Click. The heavy mechanical lock cylinder began to turn, making a teeth-grinding metallic friction sound. The explosion-proof door slowly moved to the side, and a gust of cold air mixed with the smell of ozone hit me in the face. Main server room. Rows of tall black cabinets are arranged neatly, and countless indicator lights flash in the darkness, forming a dark blue sea of stars. In the center of the room is a core array protected by a glass cover, with white mist of low-temperature liquid nitrogen flowing slowly in it. Found it. Wang Kongming's voice trembled with excitement. Professor G also quickly followed, and the technical staff he brought with him immediately dispersed and connected the external devices one by one to the server ports. Start copying. Professor G gave the order. On a laptop screen, a green progress bar began to move forward slowly and steadily. Calling Boss Lin, the lighthouse has arrived at the target location and the data is being copied. It is estimated to take 40 minutes. Professor G reported calmly into the communicator. Receive. At the same time, in the huge production workshop in the East District, the last zombie's head was smashed to pieces by Scorpion with the butt of his gun. He ordered his soldiers to be on guard around and then shouted, "Zhou Yuan, I'll leave this to you." Zhou Yuan walked around the corpses on the ground and ran quickly to a huge production equipment, his fingers operating the dusty control panel quickly. With a slight beep, the indicator light above the device turned from red to green. It's still usable. The main structure of this production line is intact. We just need to replace a few wearing parts and connect the power source to restart it. Zhou Yuan shouted excitedly. Scorpio doesn't quite understand these things, he only cares about useful things. Batteries. Where are the batteries that Boss Lin wants? This way. Zhou Yuan pointed to a tightly closed warehouse door deep in the workshop. Two rock warriors stepped forward and used crowbars and brute force to force the door open. The moment the door opened, everyone held their breath. In the warehouse, densely packed shelves stretch all the way to the end of darkness. On the shelves, brand new cardboard boxes are neatly stacked, with the distinctive Thor 7 logo printed on them. A soldier rushed in and cut open a cardboard box with his bayonet. Crash! A dozen brand new batteries wrapped in plastic rolled out. The warriors in the entire rock stronghold were in an uproar. Zhou Yuan excitedly ran into the warehouse, walked between the shelves, and quickly scanned the inventory codes with his tablet computer. Oh my god, oh my god. He muttered to himself, there are at least 30,000 batteries here, and they're in excellent condition. The damage rate can't be more than 5%. Scorpion snatched a battery, weighed it in his hand, and his face was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. 30,000 yuan. If I take this back, the canned beef that Boss Lin gave me as a reward will probably pile up into a mountain. More than that. Zhou Yuan shouted again. He ran out from another passage, his face flushed with excitement. Not just one production line. Two complete Thor 7 battery production lines. This news is more shocking than 30,000 batteries. Scorpion turned his head suddenly and stared at Zhou Yuan. Are you sure? I'm sure. Zhou Yuan held up the tablet. The equipment list and maintenance records are all here. As long as we have enough raw materials and electricity, we can produce batteries ourselves. Ha 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 ha. The Scorpion let out a deafening laugh. He grabbed the walkie-talkie. Reporting to Boss Lin. 30,000 intact batteries were found in the East District warehouse. 2 complete production lines. Repeat. 2 complete production lines. In the convenience store. Lin Mo leaned on the folding bed, and the image transmitted by the drone was floating in front of him. Good news came frequently from the communicator. The hive has taken control of all commanding heights and no large-scale enemy activity has been detected. The North District dormitory building has been cleared and a secondary inspection is underway. Data copying progress is 50%, everything is going smoothly. Finally, there was the Scorpion's earth-shaking roar. Lin Mo's expression didn't change at all. He simply used his telekinesis to grab a can of Coke from the shelf. Pull the tab open. Laugh. The sound of cold bubbles was particularly clear in the quiet shop. This deal is getting better and better. In the communicator, the Scorpion's roar had not yet subsided when Professor G's comm report came in. Boss Lin, the data copying is 100% complete, and all data packets have been verified to be correct. Zhou Yuan has confirmed that there is a complete production process. Very good. Lin Mo's voice came through the encrypted channel and rang simultaneously in the earphones of the 4 commanders, calmly and without a ripple. Mission completed. Take what you can use, seal up what you can't take away for the time being, and then prepare to evacuate. When the 4 teams reunited in the square in front of the gate, a strange atmosphere filled the air. Fatigue after a bloody battle is inevitable, but it is more of a forcibly suppressed excitement and anxiety about an unknown fate. Will Boss Lin honor the celebration party that Scorpio promised? Or just give each person an extra can of beef? Thinking of this, Scorpion's battle-hardened heart began to feel uneasy. He was a little too proud of himself. In front of everyone, he made a big promise on behalf of Boss Lin, saying that he would hold a celebratory banquet with plenty of cigarettes and alcohol. This is a taboo of usurpation in any force. What if he upset the mysterious Boss Lin? Scorpion didn't dare to think about it anymore. He secretly glanced at the drone hovering not far away. The cold lens seemed to be staring at him, making his back chill. Bai Lu walked up to him, her voice very low and with a hint of cold warning. "You're being reckless." Scorpion's face twitched violently, his rough hands clenched and loosened, his voice revealing a lack of confidence and irritability. I'm just trying to boost morale." Bai Lu didn't say anything more, but just calmly glanced in the direction of the convenience store in the distance. Everyone understands the truth. But who can guess what Boss Lin is thinking? The convoy slowly stopped in the square in front of the convenience store. The engines shut down one by one. The surroundings instantly fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. Nearly 200 soldiers who had just experienced a bloody battle stood straight and in clear formation, but no one dared to breathe loudly. All eyes, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, were fixed on the tightly closed small rolling door. The tired face was filled with anticipation and a deeper awe. Nightingale and the Freedom Awakeners behind her stood at the outermost edge of the team, also remaining silent. They are outsiders, but not. The deposit for the can of beef has tied their fate to that of the man behind the rolling door. Finally, the rolling door slowly rose. Lin Mo still looked calm and walked out slowly, but his appearance made the air in the entire square seem to freeze, and the pressure increased sharply. Scorpion took a deep breath, took a step forward, and prepared to admit his mistake. However, Lin Mo's sight had already fallen on him. "Scorpion. Exist." The scorpion shuddered and straightened its back like a javelin. Lin Mo's tone was very flat, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "You said before that you wanted to hold a celebration banquet? Here we come." Scorpion's heart instantly sank to the bottom, and fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and answered in a hoarse voice, I acted on my own initiative, Boss Lin, Lin Mo interrupted him. Only one word was said. "That's a good idea." The scorpion suddenly raised its head and was stunned. Bai Lu, Huang Feng, and Professor Ji were also stunned. All the soldiers in the square who were listening with their ears perked up were stunned. Before they could recover from this huge reversal, Lin Mo raised his hand and waved it gently. There was no loud noise, no light, but everyone smelled something. A fresh smell of meat with a hint of blood. Immediately afterwards, a small hill appeared out of thin air in the open space in the center of the square. It wasn't a cold cardboard box, nor was it a hard can. It's meat. It was fresh flesh and blood, emitting a hint of coldness and with frost condensed on the surface. Whole slabs of pork ribs, beautifully marbled beef, and plates of neatly arranged chicken wings, piled up into a mind-blowing mountain of meat. It's not over yet. Next to the meat mountain, something new appeared. Juicy green vegetables, plump and round potatoes, and even several large boxes of oysters with silvery luster in tightly closed shells. The most exaggerated thing is what appears at the end. Bang! 1 box, 10 boxes, 100 boxes. Hundreds of cartons of ice-cold beer, stacked higher than a person, formed a wall out of thin air. The fine droplets of condensation on the bottles gleamed with a deadly, alluring light under the searchlight. Gulp! 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 It was the sound of countless people swallowing their saliva, forming a clear and audible sound, which seemed particularly abrupt in the silent square. The smoke and smell of blood in the air were instantly washed away by the most primitive desire for food. Pa! The walkie-talkie in Scorpion's hand fell to the ground, but he was completely unaware. He just stared at the mountain of flesh, his lips trembling, his eyes instantly red, and he couldn't say a word. Even Bai Lu, who was always calm and composed, began breathing rapidly, his chest heaving violently. In the dead silence, Lin Mo's voice sounded again, calm, but with unquestionable authority. "What are you still standing there for? Do it yourself. Today, there's plenty of meat." This sentence was the final spark that ignited the powder keg. After a brief silence, the deafening cheers broke through the clouds, almost overturning the sky. The soldiers could no longer restrain themselves and rushed towards the mountain of flesh. They laughed, roared, and screamed, with tears and saliva flying. There was no looting, no chaos, only a frenzy that was almost like a pilgrimage. The rock warriors spontaneously set up ovens and lit the charcoal. The Ark's men began washing vegetables and prying open beer bottle caps with bayonets. The Hive scouts consciously spread out in all directions, with vigilance flashing in their eyes, taking on the task of guarding the feast. Sizzle! The first piece of fat beef was placed on the sizzling grill. The rich aroma of meat and the sound of fat being roasted instantly ignited everyone's taste buds and shattered their last bit of sanity. A strong man with a strong body pierced a whole roasted rib with a bayonet and took a big bite. The burn made him grimace, but his face flushed with happiness, and tears welled up in his eyes. While he was chewing voraciously, he was yelling incoherently at his comrades around him. Damn it! It's meat! It's fresh meat! A young soldier who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, holding a bottle of beer in his left hand and a handful of grilled chicken wings in his right hand, his mouth full of oil, but tears couldn't stop falling. He thought of his parents. As far as they can remember, they haven't had a full meal for a long time. Nightingale stood on the outskirts of the crowd, and the scarred burly man attentively handed her a bottle of beer and a skewer of freshly grilled meat. She didn't refuse and took it silently. The cold beer slid down his throat, carrying with it a malt aroma that only existed in his memories before the disaster. She looked at the faces in the square that were filled with the purest joy because of the food, and then looked at the man leaning against the doorframe not far away, watching everything calmly. She suddenly understood. This man gave them neither insults nor charity. It's a choice. Should he continue to be a lone wolf fighting for scraps in the wasteland, or choose to surrender, become a member of the lion group, and enjoy the feast given by the Lion King? Nightingale lowered her head and took a bite of the barbecue in her hand. She made the right choice. Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe, still holding a can of Coke in his hand. He looked at the carnival scene in front of him and listened to the noisy laughter with a calm expression. Scorpion ran over with a red face, holding a large piece of the best roasted beef ribs in his hand. Boss Lin, you want some too? Lin Mo shook his head. The Scorpion was not embarrassed. He smiled, took a big bite of meat, and then took a big gulp of beer. He wiped his mouth and suddenly stopped smiling. In front of Lin Mo, he bowed deeply and solemnly, with his head almost hanging down to his chest. Boss Lin, from now on, Rock will be your most loyal ally. My life, Scorpion, is yours. You tell me to go east, I won't go west. You tell me to kill someone, I won't even frown. If I, Scorpion, say no, I'll be eaten alive by the zombies outside. Lin Mo didn't say anything, he just squeezed the empty Coke can and threw it accurately into a trash can more than 10 meters away. He turned and walked back into the shadows of the convenience store. Only one sentence was left, floating clearly across the bustling square and into everyone's ears. From now on, be obedient. Just have meat every meal. The phrase "have meat every meal" is more powerful than any military order. It was like a nail, deeply wedged into the bones of everyone present. Lin Mo's figure disappeared in the darkness of the convenience store, but his presence enveloped the entire square, more real than the moon hanging high in the sky. The carnival continues. The fat drips onto the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound, and the strong aroma of meat mixed with the malt flavor of beer creates an intoxicating aroma. The soldiers completely let go. They linked arms and sang loudly, using the most vulgar language to praise the barbecue and beer, and to praise Boss Lin who had given them all this. Scorpion became the focus of the whole audience. Like a victorious bull, he walked through the crowd holding a bottle of wine, accepting toasts from everyone and patting his chest. His declaration of loyalty was heard by everyone. The other corner of the square is relatively quiet. Bai Lu, Huang Feng, and Professor Ji sat around a simple table, which was also filled with barbecue and beer, but none of them was very interested. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. Wasp gulped down a whole bottle of beer and slammed the empty bottle to the ground. Mr. Lin doesn't need allies. Hornet's voice was hoarse, he just needs obedient thugs. Professor Ji pushed his glasses up on his nose. What he focused on was always different from others. I'm thinking about something. Mr. Lin was so interested in the Thor 7 batteries, but he didn't let us move all the batteries back from the warehouse. He only took a small portion and sealed the rest where they were. That simple sealing is no way to stop those greedy scavengers. He frowned slightly. As for those 2 production lines, he doesn't seem particularly concerned. Instead, he's extremely focused on the information. Could it be that he wants to move to another location and rebuild the production lines himself? None of this matters anymore. Bai Lu finally spoke, her voice was cold and clear, interrupting the other two's thoughts. She didn't touch the food in front of her, but just held a glass of beer and watched the bubbles constantly surging in the glass. The important thing is, from today on, the rules of this ruin have changed. She looked at the Scorpion not far away, which was being held high by the Rock Warriors. What Scorpion said just now is equivalent to betting the entire Rock stronghold on this gambling table. Wasp's expression was a little subtle. Scorpion is only the deputy leader of the Rock. If he makes such a decision, the Rock King will break his neck. No, he won't. Bai Lu shook his head with a firm tone. The Rock King is more pragmatic than anyone else. No one would refuse a boss who could provide his subordinates with fresh barbecue every meal, and no one dared to refuse. Scorpion is not overstepping his bounds. He probably received instructions from the Rock King before coming here today. Bai Lu's gaze swept across the wasp and finally fell on Professor Ji's face. What about the queen bee of the hive? What about the sage of the lighthouse? What will they choose? This question made the noisy air around them seem to freeze. Scorpion, Egret, Wasp, Professor G. In their respective forces, they are high-ranking officials holding great power and are commanders who give orders on the battlefield. But none of them are the real leaders. Above them are the Rock King of the Rock, the Queen Bee of the Beehive, the Sage of the Lighthouse, and the most mysterious captain of the Ark. The Rock chose to bow its head, but what about them? Surrender or resist? This is a multiple-choice question that cannot be avoided. The thought of confrontation only flashed through Wasp's mind for a moment before he extinguished it himself. What are we fighting against? What are we fighting against? Soldiers are not blind. Even if they cannot understand the overall situation, they at least know who can keep them well fed and watered. As for the awakened ones from the four major forces, they are more realistic. Mr. Lin not only has food and water, but also luxury goods such as cigarettes and alcohol. It was a good thing that they didn't turn against Mr. Lin on the spot. The third leader of the Tomahawk team set an example by himself, showing the importance of supplies. If you can't get enough food, no one cares whether you are the third in command or the leader, you will be killed. The charcoal fire gradually died down, and the mountain of meat had been completely eaten away, even the bones had been gnawed white. The soldiers, who had eaten and drunk their fill, had a false sense of satisfaction on their faces. They leaned against the armored vehicles in groups of 3 or 4, burping, with dazed eyes. This feast contained more meat than they had eaten in the past year combined. The rolling shutter rose silently. Lin Mo came out again, still with that indifferent look on his face. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on the scene, and the originally relaxed atmosphere immediately became solemn and dignified. Lin Mo didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and waved again. In the square, mountains of supplies appeared out of nowhere again. Boxes of compressed biscuits, bags of refined white rice, neatly stacked cans of luncheon meat, and countless cigarettes. These things were extremely common before the disaster, but today, they are life, the hardest currency in the wasteland. Here are 2 shares. One is the agreed reward, to be divided equally between the Rock, the Ark, the Hive, and the Lighthouse. The other is for everyone who fought today. You can claim it yourself according to your military merits. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Egret, you distribute it. Scorpion, you assist. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the shadow of the store, as if he didn't care about these supplies that were enough to start a war. Thunderous cheers erupted in the square once again. Occasionally, 2 zombies would want to come and watch the fun, but they would be beaten to death immediately. The soldiers looked at the supplies and breathed cautiously. Bai Lu took a deep breath, stood up, and began to organize the distribution according to the list and battle record. The whole process was so orderly that it was terrifying. No fighting, no complaining. Looking at the soldiers from different forces arm in arm, showing off the rewards they had received, Bai Lu finally understood. Mr. Lin doesn't care about any alliances or the attitudes of the 4 major forces. From the very beginning, he was not making deals with the 4 major forces. Instead, we use facts to tell everyone that the old era is over. From now on, there will be only one voice and one rule in these ruins. His voice, his rules. The engines roared, and the convoy started slowly, driving away from the square where the miracle was created. The convoy drove into the ruins and split into 4 directions to return to where they came from. But Egret, Hornet, and others knew very well that their soldiers had already left their hearts there. The tail lights of the convoy finally disappeared at the end of the ruins, taking away the last of the noise. In the square, all that remained was the residual heat of the extinguished bonfire, and a mess of bones and empty bottles. Nightingale and the dozen or so Freedom Awakeners behind her stood alone in the center of the empty square like a group of forgotten sculptures. They also attended the celebration banquet. But from the beginning to the end, it was as if there was an invisible wall between me, and I couldn't blend into that frenzied atmosphere. An extremely realistic problem, like a cold knife, is against everyone's throat. I'm full after this meal, but what about the next one? After experiencing the luxury of unlimited barbecue and beer, they were forced to go back to chewing dry bread and drinking muddy stagnant water. No one can stand it. Both Nightingale and the man named Scar know it better than anyone else. Lin Mo is their only choice. All remaining gazes, whether of awe or anticipation, were subconsciously focused on the blurry figure at the entrance of the convenience store. Lin Mo moved. He waved his hand casually. Crash! Dozens of boxes of instant noodles, biscuits, and canned food appeared out of nowhere, piled up into a small mountain, with a dozen cartons of cigarettes casually placed on top. This is your reward. Lin Mo's voice was calm, without any emotion. Take it and you can go. As soon as the words fell, the slight heat that had just risen in the square was instantly frozen. Walk? The drunken look on the scarred man's face disappeared completely. He stared at the pile of supplies that was enough to drive any awakened person crazy, and the flesh on his face twitched violently. What's the meaning? He growled in a gruff voice, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. Are you treating us like disposable rags? The crowd behind him also became agitated in an instant. Their stomachs, which had just been filled with meat and wine, were now filled with anger of feeling mocked and abandoned. Damn it, are you kidding us? You're sending us away with just a meal? Who are you looking down on? The nightingale did not move. He didn't even look back at his excited companions. She just looked at Lin Mo, and saw that man's face had no expression at all, as if everything in front of her had nothing to do with him. Lin Mo turned a deaf ear to the noisy complaints. He didn't even spare Scarface a second glance. His gaze, through the night, fell only on the nightingale. Or, do you have other ideas? Scarface wanted to curse again, but was stopped by Nightingale's icy gaze. Nightingale took 2 steps forward. She walked to the pile of supplies, but did not look at the food. Instead, she looked up and stared at Lin Mo, who was in the shadow at the entrance of the convenience store. We don't want to leave. Her voice was soft, but it was unusually clear in the silent square. We want to stay and do things for you. The scarred burly man was stunned, and the Freedom Awakeners behind him also fell silent instantly, looking at each other. Nightingale ignored her companion's reaction and continued to speak. Her speech was not fast, but each word was loud and clear, as if she was making a big gamble. Although the science and technology part was taken down, it is now empty. It won't be long before the scavengers in the ruins start flocking over like flies to the scent of blood. If we don't assign people to guard those equipment and supplies, they will be emptied and destroyed within a day. She paused, pursed her red lips slightly, and there was a hint of heat in her eyes. The people from the 4 major forces just left. They need to go back to recuperate and won't be back in a short time. And we are the only ones who can return there immediately. At the entrance of the convenience store, Lin Mo's mouth, which had remained indifferent for thousands of years, finally showed a faint curve. This was the sentence he was waiting for. You will be the captain. Lin Mo's words were concise and to the point, and he made the final decision. The stone in Nightingale's heart finally fell to the ground. She was not surprised at all and nodded slightly. From now on, you are no longer free awakeners. Lin Mo's voice was still not loud, but it carried an irrefutable determination. You are my first direct action team, codenamed Nightblade. Nightblade. Nightingale silently repeated the name in her heart, feeling that something had been completely severed from her past self who was struggling to survive. Then we. Scarface spoke hesitantly, unable to react to this huge change for a while. Lin Mo didn't give him a chance to finish his words. He raised his hand again. This time, what appeared in the square was no longer food. Boom! A brand new diesel generator with a gleaming metallic luster fell heavily to the ground, accompanied by several barrels full of diesel. Immediately afterwards, a black military-grade hard-shell box fell to the ground, and the lid automatically popped open, revealing a folded small unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and a matching control tablet. Finally, there were a dozen brand new military walkie-talkies, exuding a cold industrial atmosphere. Scarface's eyes widened instantly. Dynamo! And there are drones. These items are truly precious possessions that only the core members of the 4 major factions can afford. They are 100 times more valuable than food and weapons. These are your equipment. Lin Mo's voice came from a distance. Now, take your rewards and new equipment and head to the tech park immediately. Clear the dormitory area and use it as a temporary base. I want you to keep a close watch on the entire park. If even one mouse sneaks in, I want to know its gender. Nightingale should know how to use the generator. As for the drone and communicator, you can research them yourself. Yes, there was finally a hint of uncontrollable excitement in Nightingale's voice. She turned around abruptly, looked at her companions who were completely stunned, and shouted, Everyone, count your supplies and get ready to go. Yes, Sister Nightingale. Yes, Captain. This time, she was responded with a uniform roar filled with enthusiasm and excitement. Scarface was the first to rush forward, carefully caressing the cold outer shell of the generator as if caressing a lover. The fat on his face was squeezed together with a smile, and he kept muttering to himself, Shit, this is fucking awesome. Watching the group of people happily carrying supplies, quickly forming a team, and then driving their broken cars, with an unprecedented momentum, they sped away towards the direction of the Science and Technology Park. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and slowly pulled down the rolling door. Crash! All the noise and frenzy of the outside world are isolated. Silence returned to the store. A laptop sat quietly on the counter. On the screen was a complete and complex set of industrial design drawings, emitting a faint blue light. Thor 7 high-energy battery production line, complete process flow and technical data. This was the biggest gain from planning this operation. A genuine smile played on Lin Mo's lips. With this, he can return to the real world, use the gold in the dimensional warehouse as startup capital, and use this epic-making high-energy battery as a base to build a business empire that truly belongs to him. News in the wasteland sometimes spreads faster than the wind, especially when the news concerns food, clean water, and the hope of survival. have you heard? Mr. Lin, the boss of that small shop, has taken in Nightingale's gang. More than just taking it. I saw it with my own eyes. They gave it to the generator. And even the drone. Oh my god, that's a treasure that only the core of the 4 major forces possess. Follow Boss Lin and you'll have meat every meal. This word is spreading like wildfire throughout the gathering place. Rumors, which were difficult to distinguish between true and false, spread like wildfire among the survivors, igniting the flame of madness in everyone's eyes. A dense crowd soon gathered in the square outside the convenience store. They were ragged and thin, but each of them had an almost fanatical expectation on their face as they stared at the tightly closed rolling door. Lin Mo doesn't need them to be philanthropists. Crash! The rolling door opened, and the dazzling sunlight made everyone squint subconsciously. Lin Mo's figure appeared at the door, calmly looking at the hundreds of eyes outside the door that were mixed with greed and desire. He didn't bring out any food. My rules, let me repeat them again. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. I need something valuable. Old world electronic components, literature, special metals, anything you deem valuable. Use what you find to exchange for the right to live. After saying that, Lin Mo retreated back into the shadows and said no more. Zhou Yuan was sent to the art to follow by Lu. He was a more important chess piece and could not be wasted here. But in the wasteland, there is never a shortage of people who are willing to sell everything to survive. Lin Mo quickly appointed a middle-aged man with the most lively eyes and oil stains on his arms from the crowd as the temporary manager. You are responsible for inspecting the goods. A simple but efficient trading market was put into operation. A survivor, trembling, held several circuit boards removed from a scrapped car and placed them on a wooden box that served as a makeshift counter. The temporary manager picked up a piece, scraped the dust off it with his fingernails, carefully identified the chip model on it, and a shrewd look flashed in his eyes. 3 boards for a pack of biscuits. No, this is a military-grade board in very good condition. It can be exchanged for at least 1.5 packs. The survivor argued eagerly. The manager didn't even bother to raise his eyelids and pushed the circuit board back. Next. The blood drained from the man's face instantly. He struggled for a few seconds, but finally, like a deflated ball, he took the packet of biscuits and stepped aside. Lin Mo sat in the convenience store, watching pieces of garbage from the old world being brought in, and then he calmly put them into the dimensional warehouse. Time passes by every second. On the light screen that only he could see, the countdown quietly returned to 0. Dimensional shuttle, cooling down. Lin Mo raised his head and glanced at the square. Instead of shortening, the cube grew longer and longer, with the end stretching hundreds of meters away like a greedy python. He didn't choose to return immediately, but instead said to the temporary manager, the transaction will end on time at 5 o'clock. No one will be served after the time limit. The manager's body shook violently, and then, using all his strength, he roared at the eager crowd, Boss Lin has spoken. Trading ends at 5 o'clock sharp. Those who haven't made it, please come back early tomorrow. Lin Mo picked up the walkie-talkie again and called Nightingale. Send 2 people over here. After the transaction is completed, take the manager to the science park and arrange accommodation for him. This temporary manager is quite capable and has a basic understanding of things from the old world. He is a talented person. Lin Mo doesn't mind feeding one more mouth to feed. It was just a matter of words for him, but the manager was so excited that he was shaking all over. He turned around regardless of everything and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the convenience store. His forehead collided with the gravel ground, and blood oozed out, but he seemed unaware, with ecstasy and gratitude on his face. The survivors queuing around were so envious that their eyes turned red. After dealing with these trivial matters, Lin Mo turned his attention back to his laptop. His fingertips slid across the touchpad, carefully reading the complete set of information on the Thor 7 high-energy battery production line again. Everything in the wasteland is just the fulcrum for him to pry open another world. The real battlefield is in reality. 5 o'clock sharp. The order to end the transaction was ruthlessly carried out by 2 Night Blade members sent by Nightingale. The survivors dispersed contentedly with the food they had exchanged, and their eyes were full of awe when they looked at the 2 team members. Although those who didn't get the exchange were upset, no one dared to act rashly and could only hope for better luck tomorrow. Silence returned to the square. Lin Mo stood up, closed the laptop and put it into the dimensional warehouse. A thought came to my mind. The surrounding air began to distort, and the light was pulled and folded by an invisible force, forming a blurry vortex. In the blink of an eye, the dim sky and the diffuse dust of the wasteland world disappeared instantly. Instead, there are the bright lights of the city in the evening and the hustle and bustle of traffic. He is back. There are still 2 hours before the meeting with the boss behind Suwon. Lin Mo glanced at his jacket, which was covered in wasteland dust, and frowned slightly. Tonight's meeting involves a transaction of hundreds of millions of dollars, and he needs a suitable battlesuit. Entering the most upscale shopping mall in the city center, Lin Mo went straight to a top Italian men's clothing brand store. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you?" The salesgirl had a professional smile on her face, but when her eyes swept over Lin Mo's ordinary attire, a hint of imperceptible contempt flashed across her eyes. "Pick a suit that fits you well," Lin Mo said lightly. Half an hour later, when Lin Mo walked out of the fitting room, the air in the entire store seemed to freeze for a moment. The tailor-made dark gray suit perfectly outlines his tall and slender figure. His physique, tempered by hundreds of crystal cores, is now wrapped in expensive fabric, exuding a restrained yet oppressive edge. He is no longer the owner of that small shop, but a real superior. "That's it." Lin Mo walked to the cashier and casually took out his bank card. The shopping guide, who had been a little reserved and arrogant just now, had eagerness in his eyes after seeing the successful card swipe, and smiled as he wanted to chat with Lin Mo. But Lin Mo didn't care about these things and left without looking back. At 7 p.m., Jingxin Tea Garden. An ordinary white van was parked in front of the Vermilion Gate, which seemed out of place with the elegance of the place. Su Wan was waiting at the gate in person. She changed out of her charming cheongsam and put on a well-tailored black business suit. Her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, and she exuded a sense of shrewdness and competence. Seeing Lin Mo getting out of the driver's seat of the truck, Su Wan walked forward quickly. "Mr. Linear." Her voice was filled with a barely perceptible nervousness. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but walked to the back of the truck and opened the door. He reached in with one hand, grabbed the handle of a black metal box, and lifted it out with ease as if it were a briefcase. The second one follows closely. Bang! Bang! 2 metal boxes, so heavy that they made the ground shake, were casually placed at his feet. The corners of the metal box had been slightly deformed because it could not bear the weight inside. Su Wan's pupils suddenly contracted. 300 kilograms of gold, packed in 2 boxes, each weighing 150 kilograms. And he did it with one hand, effortlessly. This is beyond the scope of human beings. Su Wan took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, turned sideways, and made a gesture to lead the way. "The boss is waiting for you." It was still the same courtyard, but the atmosphere was completely different. Last time it was elegant, this time it is solemn. In the darkness of the courtyard, there was a faint cold aura, like a dormant poisonous snake, professional and deadly. This time, the destination is no longer the tea house by the lake, but a study located deep in the main building. There were no extra decorations in the study, only a large mahogany desk and walls full of books, exuding the scent of ink. An old man with gray hair and wearing a Chinese-style double-breasted shirt was sitting behind a desk, holding a thread-bound ancient book in his hand and reading it intently. He looked like an old professor at home in retirement, gentle and harmless. But when he raised his head, the eyes behind his reading glasses revealed a sharpness that could see through people's souls. Su Wan bowed deeply to him. "Mr. Tang, Mr. Lin is here." The old man called Mr. Tang hummed, closed the book and put it aside neatly. His eyes fell on Lin Mo, scanning him from head to toe like a precision instrument without any emotion. Lin Mo also looked back at him calmly. Then he bent down, grabbed the 2 metal boxes with both hands, and walked step by step to the desk. Boom! He placed the 2 boxes heavily on the valuable mahogany desk, and the entire tabletop groaned under the weight. 300 kilograms of cargo. Lin Mo looked directly at Mr. Tang, with a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth. "Let's test it." Mr. Tang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His gaze slowly shifted from the 2 boxes that were almost crushing the desk to Lin Mo's young but unfathomable face. Where did this fierce dragon from across the river come from? There was deathly silence in the study. Mr. Tang's gaze lingered for a full 10 seconds on the 2 metal boxes that were slightly deformed from the weight. He didn't touch the 2 boxes. He just slowly picked up the intercom on the table and pressed a button. "Anayan, come here." Soon, there was a knock on the door. Su Wan pushed the door open and walked in. Behind her, followed a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a gentle temperament. The man's name is Anayan, and he is Mr. Tang's most trusted expert. He can distinguish gold and jade with his hands, and recognize people's hearts with his eyes. But the most striking thing is the slightly bulging temple, which means that he is more than just an appraiser. He was carrying a silver briefcase in his hand. After coming in, he first bowed respectfully to Mr. Tang. "Tang Lao." "Anayan, check Mr. Lin's goods." Old Tang ordered in a flat tone. "Yes." Anayan walked to the desk and opened the suitcase, which contained various sophisticated testing instruments. He put on snow-white silk gloves with meticulous movements full of ritual. He took a deep breath, grasped the handle of one of the metal boxes with both hands, and prepared to move it to the ground to operate. Let the chi sink into Danshan and exert force suddenly. However, the box didn't move. Anayan's face turned pale in an instant, and fine cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead. He knew his own strength and that ordinary strong men were no match for him, but this box seemed to be welded to the table. "What the hell is in here? Just open it," Mr. Tang said calmly. Anian reached out and opened the lid of the box. The neatly stacked gold bars lay quietly in the box. Anian's breathing stopped instantly. He forced himself to look away, took out a gold bar, and scanned it with a portable spectrum analyzer. A string of data popped up on the screen. Purity, 99.99%. He then took out a small electronic scale and placed the gold bar on it. 500.02 grams. Anian's movements were still professional as he checked each one of them. The first box contained a total of 300 gold bars, and the results for each one were exactly the same. Anian also realized at this moment. No wonder he couldn't move the box just now. Who could lift something weighing 300 kilograms? The second box was also quickly checked. Tang Lao, 2 boxes, a total of 600 sticks, weighing 300 kilograms, all of which meet the purity standards. Anian reported. Mr. Tang nodded softly and waved his hand. Anian felt as if he had been pardoned, and he and Su Wan bowed and retreated. The door of the study closed again, leaving only old Tang and Lin Mo inside. "The highest price I can offer for this batch of gold is 820, for a total value of 246 million. Before I came here, I heard Su Wan say that you wanted a battery company." Mr. Tang crossed his fingers, placed them on the table, and leaned forward slightly. In an instant, his entire aura changed drastically, from a gentle old man to a lion examining its unknown prey. "I can give it to you." He picked up a tablet, slid the screen, and pushed it in front of Lin Mo. The screen displays information about 3 companies. The first one is Tianheng Energy, a publicly listed company specializing in lithium batteries with a healthy market share. However, its recent technological stagnation, plummeting stock price, and shareholder infighting have left it in a quagmire. If I were to invest the full 200 million yuan, I could own 7%. The second one is Jinpeng Industrial, an established lead-acid battery manufacturer with outdated technology and years of losses. But the land is within the Third Ring Road and is quite valuable. They're offering 500 million. You can use that as a deposit. The third one is Yuanxing Technology, a new company founded 3 years ago. They specialize in graphene batteries and have received subsidies, but they haven't been able to commercialize their technology. Their funding chain has broken down, and they've been shut down for 6 months. Their factory is in the suburbs, and they have the most complete hardware facilities. This one is the cheapest, with a flat price of 180 million yuan, including the land and factory buildings. Old Tang stared at Lin Mo's eyes calmly, trying to see even the slightest trace of emotion in them. "I don't know what Mr. Lin wants to choose." Lin Mo didn't even look at it and gave a direct answer. "Yuanxing Technology." Mr. Tang's pupils shrank almost imperceptibly. He considered several possibilities. Lin Mo will choose Tianheng and use his absolute power and wealth to crush those shareholders who are fighting among themselves and take over the company forcefully. Then, by hyping up the topic, raising the stock price, and cashing out at a high price, more than 200 million can be turned into 400 to 500 million. Or you can choose Jinpeng, buy the land, and then use your connections to change the nature of the land and engage in real estate. However, he didn't expect that Lin Mo would choose Yuanxing Technology, and he made the decision without much thought. An empty shell with no value other than the factory building and the dilapidated production line. What's the use of this thing? You can't make money in the stock market, nor can you speculate in real estate. Unless the other party does not need the technology, market, or even assets of these companies at all. All he needed was a legal shell that could carry his own things. This thought made Mr. Tang feel that the young man in front of him was even more unfathomable. "Mr. Lin, have you thought it through?" he confirmed in a deep voice. "That's it." Lin Mo's tone did not allow for any objection. "Good." Mr. Tang said no more, picked up the phone, and started giving orders in front of Lin Mo. "Legal Department, prepare the transfer agreement for all shares of Yuanxing Technology." Finance Department, immediately set up a project team to handle the accounting of this batch of gold, using the cleanest channels. Notify Lawyer Wang to come see Mr. Lin in 1 hour with all the documents. Make calls one by one. A huge and sophisticated Grey Kingdom, centered around these 300 kilograms of gold and a company on the verge of bankruptcy, operates at high speed. Lin Mo listened quietly the whole time, with no expression on his face. Less than an hour. The door of the study was knocked again, and Su Wan walked in with a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carrying a briefcase, and with a serious expression. "Mr. Tang, Lawyer Wang is here." "Mr. Lin, this is Lawyer Wang Zheng, our best legal expert." Lawyer Wang bowed respectfully to Mr. Tang, then turned to Lin Mo, handed him his business card with a professional smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Linear." Lin Mo didn't take the business card, but just nodded. "Let's get started." Lawyer Wang's smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. The other party is able to have a direct conversation with Mr. Tang, but his level is indeed not high enough. Lawyer Wang opened his briefcase, took out a thick stack of documents, and spread them neatly on the other corner of the desk. Mr. Lin, this is Yuanxing Technology's complete equity transfer agreement, asset list, and debt statement. We have completed all preliminary reviews. You use this batch of gold as collateral, and Mr. Tang's trust fund will advance the full purchase price. The proceeds from the subsequent disposal of the gold will be used to settle the account. The entire process is completely legal and compliant. Here is the agreement, please review it. Lawyer Wang speaks very quickly and clearly, and every word he says exudes absolute professionalism. He thought that the young Mr. Lin would ask questions carefully and even ask his own team to review it. However, Lin Mo simply picked up the stack of documents and flipped through them at an incredibly fast speed. It wasn't reading, it was more like checking the page count. After a few seconds, he put the file back on the table. Pen. Lawyer Wang was stunned. Su Wan was also stunned. Mr. Lin, won't you take another closer look? Su Wan couldn't help but remind him. This is an acquisition worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and any slight difference in any of the terms may involve interests worth tens of millions. Need not. Lin Mo took the pen handed to him by Lawyer Wang and signed his name at the end of the document. After signing, Lin Mo threw the pen casually on the table. Now, I'm the boss of this company. He looked at Lawyer Wang beside him with a calm look in his eyes. You'll have 2 hours. First, I want a complete list of all current employees at Yuanxing Technology, from executives to cleaners, including their positions, salaries, and all records of rewards and punishments since joining. Second, immediately freeze all company accounts and seize all physical assets. Not a single penny or piece of paper can leave the company without my order. Third, notify everyone that a general meeting will be held at the suburban factory at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Mo's tone was flat, but carried an unquestionable sense of command. Those who are late or absent will be deemed to have resigned automatically. Lawyer Wang's mind went blank for a moment. He had worked with countless billionaire bosses and handled countless thrilling emergency mergers and acquisitions, but he had never seen anyone act like this. There is no transition period. There was no soothing reception. No hypocritical and polite speeches. Only orders. A cold, hard order that leaves no room for negotiation. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away. Lawyer Wang subconsciously stood at attention and answered, beads of sweat unknowingly oozing out of his forehead. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized, I am Mr. Tang's man, so why am I completely intimidated by this young man's aura? He subconsciously looked at Mr. Tang for instructions. Elder Tang waved his hand nonchalantly, as if it were all natural. Since Mr. Lin has spoken, then you should do as he says. Yes, Mr. Tang. Lawyer Wang felt as if he had been pardoned. He bowed and took his leave, almost jogging out of the study. Mr. Tang, Mr. Lin, I'm going to help Lawyer Wang. Su Wan also bowed and left with great tact, leaving the space for the 2 real big shots. Mr. Lin, Elder Tang finally spoke, the purchase price for Yuanxing Technology is 180 million. What do you plan to do with the remaining gold? Lin Mo handed over a note he had prepared long ago. I need 5 million in cash. I'd like to ask Mr. Tang to keep the rest for me. I'll transfer it to the company account after I finish handling the internal affairs of Yuanxing Technology. Mr. Tang looked at Lin Mo and smiled meaningfully. Mr. Lin, now that you have the funds, don't you plan to buy a suitable car first? No rush. Lin Mo smiled and interrupted him. That truck is very useful. It can carry goods and people. It won't be too late to change cars after I make Yuanxing Technology truly stand up. Mr. Tang's eyes instantly became deep. A man who can easily take out hundreds of millions of gold, but has a special liking for a dilapidated van. This kind of person is either a complete lunatic or a complete lunatic. Or, his pattern and vision have far exceeded the scope of ordinary people's understanding. The most important thing is he so confident that he can revive a shell company on the verge of bankruptcy? Old Tang felt more and more that the young man in front of him was like an ancient well with no bottom to be seen. Not long after, Su Wan came in pushing a small cart with 2 unmarked black boxes on it and placed them respectfully at Lin Mo's feet. Mr. Lin, this is the 5 million in cash you requested. Good. Lin Mo nodded, stood up, nodded slightly to Mr. Tang as a greeting, then picked up the box and turned to leave without any polite words. Take care, Mr. Linear. Mr. Tang's voice sounded behind him. Su Wan hurried after him and sent Lin Mo to the entrance of the tea garden. She watched him casually throw 2 boxes filled with 5 million in cash onto the passenger seat like a vegetable basket. Then, he closed the door and started the white van, which looked out of place among the surrounding top luxury cars. The roar of the engine gradually faded away, and Su Wan breathed a sigh of relief. She hurried back to the study. Old Tang was standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the ancient banyan tree in the yard, wondering what he was thinking. Tang Lao, this Mr. Lin, do we really want to cooperate deeply with him? There was a hint of worry in Su Wan's voice. His origins are too mysterious, and his style of doing things is overbearing and inhumane. I checked his information. A few days ago, his life resume was unremarkable, but suddenly, he came up with wealth that we can't even imagine. I'm worried. What are you worried about? Old Tang slowly turned around and sat back at the desk that symbolized power, his expression indifferent. Destroy all the information you have found. Don't keep a single byte. Also, pass on my message. From now on, our people are forbidden from investigating Mr. Lin in any way. Violators will be punished according to family rules. Yes. Su Wan's heart trembled. I taught you that before. Mr. Tang took a sip of the tea that had already gone cold, and the sound of his voice was just like the tea. If you're a broker, you have to be aware of your role as a broker. Knowing too much is not good for you. He chose Yuan Xing not to hype up its stock price, nor for the land. He has his own things, and he needs Yuan Xing as a shell to present them to the world. The power behind someone who can pull out that kind of thing is enough to crush us easily. So, just focus on handling the gold. If Mr. Lin needs anything, we'll satisfy him, no matter the cost. As for anything else, we won't ask or care about anything else. Yes, I understand. The next day, 8:45 a.m. At the Yuan Xing Technology Factory, located in the far suburbs of the city, the atmosphere is as depressing as the sea before a storm. Hundreds of employees were gathered in the largest production workshop number 1, gathering in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to each other, and everyone's face was filled with anxiety and speculation. Have you heard? The company was bought out by a mysterious tycoon. More than that. I heard from my friends in the administration department that last night, the offices of the finance department and all the executives were physically sealed off by a team of lawyers. They even put seals on the doors. Who is the new boss? Why is there such a big fuss today? Is he planning to lay off a lot of employees? My mortgage is due next month. At the front of the crowd stood several company executives, led by CEO Zhao Kunda. Zhao Kunda, with his round beer belly, tried to remain calm while adjusting his crooked Hermes tie, but his slightly trembling fingertips revealed his inner anxiety. What are you panicking about? What a mess! He turned around and shouted at the employees who were talking behind him. I spoke with lawyer Wang, who was sent by Mr. Tang, on the phone. It's just a normal equity transfer. Even with the new boss, he'll have to rely on us, the company veterans who understand technology, management, and the market. Stand up straight. Don't let the newcomers look down on us from Yuan Xing. That's what he said, but he had no idea at all. Last night, the lawyer named Wang Zheng was like a robot, unresponsive, and didn't give him any chance to get close to him. He just informed him in a cold tone, the new boss wants to meet everyone at 9 o'clock today. Just then, the roar of an engine came from far away. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the open door of the workshop. They have imagined countless scenes of the new boss coming on stage. Perhaps it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom surrounded by black-clad bodyguards. Perhaps it is the low-key and luxurious Maybach. At the very least, it should be a high-profile Ferrari or Lamborghini. Then, a white van with mud spots on its body did a beautiful tailspin and stopped precisely in front of the workshop door, stirring up a cloud of dust. The car door opened. A tall young man in a well-tailored dark gray suit walked down from the driver's seat. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Performance art by top billionaires? Or did the courier go to the wrong place? Lin Mo ignored those surprised, absurd and unbelievable looks. He walked straight into the crowd with a folder in his hand. He did not walk towards CEO Zhao Kunda, who had already prepared a speech, nor did he go up to the temporary podium that symbolized the transfer of power. Just so casually, he stood in the center of all the employees. Lin Mo looked around, and wherever his eyes fell, the discussion stopped abruptly. Then he opened the folder in his hand. The entire workshop was silent, with only the rustling sound of papers being blown by the breeze. Zhao Kunda. Lin Mo read out the first name. Zhao Kunda's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately forced out his warmest smile, straightened his suit, and walked quickly forward. Lin. Mr. Lin. Hello. I'm Zhao Kunda, the founder and CEO of Yuan Xing Technology. I know the company inside and out, from every screw to every customer. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Where is your office? Lin Mo interrupted him coldly without even raising his head. Zhao Kunda's smile froze on his face, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. He was stunned and subconsciously raised his hand to point at the independent office building not far away. Third floor. It's the one with the best view. Lin Mo finally raised his eyes and looked at him. There was no emotion in those eyes. You'll have 10 minutes. You could hear a pin drop in the entire workshop. Pack your personal belongings. Lin Mo's voice paused, and then he uttered the last word. Roll. Roll. One word. Cold, stiff, with no room for maneuver. The expressions of hundreds of people in workshop number 1 were frozen at that moment. shock, astonishment, absurdity, and a hint of hidden pleasure. The smile on Zhao Kunda's face froze completely, and his fat body began to tremble slightly because of extreme anger and humiliation. Blood rushed to his face, turning his greasy face into the color of liver. "You, say it again?" His voice was hoarse. Lin Mo ignored him. He didn't even look at Zhao Kunda again, but just lowered his head and glanced at the watch on his wrist. 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. A calm tone and precise timing are more lethal than any roar. "It's a rebellion! It's a rebellion!" Zhao Kunda finally exploded, waving his fat arms and spitting everywhere. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks?" He suddenly turned to the equally pale-faced company executives behind him, trying to find allies. "Everyone, you've all seen it. This is the new boss's face. He's just going to get rid of you after you've done your job. He's going to destroy the bridge after you've crossed it. Without me, Zhao Kunda, and without us veterans, UN Seeing technology would be nothing but a pile of scrap metal. He knows nothing about technology. He knows nothing about management." However, the scene of shared hatred against a common enemy that he had expected did not occur. The CFO subconsciously took a half step back and lowered his head. The sales manager's eyes wandered, pretending to look at the chandelier on the ceiling of the workshop. Everyone became mute. In this suffocating awkwardness, a slightly thin figure walked out from the team of executives. He was a man in his 50s, wearing a pair of thick black-framed glasses, with slightly gray hair, and a washed-out blue work suit. He stood out from the crowd of executives in suits and ties around him. His name is Chen Jinsong, the company's chief engineer, a pure technician. Director Linear. Chen Jinsong adjusted his glasses. His voice was a little hoarse, but very steady. "Can I ask a question?" Lin Mo's gaze finally shifted from his watch to this man. "Explain. Did you acquire UN Seeing because you are optimistic about our team's research results in the field of graphene batteries?" Chen Jinsong's tone carried the technician's final stubbornness and expectations. "Although we haven't yet achieved commercialization, we have made breakthrough progress in material ratio and structural design. If we are given a little more time and funds." "Graphene battery?" Lin Mo interrupted him and turned to another page of the folder in his hand. UN Seeing Technology, Chief Engineer of the R&D Department, Chen Jinsong. The project lasted 3 years and exhausted the company's entire R&D budget and government subsidies, totaling 78 million. The results are that the laboratory sample has an energy density of 120 Wh/kg, which is less than half of the mainstream ternary lithium battery on the market. The cycle life is less than 300 times. The charging rate is 0.5 C, and it takes more than 2 hours to fully charge. Safety rating, D, severe risk of thermal runaway. Every time Lin Mo read out a piece of data, Chen Jinsong's face became paler. These are all the most core and confidential internal data of UN Seeing technology. How would he know? Lin Mo closed the folder with a slight click sound. The sound was particularly harsh in the silent workshop. He looked at Chen Jinsong, whose face was pale, and uttered his conclusion. "Your skills are worthless." Chen Jinsong's body shook violently and he almost couldn't stand. At this moment, all his pride and persistence were completely shattered by this casual remark. "Madman! You are a madman!" Zhao Kunda on the side was still roaring hysterically. "You don't understand anything. You're destroying UN Seeing." Lin Mo finally turned his gaze back to him. "Destroyed UN Seeing? No, UN Seeing will be destroyed in your hands. And I will lead UN Seeing to a new life and completely revolutionize the entire battery industry." Lin Mo's words made everyone look at each other in surprise. Disrupt the entire industry? Why? Just because you drive a broken truck, you come up and kick out the company founder? Feelings of suspicion, ridicule, and uneasiness began to ferment among the crowd. This guy is absolutely crazy. Who does he think he is? The reincarnation of Steve Jobs? It's over. UN Seeing is completely finished now. Go submit your resume tomorrow. I guess he's just a rich second generation who wants to start a business. Does he know how to run a business in the real economy? Zhao Kunda seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and his fat body was shaking with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Subverting the industry? Just you? I'm telling you, without my connections and channels, you wouldn't be able to sell even one battery. Just wait for your bankruptcy. I'm waiting for the day when you kneel down and beg me." Lin Mo turned a deaf ear to Zhao Kunda's roar. It's a waste of life to say one more word to such a person. He lowered his head and turned a page in the folder. Wang Wei. Another name was called out. In the crowd, the financial director who had just stepped back subconsciously suddenly stiffened. "Lin, Director Lin." Wang Wei forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and hurriedly stepped forward, his voice trembling. "Boss Zhao," he was just confused for a moment, "don't take it personally. I know the company's accounts best. What do you need?" Last July, 1.3 million yuan of R&D funds were misappropriated to purchase 3 cars for executives. Lin Mo's voice was flat and straightforward, without any intonation. Wang Wei's smile froze on his face. In March of this year, they falsely reported equipment purchase expenses of 2.7 million, and the accounts have yet to be balanced. Wang Wei's face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. Lin Mo closed the folder and raised his head. Make up for the loss and get out of here, or I'll keep you in jail for the rest of your life. Wang Wei's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's all over. This young man is not here to negotiate, he is here to settle accounts. Zhao Kunda's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Wang Wei in disbelief, then at Lin Mo, his mouth wide open enough for an egg to fit in. Lin Mo didn't stop. His gaze swept to his next target, the sales manager with wandering eyes. Lu Feng. Lu Feng trembled all over, and cold sweat instantly soaked the back of his shirt. We sold semi-finished batteries to your brother-in-law's shell company at a price 30% below cost, causing the company to suffer a direct loss of 5.6 million. Same, make up for the shortfall and get out. Human Resources Director, Zhou Jing, a middle-aged woman with delicate makeup, looked ashen. He took advantage of his position to place 7 relatives in the logistics department, who received high salaries but never went to work. Give me back my wages and get out. One name after another. Scandal after scandal. Lin Mo's voice, like a cold trial machine, accurately read out each person's name and the evidence of their crimes that they thought was flawless. Every executive named was like being stripped naked and thrown into the snow, with nowhere to hide. No excuses. Because everything Lin Mo read out was true. No begging for mercy. Because on that young face, there was no emotion that could be called kindness. The entire workshop was dead silent. The ordinary employees who were whispering to each other before now all held their breath, not even daring to breathe. They looked at those executives who usually acted high and mighty, now pale and distraught, as if their spines had been pulled out. While feeling confused and uneasy, I also felt genuinely happy. Damn it, you guys have come to this day. Finally, Lin Mo finished reading the last name. The former executive team of Yuansing Technology now looked like a group of defeated roosters, gathered together in disgrace, without any trace of their previous arrogance. Zhao Kunda's face had lost all color. He looked at Lin Mo, his lips trembling, but he couldn't say a word. Lin Mo didn't even look at these so-called executives, his eyes fell on the distraught chief engineer, Chen Jinsong. Chen Jinsong also looked at him. I didn't embezzle a penny. His voice was hoarse as he made his final defense. I know. Lin Mo responded indifferently. A faint glimmer of hope rekindled in Chen Jinsong's eyes. Your problem is not greed. Lin Mo's next sentence completely plunged him into the abyss. It's incompetence. You took the company's greatest resources, spent 3 years, and delivered a pile of garbage you couldn't even fool yourself with. A chief engineer like you has done more harm to Yuansing than all of them combined. So, you go too. The word incompetent completely destroyed Chen Jinsong's last spiritual support. He staggered back, his eyes empty, mumbling to himself, but his words were no longer audible. The entire workshop was so silent that one could hear everyone's heavy breathing. If the previous dismissal of Zhao Kunda and his gang of corrupt executives made ordinary employees feel secretly relieved, now, even the only chief engineer in the company who was not greedy and devoted himself to technology was kicked out so ruthlessly. All that was left in their hearts was bone-chilling chill and fear. Who will be next? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at the young man standing in the center, for fear that their name would be the next one to be called. Lin Mo's gaze slowly swept from the folder to the dark crowd below. Production line, team leader of Group 3, Li Jianguo. In the crowd, a slightly plump man in his 40s trembled violently, and the color on his face instantly faded away. Yes. He raised his hand tremblingly. Last month, there were 23 equipment failures, 17 of which were due to your neglect of duty and leaving work early during your shift. Roll. Warehousing Department, Zhang Kuiwa. A bloated middle-aged woman's face turned pale and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. He stole company materials and sold them. Don't think no one knows about those copper wires and aluminum. Roll. Logistics Support, Lu Quinyu. Roll. Everyone who was named was a well-known veteran in the company. They relied on their seniority to act cunningly and no one could stop them. At this moment, faced with those conclusive records, they could not even utter a word of defense. They could only squeeze out of the crowd and walk towards the gate in shame amid hundreds of contemptuous and disgusted gazes. After more than 10 minutes, the number of people in the workshop had decreased by nearly 1/5. The remaining hundreds of people were all silent, and the air was filled with unprecedented tension. Lin Mo closed the folder that could be called the Death Note. He didn't say anything else, but turned around and walked straight back to the white van under everyone's puzzled gaze. He opened the passenger door and took out a black suitcase. Then the second one. Bang! Bang! He casually threw 2 heavy boxes onto the cement floor in the middle of the workshop. The dull sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. What is this for? Could it be that there is severance pay in it? The little bit of luck that had just risen was instantly overwhelmed by huge anxiety. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Lin Mo opened one of the boxes. No gold bars. No files. There were only neatly stacked bundles of brand new red banknotes with the scent of ink. The entire workshop stopped breathing at this moment. Lin Mo didn't stop and opened the second box. Also a full box of red. 5 million in cash, exposed in front of everyone without any cover. The visual impact was far more violent and direct than any number in a bank account. Some employees who were close to the work could even smell the unique, crazy aroma of ink. This money is for you. Lin Mo dusted off his hands, his voice remaining calm. For us. A young technician in the crowd subconsciously asked back in a dry voice. That's right. Lin Mo looked around the room. The amount of money embezzled, withheld, and wasted by those who were just fired is far more than this amount. I'm just sending you the part that should have belonged to you in advance. He paused and said something that drove the whole audience completely crazy. From today on, everyone who stays will have their salary increased by 50%. Zhao Kunda will pay you all the wages he owes you before resuming work. Now, everyone line up and each person will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone thought they were hallucinating. Not only will the overdue wages be paid, but there will also be a 50% salary increase? A bonus of 10,000 yuan will be given out on the spot? Is this a dream? It took more than 10 seconds for the crowd to finally react. Oh, I don't know who was the first to roar, but the emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly erupted like a volcano. Boss Lin is awesome. Holy crap. A 50% raise. Am I dreaming? Damn it. 10,000 yuan. I have enough money for my child's tuition for next semester. Fuck. I'm just following Director Lin. If anyone says anything bad about Director Lin again, I'll fight him to the death. All the previous anxiety, fear, and suspicion were burned away at this moment. Instead, there was enthusiasm, excitement that was enough to burst through the roof of the workshop. They looked at the young man standing next to the cash box as if they were looking at a god descended to earth. What is pattern? First, use thundering means to clean out all the termites and garbage, and then use the most direct and brutal way to slap real benefits in your face. No empty promises, no empty talk. To make a move is to give money. This is more effective in winning people's hearts than any passionate speech. Line up. Come one by one. Someone shouted, and the fanatical crowd instantly became orderly. A long queue spontaneously formed in front of the cash box, and everyone's face was filled with an almost insane joy. The first person to receive the money was a young fitter. His hands were shaking as he held the thick stack of red banknotes. He checked repeatedly several times before putting it in his arms and bowing deeply in the direction of Lin Mo. Thank you, Mr. Lin. With the first one, there will be the second, the third. The heartfelt expressions of gratitude merged into a huge wave, echoing in the empty workshop. For grassroots employees, tangible cash and real promises of salary increases are the greatest fairness and justice. In this frenzied ocean, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Director Lin, can I ask a question? The voice was not loud, even a little timid, but it instantly quieted the noisy workshop. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the source of the sound. A young man wearing glasses and looking gentle walked out of the team. He was still holding the 10,000 yuan he had just received in his hand, and his palms were full of sweat. Who are you? Lin Mo's gaze fell on him. My name is Sun Lei. I'm an assistant engineer in the R&D department. I used to work with Chief Engineer Chen on material testing. Sun Lei took a deep breath and mustered up his courage. Director Lin, I'm very grateful for the raise and bonus. But, he pushed his glasses up, and there was unconcealable worry in his eyes behind the lenses. But now the company's senior management has been almost emptied out. Even Chief Engineer Chen has been fired. Our UNC technology is now without a brain and core technology. Our graphene battery project, which we are so proud of, is worthless in your eyes. So, what are we going to produce next? Without products, there's no revenue. You can't just keep relying on you to burn money to support us, right? As soon as Sun Lei asked the question, the workshop, which had been bustling just a moment ago, suddenly fell silent. The ecstasy on the employees' faces froze. Yes. No matter how rich the boss is, the company still has to generate its own revenue. The new CEO, Mr. Lin, wiped out all the senior management with thunderous means, and even the graphene project that sounded so great was made worthless by him. Next, how will the company survive? You can't really expect the boss to use money to support hundreds of people, right? Can it last for a month, a year, or a lifetime? Everyone's eyes were once again fixed on Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the young man named Sun Lei, with a barely perceptible hint of approval in his eyes. Your name is Sun Lei? Yes, Mr. Linear. Sun Lei answered nervously, holding the 10,000 yuan. Very good, you asked the most crucial question. Lin Mo did not give a long speech, nor did he make any grand promises. He simply turned around and walked back to the beat-up van. Under the cover of the cab, he thought about it, and a palm-sized cube flashing with cold metallic light appeared out of thin air in his hand. This is the Thor 7 battery from the Doomsday era. Lin Mo returned to the center of the crowd and gently placed the metal cube on a clean workbench. That's the answer. His eyes swept across the confused faces, finally stopping on Sun Lei and several other technicians. From today on, Yuan-Xing Technology will only produce one product. Lin Mo tapped lightly on the metal with his fingers. Its name is Yuan-Xing 1. Sun Lei and several technicians subconsciously gathered around, their eyes filled with the curiosity and scrutiny unique to engineers. This is a prototype? Sun Lei adjusted his glasses and asked cautiously, Director Lin, what are its core parameters? Lin Mo's answer was simple and direct. Energy density, 400 Wh/kg. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Sun Lei's pupils shrank into the most dangerous needlepoints at this moment. The technicians behind him all gasped, and the expressions on their faces instantly changed from professional curiosity to extreme shock and suspicion. 400. Sun Lei's voice changed in pitch, as if someone was strangling his throat. He almost thought he was hallucinating. Director Lin, are you sure it's 400 Wh/kg? It wasn't a slip of the tongue? I'm sure. Impossible. Sun Lei almost roared, all his awe and nervousness were replaced by professional instinct at this moment. That's absolutely impossible. Director Lin, I'm not questioning you, but this data, it defies the laws of physics. Even the world's top laboratories have only managed a maximum of 350 Wh/kg for their samples. Furthermore, the performance is extremely unstable, and mass production won't be possible within the next 3 to 5 years. The best battery we can buy on the market has a ceiling of 260 Wh/kg. This 400 of yours, it's not technology, it's theology. An assistant engineer nearby couldn't help but blush, agreeing, yes, Director Lin, you're taking too big a step. It will affect. The energy density is determined by the gram capacity of the positive and negative electrode materials. His words stopped abruptly, because Lin Mo's next sentence was like an invisible mountain, pressing all his subsequent doubts back into his stomach. Full load cycle life, 5,500 times. If we say that the 400 Wh/kg just now is a fantasy, then this 5,500 cycles is the myth of Pangu creating the world. The entire technical team was completely blown away. What a joke! The national standard only requires 1,000 cycles. 5,500 times? What's the concept? The battery will be as good as new even after it's worn out. What about the charging rate? What about safety? These two items are vital. If the data is too high, it will explode at the slightest touch. That's not a battery, it's a bomb. Facing the overwhelming questioning, Lin Mo did not show any impatience on his face. This was the reaction he wanted. If these technical people are indifferent to such incredible data, it proves that they are real good-for-nothings. Are there any testing equipment in the workshop? Lin Mo's gaze fell back on Sun Lei. Yes. Sun Lei answered without hesitation, it's in the quality inspection lab on the second floor. They have a full set of battery performance testing equipment. Then go get tested. Lin Mo turned sideways and made a pleased gesture. Use your most professional equipment and your most stringent standards to verify whether what I said is bragging or fact. Sun Lei was completely stunned. He thought the other party would produce a forged report, or that they would use commercial secrets as an excuse, but they never expected that the other party would be so frank and confident, allowing them to conduct on-site testing. All colleagues from the technical department, R&D department, and quality inspection department, follow me. Sun Lei shouted loudly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He rushed forward, his hand shaking violently with excitement. He carefully held the Yuan-Xing number 1 in his palm as if he were holding a priceless treasure. Then, he turned around abruptly and ran towards the laboratory on the second floor. A dozen technicians followed suit, each with a fanatical glint in their eyes. The remaining employees in the workshop looked at each other, completely confused about what was happening, but they could clearly feel the amazing enthusiasm bursting out from those usually taciturn technicians. Less than half an hour. A burst of frantic footsteps came from the stairs. Sun Lei was the first to rush down. His glasses hung askew on his nose, his white lab coat was stained with black oil, and his hair was a mess. But he was in a state of extreme excitement, his face flushed with excitement. He rushed to Lin Mo like a gust of wind. Because he ran too fast, his chest heaved violently and he couldn't utter a word. He simply handed over a few sheets of A4 paper that were still warm from the printer with his trembling hands. That is the test report. Lin Mo didn't even look down. No need to show it to me, just announce it. Sun Lei nodded heavily. He took a deep breath, turned around and faced the employees in the workshop who were craning their necks to look around curiously, and roared, "Test! Test results are out." His voice trembled violently due to extreme excitement, but it was like a thunderclap, clearly exploding in every corner of the workshop. He held the report aloft as if reading an oracle. Energy density. Sun Lei paused, the entire workshop fell into dead silence, and everyone held their breath. 401.7 Wh/kg. He roared out the first data. Under a 5C charge-discharge test, after 500 cycles, the capacity has faded. Another breathtaking pause. 0.3%. Puncture. Short circuit. High temperature. All safety tests. All passed. The battery did not experience thermal runaway. There was no fire. There was no explosion. Every time Sun Lei shouted out a piece of data, the bodies of the technicians behind him trembled violently. The way they looked at Lin Mo could no longer be described as awe. Oh my god, is this fucking real? What kind of alien technology is this? The battery industry is about to be disrupted. With this battery, UNC technology will become the leader in the national, no, global battery industry. Doesn't this mean that our company is going to be a success? Even though the employees who remained in the workshop did not understand the specific meaning of the data, they could understand the almost crazy admiration on the faces of Sun Lei and that group of technical elites. They understood instantly. That ordinary-looking piece of metal is actually a mountain of gold. After Sun Lei made the announcement, he could no longer suppress the turmoil in his heart. He walked up to Lin Mo. No extra words, no fancy words. He simply bent down deeply, a standard 90-degree bow. Lin Mo stood there, accepting the salute calmly, his eyes sweeping across the entire audience calmly. Now, any more questions? There was no more noise in the workshop. The next second, a thunderous response flooded the entire factory. No problem. Director Lin, we will all obey you. Fuck. From today on, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Lin Mo gave an order to the HR employee who was still standing by the cash box and was completely dumbfounded. Distribute the money and register it. Everyone must be at work on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that, he turned and left, and under hundreds of fanatical gazes, he sat back in the driver's seat of the white van. The engine starts. The truck sped away, leaving only a dashing back view for everyone. In the car, Lin Mo picked up his phone and dialed Su Wan's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Linear. Su Wan's voice was respectful but also a little cautious. Su Wan. Lin Mo's tone was emotionless. I need you to do 3 things. Please give your instructions. First, I'll send you a copy of the technical information. Apply for patent protection in the name of UNC Technology as quickly as possible. All technical details are classified as top secret. Su Wan on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. She immediately understood that this was the real purpose of Lin Mo choosing UNC as the shell. This young man actually has something to offer. Yes, I will contact Mr. Tang's top patent lawyer team right away. Secondly, Lin Mo continued, contact the best headhunting firm. I need a top-tier professional manager to oversee the daily operations of UNC Technology. Also, help me recruit a group of the country's top battery industry experts. Let them set their own salary packages. Su Wan's eyes narrowed on the other end of the phone. Clean out the old guys and immediately replace them with the top team. Mr. Lin's methods are so fast that it takes your breath away. I understand. She forced herself to keep up with the other person's pace. The third thing. Lin Mo paused. I want to hold a press conference. Press conference? Su Wan was stunned. Yes. Lin Mo's voice finally took on a hint of amusement. Invite all the technology and financial media that can be invited. Tell them that UNC Technology will release a product that will revolutionize the entire new energy era. The time is set for 3 days later. Before the press conference, the first 2 things must be completed. Please contact Mr. Tang for the expenses. Beep. The phone was hung up. Su Wan held the phone in her hand and didn't move for a long time. What's wrong? Old Tang put down the ancient book in his hand and raised his head. Mr. Tang. Su Wan turned around, walked quickly to the desk, and repeated Lin Mo's 3 requests word for word. For the first time, an obvious emotion appeared on Mr. Tang's face. He was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke, his voice filled with complex emotion. I still underestimated him. Mr. Tang stood up, walked to the window and looked at the sky in the distance. Do as he says. Use all our connections and resources to cooperate with him, regardless of the cost. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. What kind of surprise will he give us in 3 days? One phone call stirred up the undercurrent of the entire city. The huge machine under Mr. Tang's command began to operate with terrifying efficiency. Within half an hour, the country's top international patent law firm received the encrypted technical information. The chief lawyer, an industry leader in his 60s, stood up from his chair after reading the first page of data and knocked over the purple clay teapot beside him. Within an hour, 3 top headhunting companies received the same commission. Goal: to be the top trader and technical expert in the battery industry. Request: at any cost. Budget: unlimited. Signed by UNSing Technology. At an emergency internal meeting, the partners of the 3 companies all asked the same question directly: what is UNSing Technology? When invitation letters, in the name of Mr. Tang's public relations company, flew like snowflakes to the mailboxes of major media outlets, the entire technology and financial circles were in an uproar. Editorial Department of New Finance. The editor-in-chief slapped the printed invitation on the table, making a crisp pop sound. UNSing Technology? A press conference in 3 days? And they're releasing a product that will revolutionize the new energy era. He looked around at the circle of senior reporters under him, his tone full of absurdity. If I remember correctly, this company has been out of production for half a year, right? Could it be that they've come up with a new product? An old reporter who has been covering technology for 10 years pushed up his glasses. Editor-in-chief, I checked. UNSing just completed its equity change yesterday, and the buyer's information is completely confidential. But it was used in the trust fund under Mr. Tang. It's a big deal. Mr. Tang? The editor frowned. Things didn't seem that simple. So what? Another young reporter curled his lip in disdain. Every year, dozens of companies claim to be disrupting or revolutionizing. But what happens in the end? They either scam investors or steal subsidies. How could UNSing Technology be any exception? It's a gimmick, 100% a gimmick. Let's go and see if it's a gimmick or not, the editor-in-chief said decisively. I want to see what tricks they can come up with. Send our sharpest reporters over there and prepare some professional questions. Similar scenes were played out repeatedly on major media, television stations, and online platforms. Doubts, ridicule, and the desire to watch the fun and make trouble quickly fermented. The last cry of a dying company? Secrets revealed. A mysterious billionaire's acquisition of UNSing Technology, a billionaire gamble or a sky-high scam. 3 days later, we witnessed the birth of a business farce. One eye-catching report after another quickly grabbed the headlines of the technology section, pushing UNSing Technology, an almost forgotten company, back to the forefront. Tianheng Energy, top floor of the headquarters building. In the CEO's office, a man in a custom-made suit was standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below. He was the first choice that Mr. Tang gave to Lin Mo, and the helmsman of Tianheng Energy, Zhou Zhen. Mr. Zhou. The secretary knocked on the door and came in, handing over a compiled public opinion report. There's a lot of commotion over at UNSing Technology. Zhou Zhen took the report, flipped through 2 pages casually, and a sneer of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. Subverting the times? Just because of the mess left behind by that idiot Zhao Kunda? He threw the report on the table. Have you found out who is behind this? Not yet. The other party has a very high level of confidentiality, and we only know that it is related to Mr. Tang. The secretary replied in a low voice. Mr. Tang. Zhou Zhen tapped his knuckles lightly on the table. He's a good businessman. He can even find someone to take over this kind of junk assets. Mr. Zhou, do we need to do something about it? The market is paying a lot of attention to them right now. Deal with it? Zhou Zhen seemed to have heard something funny. Why should we deal with it? It's just a clown show. All we need to do is sit back and watch them play themselves to death. He paused, a fierce look in his eyes. Notify the PR department. After their press conference, write an in-depth analysis immediately. I want everyone to clearly understand what constitutes a true technical barrier and what constitutes presumptuous grandstanding. I want to let that mysterious buyer hiding behind know that the new energy ocean is not accessible simply by money. After leaving UNSing Technology, Lin Mo went to replenish some supplies as usual, and then headed to the Doomsday World. First, he used the intercom to contact forces such as Rock and Arc, asking them to bring crystal cores and gold to trade. At the same time, they were given a new task. That is to go to Tianjin Science and Technology Park to move the batteries in the warehouse, and at the same time dismantle the production line under Zhou Yuan's guidance. By the way, Nightingale was also invited to come. On the one hand, it is to give them some new supplies, and on the other hand, it is to let Nightingale meet with the people from the 4 major forces. Lin Mo knew very well that Nightingale's dozen awakened ones alone could not defend the entire Sky Science Park, and he didn't intend to monopolize it. The most needed production technology data has been obtained, and the remaining batteries or other things are actually dispensable. It would be better to let the 4 major forces act as porters and carry batteries to him in exchange for supplies. It can also be regarded as a further way to win people's hearts. In addition, Lin Mo also gave Nightingale a task, which was to recruit awakened people. These dozen or so awakened ones are definitely not enough. Lin Mo's requirement is to increase the number tenfold and bring the number to 100. This frightened the Nightingale greatly. 100 awakened ones. What is this for? However, Nightingale also knew that one should not ask questions that should not be asked. Besides, Lin Mo had unlimited supplies, so recruiting people was not a problem at all. The difficulty lay in the personnel assessment. It is worth mentioning that the cooling time of this shuttle has become 9 hours as expected, and the distance to Infinite Shuttle is getting closer and closer. This time, Lin Mo stayed for more than 10 hours. In addition to the 4 major forces, the survivors in the ruins also brought him a lot of things. Not only are there regular gold and crystal cores, but there are also various waste products. In this transaction, Lin Mo obtained a total of more than 200 kilograms of gold and 30 crystal cores. The gold was lost in the dimensional warehouse and the crystal core was directly absorbed. Lin Mo's supernatural powers were strengthened again. The capacity of the dimensional warehouse reached 4,000 cubic meters, and his telekinesis could lift objects weighing 300 kilograms, and could further compress and accelerate the metal. A coin, after being accelerated by Lin Mo's mental power, can now have the power of a rifle. Afterwards, Lin Mo returned to the real world, had a good sleep, and drove a white truck to Yuanxing Technology. The factory of Yuanxing Technology is bustling like never before. The employees who were lifeless yesterday all seemed like different people today. He walked with the wind and an uncontrollable smile on his face. That's a $10,000 cash bonus, plus a 50% salary increase. This kind of tangible benefit is more effective than any mobilization meeting. Sun Lei and a dozen of his technicians rushed into the laboratory on the second floor and never came out again. They were like a group of explorers who had discovered a new world, surrounding the Far Star 1 battery and conducting all sorts of incredible tests. Every once in a while, people in the workshop downstairs could hear bursts of exclamations and strange screams coming from the laboratory. Oh my god! The low-temperature performance degradation is less than 1%. How is this possible? The high-rate discharge curve is as smooth as a straight line. Oh my god, this battery is alive. It's definitely alive. Other employees in the workshop didn't understand the professional terms, but they could feel the enthusiasm. They knew that the company was really going to change. Lin Mo ignored those excited technicians. He was sitting in Zhao Kunda's former office, and he had replaced the large boss chair with an ordinary chair. He didn't like the feeling of getting stuck in it. The phone on the table rang. It was Su Wan calling. "Mr. Lin, there's news about the professional manager you're looking for." Su Wan's voice was filled with excitement and a hint of solemnity. 3 headhunting companies mobilized their highest-level connections and, coincidentally, recommended the same person to me. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair without any reaction. "Explain." Zhang Yi. When Su Wan said this name, his tone became serious. 3 years ago, she was the executive vice president of Fengqi Power, China's largest new energy giant. She was second only to the president and ranked above everyone else. During Fengqi Power's most glorious years, almost all of its market strategies, technology introduction, and overseas expansion were her work. She is known as the Iron Lady in the industry. She is known for her ruthless tactics and sharp vision, and is a recognized top trader. Lin Mo tapped lightly on the table with his fingertips. "If you are so powerful, why would you leave?" Su Wan on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Because her achievements were so great that they threatened her boss. The founder of Fengqi Power was a small-minded person. He was afraid that Zhang Yi's prestige would surpass his own, so he used some less than honorable means to force her away. Since then, Zhang Yi has disappeared from the industry and no one knows where she went. The headhunting company had to go through great lengths to contact her through her former personal assistant. Lin Mo understood. A hidden king. Where is she? She said she would consider leaving, but she would have to see you and your company in person before making a decision. Su Wan's tone was a little worried. "Mr. Lin, Zhang Yi is a very proud and realistic person. I'm afraid of Yuanxing's current state." "Let her come." Lin Mo interrupted her directly. "Come now." "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is a slightly dilapidated factory area and rolling green hills in the distance. An hour later, a black Audi A8 stopped silently downstairs of the office building. The car door opened, and a pair of slender legs wrapped in black trousers stepped out. Immediately afterwards, a woman wearing a well-tailored women's suit, with neat short hair and almost no makeup on her face got out of the car. She was in her early 30s, and her facial features were not particularly beautiful, but when put together, they exuded an astonishing heroism and competence. Her eyes were cold, and as she scanned the surroundings, there was an undisguised scrutiny and criticalness in them. "She is Zhang Yi." Su Wan followed behind her, and her heart was pounding when she saw the faint contempt she showed towards everything around her. This lady is more difficult to deal with than I imagined. Mr. Lin is in his office on the third floor. Su Wan led the way carefully. Zhang Yi walked straight into the office building in high heels without saying a word. Knock, knock, knock. Su Wan knocked on the office door. Enter. Zhang Yi pushed the door open and saw the man standing by the window at first sight. Very young. This was her first impression. He was wearing casual clothes, with an upright figure and a calm temperament, but beneath the calmness, there seemed to be something hidden that she could not see through. Ms. Zhang, please take a seat. Lin Mo turned around and pointed at the sofa opposite. Zhang Yi didn't sit down. Her eyes swept around the office and finally fell back on Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, time is precious, so let's not beat around the bush. Her voice was as cold and hard as her eyes. The headhunter said you bought this company that was on the verge of bankruptcy and were about to release a revolutionary product. I want to know, what's your confidence? Su Wan stood aside, her palms sweating with nervousness. It's over, they rushed in like this right from the start. Lin Mo looked at her with no expression on his face. My confidence comes from the fact that I can produce things that others cannot. For example? Zhang Yi asked again, his tone pressing. For example, a product that is enough to shut down all the battery manufacturers in the world. Lin Mo's tone was very flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But to Zhang Yi, these words sounded like a fairy tale. She smiled. It was a sneer filled with sarcasm and disdain. Mr. Lin, I admire your confidence. But with all due respect, I've been in this industry for 10 years and have seen too many young people like you who dream of shattering the world. Some of them hold a beautiful PPT, and some hold a forged lab report, and they go around claiming they control the future. The final result, without exception, has become a laughingstock in the industry. She took a step forward and looked directly at Lin Mo. The reason I'm willing to see you is just to confirm one thing. What's the difference between you and them? I need to see the real thing before I decide whether to bet my career on a company like yours that looks like a joke. It's not a concept, it's not data, it's something tangible and visible. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. So Wan felt like her heart was about to jump out. She had never seen anyone dare to speak to Lin Mo in such an attitude. She was afraid that Lin Mo would coldly say get out in the next second, just like he did to Zhao Kunda. However, Lin Mo just looked at Zhang Yi quietly for more than 10 seconds. Just when Zhang Yi thought he was going to get angry, Lin Mo suddenly smiled. Very good. He turned and walked towards the door again. Come with me. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then followed. Su Wan also hurriedly jogged to catch up. She didn't know where Lin Mo was going to take Zhang Yi, but she knew that the show was about to begin. Second floor, Quality Inspection Laboratory. As the door opened, a strange smell mixed with sweat, engine oil, and extreme excitement hit me in the face. A dozen technicians in white coats were surrounding a piece of testing equipment, staring at the data jumping on the screen like a group of fanatical believers, muttering to themselves. Hold on, hold on. 5C discharge rate for 1 hour. The voltage curve shows no fluctuations. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. Sun Lei stood in the middle, his hair was a mess like a chicken coop, his eyes were bloodshot, but he was in a state of extreme excitement. Director Lin. Seeing Lin Mo coming in, Sun Lei excitedly came forward as if he had seen a savior. Director Lin. Look, we just completed a full-load, high-intensity stress test. All the data far exceeds the theoretical value. This is simply alien technology. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and the look he gave Lin Mo was full of fanatical admiration. Zhang Yi stood at the door and watched all this coldly. Dilapidated equipment, messy environment, and a group of technicians who looked like crazy. The contempt in her eyes became even stronger. Is this what they call a team? It's simply a makeshift team. Show her your test report. Lin Mo said to Sun Lei. Okay. Sun Lei quickly took out a few sheets of A4 paper that were still warm from the printer from a pile of documents and handed them to Zhang Yi like treasures. Zhang, Miss Zhang, right? Please take a look. This is our newly released test report. Every piece of data has been verified more than 3 times. Zhang Yi took the papers and just glanced at them. Energy density, 401.7 Wh/kg. After 500 cycles at full load, the capacity faded by 0.3%. Puncture, short circuit, and high temperature tests all passed without thermal runaway. She looked at the numbers on the paper, her expression not changing at all, but the sarcasm in her eyes became more and more obvious. Falsifying data is a technical job. She threw the report on the lab table next to her with a cold voice. This report is full of loopholes. First, energy density and cycle life are inherently contradictory. The higher the energy density, the more unstable the material structure, and the shorter the cycle life. An energy density of 400 Wh/kg, yet a cycle life of over 5,000 times? Are you writing science fiction? Second, safety. Batteries with high energy density have more active and violent chemical reactions. You actually claim it passed all the violent tests? Unless you filled it with holy water instead of electrolyte. Her words, like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguished the fanatical atmosphere in the laboratory. Sun Lei and a group of technicians were stunned. They were so excited about the incredible data that they forgot how ridiculous it was within the existing theoretical system. No, it's not fake. We tested it ourselves. Sun Lei's face flushed and he tried to defend himself eagerly. Every data is true. Oh, really? Zhang Yi looked around at the equipment in the laboratory, a hint of contempt appearing at the corner of his mouth. You measured it using these antiques from 20 years ago? What are your testing standards? Are the operating procedures standardized? Have environmental interferences been eliminated? Any omission in any link may lead to huge deviations in the data. With every question she asked, Sun Lei's face turned paler. He had to admit that what the other party said were all irrefutable professional issues. Their equipment is indeed old and their testing is indeed not rigorous enough. Because they were completely shocked by the performance of the battery and forgot the most basic scientific research literacy. Sun Lei opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. There was dead silence in the laboratory. The technicians who were so enthusiastic just now lowered their heads like a group of children who had done something wrong. Su Wan stood aside, her heart sinking to the bottom. It's over. This woman has caught me at my weak spot. Lin Mo's team was severely criticized in front of the real industry giants. It seems that this recruitment is going to end in failure. However, there was still no emotion on Lin Mo's face. He just looked at Zhang Yi. How do you want to test it? Zhang Yi seemed to have expected him to ask this. It's very simple. She took out a USB drive from her handbag. Here is a set of internal battery testing protocols with the highest standards that I developed when I was at Fengchi Power, codenamed Hell Mode. Its severity is more than 5 times that of the national standard. I'm going to use your batteries and rerun all the tests according to my plan. Moreover, it must be supervised by me personally and operated by my people. After she finished speaking, she added another sentence. The equipment also needs to be replaced. There should be an internationally certified third-party testing agency in this city. I'm going to send the battery there for testing. Her demands were extremely harsh. This is no longer a verification, but a provocation. Su Wan's heart was completely chilled. This is simply an impossible task. Not to mention whether you can find such an institution. Just making an appointment and scheduling will take several days. The press conference is in 3 days, so there is no time left. Lin Mo's answer stunned everyone, including Zhang Yi. All the follow-up words she had prepared were blocked by these 2 words. She thought Lin Mo would bargain, say there was not enough time, and make all kinds of excuses. But I didn't expect that he agreed so readily. Su Wan. Lin Mo looked at Su Wan beside him. Contact Mr. Tang. I need to borrow the laboratory of Zonk testing. I need it now. Su Wan's eyes suddenly lit up. Zonk testing. It is the most authoritative third-party testing organization in the country, with the world's top equipment and technical team. With Mr. Tang's power, it would be a piece of cake to arrange it. Yes, I'll do it right away. Su Wan immediately took out her cell phone and excitedly dialed the number. For the first time, Zhang Yi's eyes showed some emotion. Of course she knew Zonk testing. That is a place that even Fengchi Power finds difficult to make a reservation at. This young man can actually borrow money just by asking? Who is the person behind him? In less than 10 minutes, Su Wan hung up the phone and walked quickly to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, everything has been arranged with Professor Tang. Professor Li Weiguo, the chief engineer of Zonk testing, will receive us personally. They will clear all appointments and the laboratory will be open to us 24 hours a day. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank imperceptibly. Li Weiguo, the leading figure in the field of battery testing. You actually want to receive me in person? Things seem to be starting to get interesting. Let's go. Lin Mo picked up the UNC number 1 on the table and walked out first. Go somewhere you can shut up. Zhang Yi looked at his departing back, and for the first time, there was no contempt in his eyes. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity. Perhaps. This young man was really different from the ones she had met before. China Science Testing Center. Located in the city's high-tech development zone, it is a silver-gray building full of futuristic sense. This is a holy place that is respected and feared by all domestic battery manufacturers. Every test report issued here is enough to determine the life or death of a product, or even the rise and fall of a company. When Lin Mo and his group arrived, the white-haired Professor Li Weiguo and his core team were already waiting at the door. Mr. Lin, Mr. Tang has already greeted him. Li Weiguo stretched out his hand, his face showing the rigor and a hint of curiosity unique to scholars. He was very curious about what kind of person could make Mr. Tang use such a big favor and clear the entire laboratory's schedule to serve him. Professor Li, I'm in trouble. Lin Mo shook hands with him and spoke briefly. Zhang Yi followed behind, and the shock in his heart deepened when he saw that this leading figure, whom he had only met a few times at top industry summits, was so polite to Lin Mo. The group went straight into the core laboratory without any unnecessary greetings. Every piece of equipment here is worth tens of millions. The dust-free environment with constant temperature and humidity, the sophisticated robotic arms, and the high-speed analytical instruments all demonstrate the professionalism and authority here. Sun Lei and his team followed at the end, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Everything they saw was new and they almost couldn't take their eyes off it. Is this the legendary Agilent third-generation electrochemical workstation? Oh my god, that's Malvern's laser particle size analyzer. I've only seen it in textbooks. They were so excited that they whispered to each other, and only quieted down after the assistant engineer of their team pulled their clothes several times. It's so embarrassing. Compared with others, my laboratory is simply a garbage dump. Ms. Zhang, we can begin now. Li Weiguo looked at Zhang Yi and made a pleased gesture. Zhang Yi nodded and handed his USB drive to Li Weiguo's assistant. Follow the plan inside and conduct all tests simultaneously. Okay. Soon, the UNC number 1 battery that attracted everyone's attention was carefully placed into the test cabin. Several probes and sensors are connected to its surface. The large screen in the laboratory was instantly filled with countless complex data streams and graphs. Hell mode, activate. With the assistant's command, the test officially began. The first item is the extreme rate charge and discharge test. Charging rate, 10C. Hiss. In the laboratory, there was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air. Even the knowledgeable Li Weiguo frowned. 10C. This is no longer a test, this is murder. The best batteries on the market can only withstand a 5C charging rate. If a 10C current is pumped in and the device doesn't explode or catch fire instantly, it's considered a sign of excellent technology. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the temperature curve on the big screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. A minute passed. The temperature curve only rose slightly, and then stopped steadily below the safety line of 45 degrees Celsius. How is this possible? An associate professor next to Li Weiguo screamed out. How does its internal thermal management system work? How can it keep the temperature so stable at a rate of 10 degrees Celsius? Li Weiguo's eyes also changed completely. He stared at the screen intently, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with astonishing light. Continue. Zhang Yi's voice was emotionless. The second item is the high and low temperature cycle test. The temperature range is -40 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees Celsius. The third item is the combined salt spray corrosion test. Duration, 100 hours. The fourth item is a 12-meter free fall at full power. The fifth item. One perverted test after another was carried out one after another. In the entire laboratory, there was no noise except the beeping of the instruments. Everyone held their breath. Sun Lei and his team had sweaty palms and their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Although they had already witnessed the power of this battery, Zhang Yi's hell mode was truly terrifying. They were afraid that the battery would fail at some point. Time passes by minute. 1 hour. 2 hours. When the last needle penetration test was completed, the steel needle penetrated the battery, and the data on the screen remained as stable as before. The entire laboratory fell into deathly silence. Professor Li Weiguo slowly took off his glasses. He looked at the final, perfect test report on the screen, his lips trembling, and it took him a long time to utter 3 words. A new era. The group of experts and professors behind him all looked ashen, as if their souls had been sucked out of them. The theories they had spent their entire lives researching and the knowledge systems they had built were, at this moment, shattered by this report. And Zhang Yi, she just stood there quietly. There was still no expression on her face, but her tightly clenched fists with white knuckles revealed the turmoil in her heart. She lost. The defeat was complete and utter. The profession she was proud of and the experience she relied on for survival became a joke in front of this tiny battery. She slowly turned around and looked at Lin Mo, the young man who remained calm from beginning to end. There was no longer any scrutiny or criticism in her eyes, only a mixture of shock, confusion, and a hint of pilgrimage. She took a deep breath and walked in front of Lin Mo. I'm in. No extra words, just these 3 words. But I have another question. Her voice was a little hoarse. Can such a product really be mass-produced? What is the cost? This was her last moment of sanity as a professional manager. No matter how amazing something is in the lab, it has no commercial value if it cannot be mass-produced at a reasonable cost. Lin Mo didn't answer her. He simply pulled out another USB drive from his pocket and handed it to her. Here is the complete production process flow for UNC1 and the production line transformation plan. Your first task is to quickly transform UNC Technology's shabby production line into one that can mass produce it. As for the cost, Lin Mo paused, it's only 10% higher than the current mainstream batteries. Boom! If we say that the test report just now overturned Zhang Yi's worldview, so this sentence now is like detonating a nuclear bomb directly on her ruins. Only 10% higher cost? Produce products whose performance is decades ahead of their time? This is no longer a business, this is a myth. Zhang Yi took the USB flash drive with trembling hands. She knew that this small USB drive contained secrets that could overturn the entire world's industrial landscape. She accepted the position of CEO of UNSing Technology without hesitation. Her expression changed instantly. From the shock and confusion just now, it turned into a blazing fighting spirit. I see. She turned around and looked at Sun Lei and the group of technicians who were still in a daze. Sun Lei, right? From now on, you will be the Chief Technology Officer, CTO, of UNSing Technology. You will be in charge of the R&D and technical departments. Everyone, follow me back to the company now. We only have less than 2 days. I want you to starve yourself of food, water, and sleep, engraving every word on this blueprint into your brains. The Queen is back. Sun Lei and the others were startled and instantly woke up from their daze, straightening their backs subconsciously. Yes, Mr. Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Yi seemed to remember something. She looked at Lin Mo with a frown. Director Lin, I've reviewed the plan. The production line upgrade requires a batch of special alloys and high-precision sensor components. These aren't standard parts and need to be custom-made from foreign manufacturers. The turnaround time will take at least a month. What will we show the media at our press conference the day after tomorrow? Just a PowerPoint presentation? Zhang Yi's question instantly cooled the enthusiastic atmosphere at the scene. Yes. No matter how advanced the technology is or how perfect the plan is, without materials and parts, everything is in vain. The press conference is the day after tomorrow. The world's media is watching. If UNSing Technology can only produce a data report and a few pages of PPT by then, it will only become a bigger laughingstock. The labels of Scam of the Century and PPT car manufacturing will be firmly pinned on the company's head and will never be taken off. Even if there is a test sample, the outside world will question its production cost. The excitement on the faces of Sun Lei and a group of technicians, who had been so excited just now, froze in an instant. Mr. Zhang is right. Those core components, especially the pre-sintering equipment for high-nickel cathode materials and the special ceramic nozzles for diaphragm coating, are simply not available domestically. They all have to be imported from Germany or Japan. Sun Lei's brows were tightly furrowed, and his tone was full of anxiety. Even if we place an order right now and have it shipped by air, it will take at least half a month for the goods to arrive. 2 days, it's simply impossible. The atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly plummeted from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Su Wan's heart also lifted. She looked at Lin Mo, her eyes full of worry. This trouble is more difficult than any previous one. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by money and connections. This is an objective law of industrial manufacturing and a limitation of physical time. How about, we postpone the press conference? Su Wan suggested cautiously. This seems to be the only feasible solution at the moment. No. Lin Mo's answer was simple and direct, leaving no room for negotiation. Everyone was stunned. No postponement? What should I do then? Do you really have to go up and perform stand-up comedy? Zhang Yi also looked at Lin Mo, his eyes full of confusion. She didn't understand why the young man was so stubborn on such a matter of principle. In her opinion, a successful leader should know how to assess the situation and be flexible, instead of doing what we do now even though we know it is impossible. Mr. Lin, I understand that you want to demonstrate our determination to the market as soon as possible. Zhang Yi forced himself to calm down and persuaded in a more tactful way. But a commercial launch is no joke. We must produce tangible evidence that will silence all doubters. Otherwise, all the advantages we've built in the lab today will be wiped out at the launch. We finally have a trump card. There's no point using it as a 1-on-3 situation when the timing is not right. Her analysis is well-reasoned, calm and objective. Any normal company boss would probably be convinced by her. But Lin Mo is obviously not a normal person. He ignored Zhang Yi's persuasion and turned to Sun Lei. Just focus on modifying the production line. I'll handle the core components. Go back and compile a list of the corresponding parts and send it to me. I'll bring the stuff over tomorrow at the latest. All you have to do is get the first production line up and running and produce the first finished product before the launch. Do you understand? Lin Mo's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, but it failed to stir up any ripples, and just fell dully into the bottom of the lake. You could hear a pin drop in the entire laboratory. Sun Lei opened his mouth, and the expression on his face was uglier than crying. Tomorrow? Bring over those high-tech components that require cross-border customization and have a waiting time of several months? This is not bragging, this is telling a myth. For the first time, Zhang Yi's brows were tightly furrowed together, forming the shape of a character. The little confidence she had just built up was instantly shattered by these words. She suppressed the absurd feeling in her heart and spoke word by word with all her professionalism. Director Lin, this is not a joke. Every step of the production line transformation must be precise. Those components are not just about money, they represent the highest standards of modern precision industry. Every screw and every sensor has strict tolerance standards. It's not like going to the market and buying cabbage. You can just say you have it. There was a hint of fatigue and disappointment in her voice that she herself was not aware of. She thought she had found a leader who could create miracles, but she didn't expect that the other party would be so naive at the most critical execution level. I told you, I'll take care of it. Lin Mo did not make any further explanation. He turned around and nodded to Professor Lee Weiguo, who was still in shock. Thank you, Professor Lee. My CEO will discuss the follow-up cooperation with you in detail. After saying that, he walked straight out of the laboratory, leaving a room full of people looking at each other in bewilderment. Madman. Zhang Yi looked at his departing back and could only squeeze out these two words from between his teeth. But she had no choice. She's already on board. She took a deep breath, and her eyes became sharp again, as if the hesitation just now had never happened. Sun Lei. Here, President Zhang. I'll give you half an hour to make a detailed list of the core components you just mentioned, including model numbers, parameters, and tolerance requirements. Give it all to me. Then, bring your people and follow me back to the company. No matter whether he can bring the things tomorrow or not, we must first do all the preparations we can to the utmost. Even if I have to perform a farce, I want to make it the most professional and realistic farce. The Queen's aura is fully unleashed once again. Half an hour later, downstairs of UNC Technology's office building, Sun Lei ran downstairs panting and handed a printed list to Lin Mo, who was about to get in the car. Director Lin, it's all here. A total of 37 core components, and more than 20 kinds of special alloy materials. Lin Mo took the pages of paper, glanced at them casually, and put them in his pocket. Wait for my news. After saying that, he closed the door, and the white van made a roar and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Zhang Yi stood by the office window, watching the truck go away, without saying a word for a long time. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong to bet her career on such a seemingly completely unreliable person. Lin Mo drove the car to the convenience store. Shuttle. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came over me. The next second, he appeared in the ruins of the Doomsday World. The air was filled with the smell of decay and dust. He took out the walkie-talkie and started calling people. Bai Lu, bring Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming over here, and bring more people. The wind from the ruins carries with it an eternal smell of dust. In less than 20 minutes, 3 modified off-road vehicles rolled up a cloud of dust and stopped precisely in front of the store entrance. The car door opened, and Bai Lu, dressed in a neat combat uniform, got out first. Behind her were 2 engineers, Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming, still wearing oily work clothes. They had obviously been called directly from a maintenance project. Several fully armed ARC warriors quickly established a security circle around them, their movements skillful and without any unnecessary sounds. Boss Linear. Bai Lu walked to the shutter door and reported briefly, everyone is here. Lin Mo nodded and handed over the list filled with densely packed model parameters. Go to the science park and bring these things back. Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming stepped forward and took the pages of paper. Just one look and the 2 engineers' expressions changed. They looked at each other and read disbelief in each other's expressions. High-precision pressure sensor? Wang Chongming's finger ran across a line of text, his voice a little dry. And this, a special ceramic nozzle with a tolerance of 0.001 millimeters. It's used for precision coating of the diaphragm. Zhou Yuan's breathing became heavier. These are the core components of the Thor 7 production line. Each one is a true work of art. They didn't understand what Boss Lin wanted these things for. In the wasteland where electricity has completely collapsed, these parts that represent the crystallization of human industry are no different from a piece of scrap metal. Your task is to find everything on the list for me without missing a single one. Lin Mo's tone left no room for argument. It's best to have spare parts in the warehouse. If not, Lin Mo glanced at the 2 engineers, then dismantle the production line for me and remove the parts. Dismantle the production line? Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming's hearts skipped a beat. Those were 2 complete production lines, representing the highest level of technology before the apocalypse. Just to dismantle a few parts? This is simply like burning famous paintings to keep warm. Is there a problem? Lin Mo asked. No. Zhou Yuan shuddered and immediately straightened his back. He figured it out instantly. He couldn't guess what Boss Lin was thinking. Since Boss Lin wants it, let alone dismantling the parts, he will have to do it even if he is asked to melt the entire production line into molten iron. So what if this behavior seems a bit wasteful? Without electricity, even the best production line is just a pile of scrap metal. I will ensure that the task is completed. Wang Chongming also expressed his opinion immediately. Very good. Lin Mo nodded. Bai Lu, you lead the team to assist them. Once you find the stuff, send it directly here. Clear. Bai Lu didn't ask a single question, turned around and began giving orders. The convoy quickly started again and rushed towards the Science and Technology Park with a new mission. Before the smoke and dust raised by the convoy had completely dissipated, Lin Mo had already picked up the walkie-talkie on the counter, tuned it to a public channel, and pressed the call button. I'm Lin Mo. Amid the rustling sound of electric current, his voice fell into the ears of the top leaders of the four major forces. It's time to trade. Bring your gold and crystal cores to exchange for supplies. There was no extra nonsense, and he released the button after he finished speaking. After a moment's silence, responses filled with suppressed emotions rang out over the intercom. Rock Stronghold received. Scorpion, take the men there immediately. Hive received. Lighthouse received. Arc received. Communications cut off. Lin Mo switched to another encrypted channel. Nightingale. Boss, I'm here. Nightingale's voice came immediately, clear and steady. How's the recruitment progress? We have preliminarily screened 30 awakened individuals. They are all lone wolves with relatively clean reputations in the ruins. As per your instructions, we are conducting a second round of loyalty assessments. They will be divided into groups to clear out the scattered zombies outside the science park. Very good. Lin Mo was very satisfied with the efficiency. Remember, I don't support useless people, let alone ungrateful people. As long as you are willing to work, you can get as much supplies as you want, but the rules cannot be broken. I understand, boss. Within 3 days, the full roster of Night Blades will be delivered to you. Lin Mo put down the walkie-talkie and waited quietly. He doesn't need to supervise or monitor. Egret's execution ability and Nightingale's ambition are his criteria for selecting people. All he needs to do is sit here and be the ultimate rule maker and resource allocator. In less than an hour, the roar of engines could be heard almost simultaneously from the four directions of the ruins. Scorpion took the lead, jumping out of a rugged armored pickup truck, followed by several rock warriors carrying 2 heavy metal boxes. Boss Lin. Scorpion's loud voice made the air buzz. This is all the stock we've had at Panchi for the time being. Following closely behind was Wasp, his expression still complicated, but his actions were very honest. He asked someone to put the box they brought on the ground. Bai Lu's sister, the commander of the Ark, also led the team here in person. Finally, it was the people at the lighthouse. They still maintained a scholarly reserve, but were also filled with awe as they looked in the direction of the canteen. The metal box was opened, and the gold bars and glowing crystal cores were counted out, and then Lin Mo casually put them into the dimensional warehouse. The people from the four major forces lined up obediently to exchange for the various supplies they had reserved. White refined rice, refrigerated steak and mutton, cigarettes and cigars, beer and liquor, and various medicines. There were even boxes of walkie-talkies and drones. Lin Mo's rule is that as long as you can produce gold and crystal cores, you can reserve anything you want in advance. If he can't get it, he will tell you in advance. This move made the four major forces admire him even more. The prices are fair and the goods are plentiful. Doing business with Lin Mo is really smooth. The ordinary soldiers and awakened people of the four major forces felt that their quality of life was gradually improving, and they were becoming more and more dependent on Lin Mo's supply of materials. To exaggerate a bit, if the leaders of the four major forces wanted to attack Lin Mo at this time, the first ones to oppose would only be their own soldiers. The transaction went smoothly. This time, Lin Mo harvested nearly 300 kilograms of gold and 42 crystal cores. When everyone left with satisfaction and awe, the square returned to silence. Lin Mo held the 42 crystal cores in his hands. A stream of cool energy flowed into the body through the palm of his hand, washing over his limbs and bones. Every absorption is like a leap in the level of life. He could clearly feel that his mental force field was expanding rapidly, and the accuracy and intensity of his telekinesis control were increasing exponentially. The original upper limit of telekinesis was 300 kilograms, but now it easily broke through the 400 kilogram mark. He even felt that with just a thought, he could squeeze a piece of steel plate into an extremely dense iron ball out of thin air. The internal space of the dimensional warehouse also expanded to 5,000 cubic meters. He can carry more gold and more supplies with him. He is becoming stronger and stronger. When the sound of the engine came again in the distance, Lin Mo opened his eyes. Bai Lu, Zhou Yuan and others came back. The back boxes of several off-road vehicles are filled with precision parts wrapped in anti-static foam, each of which exudes the brilliance of industrial aesthetics. Boss Lin, the 37 core components and 23 special alloy materials on the list are all here. Bai Lu walked to the door, his voice as crisp as ever. Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming followed behind her, their faces full of fatigue, but more of it was the excitement after completing an incredible task. Very good. Lin Mo stood up. With these things, the Chevy production line in the real world can be transformed in the shortest time. Zhang Yi and her team will have a stage that can truly shock the world. Night. The factory of Yuan Technology is brightly lit. The workshop, which should have been quiet, was now bustling with noise. The harsh sound of metal cutting, the arc of electric welding, and the roars of engineers mixed with professional terminology interweave into a frantic symphony. Zhang Yi stood on the platform on the second floor, overlooking the bustling scene below. She changed out of her smart suit and put on the same blue work clothes as the workers, but her aura of keeping strangers away remained unchanged. She had been standing here for more than 10 hours, her eyes bloodshot and her voice hoarse from constantly giving orders. The hydraulic calibration of machine tool number 3 will be completed in 5 minutes. Sun Lei, your men must follow. Recheck the bill of materials. The pre-laying of all lines and pipes must be completed before 3 in the morning. I don't care what method you use. I want to see a production line skeleton ready to install core components before dawn. Her instructions were clear, decisive, and free of emotion. Under her high-intensity pressure, the entire technical team was like a spring wound to the limit, and everyone was working at full capacity. Sun Lei had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes and was holding a blueprint covered with traces of revisions. He ran to Zhang Yi with unsteady steps. Boss Zhang, we have squeezed all the preliminary work we can do to the limit. There was a deep sense of fatigue and weakness in his voice. But, without those core components, everything we're doing now is just a flashy, empty shell. Tomorrow, what will we have to face? Director Lin? The noise in the workshop seemed to have quieted down a lot at this moment. All the technicians who were eavesdropping with their ears perked up slowed down their movements. Yes, they work hard here without sleep, but the key to success or failure is not in their hands. That feeling of powerlessness, like a tide, overwhelmed the morale that had just been forcibly boosted. Zhang Yi didn't look at him, his eyes still fixed on the production line that was taking shape below. Then make it the strongest, most sophisticated empty frame in the world. Her voice was very soft, but it made the air around them freeze. My job is to do the best we can under the existing conditions. His job is to provide the conditions. If he can't provide it, it will be an error in my judgment, and I will resign immediately and admit that I misjudged him. But before that, whoever dares to slack off will be the first to go. Sun Lei shuddered all over and dared not say another word. He immediately turned around and rushed down the platform to continue working. At this moment, a low roar of an engine came from far away and penetrated the noise of the workshop. A beam of car lights cut through the night sky of the factory area. The white van is back. Everyone inside and outside the workshop stopped what they were doing. Countless eyes were focused on the white truck that slowly stopped at the door of the workshop. The car door opened and Lin Mo got out of the driver's seat. He looked no different from usual, with a calm expression, as if he had just gone out for a walk. Zhang Yi stood on the platform on the second floor, subconsciously gripping the railing with both hands. The cold metal could not lower the temperature of her palms in the slightest. Sun Lei and a group of technicians involuntarily gathered towards the door. Everyone's face was filled with tension and anticipation, mixed with a hint of despair that even they themselves were unwilling to admit. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but walked to the back of the truck and opened the heavy door. Crash! The moment the compartment door opened, everyone held their breath. The carriage was not empty as imagined, but was filled with boxes of different sizes, tightly wrapped with professional shockproof foam and anti-static bags. A unique smell of metal and oil mixed with brand new machine parts wafted out. Sun Lei's eyes turned red instantly. He almost crawled over and tore open the seal on the nearest box with trembling hands. The box was opened, and inside lay a silver white, extremely complex nozzle, its surface gleaming with the warm luster unique to ceramics. Specialized ceramic nozzle. Sun Lei's voice was as dry as if it had been sanded. Tolerance is 0.001 millimeters. That's right. This is it. He took out the nozzle carefully as if he was holding a rare treasure. The surrounding technicians rushed over and opened the other boxes. It's a high-precision pressure sensor array. I've only seen pictures of it in brochures at industry trade shows. And this, a servo motor. These special alloys. The composition ratio is exactly the same as on the list. The smelting process is impeccable. Exclamations echoed in the workshop. The previous silence and powerlessness were replaced by an almost insane frenzy. They discovered that Lin Mo brought back more than just the things on their list. Each one is the best, with the best performance and the smallest tolerance among the models listed. This is no longer a matter of having or not having, but directly giving them a dream-level top-level configuration. Zhang Yi's body shook slightly. She looked at the group of technicians who were touching the parts as if they were pilgrims, and then looked at the young man who remained calm from beginning to end. She thought she had prepared for the worst and braced herself for a professional farce. However, she didn't expect that the other party would directly move the myth in front of her. She walked up to Lin Mo and asked nothing. No question was asked where these things came from or how he did it, because she knew that the answer no longer mattered. She just looked at Lin Mo deeply, then turned around abruptly and faced the technical team who were still in great shock. Her voice was no longer hoarse, but instead filled with unprecedented penetrating power. "What are you all still standing there for? The stuff has arrived. Sun Lei, take your men and start installing the core drive shaft immediately. Team 2, high precision sensor array, pre-calibrate immediately. Group 3, all alloy components, enter the welding station according to the order in the drawings. Everyone, move. I want to see this production line moving before dawn." "Yes, Mr. Zhang." The thunderous response made the entire workshop buzz. The frustration and powerlessness that had been suppressed all night turned into a surge of enthusiasm at this moment. Everyone went crazy. They were like a group of worker ants injected with adrenaline, throwing themselves into their work with several times the efficiency than before. The production lines that were previously just empty frames are now being filled with the internal organs and nerves that represent the crystallization of human industry at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cutting, welding, installation, debugging. Every link is connected seamlessly. No one complained anymore, no one felt tired anymore. There is a fire burning in everyone's eyes. They are creating a miracle with their own hands. Lin Mo did not disturb them, but drove the car to the side, leaned quietly against the car door, and watched everything. Time flies by amid the roar of machines and the roar of human voices. When a hint of paleness appeared in the eastern sky, as Sun Lei personally tightened the last high-strength bolt, the entire production line finally completed its transformation before dawn. It stands there quietly, its silver-gray metal body reflecting a cold and charming luster in the morning light, full of power and futuristic sense. Zhang Yi, Sun Lei, and all the technicians who had stayed up all night were standing in front of the production line. Everyone's face was full of fatigue, but their eyes were surprisingly bright. Zhang Yi walked to the main control console of the production line and glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. 6 o'clock in the morning sharp. She turned her head and looked at Lin Mo. "Director Lin, shall we start the test now?" Lin Mo nodded. "Let's get started." Received. Activating Far Star number 1, the first trial production process begins now. Zhang Yi's finger pressed hard on the virtual start button on the main console. Buzz. The dull sound of electricity spread throughout the workshop. It was no longer the harsh whistling of old equipment, but a low roar full of power. The entire silver-gray production line is like an awakened steel giant. From beginning to end, hundreds of indicator lights light up one after another, forming a flowing light band. It is no longer the scattered operation during previous debugging, but the coordinated startup of all modules of the entire production line from beginning to end. With a precision and stability far beyond human limits, the robotic arm grabs the pre-treated high-nickel positive electrode material and silicon carbon negative electrode powder from the raw material warehouse and puts them into a fully enclosed vacuum mixer. The vacuum level of mixer number 1 is normal. The speed has reached the rated value. Special adhesive injection begins. Flow control accuracy 0.01 milligrams. A technician stared at the screen and reported loudly in a hoarse voice. No one responded to him, everyone's attention was fixed on the moving production line. The fully mixed black slurry is accurately pumped into the coating module. The special ceramic nozzle that Sun Lei regarded as a treasure began to vibrate at a high speed at a frequency that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, spraying the slurry evenly onto the copper foil and aluminum foil as thin as a cicada's wing. Coating thickness detection, 5 microns. 0 error. Oh my god. The engineer in charge of the module looked at the real-time feedback data and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had only seen theoretical descriptions of this perfect coating process in the internal technical manuals of Germany's top manufacturers. Then, the electrodes, which had been dried instantly at ultra-high temperature, entered the lamination station. More than a dozen small robotic arms flew up and down, their movements so fast that after images appeared, stacking the positive and negative electrodes and diaphragms coated with special ceramic coatings together at an incredible speed. The whole process is smooth and full of the violence and precision unique to industrial aesthetics. Lamination complete. The cell density is 3% better than the design standard. Enter the packaging station. Laser welding starts. A dazzling white light flashed by, and the silver-white alloy shell was perfectly sealed. Everyone in the workshop was nervous. So far, everything has been going like a dream, but they all knew that the most critical step was coming. Formed. That is to charge and discharge the battery for the first time to activate the internal chemicals and transform it from a lifeless iron box into a heart that can store energy. This step carries the highest risk. Countless samples in laboratories experience thermal runaway at this step, eventually turning into a pile of scrap metal or even a bomb. Electrolyte injection completed. Pressure normal. The transformation process has started. Entering the initial charging phase. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Sun Lei's forehead. He clenched his fists tightly, staring at the temperature and pressure curves on the console screen without blinking. Time seemed to be stretched at this moment. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The curve is as smooth as a straight line drawn with a ruler. In the workshop, everyone subconsciously held their breath, not even daring to breathe. Just then, beep, beep, beep. A shrill alarm sounded throughout the workshop without any warning. On the main control console screen, the curve representing the internal pressure of the battery suddenly soared from a stable value. A bright red warning box popped up. Warning: abnormal internal pressure has exceeded the safety threshold. What's going on? Zhang Yi's face changed and he rushed to the control console. Hold steady. Don't panic. Sun Lei's face turned pale instantly, but he forced himself to calm down. His hands moved on the keyboard so fast that after images appeared as he frantically accessed the underlying data stream. It's the peak reaction moment when the SEI film is formed. Sun Lei understood. This is the violent chemical reaction that occurs when the electrolyte and the negative electrode material first come into contact and form a solid electrolyte interface film. In traditional battery technology, this process is slow and gentle. However, the material system of UNC1 is too overbearing. This process is compressed to within a few seconds, and the energy released instantly is enough to burst the shell of any battery on the market. It's over. A young technician's legs went weak and he muttered to himself. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Could it be that miracles are just miracles after all and cannot be replicated? However, just when everyone thought that failure was inevitable, the wildly soaring pressure curve, after reaching a peak, suddenly fell back at an incredible speed. After a few seconds, it stabilized again in the safe green zone. The shrill alarm sounded and stopped abruptly. You could hear a pin drop in the entire workshop. Sun Lei stared at the screen blankly, his mouth gradually opening wider. Hold on, hold on. It used its own structure to withstand the energy impact. The deformation rate of the alloy shell was 0. He turned his head abruptly and looked in the direction of the production line, his voice completely changing tone due to the extreme shock. It worked! As he roared, at the end of the production line, a cube with a silvery white metallic luster, firmly grasped by a robotic arm, slowly appeared in front of everyone. It is quietly suspended in the air, its surface is smooth as a mirror and its edges and corners are clear. It's like a work of art from the future. This is the first UNC1 produced by this new production line. After a brief silence. Ah! I don't know who yelled first. The next second, thunderous cheers instantly flooded the entire factory. We did it! We did it! Oh my god! We actually did it! Several old masters who had not slept all night could no longer control their emotions. They hugged the young people around them and burst into tears of excitement. The workers threw the wrenches and tools in their hands into the air, hugged and roared wildly, venting the fatigue and tension that had been suppressed all night. Sun Lei's legs went weak and he slowly slid down to the ground leaning against the console. He looked at his hands, crying and laughing like a fool. Zhang Yi stood in the middle of the crowd, letting the frenzied noise envelop her. She looked at the battery that was being sent to the test bench by the robotic arm, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She won. No, they won. She walked forward, and in the full attention of the crowd, she personally held the battery, which still had a trace of mechanical warmth, in her palm. Heavy. This is not just a battery. This is her ambition, the hope of this group of people, and the weight of a new era that is about to begin. She held the battery aloft, facing the cheering employees. We did it. The cheers reached a peak. Lin Mo leaned against the car door in the distance, looking at the almost insane scene in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. After a long time, the heat of the carnival gradually faded, and after the extreme excitement, fatigue came like a tide. But everyone's face was filled with smiles and pride that came from the heart. Zhang Yi regained her Iron Lady character. She walked through the crowd, went straight to Lin Mo, and handed him the perfect battery. Mr. Lin, this first product was a success on the first try. There was a hint of respect in her voice that she herself was not aware of. She didn't wait for Lin Mo's praise, but glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. 6:37 a.m. There are less than 27 hours left until the press conference. Zhang Yi's eyes became sharp and aggressive again. I will prepare a complete press conference process and speech script, which will make Zhou Zhen of Tianheng Energy regret not kneeling down and begging you for cooperation when he sees the live broadcast. Lin Mo took the battery. It felt heavy in his hand, and its surface was smooth and cold, as if it condensed the chill of the entire dawn. He didn't make any extra comments, but handed the battery to Su Wan beside him and asked her to keep it safely. This action itself is the highest affirmation. Zhang Yi's chest rose and fell slightly. She forced herself to suppress the surging emotions in her heart and turned to face the group of employees who were almost falling asleep while standing. Everyone, disperse. Go and rest. The cafeteria serves hot meals 24 hours a day, and the dormitories have been arranged. Take a hot shower and fall into a deep sleep. Everyone gather at 4 p.m. for the final mobilization before the press conference. No one cheered because they didn't even have the energy to cheer. A group of people, dragging their tired but excited bodies, left the workshop in groups of 3 or 4, supporting each other. The entire factory finally returned to silence from the frenzied hustle and bustle. Only Zhang Yi, Lin Mo, Su Wan, and Sun Lei, who was holding on and refusing to fall, were left. "You should go and have a rest too," Zhang Yi said to Sun Lei. "No, Mr. Zhang, I'm not tired." Sun Lei's eyes were frighteningly bright, filled with burning excitement. "Press conference. I want to attend. I want to see it with my own eyes." Zhang Yi did not try to persuade her any further, as she was well aware of the excitement that comes from creating a miracle with one's own hands. She turned to look at Lin Mo. "Director Lin, let's talk in the conference room? Let's talk about it here." Lin Mo's eyes swept across the brand new production line. This was their foundation. Zhang Yi nodded and no longer stuck to the formalities. She simply dragged a toolbox over from the side and sat on it, completely ignoring the oil stains on her work clothes. "My initial idea is that the press conference will be divided into 3 parts. First, present the data. Use the report from the China Science Testing Center to directly slap all the parameters in their faces, using authority to establish the first level of impact. Second, a physical demonstration. We'll conduct extreme tests on this first product we produced last night. We'll use needle punctures, short circuits, high temperatures, and any other violent methods to subvert their perceptions with visual impact. Third, the future outlook. We announced our production capacity plan and preliminary cooperation intentions to tell the market that this is not just a concept product, but an industrial product that can immediately change the landscape." She spoke very quickly, with clear ideas, and each point went straight to the point. Sun Lei was so excited listening that he nodded repeatedly. This combination of punches will disrupt the entire industry. At this moment, Su Wan's phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up and took a look at it, and her face changed instantly. "Boss John, Director Lin, look at this." She handed over the phone. A financial news push just popped up on the screen. The title was black and bold, full of malice. Tianheng Energy CEO Zhou Zhen, the so-called super battery, is an industry scam. Investors are advised to stay away from Yuanxing Technology's capital farce. The news content is an exclusive interview. In the interview, Zhou Zhen, with the attitude of an industry leader and senior, criticized Yuanxing Technology's exaggerated publicity with great bitterness. He claimed that according to the inside information he had, Yuanxing Technology's production line had long been abandoned, and the technical team was cobbled together, without even the most basic battery production qualifications. They can't even produce a qualified sample. Tomorrow's press conference is nothing more than a carefully planned PowerPoint scam, designed to exploit investors who are unaware of the truth. At Tianheng Energy, we will never associate with a company that lacks technological expertise and business ethics. I hereby call on the entire industry to jointly resist this behavior that disrupts market order. At the end of the article, there was a photo taken from an unknown source showing the dilapidated production line of Yuanxing Technology before its renovation, which formed a sharp contrast with the bright and beautiful modern workshop of Tianheng Energy. The press release is at 6:30 in the morning, just at the moment when their trial production was successful. This is no longer a commercial competition, it is a naked stranglehold of public opinion. What Zhou Zhen wanted was to completely nail Yuanxing Technology to the pillar of shame of a liar before the press conference began. The air in the conference room instantly dropped to freezing point. Sun Lei's face, which had just been flushed, now turned pale. His lips trembled. How could they slander him like this? Zhang Yi's expression calmed down instead. She took her phone and carefully read the interview from beginning to end twice, not missing a single punctuation mark. Then she smiled. It was a cold and piercing smile, with a strong sense of aggression. A farce? A PPT scam? She stood up, walked to the production line, and stroked the cold metal body with her hand. He's right, we are indeed going to put on a farce. She turned her head suddenly, her eyes filled with a raging fighting spirit. Director Lin, I'm applying to change the press conference plan. Lin Mo raised his eyelids and motioned her to continue. The original plan is cancelled. Zhang Yi's voice was firm. We won't release the data in advance. We won't show the samples in advance. We won't be introducing any products at tomorrow's press conference. Sun Lei was stunned when he heard this. Then what should we do? Live broadcast. Zhang Yi spoke word by word. Set up cameras all over this workshop. Broadcast this production line live to the world. In front of all the media, we started with the raw materials and produced a brand new Yuanxing #1 on the spot. Once it's produced, conduct hell mode testing immediately. The test is over. She pointed at Sun Lei, tear it down in front of everyone. Boom! Sun Lei's mind buzzed and went blank. Demolish? Demolished? Take this perfect work of art and dismantle it into pieces in front of the whole world? Didn't Zhou Zhen say we were a shell company and a scam? Then I'll completely dismantle the product for him to see. I want everyone to see with their own eyes how every sensor, every welding point, and every layer of diaphragm is made. I want the technicians from Tianheng Energy to kneel in front of the screen and copy our homework line by line. This isn't a press conference. Zhang Yi's voice echoed in the empty workshop with a chilling madness. It's called a public execution. She looked at Lin Mo, waiting for the final decision. Lin Mo finally stood up from the toolbox. He did not comment on whether the plan was good or bad, he just asked a question. Can both the media and the live streaming platforms handle this? We can do it. Zhang Yi said without hesitation, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. I guarantee that tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, at least 500 media outlets and mainstream live broadcast platforms around the world will simultaneously broadcast our suicide press conference. Good. Lin Mo nodded, took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The call was connected quickly. It's me. Please prepare an invitation letter for me and send it to Tianheng Energy headquarters, naming Zhou Zhen. Tell him that I'll reserve the center seat in the first row for him at the Far Star Technology press conference. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, as if digesting Lin Mo's calm but weighty words. Lin Mo did not urge him, but just listened quietly to the faint sound of electricity coming from the receiver. Understood, Director Lin, the other party's voice came with a hint of suppressed excitement. I promise to deliver your exact words to President Zhou's desk without missing a word. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo put the phone back in his pocket. Throughout the whole process, his expression did not change at all, as if he was just arranging an insignificant dinner. Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, had the rage that was about to burst out in his chest miraculously calmed down because of his phone call, and turned into a sharper and colder fighting spirit. She said no more, turned around and walked quickly towards the workshop office. There is a tough battle waiting for her to command. Sun Lei looked at Zhang Yi's departing back, then looked at Lin Mo who was still leaning against the car door, and felt that his brain was still not enough. The frustration and anger of being slandered just now have now been replaced by an even greater, almost absurd sense of excitement. Live production line? Removing the battery in front of the whole world? And you even invited your mortal enemy to the front row to watch? This is not just courageous, this is simply crazy. But he found that instead of feeling fear, his blood was burning hot. Tianheng Energy's CEO office. Zhou Zhen had just finished a video conference with several investment institutions and was in a very good mood. The fire of public opinion that he ignited with his own hands was even more powerful than expected. In just one morning, Yuanxing Technology has gone from being a rising star in the industry to being synonymous with capital scam. His interview almost dominated the headlines of major financial media outlets. He didn't even need to mobilize any internet trolls. Those self-media outlets and so-called industry experts who were trying to curry favor with him spontaneously began to criticize Yuanxing Technology. He picked up the top-quality Dongbao that his secretary had just brewed and took a sip with satisfaction. In his opinion, the war was over. The young man named Lin Mo, and the ungrateful Zhang Yi, are probably hiding in that dilapidated factory building now, racking their brains over how to end the situation. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. His chief assistant walked in quickly with a strange expression on his face. Mr. Zhou, Yuanxing Technology, sent someone to deliver an invitation. Invitation? Zhou Zhen smiled. He leaned back in the large executive chair and raised his eyebrows with interest. Why, you want to make peace privately? It's too late. The assistant shook his head and handed over an exquisitely crafted black and gold-stamped invitation with both hands. No, they invited you to attend the product launch tomorrow. Zhou Zhen took the invitation and opened it. There were no unnecessary pleasantries, only a few lines of concise typed text and a handwritten seat number that was deliberately bolded at Section A, Row 1, Seat 1. At the end of the invitation, there was a handwritten note. I'll save the seat in the center of the first row for you. There is only one surname and the signature, Linear. The smile on Zhou Zhen's face slowly froze. He looked at the sentence again and again, and an indescribable feeling of humiliation, mixed with a hint of provoked anger, rose from the bottom of his heart. This is not a request for peace, this is a declaration of war. It was a declaration of war that was so arrogant that he had never seen before. Good, very good. Zhou Zhen slammed the invitation on the table and laughed in anger. Who does he think he is? A clown who doesn't know his place. Go, reply to them. Zhou Zhen stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city skyline below. Tell them that I accept this invitation. Not only am I going, I'm bringing the media with me. I want to see with my own eyes how they are going to carry on this farce in front of me. The assistant's face turned pale, and he felt that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction. But he didn't dare to go against Zhou Zhen's will, so he could only bow his head and quickly leave the office. That afternoon, the entire internet's public opinion was completely upended by these two completely different responses. First, Tianheng Energy's official account announced loudly that CEO Zhou Zhen would be invited to attend Yuanxing Technology's press conference, aimed at exposing industry scams and maintaining market order. Immediately afterwards, after a whole day of silence, the official account of Yuanxing Technology finally released the first and only response. That's a poster. The background of the poster is the new silver gray production line that is full of futuristic sense. There are no products or data on the poster, only a few lines of eye-catching words. We don't hold press conferences. We will only be doing one public presentation. From a grain of sand to a battery, from production to disassembly, the entire process is live, without reservation. Is it a myth or a joke? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, global live broadcast, waiting for you to watch. This piece of information, like a bombshell, instantly ignited everyone's curiosity. No press conference? Live production? Live disassembly? What kind of operation is this? Netizens who were cursing Yuanxing Technology as a liar the previous second flocked to Yuanxing's official account the next second. What the hell? Is he that tough? Is he going to self-destruct because he's been pushed to the limit? I'm starting to get curious. How confident do you have to be to play like this? This PR is fantastic. Regardless of the product, this hype is totally up to PR. I'll definitely be watching it tomorrow. Don't be silly, the person above is clearly desperate and trying to gain a last shred of sympathy by hyping things up. Public opinion is completely divided. One side believes that this is Yuanxing Technology's death throes, a carefully planned suicidal hype. The other side was attracted by this unprecedented, almost crazy confidence and began to take a keen interest in this press conference. What was originally an internal feud within the industry quickly evolved into a focus of national attention with the instigation of both sides. Inside the Yuanxing Technology factory, Zhang Yi hung up the last call to confirm technical details with the live broadcast platform. She rubbed her swollen temples and looked at the live broadcast equipment that had been set up outside the window and the media vehicles coming in and out, without a trace of joy on her face. She knew that she had placed all her chips on those few hours tomorrow morning. If you win, you will reach the top in one step. If you lose, there is no recovery. She turned and walked out of the office, and saw Sun Lei and several core technicians conducting the final inspection and debugging of the production line. Everyone had a look of determined excitement on their face. Afterwards, Zhang Yi came to Lin Mo, looked him up and down, and suddenly spoke. Director Lin, I'm afraid your current outfit won't be enough to hold your own tomorrow. Lin Mo looked down at his t-shirt and jeans. In the brightly lit workshop, this outfit looked casual and comfortable. But on the highly anticipated stage tomorrow, this may represent recklessness and lack of confidence. He is not only Lin Mo now, he is also the chairman of Yuanxing Technology. You're right. Lin Mo admitted straightforwardly. Being good at listening to other people's opinions is also one of Lin Mo's strengths. Zhang Yi didn't say any more words, he just opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the white truck stopped in the underground parking lot of one of the city's top luxury shopping malls. Surrounded by luxury cars, this white van looked out of place and attracted a lot of attention. Zhang Yi turned a blind eye to this. She led Lin Mo straight into a men's clothing custom store that did not have any merchandise displayed in the window. The interior of the store is decorated in calm dark wood tones, and the air is filled with a mixture of leather and cashmere. They were received by an old master with gold-rimmed glasses and gray hair. Zhang Yi didn't look at the ready-made styles, but spoke directly to the master. We need a suit to wear tomorrow. Time is tight. The old master pushed his glasses and said calmly, but it's not impossible. Dark gray, single-breasted, peaked lapels. Zhang Yi spoke quickly, as if giving instructions. The fabric should be able to hold the scene, but not too flashy. It should have a sense of strength. The old master's eyes swept over Lin Mo, from shoulder width to leg length, and completed the assessment in just a few seconds. This gentleman has a very good foundation and can hold up well. He turned and pulled out a few pieces from a row of fabric samples. How do you like these Italian VBC high-count wools? Zhang Yi picked up a piece, twisted it with his fingertips, and felt the texture of the fabric. That's it. Next comes the tedious but efficient process of measuring the body and fitting the clothes. When Lin Mo changed into a pre-tailored suit and walked out of the fitting room, even Zhang Yi was dazed for a moment. The clothes perfectly outlined his tall figure, broad shoulders, and narrow waist. The dark gray fabric made his skin look even whiter and made him look more calm. The aloofness and sharpness that was originally hidden under the easygoing appearance were completely stimulated by this well-tailored armor. He no longer looks like a young man running a convenience store, but a decision-maker who can truly control the overall situation. Very good. Zhang Yi praised sincerely. At this moment, a sarcastic voice destroyed the quiet atmosphere in the store. Oh, who was it? It turns out to be Boss Lin. So, is the money you earned from the store enough to buy a piece of cloth here? Wang Hao walked in from the door with his arms around Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, who was beside him, was stunned for a moment when she saw Lin Mo, who looked brand new in front of the fitting mirror, and then an even stronger look of contempt appeared on her face. She held Wang Hao's arm tightly and shook the huge diamond ring on her hand in an ostentatious manner. "Wang Hao, don't say that." Zhang Qian tried to persuade him, but her tone was full of gloating. "Lin Mo is a big boss now. He even went to Hentang for dinner last time." She looked up and down at Lin Mo's suit and curled her lips. "But this outfit isn't cheap, Lin Mo. Don't go back to the loan sharks just to look good. Have you paid off the 300,000 yuan debt?" Every word pierced the most painful place in Lin Mo's life. But that was only once. Lin Mo today has long forgotten these insignificant past events. If he hadn't met Zhang Qian and Wang Hao here, he would have forgotten about them. Wang Hao was flattered by his girlfriend. He glanced at Lin Mo with contempt, then walked up to the old master and pointed at a set of ready-made clothes hanging on the wall with a 6-figure price tag. "Pack that suit for me. Oh, by the way, my dad's birthday is next month, so I'm going to make him another one. I want the best material, and money is not a problem." He deliberately raised the volume, fearing that people in the store wouldn't hear him. From beginning to end, Lin Mo didn't say a word. He just looked at himself in the mirror calmly, as if the pair of clowns in front of him were just two noisy flies. This kind of disregard made Zhang Qian feel more embarrassed and angry than any rebuttal. What she wanted to see most was Lin Mo's embarrassment, anger, and shame. But he didn't. He didn't even bother to give them a single extra look. Zhang Yi saw all of this. She turned her head and silently asked Lin Mo with her eyes. Lin Mo's lips moved slightly, making almost no sound, and he only mouthed 3 words. "Ex-girlfriend." Zhang Yi understood instantly. She took half a step forward and her eyes stayed on Wang Hao for 2 seconds. "Mr. Wang from Honda Construction is your father, right?" Her voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Wang Hao was enjoying Zhang Qian's admiring gaze. When he heard this, he puffed out his chest proudly. "Yes, you have some good eyesight." He thought Zhang Yi recognized him as a rich second generation and wanted to curry favor with him. Zhang Qian also raised her chin proudly, and looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of scrutiny and superiority, as if she was evaluating whether the other party was qualified to talk to them. Zhang Yi ignored Zhang Qian and continued to speak to Wang Hao in a calm tone as if she was discussing the weather. "I just read a due diligence report on Honda Construction last week. The report shows that your company's funding for the real estate project in the south of the city has been cut off. To fill the gap, your father, Wang Defa, embezzled 300 million yuan in special bank loans. Unfortunately, the final repayment date for that loan is the 15th of next month." With every word Zhang Yi spoke, the color faded from Wang Hao's face. "I estimate that the liquid funds in Honda's account should be less than 20 million. So, has your father been going to lots of drinking parties lately, looking for people to borrow money from? I heard he's even tried private capital. The interest rates are pretty high, right?" Boom! It was as if something exploded in Wang Hao's mind, and everything went blank. The family background he was proud of, the capital he showed off, was torn to pieces by Zhang Yi's casual words, revealing the inside that had long been rotten and festering. These things are the company's top secrets. Even he only vaguely knew something by eavesdropping on his father's phone calls. How could this woman know so much? Zhang Qian's smile froze on her face. She didn't understand what capital chain and special loans were, but she could understand Wang Hao's expression. She was too familiar with that expression. When Lin Mo received the debt collection call, his face showed a mixture of fear, despair, and disbelief. Her heart sank instantly. You're talking nonsense. Who are you? How dare you investigate our company?" Wang Hao finally reacted and roared in a timid manner. "This is an open secret in the industry. Is there still a need for an investigation?" Zhang Yi was too lazy to even look at him again. She turned and said to the old master, who was already stunned, "We've ordered this suit. Also, 2 sets of top-quality Egyptian cotton shirts and 3 ties, all in this size." She took out a business card from her bag and placed it on the counter. "The bill, along with the clothes, must be sent to this address before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Someone will settle the bill with you." The old master withdrew his gaze, respectfully took the business card, and carefully placed it on the velvet tray beside him. "Okay, Mr. Zhang. I'll definitely deliver it on time before 9 a.m. tomorrow." Zhang Yi nodded, no longer looking at the man and woman who looked as pale as death, and turned to speak to Lin Mo. "Let's go, it's time to go back." Lin Mo took off his suit jacket, handed it to the clerk beside him, and changed back into his original clothes. During the entire process, he didn't even turn his head towards Wang Hao and Zhang Qian. This complete and deep-seated disregard, like a red-hot iron rod, deeply branded Wang Hao's self-esteem. All the sense of superiority he had just built up was completely destroyed by Zhang Yi's few words. Now, he has to endure the humiliation of being treated as heir. Just as Lin Mo and Zhang Yi were about to walk out of the store, an impulse mixed with despair and madness drove Wang Hao to pounce forward. Instead of trying to stop the person, he grabbed the business card on the velvet tray as if it were a life-saving straw. He wanted to see who this woman was. The card is black, hard, and has dark gold embossing on the edges. 2 eye-catching entries caught his eyes. UN Seeing Technology. President, John Yi. UN Seeing Technology. Wang Hao muttered the name, confused at first, and then, the name instantly overlapped with the countless news headlines he had seen on his phone today. The protagonist of this capital farce, who was denounced as an industry scam by Zhou Zhen of Tianheng Energy and is about to hold a PPT press conference. That's them. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. An uncontrollable, almost insane laugh burst out from Wang Hao's throat. He laughed so hard that tears were almost coming out, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. The old masters and clerks in the store looked at him as if he were a madman. Zhang Qian was also startled by his sudden reaction. She moved closer cautiously, saw the words on the business card, and then saw the screen of the mobile phone that Wang Hao handed over. On the screen was the interview with Zhou Zhen, with the title written in bold black ink. Tianheng Energy CEO Zhou Zhen, the so-called super battery, is an industry scam. Investors are advised to stay away from UN Seeing Technology's capital farce. Zhang Qian's head also buzzed. Fear, embarrassment, despair, these emotions were instantly replaced by a huge sense of absurdity and ecstasy of surviving the disaster. The stiffness on her face quickly melted away, and she became lively again, even more sarcastic than before. After all this time, it turns out they're just 2 scammers. She held onto Wang Hao, who had straightened his back again, and her voice was so sharp that it seemed to cut through glass. I thought they were some big shots, but I was scared to death. The color on Wang Hao's face not only returned, but even turned red due to extreme excitement. He flicked the business card between his fingers and looked at Zhang Yi and Lin Mo, who had stopped, with an attitude of examining trash. Mr. John, right? The president of UN Seeing Technology? He stepped forward, his previous timid look gone, replaced by a condescending and ferocious look full of the pleasure of revenge. Which tabloid did you hear that nonsense about our Honda construction from? You made up a very convincing story. It almost scared me. As the head of a fraudulent company that doesn't even know if it can survive tomorrow, what qualifications do you have to investigate my company? The more he spoke, the more proud he became. He felt like he had instantly climbed back from hell to heaven, and even had the power of life and death over the other person. Lin Mo, he said to Lin Mo in a sympathetic tone, I thought you were hooking up with some rich woman, but in the end, you found a female con artist? You two really are a perfect match. Zhang Qian chuckled. Wang Hao, don't say that. This is called a powerful alliance, a joint fraud. It's a pity that tomorrow, Mr. Zhou will strip me of my underwear in front of the whole world. When the time comes, I'll see how you're going to pay for this suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhang Yi watched their performance quietly with no expression on his face. She felt like she was watching 2 clowns performing hard on stage but performing the wrong script, until Wang Hao walked in front of her and almost poked her in the face with his finger. I'm telling you, get down on your knees and apologize right now. Otherwise, I can just make a phone call to the Industrial and Commercial Administration and tax officials to shut down that shitty company of yours tonight. Zhang Yi didn't move. Because Lin Mo moved. He didn't make any extra movements, but just took a step sideways, blocking exactly between Zhang Yi and Wang Hao's finger that was about to poke him. He was half a head taller than Wang Hao. Standing like this, the aggressive face in front of Wang Hao was instantly replaced by a silent chest. The momentum of the shouting came to an abrupt halt as if it had hit an invisible wall. Wang Hao was forced to raise his head to meet Lin Mo's gaze. The anger, panic, and excuses he had expected were all gone. That face was too calm, without even a trace of emotion. What do you want to do? Wang Hao subconsciously took a half step back, forcing himself to be brave. Want to hit someone? Just try and touch me. Lin Mo ignored his shouting. He just looked at Wang Hao and spoke in a calm tone as if stating the facts. You think UN Seeing Technology is a scam? This is not a question. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then he grinned grimly. What else? The whole world knows you're liars. You'll be finished tomorrow. Zhang Qian interrupted shrilly. Is there any need to think so? If not a liar, what is he? Lin Mo, you're really going backwards. You even treat liars as treasures. Lin Mo's gaze finally moved from Wang Hao's face to Zhang Qian's face. He glanced at her. With just that one glance, all the harsh words Zhang Qian had said afterwards were stuck in her throat, and she couldn't utter a single word. It was a look one gives to a stranger, without any emotion, no love, no hate, not even disgust, as if looking at a stone or a tree on the side of the road. The feeling of being completely and utterly ignored made her feel cold all over. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and looked at Wang Hao again. Has Honda Construction's funding chain really been broken? Is it true that your father is embezzling loans? None of this matters. Lin Mo paused and gave Wang Hao a suggestion that he would never forget. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, East City Industrial Zone, Far Star Technology Factory number 3. I welcome you to come here with your media friends. After saying this, he stopped looking at the two dazed people in front of him and turned sideways to gesture to Zhang Yi. Let's go. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Mo deeply, then took a step forward to follow. The two walked out of the custom shop, one in front and one behind. From beginning to end, there was no looking back. The store fell into an eerie silence. The master craftsman and the shop assistant didn't dare to breathe and quietly retreated to the workshop, leaving the space to the petrified couple. Wang Hao still maintained that forward-leaning posture, and the expression on his face changed from ferocious to stunned and then to blank. Lin Mo's last few words kept echoing in his mind. Welcome me over? Bring the media with you? What does he mean? A liar who is about to be publicly executed invites his biggest enemy to watch the ceremony? This is illogical. This is totally illogical. Wang Hao, what does he mean? Zhang Qian's voice trembled. She felt that things seemed to be out of control again. How the hell should I know what he means? Wang Hao suddenly came to his senses, crumpled the business card in his hand into a ball and threw it to the ground. A feeling of humiliation, even stronger than when his family background was exposed just now, swept over him. Lin Mo's calmness, Lin Mo's disregard, and Lin Mo's light welcome were like an invisible slap in the face, making him dizzy. That's not a provocation, that's a charity. It is a kind of charity from the strong to the weak, without any explanation. Fuck. A liar. A liar who is about to go bankrupt. What right does he have to talk to me like that? Wang Hao growled like crazy and paced back and forth in the store. Who does he think he is? Does he think he's won? Okay. Very good. You want me to go, right? You want me to watch you die, right? He stopped abruptly, his red eyes flashing with madness and viciousness. I'll go. Not only am I going, I'm also going to call all the media I know. I want to sit in the front row and see with my own eyes how your production line explodes. I want to see with my own eyes how President Zhou tears off your face layer by layer. I want everyone to see what kind of person you are, Lin Mo. He grabbed Zhang Qian's wrist with such force that she cried out in pain. Let's go. Contact someone now. Wang Hao grabbed Zhang Qian's wrist and almost dragged her out of the custom-made store that had humiliated him. As the cold wind blew outside, his brain, which was heated by anger and humiliation, finally became a little clearer. But the blazing fire in his chest showed no sign of dying out. Wang Hao, go slower, you're hurting me. Zhang Qian staggered as he pulled her, and felt a burning pain on her wrist. She couldn't help but complain. Wang Hao suddenly shook off her hand, turned around and stared at her with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Hurt? You still fucking feel pain? Just now and there, when I was being humiliated like a dog, why didn't you say anything? His mind was now filled with Lin Mo's hatefully calm face. The words "I welcome you to come with your media friends" were like a poisonous thorn, piercing the most sensitive part of his heart. That was not a provocation, nor was it a demonstration. It was a complete charity that didn't even take him into consideration. It's like an adult looking at a child who is making a fuss, but is too lazy to argue with him, so he throws him a candy and lets him play by himself. This feeling made him 1,000 times more uncomfortable than when Zhang Yi exposed his company's secrets in public. I was so scared that I was stunned. Zhang Qian shrank her neck at his yelling and defended herself aggrievely. Who knew that woman was so capable that she could even find out everything about your company? What's the point of saying this now? Wang Hao scratched his hair in frustration. Is that woman the most powerful person now? Now it's just the two of them, a female liar and a worthless person who supports her. They'll be finished tomorrow. Yes, they are two liars. Zhang Qian quickly agreed, carefully putting her arm around his arm again. Wang Hao, don't be angry. Lin Mo is just a lunatic. He was pushed into a corner by President Zhou, so he threw himself into a desperate situation and deliberately said crazy things to scare us. Scare me? Wang Hao sneered, his expression becoming distorted and ferocious again. Who does he think he is? Who the hell is he to scare me? He took out his cell phone and slid his fingers quickly across the screen, searching through the address book. Didn't he welcome me to go? Didn't he ask me to bring the media? Okay. I'll satisfy him. Not only am I going to go, I'm going to make this place as big as possible. I want everyone in the city to see how the female con man Lin Mo hired knelt down and begged for mercy at the press conference. He found a number and dialed it. The phone rang a few times, and then it was connected. A voice that sounded a little greasy came through. Hey, Mr. Wang, why did you think of me today? What good car do you want to review? Stop talking nonsense, brotherly. Wang Hao's tone was full of command. I have a job tomorrow morning. Do you want to take it? What kind of work is it? Master Wang, if you tell me to, there's no reason for me not to do it. East City Industrial Zone, UNC Technology, do you know it? Brotherly on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned. UNC Technology? Is that the one in today's news, the one with the super battery scam? That's them. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. They're holding a so-called press conference in that shabby factory building at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I want you to bring every single person you can get your hands on, paparazzi, anchors, and self-media, to me. This. Brother Li hesitated. Young Master Wang, this matter has become quite serious. Even Mr. Zhou from Tianheng Energy has personally intervened. If we, the small media outlets, go there, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get in. Can't get in? Wang Hao sneered. Don't worry, their chairman personally invited me here and asked me to bring a friend. Just tell the people at the door that you're my friend, Wang Hao. I guarantee you'll be let in and even get you a good seat. Is this true? Is their chairman crazy? Brother Li obviously didn't believe it. Don't worry about what's going on in his head. Just tell me if you can do it. Wang Hao's voice turned cold. After the job is done, this amount will be paid. He gestured, though the other party couldn't see. 500,000? Brother Li's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, full of surprise. 500,000 is just a deposit. Wang Hao's tone was filled with frantic delight. Tomorrow, you have only one task. Film it to death and smear it to death. Film it as shamefully as possible and broadcast it as embarrassingly as possible. I want to make the words "UNC Technology" a complete joke. When their company goes bankrupt, I'll give you another 500,000. No problem. Young Master Wang, just watch. Brother Li's breathing became heavy. Forget about finding someone. I'll lead the team myself tomorrow. I promise to capture every close-up of their boss crying 360 degrees without a blind spot. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao finally got rid of most of the anger in his heart. He seemed to have already seen the scene at tomorrow's press conference. Lin Mo and Zhang Yi were besieged by angry investors and media on the stage, looking as embarrassed as two rats crossing the street. And he, Wang Hao, was sitting in the first row, crossing his legs and admiring it all. Just then, his cell phone rang again. When Wang Hao saw the name on the caller ID, the smug look on his face froze instantly. It was his father, Wang Defa. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. You little bastard. What trouble have you caused me outside again? As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Defa's powerful roar exploded in his ears. Dad, I didn't cause any trouble. Wang Hao glanced at Zhang Qian next to him guiltily. You didn't cause any trouble? Honda's stock price just dropped 2 points for no apparent reason. I asked for a long time before I found out that you had a fucking quarrel with someone outside and revealed the fact that our company's capital chain was about to break. Wang De was so angry that his voice was shaking. Wang Hao's face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect that Zhang Yi's words would be so powerful and spread to the capital market so quickly. Dad, listen to my explanation. It was an accident. It was a female liar who was talking nonsense. I don't care if she's a liar or not. Wang Defa roared. I'm telling you, Wang Hao. You know the company's current situation better than I do. At this critical moment, if you cause me any more trouble, I'll break your legs. Get back here right now. Dad, don't hang up yet. Wang Hao was anxious. He knew that if he went back now, he would not be able to watch the good show tomorrow. He thought quickly and said, Dad, this is an opportunity. What kind of bullshit opportunity is this? That's the female con artist. Her name is Zhang Yi, and she's the president of UNC Technology. She's the company that was in the news today about the PowerPoint presentation. Wang Hao explained quickly. They're going to be exposed publicly by Tianheng Energy's CEO, Zhou, tomorrow. They're completely finished. I offended them today, and they must hate me to death. But, Dad, think about it, if they fall tomorrow, everyone will know they are scammers. Then who will believe what they say about our company today? Everyone will just think that they are two scammers who are desperate and wanton. We can throw all the dirty water on them. Say they're deliberately spreading rumors and attacking Honda to raise funds, trying to drag us down. That way, not only can we clear our name, but we can also gain some sympathy. Maybe the stock price will even go up. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Wang Hao knew that his father was moved. Wang Defa has been in the business world for his entire life, and he is best at this kind of trick of confusing right and wrong. After a long time, Wang Defa's deep voice was heard. Are you sure that UNC Technology will be destroyed tomorrow? 100%. Wang Hao replied firmly. Tianheng Energy's CEO Zhou said it himself. How could it be false? Experts all over the internet are scolding them. They're doomed. Okay. Wang Defa's voice was filled with ruthlessness. You go over there tomorrow. But remember, talk less and watch more. Don't act like a brainless idiot and let others use you as a tool. I understand, Dad. Wang Hao was ecstatic. After hanging up the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the neon lights of the city in the distance, a cruel smile on his face. Lin Mo, Zhang Yi. Do you think that's the end? No, this is just the beginning. Tomorrow, I will let you know what the consequences will be if you offend me, Wang Hao. I'm waiting to see you cry. The next day, 9 in the morning. The East City Industrial Zone, an area on the edge of the city that is usually ignored by truck drivers, has now become the focus of the entire city and even the country. The entrance to Yuanxing Technology's No. 3 factory was surrounded by crowds of people. Black business cars, interview cars printed with logos of major media outlets, and nanny cars of various internet celebrities almost blocked the road leading to the factory. The air was filled with tension, excitement, and a strong smell of gunpowder. The cameras, like a dense jungle, were aimed at the tightly closed factory door. Old Lu, what do you think Yuanxing Technology is up to today? They really dare to do it? A middle-aged reporter carrying a camera touched the arm of a colleague next to him. The man called Lao Lu is a senior reporter of the Financial Channel who has seen the ups and downs of the business world. He pushed up his glasses and curled his lips at the scene before him that was comparable to a top-tier celebrity press conference. Playing tricks? I think it's more like suicide. He lowered his voice. Who is Zhou Zhen from Tianheng? He personally came out to expose it, saying it's a scam, so it's basically a done deal. This Yuanxing Technology is probably trying to stir up some hype before dying, and they're going to fool as many people as they can. That's what I thought. A live broadcast production line? It's a surprise they came up with that idea. If the machine is turned on and explodes, it will become the biggest live broadcast accident of the year. The young reporter laughed with glee. Not far away, a young girl wearing a baseball cap and holding a selfie stick was excitedly live streaming on her mobile phone screen. Hello, everyone. Your anchor Xiaotang has arrived at the front lines of the battlefield. Did you see that? Behind me is the center of today's topic, the Yuanxing Technology press conference. There are so many media friends here. The atmosphere is extremely tense. The legendary industry leader Zhou Zhen and the mysterious Yuanxing chairman will both be showing up today. Is it the hoax of the century, or the advent of a myth? Family, please pay attention. Xiaotang will take you to immerse yourself in eating melons and witness history today. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was instantly flooded. Enjoy the melons in the front row. I've prepared a small stool. Scammers. Definitely a scammer. Just wait for their company to go bankrupt. Why do I feel a bit suspenseful? Anyone who dares to play it like this must be either crazy or really have something. Whatever, let's fight. Let's fight. I love watching this kind of scene. Just then, there was a commotion among the crowd. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom, escorted by several Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars, slowly drove up and stopped at the factory gate. The car door opened, and Zhou Zhen, dressed in a neat suit and with his hair neatly combed, walked down, surrounded by his assistants and bodyguards. He had a gentle and confident smile on his face, as if he was not there to participate in a duel, but to attend his own coronation ceremony. The flashlights suddenly lit up. Reporters swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. Mr. Zhou, excuse me, you're attending the press conference today. Do you have solid evidence that Yuanxing Technology is committing fraud? Mr. Zhou, Tianheng Energy's stock price has continued to rise since the opening today. Does this mean that the market has cast a vote of no confidence in Yuanxing Technology? Mr. Zhou, what do you think of Yuanxing Technology's suicidal live broadcast? Zhou Zhen stopped and faced the camera with a smile, his posture as calm as a king. Dear media friends, please be patient. His voice was transmitted throughout the venue through countless microphones. I'm not here today to attack anyone, nor to show off. As an old man who has worked in this industry for half his life, I am here to witness firsthand whether our industry is focused on down-to-earth research and development or relying on sensational farces to attract attention. As for the truth, I believe that facts will give the best answer. His words were flawless, showing his leadership in the industry while once again labeling Yuanxing Technology as a scammer. The reporters at the scene nodded one after another, admiring the boss's demeanor. Just as Zhou Zhen was about to enter the venue, a flashy red Ferrari stopped on the other side. Wang Hao hugged Zhang Qian, who was dressed up carefully, and walked down arrogantly. He wore a suit of designer clothes and sunglasses today, looking like a successful man. The group of media friends he brought with him, led by the greasy middle-aged man named Brotherly, immediately surrounded him and conducted a fake interview. Mr. Wang, I heard that you were personally invited by the chairman of Yuanxing Technology to attend this press conference. Mr. Wang, what is your relationship with Yuanxing Technology? Are you confident in their live broadcast today? Wang Hao took off his sunglasses and deliberately turned up the volume to ensure that everyone around him could hear him. As for our relationship, it's not like we have a personal relationship. It's just that Mr. Lin from Yuanxing and I have a personal acquaintance. He said it lightly, as if he and Lin Mo were very good friends. As for confidence, haha, of course I hope they can succeed. After all, it's not easy for young people to start a business. However, when doing business, you still have to be down to earth and not always think of taking shortcuts. His words were sarcastic and full of hints. Some media outlets around him who were unaware of the truth actually thought he was an important guest and turned their cameras on him. Zhang Qian held his arm, her vanity greatly satisfied. She looked around provocatively, as if searching for Lin Mo and Zhang Yi, ready to enjoy their embarrassing moments. Zhou Zhen glanced at Wang Hao, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, this dandy boy who relied on his father was nothing but a clown and was not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with him. He ignored it and walked straight into the venue. Wang Hao also brought Zhang Qian and walked in proudly, surrounded by a group of people. As soon as they entered the factory, everyone was stunned. This doesn't look like a place for a press conference at all. There is no gorgeous stage, no brilliant lights. Instead, there is a huge space full of industrial atmosphere. The auditorium was simply divided into several areas, and facing them was not a podium, but a complete silver-gray production line emitting a cold metallic luster. Next to the production line, there are more than a dozen high-definition cameras, facing every detail of the production line. What is displayed on the huge LED screen is not the company logo or promotional video, but the real-time image of the production line in various complex parameter monitoring interfaces. The entire venue was eerily quiet. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. What is this for? Are we really going to live-stream battery manufacturing here? Are you crazy? They really figured it out. Although I don't know much about battery production, this production line looks pretty similar to what I see. Fuck, if Yuanxing really developed a new generation of batteries, we would really be here today. For the first time, Zhou Zhen's expression showed a slight change. He anticipated many possibilities, such as the other party taking out a rough model or simply showing a PPT. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually put a complete production line in front of the whole world. This desperate urge made him feel inexplicably uneasy. Wang Hao and Zhang Qian also found their own seats, not far from Zhou Zhen's seat. Playing tricks. Wang Hao looked at the production line and curled his lips in disdain. I want to see what tricks you can come up with. Zhang Qian nervously grabbed the corner of his clothes. She always felt that things were not quite as they expected. Time passes by minute by minute. 10 o'clock in the morning sharp. All the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. The eyes of the whole world are focused here. In the darkness, only the emergency exit indicator light in front of the auditorium emitted a faint green light. Nearly 1,000 media reporters and guests from all walks of life at the scene subconsciously held their breath. Countless netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also staring at the screen. This press conference, hailed as the showdown of the century, is finally about to begin. Buzz. A slight electric sound was heard. A spotlight suddenly shone down from the ceiling, but it does not illuminate the center of the stage or any podium. It's the silver-gray production line that stands quietly and is full of futuristic feeling. Under the light, the cold metal body reflects a charming luster, and every component looks so precise and full of power. The live camera caught up instantly, and through the huge LED screen, every detail of the production line was clearly displayed in front of everyone. In the online live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded instantly. Holy crap! It really is a production line. This is so cool. This looks pretty good. Regardless of whether it's real or not, the appearance alone is worth the price of admission. Haha, it's just a showpiece, looks good but doesn't work. Wait till you see it explode. In the meeting hall, people were also talking about it. Zhou Zhen sat in his exclusive seat in the center of the first row, looking at the production line with a frown on his face. As a top expert in the industry, he noticed something wrong at a glance. The layout of this production line is different from any lithium battery production line he has ever seen. The structure of many modules was beyond his understanding, especially the nozzle at the coating station. Its structure is so complex that it looks like a work of art. This made him feel even more uneasy. At this moment, the crisp sound of high heels rang out in the silent conference hall. Another spotlight came on, following the source of the sound. Zhang Yi, wearing a well-tailored black business suit, walked out from the side with steady and confident steps. She had delicate light makeup on her face, sharp eyes, and a strong aura, like a queen about to go to the battlefield. Instead of walking towards any preset podium, she walked directly to the front of the production line and stopped. The flashbulbs started flashing wildly again. It's her, the woman from yesterday. Zhang Qian pointed at Zhang Yi on the stage and said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao's face instantly turned gloomy. He stared at Zhang Yi intently, wishing he could tear her to pieces with his eyes. Zhang Yi picked up the microphone handed to him by the staff beside him and swept his eyes calmly across the audience. Her gaze swept across Zhou Zhen and Wang Hao's faces one by one without pausing for a moment, as if they were just two ordinary spectators. Good morning, distinguished guests, friends from the media, and everyone watching the live broadcast. Her voice echoed clearly throughout the factory through the sound system. I'm Zhang Yi, CEO of Yuanxing Technology. I know that everyone here today, and many people in front of the screen, are not here to watch a product launch. You are here to see a farce, to see how a scam is exposed." Her words were direct and sharp, without any evasion. There was an uproar at the scene. No one expected that her opening remarks would be so direct. A sneer appeared on Zhou Zhen's lips. He wanted to see what other tricks this woman could come up with. Over the past 24 hours, Yuan-Xing technology has been subjected to questions, ridicule, and abuse from all sides. Some say we are a PowerPoint presentation company, some say we are a capital scam, and some even assert that we can't even produce a single qualified battery. Zhang Yi paused and looked around the audience. Today, we don't intend to use any flowery words or complicated PowerPoint presentations to defend ourselves, because facts speak louder than words. She turned sideways, stretched out her hand, and pointed at the huge production line behind her. So, we decided to show you our production line and our core technology without reservation. We will show you how a Yuan-Xing 1 battery is manufactured starting from the most basic raw materials. Next, please welcome Mr. Lin Mo, the chairman of Yuan-Xing Technology. As she finished her words, the third spotlight shone on the other side of the stage. Lin Mo's figure appeared in everyone's sight. He was wearing his dark gray tailored suit, no tie, and his shirt collar was casually unbuttoned by one button. The clothes perfectly set off his tall figure, making him look both calm and composed like a decision maker and a bit unruly like a young man. There was no expression on his face, his eyes were as calm as water, and he walked over calmly, step by step. He did not stand in front of the production line like Zhang Yi. He just casually walked to a control console in the middle of the production line and leaned against it lightly. His eyes swept across the audience indifferently. Zhou Zhen with a sneer on his face. Wang Hao's eyes were full of resentment. Zhang Qian's face was pale. Finally, his gaze fell on the main live camera facing him, as if he was looking at everyone in front of the screen. At that moment, the entire venue, both online and offline, fell into an eerie silence. This young man is so calm. A little too calm. Facing the industry giants who were eyeing him covetously from the audience, facing countless malicious cameras, and facing the doubts from the entire network, he was like an outsider, a spectator. It was as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. This kind of calmness and indifference that came from the bottom of their hearts made Zhou Zhen and Wang Hao feel an inexplicable anger at the same time. Why? How can you, a con man who's about to be disgraced, be so calm? The comments in the live broadcast room went crazy again because of Lin Mo's appearance. Oh my god. This chairman is so handsome. He's good enough to debut. This temperament is amazing. Is he really a liar? I don't believe it. Wake up, you crazy bastard. What's the point of being handsome? Don't all scammers look like real people? Why isn't he talking? Why is he just standing there? I feel like he's looking at me. This aura. I'm impressed. No matter what the outcome today, I'll remember this man. Lin Mo's appearance took less than a minute, but his unique aura, which seemed to be above everything else, had been deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. He said nothing, yet it seemed as if he had said everything. This made all those who were waiting to see him panic and make a fool of himself feel powerless, like punching cotton. Lin Mo leaned quietly on the console, as if the protagonist of the entire press conference was not him, but the production line beside him. Zhang Yi did not rush him. She gave everyone enough time to digest and examine the young chairman. She didn't speak again until the discussion at the scene gradually died down. I know everyone has a lot of questions. For example, why is our chairman so young? Is our technology real? What exactly are we going to show the world today? All the answers will be revealed one by one on this production line. After saying that, she handed the microphone to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the microphone and finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to every corner through the speakers. Welcome everyone to this press conference. A simple greeting, no unnecessary courtesy. As the CEO said, today we are only doing one thing. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the room and pointed at the production line beside him. On-site production. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed a control button on the console at hand. Buzz. The entire silent production line was instantly awakened. Hundreds of indicator lights light up one after another, forming a colorful light strip. The robotic arms slowly rose and entered standby mode. The entire factory was filled with the deep roar that was full of power. Now, please look at the big screen. Zhang Yi's voice sounded at the right time, taking over the right to speak and beginning to take on the role of commentator. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge LED screen above the stage. The screen is divided into several areas. The main screen is a close-up of workstation number 1 on the production line. Under the camera, several huge transparent silos are clearly displayed. What you see now are the most basic raw materials needed for the production of our Yuan-Xing 1 battery. Zhang Yi's voice was confident and steady. The silo on the left contains highly purified silicon dioxide. It is the core material source for our battery negative electrode. This one in the middle is spodumene, We'll extract the lithium needed for the battery's positive electrode from here. The one on the right is high-purity graphite powder. On the screen, every time a material is introduced, the corresponding chemical formula and text description will pop up. The audience at the scene were all stunned. What is this operation? Hold a press conference and start by introducing sand and stones? This is completely different from the high-tech press conference they imagined. Zhou Zhen's face showed undisguised sarcasm. He sneered softly at his assistant beside him. What a pretense. What's the point of displaying the raw materials? Are they even going to demonstrate steelmaking on the spot? It's simply ridiculous. His assistant also smiled apologetically. Mr. Zhou is right. I think they've run out of tricks and can only use this method to delay time. Wang Hao was laughing so hard he fell backwards. He leaned close to Zhang Qian's ear and said smugly, "See? I told you they were liars. We're already starting a chemistry class. Should we invite a physics teacher to explain the law of conservation of energy?" Zhang Qian giggled, and the uneasiness in her heart disappeared. She felt that Wang Hao was right. This must be the scammer's delaying tactic. The comments in the live broadcast room were also full of various jokes. Did I enter the wrong live stream? Isn't this the UN Technology press conference? How did it become into science? Host, please fast forward. I want to watch the explosion part directly. From a grain of sand to a battery? I didn't believe the title at first, but now I kinda believe it. It seems they really want to start with the sand. However, just when everyone thought it was just a boring science show, the production line started moving. I saw the robotic arm at workstation number 1 accurately grabbing raw materials of set weight from several silos and putting them into a fully enclosed device that looked like a furnace. The data on the screen showed that the temperature inside the device soared to a terrifying number in an instant. What we are doing now is the ultra-high temperature gasification, purification and targeted recombination of raw materials. Zhang Yi's voice, like a calm AI, explained without any emotion. Through our unique plasma bombardment technology, we can decompose these most basic mineral raw materials into atomic state in seconds and remove all impurities to obtain silicon, lithium and carbon elements with a purity of up to 99.9999%. At the same time, during this process, we will perform a special lattice structure modification on silicon atoms to form our unique three-dimensional porous silicon-carbon framework. This will be the key to the ultra-high energy density and stability of the UN-1 battery. Every word she said was like a bombshell, exploding in the minds of all the knowledgeable technical experts present. Ultra-high temperature gasification purification, plasma bombardment, targeted reorganization at the atomic level, three-dimensional porous silicon-carbon framework. Many of these words have only been seen in cutting-edge scientific journals or science fiction novels. Can we directly apply these theories, which are difficult to implement in laboratories, to large-scale industrial production lines? How is this possible? The smile on Zhou Zhen's face completely froze. He sat up straight suddenly, staring at the rapidly jumping data streams on the screen. The faces of several technical executives from Tianheng Energy behind him changed drastically. They took out their mobile phones and seemed to be frantically searching for something. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. An executive muttered to himself, his lips trembling. This kind of technology is still at the theoretical verification stage even in the top national laboratories in Germany and Japan. How could they have already achieved industrialization? Mr. Zhou. The assistant also noticed something was wrong and looked at Zhou Zhen nervously. Zhou Zhen ignored him. His eyes, like an eagle's, were fixed on the next workstation on the production line. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether this was the real deal or an elaborate hoax. He firmly believed that this must be a scam. This must be a video they recorded in advance. Zhou Zhen's body had unconsciously moved away from the backrest and leaned forward to an angle that even he found a bit strenuous. His eyes were fixed on the screen. There, a simulated animation representing the inside of a plasma bombardment chamber demonstrates the atomic-level reorganization process in an unimaginably complex way. Silicon atoms, lithium atoms, and carbon atoms, like a chaotic colorful nebula, were completely shattered in the terrifying high temperature and energy field. Immediately afterwards, an invisible force began to screen and purify. Those dark-colored atoms, representing impurities, are ruthlessly rejected and collected through a separate channel. The remaining atoms, which were pure enough to glow, began to rearrange themselves under the guidance of another force. Especially those silicon atoms, they are no longer simply stacked, but actively construct a three-dimensional network lattice structure under the action of a peculiar force field. It's like countless invisible nanorobots are using atoms as bricks to build a magnificent building in the microscopic world. Mr. Zhou, this animation is too realistic, isn't it? The assistant came over and whispered, trying to ease the extremely depressing atmosphere. He couldn't understand the complicated data, but he could feel the increasingly cold aura emanating from his boss. Animation? Zhou Zhen's voice was a little hoarse. He didn't turn around, but just squeezed out two words from between his teeth. Yes. The assistant smiled apologetically. This must have been a pre-recorded video, specially made by a Hollywood special effects team. Otherwise, how could they see the atoms so clearly? They just want to use this method to bluff us laymen. Zhou Zhen didn't say anything else. He certainly hoped it was a video. He hoped more than anyone that this was fake. But the expressions on the faces of the technical executives behind him, the top experts of Tianheng Energy, told him a cruel truth. This is not an animation. At least, not entirely. Because on the other side of the screen, those rapidly scrolling real-time data streams cannot be faked. Temperature, pressure, energy spectrum analysis, element purity, every piece of data perfectly corresponds to the progress of that animation. The logic of those data changes and the algorithmic model that is so complex that it makes one's scalp tingle are simply not something that any special effects team can make up out of thin air. Check. Zhou Zhen lowered his voice and gave orders to the technical director behind him. Look up three-dimensional porous silicon-carbon framework and plasma bombardment purification. I want to know where these things came from. The technical director's face looked even uglier than Zhou Zhen's, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Mr. Zhou, checked it out. His voice trembled. These concepts do exist, but they're still confined to cutting-edge theoretical physics and material science papers. There are fewer than 5 laboratories in the world capable of implementing this technology, and the samples they can produce are measured in milligrams. Like this, industrialized production. He didn't say the rest of the words, but his meaning was obvious. Zhou Zhen's heart sank little by little. Am I really wrong? Is there really such a genius in this world who does not follow the basic law? No. Impossible. It must be a scam. They must have created a huge scam in some way that I don't know about. He firmly believed that as long as it was a scam, there must be a flaw. At this moment, Zhang Yi's voice sounded again, calm and clear. Okay, our raw material purification and structural reorganization are complete. As you can see, through the steps just now, we have obtained silicon-carbon anode materials and highly active lithium elements with a purity of up to 99.9999%. The whole process took 45 seconds. 45 seconds. Those who knew the business at the scene had a buzzing sound in their heads. The traditional purification process, from ore to high-purity material, requires a series of complex chemical and physical processes such as crushing, screening, pickling, and calcination, and the entire cycle is calculated in days. And they only took 45 seconds. This is no longer an improvement in efficiency, it is a crushing of dimensions. Now, these materials will go to the next station for mixing and mixing. Following Zhang Yi's explanation, the robotic arms on the production line started up again. The bottom of the furnace-like device opened, and a ball of black powder gleaming with a metallic luster and a ball of bright silver substance were sent into 2 different fully enclosed pipes respectively. The camera follows the pipe to the next module. It was a more complex-looking mixing device with multiple cavities. Mystifying. Seeing this, Wang Hao finally found a point to attack. He scoffed loudly at Zhang Qian, who was standing beside him, and at the surrounding media. After all this fuss, isn't it still just a blender? All this hype, all about atoms and plasma, but in the end, isn't it still just about mixing things together? What's the difference between this and the dough mixer in our kitchen? Zhang Qian immediately agreed, exactly. I thought it was so high-tech. Turns out it's just grinding sand and rocks into powder, then adding some water to mix. I thought it was making an elixir. Their voices were loud enough that many people around could hear them. Some reporters and audiences who were originally confused by those profound terms also nodded, thinking that what Wang Hao said made sense. Yes, no matter how mysterious the previous words are, in the end, don't we still have to go back to the traditional steps of stirring, coating, and encapsulation? The barrage in the live broadcast room also began to set the pace. This is hilarious. I thought it was going to be an atomic bomb, but it turned out to be a blender. Come on, let's go. The previous part was CG, and now it's the real thing. I think it's going to be exposed soon. I told you, how could it be so exaggerated? It must be a lie. When Zhou Zhen heard Wang Hao's words, instead of agreeing with them, he glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Idiot. If the above technology is true, then this blender is definitely not an ordinary blender. Sure enough, Zhang Yi's next words confirmed his guess. You might think that stirring is a simple process, but in the process of Yuan-Xing 1, this step is also crucial. On the screen, the main image switched to an internal perspective of the blender. We use ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion technology. Traditional stirring uses mechanical force to mix different particles together. However, this method cannot prevent the agglomeration of particles, nor can it achieve uniform fusion at the molecular level. Our technology uses high-frequency ultrasound to simultaneously atomize powdered electrode materials and our specially formulated adhesive into an aerosol in a vacuum environment. This allows them to seamlessly infiltrate and fuse at the most microscopic level. The slurry produced in this way is hundreds of times more uniform and stable than that produced by traditional processes. This is one of the keys to our battery's ultra-long cycle life and extremely low internal resistance. Zhang Yi's words had just fallen. The technical director behind Zhou Zhen swayed violently and almost lost his balance. Ultrasonic, atomization fusion. His lips trembled as he muttered to himself, This is a proof of concept proposed by the German company BASF 3 years ago. It said that the project was shelved long ago due to the high energy consumption and equipment requirements. How could they? Zhou Zhen's expression had gone from stiff to ashen. If the first technology is a theoretical exaggeration, he can still comfort himself. The second one was a solid punch that hit him hard in the face. Because of the BASF project, Tianheng Energy also participated in the initial evaluation. He knew better than anyone how difficult this technology was to achieve. This is absolutely not true. This must be fake. It's a video. It was recorded in advance. Yes, that must be it. They decorated the press conference venue to look like a factory and played a convincing video to make everyone think they were giving birth on the spot. This scam is perfectly designed. Zhou Zhen suddenly raised his head, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He found it. He finally found the flaw in this scam. Since it is a video playback, all the shots and angles must be preset in advance. As long as you make a request that they cannot fulfill, the scam will be exposed on the spot. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He suddenly stood up from his seat, interrupting Zhang Yi's explanation. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. His voice echoed throughout the venue through the backup microphone handed to him by his assistant. All the spotlights instantly shifted from Zhang Yi to him. There was an uproar at the scene. No one expected that Zhou Zhen would choose to attack in public at this time. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy crap! Are we going to start a fight? Here it comes. This is the part I've been waiting for. Boss Joe is awesome. Slap them in the face. Expose them. Bench. Melon seeds. Drinks, ready. Let's start. I can't wait to see the show. Zhang Yi stopped explaining and looked at Zhou Zhen calmly, as if he had expected this scene a long time ago. Lin Mo was still leaning on the console, not even raising his eyelids, as if the industry tycoon who was the focus of everyone's attention in the audience was just an insignificant passerby. Wang Hao and Zhang Qian were filled with ecstasy. They felt that President Zhou was going to personally take action and make the final decision. Mr. Zhou, do you have any advice? Zhang Yi's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. I don't deserve your advice. Zhou Zhen sneered, I just have a small question. He pointed at the huge LED screen above the stage. The technologies you demonstrated are truly amazing and can even be said to have overturned all of our cognition. But how can I be sure that what we are seeing is actually happening on the production line in front of me, and not just some slickly produced promotional video? His words, like a bomb, exploded among the crowd. He put the biggest question in everyone's mind on the table. Yeah, how do you prove this isn't a video? Zhou Zhen looked at the confusion on everyone's faces, and the sneer on his face became even wider. He knew that he had grasped the opponent's weak spot. We must pursue the victory and kill them with one blow. To prove your innocence and to dispel the doubts of all media friends and online viewers present. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he stared straight at Zhang Yi. I demand that you stop playing this video immediately. Then, I, or any media member present, will randomly select an angle and use a camera we brought to film your production line in real time, projecting the footage onto a large screen. If you can do it, I, Zhou Zhen, will apologize to you in front of the whole world for all my previous remarks. If you can't do it. He paused, and his voice suddenly rose. Then please stop this ridiculous scam immediately. As Zhou Zhen finished speaking, the entire factory fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Yi and Lin Mo on the stage. This is a dead end. An unbreakable conspiracy. If what Yuan-Xing technology was playing was really a video, then they would definitely not accept this request. Once you refuse, it is equivalent to admitting your guilt and confirming your reputation as a liar. A winner's smile appeared on Zhou Zhen's face. The Tianheng Energy executives behind him also breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes became arrogant again. A farce is a farce after all. Wang Hao was so excited that he was shaking all over and almost jumped up from his seat. Did you hear that? President Zhou has spoken. Let them broadcast it live. Do they dare? They definitely don't dare. He said to Zhang Qian proudly, his voice loud enough for everyone in the front rows to hear. I told you they were liars. Now they've been caught. Let's see how they end up. Zhang Qian's uneasiness was swept away, replaced by a sense of pleasure and revenge. She looked at Zhang Yi on the stage, as if she could already see her panic-stricken and ugly appearance in the future. The comments in the live broadcast room were completely crazy. Check. With this move, Mr. Zhou has secured the checkmate. This is too cruel. This is like stripping the other person's underwear. Look at that female CEO's face. Isn't it a little pale? She must be feeling guilty. It's over, it's over. The scam of the century is about to collapse. Brothers, witness history. Seeing technology is so stupid. If you were going to pull a PPT scam, you should have kept it low-key. Why did you go through all this trouble? Now, you haven't even gotten a single profit. Nearly 1,000 reporters at the scene had their cameras raised high, ready to capture the moment the scam was exposed. The air seemed to freeze. Time passes by every second. Zhang Yi did not answer immediately. She just looked at Zhou Zhen quietly, without any ripples in her eyes, so calm that it was a little scary. This kind of calmness inexplicably reduced the sense of victory in Zhou Zhen's heart. He didn't understand why this woman could still be so calm at this time. Why does she have the right? Just when everyone thought Zhang Yi was going to refuse or find some excuse to delay, the young man who had been leaning on the console since the launch conference moved. Lin Mo slowly straightened up. He didn't look at Zhou Zhen, nor at anyone else. He just took a step forward, walked slowly to the front of the stage, and took the microphone from Zhang Yi. The spotlight was on him again. The dark gray suit made his figure look even more upright. Can. Lin Mo finally spoke. The sound was not loud, even a little bland, but it was clearly transmitted to every corner through the speakers. Just 2 simple words. But it was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's mind. What? He agreed? The victorious smile on Zhou Zhen's face froze in an instant, and then shattered into pieces. The Tianheng Energy executive team behind him looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces changed from contempt to astonishment. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but the word liar that was about to come out was stuck in his throat, making his cheeks flush red and he almost suffocated on the spot. In the live broadcast room, the overwhelming ridicule and abuse seemed to have been paused, and there was a gap of several seconds. Everyone was completely confused by Lin Mo's nonchalant answer. This doesn't make sense. This completely went against their preset script. When a liar faces a fatal accusation that could ruin his reputation, shouldn't he panic, deny everything, or make a cowardly excuse? How dare he agree? Why would he dare to agree? Could it be? An idea so absurd that even Zhou Zhen himself found it ridiculous popped up uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. Is all this true? No. Zhou Zhen pinched the palm of his hand suddenly, and the intense pain made him wake up instantly. This is absolutely impossible. This must be a trick. It must be a bluff. They must have a backup plan, a more sophisticated scam that I haven't thought of. Zhou Zhen forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, straightened his back again, and stared at Lin Mo with a sharper gaze. Great! Director Lin is indeed courageous. Zhou Zhen's voice sounded a little hoarse because he exerted too much force. In that case, let's not waste everyone's time. He turned around and waved to a middle-aged man carrying the most advanced live broadcast camera in the team he brought with him. Lao Zhang, come up. The cameraman named Lao Zhang is the chief photographer of Tianheng Energy. He has followed Zhou Zhen for more than 10 years and is responsible for shooting various high-tech equipment and experimental processes. He has extremely rich experience. Lao Zhang carried the machine and walked quickly onto the stage. Director Lin, President Zhang. Zhou Zhen regained the upper hand and pointed at Lao Zhang's equipment. This is our Tianheng's own camera. It's 4K ultra-high-definition live-streaming quality, without any time-lapse or editing features. I think it should be fair enough to film this, right? Of course. Zhang Yi took a half-step forward and answered the question for Lin Mo. There was a hint of politeness on her face. We welcome any form of supervision. She turned sideways and gestured to the staff at the side of the stage. Soon, a staff member came up with a spare high-definition data cable. This is the backup port on our live broadcast console. It can be connected directly to the big screen. Mr. Zhou, please proceed. Every movement of Zhang Yi was calm, graceful and appropriate, as if this was not a life-and-death duel, but a normal technical exchange. The more she acted like this, the more uneasy Zhou Zhen felt. He felt like he had punched an invisible energy field, and all the force was easily dissipated by the other party. Okay. Zhou Zhen gritted his teeth. He knew that there was no way out now. He walked up to Lao Zhang personally, lowered his voice, and gave orders quickly in a volume that only the two of them could hear. Wait a minute, listen to my instructions. Shoot wherever I tell you to. Zoom in as much as possible, focus on every detail, don't miss a single screw. I want to see what tricks they can come up with. I understand, Mr. Zhou. Old John nodded solemnly. Zhou Zhen stood up and scanned the entire production line like a hungry wolf looking for flaws in its prey. His sight finally fell on the most complex ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion equipment that had just completed the mixing process. In his opinion, if there is any link in the entire production line that is most likely to be the core of the scam, it must be here. Atomic level purification sounds mysterious, but the process is completely closed and difficult to verify. And this stirring is the key to connecting the previous and the next. As long as it is proven that the slurry here is fake, everything before will be nonsense. Right there. Joe Gen pointed his finger directly at the device. I want you to repeat the mixing process right now. My camera will record the entire interior of this ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion machine. This requirement is more stringent than the previous one. He not only has to shoot randomly, but also specify the production process. Winehouse's eyes lit up. He felt that President Joe had finally found the highlight. Yes, that's it. Press on step by step and make them reveal their true colors. The hearts of everyone present were in their throats again. However, Lin Mo's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He didn't even look at the device Zhou Zhen pointed at, but just nodded casually at Zhang Yi beside him. Zhang Yi understood what he meant. She picked up the microphone and her voice was clearly heard throughout the audience. No problem. But, Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid you can't see clearly from the audience. She paused, then did something that made everyone in the audience gasp. She made a pleased gesture to Zhou Zhen. How about asking Mr. Zhou and your cameraman to come up on stage and stand next to our production line to verify every step of our operation at close range? This way, I think, should be able to dispel everyone's doubts better, right? Boom! The entire venue was completely blown up. Crazy! These two people from UN Seeing Technology are absolutely crazy. Not only did they agree to all unreasonable demands, they even took the initiative to invite their biggest enemy to stand in their most core position. This is no longer confidence. This is arrogance. Zhou Zhen's mind buzzed and went blank. All his plans and guesses were shattered by the opponent's earth-shattering move. Come on stage? Standing next to the production line? He looked at the calm young man and the smiling woman on the stage, and an unprecedented chill rose from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. For the first time, his firm belief in his judgment began to waver. To go or not to go? Going on stage meant that he would be completely drawn into the opponent's rhythm as a challenger. He would stand under the eyes of the whole world and closely examine something he had determined to be a scam. If that were true, he would become the biggest joke of the century today. If he didn't go, it would mean he was afraid and guilty. His righteous accusation would also become a joke. Mr. Zhou, please. Zhang Yi's voice sounded again, his tone still polite, but with a power that could not be refused. Below the stage, countless cameras were focused on Zhou Zhen, and flashbulbs lit up, recording every subtle change in expression on the face of this industry leader. The ecstasy on Wang Hao's face had frozen. He couldn't understand the complicated techniques, but he could understand the atmosphere. The development of things has completely gone out of Zhou Zhen's control. What's going on? Why doesn't Mr. Zhou go up? Zhang Qian nervously tugged at the corner of Wang Hao's clothes, her voice trembling slightly. How the hell should I know? Wang Hao growled irritably, staring at the stage. Finally, with the whole world watching, Zhou vibrated. He knew that he had no way out. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Zhen took heavy steps and walked onto the stage where he was supposed to judge his opponent. His chief cameraman, Lao Zhang, followed closely behind him, carrying heavy equipment. Zhang Yi and Lin Mo, like two masters, watched them approach calmly. Lin Mo even nodded slightly at Zhou Zhen as a greeting. This attitude made Zhou Zhen feel that he was not an arbitrator who came to expose the scam, but more like a junior who came to visit and learn. The strong sense of humiliation made his face even uglier. Let's start. He almost squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth. Good. Lin Mo didn't say anything extra. He turned around and walked back to the console, tapping his finger lightly on the virtual screen. On the production line, the silicon carbon-negative electrode material and highly active lithium element that had just been purified were put back into the ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion machine by the robotic arm. Lao Zhang, move the camera forward. Aim at the feed port and the observation window. Zhou Zhen ordered sternly. Lao Zhang immediately carried the camera, almost sticking it to the equipment, and aimed the lens at the palm-sized quartz glass observation window. The director was very professional and immediately switched the main screen of the big screen to the real-time image captured by Lao Zhang's camera. In an instant, the eyes of the whole world were focused on that small window through this unmodified and even slightly shaky lens. Inside the window is a pitch-black vacuum chamber. I saw 2 streams of powder of different colors being injected from different pipes. Then, a low humming sound that was invisible to the naked eye but seemed to penetrate the soul was heard. The next second, a scene that made everyone's scalp tingle happened. The moment the 2 streams of powder entered the cavity, they seemed to lose gravity and floated in midair. They did not mix, but instead began to spin at high speed like 2 living nebulae. Then, they were pulled and torn apart by an invisible force, and instantly decomposed into billions of smaller particles, turning into 2 thick fog. Oh my god! A Tianheng technology executive behind Zhou Zhen couldn't help but scream in surprise. Zhou Zhen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. This is ultrasonic vacuum atomization? They really did it. This is not over yet. At the moment when the two mists were formed, dozens of tiny nozzles on the inner wall of the cavity simultaneously sprayed out a transparent liquid adhesive. These adhesives are also atomized into finer aerosols the moment they enter the vacuum environment. Three groups of fog composed of different substances did not collide or agglomerate in that small space. Instead, under the guidance of a peculiar force field, they began to infiltrate and fuse flawlessly at the molecular level. Black silicon-carbon mist, silver lithium mist, and transparent adhesive mist intertwined, swirled, and penetrated, eventually forming an incredibly uniform droplet with a dark gray metallic luster that was suspended in the air. The whole process is smooth and full of surreal beauty like a science fiction movie. There is no huge noise from mechanical stirring and no flying dust like traditional processes. Only ultimate silence and ultimate precision. On the side of the large screen, real-time data shows the particle size distribution, uniformity, viscosity. Each indicator of the slurry has reached a terrifyingly perfect value that is only possible in theory. Pa! The assistant next to Zhou Zhen lost his grip on the tablet and dropped it to the ground, shattering the screen. But he was unaware. Like everyone else at the scene and in front of the screen, he just opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the mass of matter that seemed to come from outer space. The comments in the live broadcast room went completely crazy after a brief period of silence. What am I seeing? Is this a special effect? No, this is Mr. Joe's live broadcast. This is real. This isn't science. This is magic. This is definitely magic. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I declare that seeing technology is awesome. Cracked voice. Tianheng Energy is finished. I can almost hear the sound of their stock price crashing. Zhou Zhen's body was shaking slightly, his lips were trembling, and on that face that was always full of confidence and majesty, there was only one emotion left. Fear. The purest fear that arises from a worldview being ruthlessly crushed. No, impossible. Zhou Zhen finally uttered a dreamy whisper. This can't be real. This must be an illusion. He staggered back a step, as if trying to escape from the stage that was suffocating him. Just then, the young man who had been leaning on the console the whole time moved. Lin Mo walked over slowly, passed by Zhou Zhen, and came to the device. He didn't look at Zhou Zhen, nor at anyone else. He simply reached out and tapped lightly on a sensing area on the device's casing. Buzz. The equipment stopped working. The suspended perfect slurry was precisely guided into the pipeline for the next process. Then, Lin Mo turned around and looked at the distraught Zhou Zhen calmly. He picked up the microphone and said something that Zhou Zhen would never forget. Mr. Zhou, did you see clearly? Do you need another try? Lin Mo's voice was so flat, as if he was asking, do you want a glass of water? But to Zhou Zhen, these words were more piercing and heartbreaking than any sharp sarcasm. Do it again? Put your face close to him and get hit again? Zhou Zhen's body shook. He felt a fishy sweet taste in his throat, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. Chief cameraman Lao Jiang had his camera lowered down at some point, with the lens facing the ground. Off the stage, Tianheng Energy's executive team was in chaos. Quick! Contact the company. Tell the traders to sell all our affiliated company stocks at any cost. Quick! It's over. It's all over. We just invested 5 billion yuan in that project in the south of the city, using a loan secured by our battery technology. Chairman! Everyone looked at the distraught figure on the stage. They knew that from today on, the era of Tianheng Energy was over. All of this was faithfully recorded by countless cameras at the scene and spread all over the world. Weinhao's cell phone rang frantically at this moment. With shaking hands, he glanced at the caller ID. Father, Wang Defa. You don't even need to answer the phone to know what a thunderous roar will be coming from the other end. He subconsciously looked up and looked at the stage. The production line did not stop because of this farce. That perfect slurry has entered the coding station. On the big screen, the camera switches. I saw a piece of copper foil as thin as a cicada's wing being sent into a long and narrow passage. Immediately afterwards, a device with a delicate structure like a printer nozzle passed over the copper foil at high speed. No traditional scraper, no rolling. What is sprayed out from under the nozzle is not liquid, but a layer of electrode mist composed of countless tiny droplets. These mists adhere to the surface of the copper foil with almost perfect uniformity, instantly forming an electrode coating with a thickness accurate to the nanometer level. Magnetic levitation atomization coating technology, the coating thickness error is less than 0.1 micron. Zhang Yi's calm explanation echoed in the conference hall. Every word accelerated Tianheng Energy's path to destruction. Zhou Zhen couldn't hold on any longer. He stumbled off the stage like a defeated rooster, almost running away. He even forgot the promise he had made to apologize publicly. No one tried to stop him, because there is no need anymore. The facts have already given the loudest slap in the face. At this moment, a financial reporter in the audience raised his cell phone and let out a horrified scream. Tianheng Energy. Hong Kong stocks. Circuit breaker 3 minutes after opening. That scream instantly broke the eerie atmosphere of the entire venue. Everyone was startled back to their senses by this shout. Countless reporters subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young financial reporter wearing glasses, tightly gripping his mobile phone, his face pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Tianheng Energy. Hong Kong stocks. Circuit breaker. He repeated it again. Circuit breaker. For those who work in the capital and media circles, they know very well what these two words mean. That wasn't a simple drop, that was a crash. It is an irreversible free fall that has been sentenced to death by the market. Boom! The entire venue was completely out of control. Quick! Check it! Check it now! Oh my god! It's true! The market plummeted 70% in just 3 minutes. The circuit breaker mechanism was triggered. Not just Tianheng. All companies that have deep cooperation with Tianheng Energy and Tianheng Concept stocks have collapsed. It's over. My friend just went all in yesterday. Screams, wails, the sound of frantic keyboard tapping, and ringing telephones instantly merged into a chaotic torrent. No one pays attention to the production line that is still running quietly on the stage, and no one cares how awesome the technology called magnetic levitation atomization coating is. The cold reality turned into the cliff-like green K line on the screen, giving everyone the heaviest blow. At this moment, the old dynasty collapsed in the most tragic and public way. Wang Hao sat there in a daze, his cell phone still ringing tirelessly, as if playing the final funeral melody for him. He didn't answer. He doesn't dare. He didn't even dare to look at the caller whose name was Father on the screen. He just turned his head mechanically and looked at Zhang Qian beside him. Zhang Qian's face was even paler than his, and her lips were trembling uncontrollably. She looked at Wang Hao, and there was no longer the admiration and attachment in her eyes. Instead, there was a complex emotion mixed with fear, resentment, and confusion. She knew she had made the wrong bet. Wang Hao. Zhang Qian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and she was crying. What should we do? Wang Hao did not answer. What could he do? He could do nothing. He felt like a clown, the most ridiculous clown in the world who was manipulated from beginning to end but still felt self-righteous. He finally mustered up the courage and, with trembling hands, opened the still vibrating phone. You little bastard. Look at what you've done. Wang Defa's roar, which became hoarse and distorted due to extreme anger, exploded from the receiver and almost pierced Wang Hao's eardrum. The company is finished. It's all fucking finished. The stock price has collapsed. My phone has been bombarded with calls from banks demanding repayment. All our partners are distancing themselves from us. Wang Hao, didn't you say they were liars? Didn't you say they were dead today? Ha! Come back here dead right now. If I don't break your legs today, I won't be called Wang. Pop. The call was hung up. Wang Hao's hands dropped weakly, and his cell phone fell to the ground. The green K line on the screen, like a poisonous sting, pierced deeply into his eyes. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Yi's voice rang out again. Through the sound system, it clearly drowned out all the noise. Next are the lamination, welding, electrolyte injection, and packaging processes. Due to time constraints, we will not demonstrate them one by one. Her words brought the frantic reporters back to their senses a little. They raised their heads and looked at the stage blankly. At the end of the production line, a transparent robotic arm picked up a packaged, palm-sized silver-gray battery. The robotic arm moved slowly and placed the battery on a display stand in the center of the stage. The spotlight was on the battery. It lay there quietly, with two simple words printed on the shell. Distant star. Everyone. Zhang Yi's voice sounded like the final verdict. From a grain of sand to a complete UN-1 battery. The entire process took 15 minutes and 23 seconds. Today's live broadcast ends here. Thank you all for your testimony. After saying this, she bowed slightly to the audience. Then she turned and walked towards the young man who had been leaning quietly against the console the entire time. Lin Mo stood up straight without glancing at anyone in the audience. He just nodded slightly at Zhang Yi. The two walked one after the other, across the stage and into the heavy metal door backstage under the gaze of everyone. From beginning to end, there was no looking back. They left. What was left behind was a collapsed empire, a boiling capital market, and a mess of ruins from the old era. The new king has ascended the throne. He didn't even bother to take a look at the old king's body. The moment the backstage door closed, it seemed as if two worlds were separated. Outside the door is chaos and madness like a tsunami, while inside the door is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Zhang Yi breathed a long sigh of relief, and the queen-like aura that had been tense finally relaxed. She walked to the rest area, took off her high heels, stepped barefoot on the soft carpet, and relaxed completely. It's over, she whispered, a hint of relief and weariness in her voice. No, this is just the beginning. Lin Mo's voice came from behind. Zhang Yi was stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile. Yes. For Tianhong Energy, it is the end. But for Yuan Xing Technology, everything has just begun. She was about to say something when the phone in her pocket began to vibrate wildly, as if it was about to jump out of her pocket. She took it out and saw that the screen was filled with missed calls and message reminders. Some of the calls were from company executives, partners, investment institutions that had previously rejected them, and countless unfamiliar numbers. She swiped the screen and clicked on a message at random. Mr. Zhang, I'm Lu Ming from Sequoia Capital. I was blind to the truth before. Please give me another chance. We are willing to invest in Yuan Xing at a valuation of 500 billion. Zhang Yi deleted the message expressionlessly. Before the press conference, Lu Ming belittled her business plan to the point of being worthless. Now, the valuation is 500 billion? What were you doing this morning? Zhang Yi's fingers felt numb as he looked at the almost crazy messages on the screen. Mr. Zhang, I'm from Figzun Capital. A 500 billion valuation is too low. We're offering 600 billion. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm the chairman of BID. I wonder if I could schedule an appointment with you to discuss the application prospects of Yuan Xing batteries in the new energy vehicle field. Mr. Zhang, I'm Mr. Wang from DJI Drones. We need your batteries for our high-end models. Apple, Tesla, Huawei. One by one, the well-known names were filling up her mobile phone screen in an almost humble manner. This is what victory feels like. A sweet taste that is enough to drive anyone crazy. Director Linear. Zhang Yi suppressed her pounding heart and turned to look at Lin Mo. Her eyes were bright and amazing. We succeeded. The whole world wants our batteries. We should immediately expand production to consumer electronics, energy storage power stations, aerospace. We should plant the Yuan Xing flag in all fields that need energy. The blueprint she drew was grand and magnificent. A brand new energy empire seemed to be rising on the horizon. Lin Mo didn't say anything. He simply walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the lounge, looked outside at the media vehicles and people who had not dispersed but were gathering in increasing numbers, and asked calmly, "That production line runs 24 hours a day. How many batteries can it produce in a day?" Zhang Yi's excitement was instantly extinguished by this question. She was stunned. Yes. That production line that can be called a work of art, that production line that has revolutionized the entire industry, currently, there is only one. She did a quick mental calculation, and a cruel number came to mind. If we keep going at the rate of $1 every 15 minutes, for 24 hours, that would be $96. Of course, the production line process is not single-threaded. If it operates normally, 400 batteries a day should be no problem. 400 yuan. This number is as small as a speck of dust compared to those giants who just demanded tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of orders. It's not even enough to support a new energy vehicle. The enthusiasm that had swept through my body just now quickly faded away, and was replaced by a cold sense of reality. They hold the sharpest sword in the world, but find they only have the strength to swing it once. So, what we are facing now is not the market, but hell. Lin Mo turned around and pointed out the core of the problem: capacity hell. Everyone wants what we have, but we can't give it to them. If we fail to meet market expectations, the forces that are elevating us to a pedestal today will tear us apart tomorrow. They'll accuse us of using hunger marketing, a technological scam, and deliberately keeping everyone hanging. Zhang Yi's expression turned serious. She understood what Lin Mo meant. Today's press conference seems to be the end, but it is actually the beginning. The real war has just begun. Then, what should we do? She asked humbly. It's very simple. Lin Mo walked up to her and stretched out a finger. Just pick one. Instead of spreading limited production capacity among everyone like pepper, which ultimately leaves no one fully fed, it's better to concentrate all our efforts on breaking through one point first. Which point? The most valuable point. Lin Mo answered without hesitation: new energy vehicles. He walked to the table and picked up the Farstar 1 battery that was taken off the stage as a sample. A mobile phone battery sells for 300 yuan. A car battery can sell for 30,000 yuan, or even 300,000 yuan. With the same production capacity, the profit can be 10 times, or even 100 times. What we want to do is not to sell Yuan Xing batteries to everyone. Instead, we want to make everyone understand that only the top-tier cars are worthy of Yuan Xing batteries. Zhang Yi's breathing suddenly became rapid. She instantly understood Lin Mo's strategy. This is not a simple business choice, it is a brand building. From the very beginning, Yuan Xing technology was nailed to the top of the pyramid. Let it become a symbol of identity and a totem of technology. Zhang Yi nodded vigorously, his eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. I will contact Mr. Wang from BID immediately. He is the leader of domestic new energy. By cooperating with him, our starting point will be the highest. Okay, you decide the specific plan. Lin Mo looked calm. Although the direction was determined, Zhang Yi's heart was not too excited, but he felt powerless again. Contact Mr. Wang, then what? Sign an order worth tens of billions, then use a production line that can only produce 400 batteries a day to tell the other party to wait in line for 10 years to pick up the goods? That's not cooperation, that's playing a game. Director Lin. Zhang Yi's voice lowered with some difficulty. Our problem is still production capacity. Building a new production line, from ordering equipment and building the factory to commissioning and running it, will take at least a year. We can't wait. The dilemma she described is an insurmountable obstacle that no manufacturing company can avoid. No matter how advanced the technology is, if it cannot be mass-produced, it is equal to zero. The bigger the sensation created today, the more severe the market backlash will be when production capacity cannot keep up in the future. It often only takes one night to fall from the altar. Zhang Yi tightly gripped his phone. The flashing names on the screen no longer looked like opportunities, but rather like death warrants. She felt like she was holding a mountain of gold, but was trapped on an isolated island. She could see the prosperity on the other side, but there was no boat to take her across. This feeling is even more torturous than being questioned by the whole world before the press conference. Who said we have to build it ourselves? Lin Mo's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting her thoughts. Zhang Yi suddenly looked up and looked at Lin Mo, his face full of confusion. If you don't build it yourself, is it expected to fall from the sky? Lin Mo ignored her doubts, but walked back to the French window and pointed in a certain direction downstairs. There is the direction of Tianheng Energy Industrial Park. Tianheng Energy just went bankrupt. Lin Mo's tone was very calm, as if he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. But their factory isn't bankrupt. Their equipment, while outdated, is readily available. We can just replace the core components and use it, just like we modified the Yuanxing production line. As for the necessary parts, I'll find a way. In addition, Tianheng's workers are also ready-made skilled workers. Lin Mo turned around and gave the final conclusion. I want you to buy Tianheng Energy's production plant. Zhang Yi's mind went blank for 3 seconds at that moment. She was just feeling desperate about the production capacity hell, but the next second Lin Mo gave her a groundbreaking plan that she could not understand at all. Buy Tianheng Energy's factory? She retorted subconsciously. Director Lin, this is impossible. Although Tianheng Energy's stock price has been halted, it has not officially declared bankruptcy. Even if it goes bankrupt, it will still have to go through a lengthy liquidation process. Asset valuation, creditors' meetings, public auctions, this process will take at least a year or two to complete. By then, the dailies will be cold. Every word she said is an iron law of modern business society and a process written in textbooks. When a huge business empire collapses, dividing its corpse also requires following rules and time. Who said we have to wait? Lin Mo turned around and looked at her, his face expressionless. Rules are used to restrict the weak. We are now the rule makers. He walked up to Zhang Yi and pointed at her phone, which was still vibrating wildly. The ones most anxious right now aren't us, nor the dying Zhou Zhen, but Tianheng Energy's biggest creditors, the major banks. Every step of Tianheng Energy's expansion was backed by astronomical bank loans. Now that it's collapsed and its share price has become worthless, the banks that lent it money are the most terrified. Their loans turned into a massive amount of bad debt overnight. They hoped more than anyone else that someone would step up immediately and take over Tianheng's mess. Even if they could only recover 10% of their costs, it would be better than losing everything. Zhang Yi is not a stupid person. Lin Mo only pointed out this sentence, and she instantly understood the core of the entire logical chain. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Their press conference today not only undermined Tianheng Energy's technological foundation, but also the confidence of the entire capital market in it. Once confidence collapses, banks will immediately withdraw loans and force liquidation. At this time, Tianheng was like a corpse being roasted on the fire, and the bank was the hungry ghost holding a knife and fork, eager to cut something from it to make up for the loss. And Yuanxing technology, at this moment, has to play the role of the person who hands over the knife and fork. I see. Zhang Yi's breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently, and the fire that was extinguished by reality burned again with even greater ferocity. I will contact Tianheng's board of directors now. No. Lin Mo shook his head. Don't contact Tianheng. They are no longer qualified to talk to us. Contact directly the bank that provided the largest loan to Tianheng. Tell them that Yuanxing Technology intends to take over all of Tianheng Energy's assets in the Qinan Industrial Park and help them recover their losses to the greatest extent possible. Zhang Yi's fingertips were trembling slightly. This move is too cruel. Bypass the debtor and talk directly to the biggest creditor. But what Lin Mo said was right. Tianheng Energy is in chaos now and has no right to talk to them. Good. Zhang Yi no longer hesitated. She walked to the desk next to her and began to look up relevant information. At the same time, Tianheng Energy headquarters, chairman's office. It's a mess. The precious purple clay tea set was smashed to pieces and countless torn documents were scattered on the ground. Zhou Zhen was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently like a broken bellows. His eyes were red as he stared at the huge LCD screen on the wall. On the screen, Tianheng Energy's cliff-like K-line has been frozen into a shocking green straight line representing death. Fuse blown. This word, before today, was what he used to mock his stupid competitors. And now, it was like a red-hot iron, burning his face hard. Why is this happening? Zhou Zhen slumped on the leather sofa in despair, chewing these meaningless words over and over in his mouth. He couldn't figure it out. That machine, that ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion, that ball of slurry suspended in the air. Those scenes replayed in his mind over and over again, every detail was crystal clear. Is it a scam? He hoped it was a hoax. But Lao Zhang's camera was attached to the equipment, so no angles or light and shadow could be used. That was the photographer he trusted the most, and he used the equipment he was most confident in. Ding-ling-ling. On the desk, the red encrypted phone suddenly made a sharp and piercing sound. This was his dedicated line to the top management of the bank. Zhou Zhen's body trembled violently. He stared at the phone as if he was looking at a poisonous snake choosing its prey, and was hesitant to reach out his hand. The phone rang tirelessly, as if urging him to go to his own guillotine. Finally, he struggled to stand up, moved over step by step, and picked up the receiver. Hello. His voice was dry and hoarse, even to himself it sounded unfamiliar. Mr. Zhou. On the other end of the phone came an unusually calm, even indifferent, male voice. He is the head of the credit department of Jianxing Bank, President Li. A person who always bows and nods to him and calls him Zhou every time he speaks. President Li, don't worry about the funds. Mr. Zhou, I won't beat around the bush with you, President Li interrupted him bluntly. According to our loan agreement, the abnormal fluctuations in your company's stock price have triggered the forced liquidation and asset pledge clauses. Our bank's risk control department requires you to immediately repay the loan principal and interest totaling 7.2 billion. Zhou Zhen felt as if someone was clutching his heart tightly. President Li, please listen to my explanation. This is just a temporary technical adjustment. It's malicious short selling. We will soon be able to. Zhou Zhen. President Li interrupted him for the second time, calling him by name, his tone filled with undisguised irritation and contempt. Don't say things you don't even believe. We're all adults. Tianheng Energy is no longer valuable. Your era is over. These words pierced Zhou Zhen's eardrums, making him feel cold all over. The veins on his hand holding the receiver were exposed, but he couldn't say a word. He knew that what the other party said was true. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, as if waiting for him to digest this cruel reality. Then, President Li's voice sounded again, this time without any emotion, as if he was reading an announcement that had nothing to do with him. However, the factory in your hands still has some value. Zhou Zhen suddenly raised his head, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Just half an hour ago, we received a very sincere acquisition offer. Yuanxing Technology is willing to acquire all of Tianheng Energy's assets in the Qinnan Industrial Park, including factories, equipment, and land use rights. Yuanxing Technology. These 4 words made Zhou Zhen stiffen all over. What did you say? President Li on the other end of the phone seemed to have anticipated his reaction. There was no emotion in his tone, only a sense of businesslike indifference. I said, Yuanxing Technology submitted a letter of intent to acquire our bank. They are willing to acquire all of Tianheng Energy's assets in the Qinnan Industrial Park, including factories, equipment, and land use rights. Mr. Zhou, you should understand what this means. Boom. Zhou Zhen felt as if his skull was hit hard by a sledgehammer. His vision went dark and he barely managed to stand by holding onto the table. Yuanxing Technology. Lin Mo. The young man who completely destroyed the energy empire he had built with his life's work in just 1 hour. Not only does he want to win, he also wants to devour his own body completely. An indescribable feeling of humiliation and rage instantly overwhelmed Zhou Zhen's sanity. He's dreaming. Zhou Zhen let out a beast-like roar from his throat, and his saliva splattered on the microphone. Tell him, even if I burn the entire factory down and turn it into a pile of scrap metal, I won't sell it to him. I won't even leave him a single screw. I, Zhou Zhen, am not dead yet. His hoarse roar echoed in the office. However, there was a long, suffocating silence on the other end of the phone. This silence is more hurtful than any rebuttal. After a long time, President Li's voice was heard again. This time, even the last bit of politeness disappeared from his voice, leaving only the naked strength and coldness of a creditor. Zhou Zhen, you may not have figured out the situation yet. The industrial park in the south of the city was the core asset you mortgaged when you applied for the largest loan from our bank. According to the agreement, if your company encounters significant operational risks and the value of its assets is far lower than the principal and interest of the loan, we, the bank, have the right to unilaterally dispose of the collateral to recover the loan. So, we are not discussing this matter with you, nor are we seeking your consent. We are informing you. Notify. This word pierced Zhou Zhen's last bit of pride. He opened his mouth to retort, but found that he couldn't utter a word. He is no longer the Zhou who can stand on equal footing with the bank president. Just a pathetic debtor who could be liquidated at any time. Also, Zhou Zhen, I advise you to calm down. President Li's tone carried a hint of warning. UNCing Technology is the only buyer in the market currently capable and willing to take over your mess immediately. If you cooperate, we might be able to negotiate a decent price for you so that you don't lose too badly. If you choose to resist or do something irrational, like setting fire as you just mentioned. President Li paused. Then we can only initiate compulsory liquidation procedures. When the time comes, the assets will be auctioned off at a low price, and you will be responsible for the huge penalty and legal liability. You will be left with nothing and be heavily in debt, with no chance of recovery. I hope you take care of yourself. Click. The call was hung up. Zhou Zhen held the phone in a stiff posture, his expression a little confused. Notify you. We are informing you. These words echoed repeatedly in his mind, crushing his last bit of dignity. Zhou Zhen mechanically put the receiver back on the phone. He raised his head and looked around the office that he had worked hard for half his life to own. An Italian hand-sewn leather sofa, a desk made of Hainan Huanghuali wood, and a Zhang Daqian painting worth tens of millions hanging on the wall. In the past, these things were his medals and proof of his success. And now, they seemed so strange, so ironic. They no longer belonged to him. A huge feeling of exhaustion instantly drained all the strength from his body. He could no longer stand, so he staggered backward and collapsed onto the sofa behind him. Anger? No. The rage that could burn away reason had been completely extinguished by President Li's cold and ruthless words in the previous phone call. What he felt now was a deeper and more desperate emotion. It's about accepting your fate. It is a kind of being ruthlessly crushed by the wheel of time, unable to even groan, and completely accepting one's fate. He lost. Lost miserably and completely. He wanted to laugh at his own stupidity and arrogance. But when he pulled the corners of his mouth, he found that his facial muscles were completely out of control and could only make a series of ho-ho sounds, like a leaky drum. Throughout his life, he has been chasing trends, calculating people's hearts, and walking on the edge of the rules. He thought he was a hunter who was in control of the situation. In the end, I realized that since the young man named Lin Mo appeared, I was the prey who walked into the trap step by step, but still thought I was smart. No, not even prey. Perhaps that young man never took him seriously from the beginning to the end. He just blocked the other person's way. So, it was kicked away with just a kick. That's all. UNCing Technology, Backstage Lounge. Zhang Yi just finished a short but efficient video call. The person on the other end of the call was none other than President Li, the president of Jianxing Bank, who had just given Zhou Zhen an ultimatum. President Li, our patience is limited. This acquisition intention is valid for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, we will seek other solutions. For example, building your own factory. In the video, the banker who was extremely strong in front of Zhou Zhen now had beads of sweat on his forehead. He nodded repeatedly, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. Our bank will definitely do its utmost to facilitate this cooperation. This is the best outcome for both of us. This is not cooperation. Zhang Yi corrected him calmly. This is your only chance to recover your losses. After saying that, she unilaterally cut off the communication. She put down the tablet and let out a long breath. The heartbeat in her chest, which had accelerated due to nervousness and excitement, finally calmed down a little. Too fast. Everything happened incredibly fast. From the earth-shattering press conference, to Tianheng Energy's circuit breaker collapse, to now turning the tables and forcing banks to comply. The whole process takes less than 2 hours. The business world is like a battlefield. But she had never seen such a swift and relentless blitzkrieg. Every step Lin Mo took seemed to have been calculated with the utmost precision, linking closely together and hitting the vital points. In the face of absolute technological advantages, Tianheng Energy's empire, which is built on capital and relationships, is as fragile as a castle built of sand, which will fall down with a single push. She turned her head and looked at the figure by the window. Lin Mo still stood there, quietly watching the bustling crowd downstairs, as if the game that just decided the life and death of a trillion-dollar empire had nothing to do with him. Director Linear. Zhang Yi's voice was filled with awe that she herself hadn't even noticed. The bank has already agreed. They will put pressure on Zhou Zhen immediately. Lin K didn't turn around, but just said lightly, "You handle the rest." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. Director Lin, won't you come forward? Lin Mo waved his hand. You are the CEO of UNCing, you can decide on such trivial matters. Zhang Yi, you call this activity involving hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars a trivial matter? Zhang Yi's throat moved. She looked at Lin Mo's face, which was too young and too calm, and suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. In his words, acquiring the core assets of a listed company whose market value once exceeded hundreds of billions was just a small matter. This extreme disregard for money and power shocked her more than any technique previously demonstrated on stage. What kind of person is this? How many cards does he still have hidden? Okay, Mr. Linear. Zhang Yi suppressed the turmoil in his heart and regained his professional manager's competence. I will take care of all the details. Lin Mo responded and stopped paying attention to the matter, as if it had been completely over. He turned and headed towards the production workshop. The atmosphere in the workshop was high. Almost all employees did not leave. They gathered in twos and threes, their faces flushed with uncontrollable excitement, refreshing the news on their phones over and over again. Every push and every title proclaims what a great thing they have just participated in and accomplished. Tianheng Energy collapses. UNC technology becomes a legend in one battle. Redefining batteries. A press conference triggered a major earthquake in the global energy industry. Who is that man? The mysterious leader behind UNC technology. These titles that they only thought about in their dreams have now become reality, and the protagonists are themselves. Everyone feels proud of it. An unprecedented sense of pride and belonging surged in their hearts. Mr. Sun, we really did it. A young assistant researcher's voice was trembling with excitement. He grabbed Sun Lei's arm and shook it hard. Sun Lei, the new technical director of UNC Technology, could hardly hide his excitement at this moment. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, and his eyes were a little red. At first, when he saw Lin Mo fire all the executives with thundering means, even taking away the technical director, he thought UNC Technology was doomed. As a result, he was completely confused about how things would develop. He thought Lin Mo was just a rich second generation who wanted to start a business, but it turned out that he was a real dragon. It starts with a king bomb, directly rewriting the rules of the battery industry. Hearing the assistant researcher's cheers, Sun Lei felt proud but also a little worried. UNC Technology is about to take off. Is he qualified as the technical director? Just then, Lin Mo came over. As soon as he appeared, the whole workshop became quiet instantly. Everyone stopped moving and turned to look at him. Those glances were filled with a mixture of excitement, admiration, and fanaticism. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo looked around, his face expressionless. Today's press conference was a great success. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. I know everyone is worried during this period. I was worried about whether I was a liar and whether I would lose my job. Some people have doubted, some have wavered, and some have thought about giving up. Lin Mo's tone was very flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But many people in the crowd subconsciously lowered their heads. They did doubt it. Faced with the public opinion offensive from a giant like Tianheng Energy, many of them felt that the company might not survive today. I will not mistreat anyone who trusts me. Lin Mo paused, then uttered a sentence that froze the entire space. Starting from this month, the salaries of all employees here will be increased by 100%. 100%. The entire workshop was dead silent. Everyone widened their eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Just a few days before the press conference, they had just experienced a 50% general adjustment. Now, another 100%? This means that in less than half a month, their wages have tripled. What is the concept? An assistant engineer who originally had a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan now has a monthly salary that has soared to 30,000 yuan. A technical director who originally earned 500,000 yuan a year now earns 1.5 million yuan a year. This is no longer just a salary increase, this is directly pushing people into a pile of money. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Then, what the hell? Someone uttered a roar like a broken gong. Immediately afterwards, the entire workshop exploded. Ah, did I hear correctly? Director Lin, please say it again. Triple. My salary has tripled. I must be dreaming. Cheers, screams, and roars of disbelief merged into a huge wave of sound that almost blew off the roof of the entire workshop. Several young employees were so excited that they hugged each other, jumped and danced, tears streaming down their faces. They no longer have to worry about next month's mortgage payments, or about money for their children's milk powder, and can even start planning for a future they never dared to imagine before. All corporate culture and ideals and ambitions seem so pale at this moment. Nothing can win people's hearts better than this most direct and crude cash reward. If you pay me enough, I can give you not only overtime but also my life. Sun Lei stood there, his body trembling slightly. He looked at the group of subordinates who were in a frenzy, and at the young man who was still standing calmly in the middle of the crowd, and the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. He finally understood what kind of boss he was following. He always gives you much more than you can imagine. Lin Mo ignored the employees' revelry. He just waved to Sun Lei, then turned and walked into the independent control room next to him. Sun Lei took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress his turbulent emotions, and quickly followed. The soundproof door of the control room slowly closed, completely isolating the roaring outside. Sun Lei followed behind Lin Mo and felt his heart still pounding. Mr. Lin, your move is so. He wanted to find a word to describe it, but found that his vocabulary was a little limited. They deserve it. Lin Mo's answer was simple and direct. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the employees below who were a little out of control due to ecstasy, his tone calm. Money can buy loyalty, but it can't buy creativity. And I need both. He turned around and motioned Sun Lei to sit on the chair next to him. Mr. Sun, the celebration is over, we should talk about the next step. Yes. Sun Lei immediately calmed down, sat up straight, and got into work mode. The industrial park of Tianheng Energy in the south of the city will soon belong to us. Lin Mo went straight to the point. Sun Lei's pupils shrank. This news shocked him even more than the salary increase just now. That is Tianheng Energy's production base, one of the largest power battery production bases in Asia. Just like that, got it? I need you and your team to set up a special task force immediately. Lin Mo didn't give him time to digest the shock and directly issued the task. Study the technical information I gave you, combine it with Tianheng's existing production lines, and come up with the fastest and lowest cost transformation plan. Sun Lei's breathing stagnated. He immediately understood Lin Mo's intention. However, a new problem also emerged in his mind. Director Lin, he said with some difficulty, I've seen Tianheng's production line's public information. Although it's large in scale, its technical architecture is still outdated, or rather, the current mainstream solution. Their core processes are still traditional wet mixing, blade coating, and mechanical lamination. Those equipments simply can't produce UNC1. If we want to modify it, all the core components will have to be customized, which will take too long. I'm afraid it will take almost as long as building a new production line ourselves. Sun Lei expressed the most rational judgment of a technician. The last time we renovated the UNC production line, we relied on the core components brought back by Lin Mo. So what about this time? Are there any similar parts? I'm afraid not. Because if there were, Mr. Lin would have definitely brought about direct transformation. After Sun Lei finished speaking, he thought Lin Mo would ask him to find a way to overcome the difficulties or give him more time. However, Lin Mo shook his head. Who said we need a comprehensive transformation? Sun Lei was stunned. Lin Mo walked to the console and called up a core process flowchart of the UNC #1 battery. Hundreds of key processes and corresponding technical parameters are densely marked on it. Our UNC #1 is a groundbreaking product and the crystallization of the highest technology in the battery industry. Lin Mo's finger slid across the ultrasonic vacuum atomization fusion module. But what the market needs is enough products. He looked at Sun Lei and proposed an idea that made the latter's mind explode. What if we don't do vacuum atomization? Let's simplify this step. Using Tianheng's existing mixing equipment, but optimizing the formula and process, and adding some of our unique catalysts and additives, can we achieve a battery slurry that's better than any other on the market, but still one level below our own perfect slurry? Sun Lei's mouth opened slightly. Lin Mo's fingers moved to the magnetic levitation atomization coating module again. What if we don't use magnetic levitation? If we modify Tianheng's Dr. Blade coating equipment, replace it with a more precise Dr. Blade head, and use it with our second-level slurry, can we produce an electrode coating with a thickness uniformity that far exceeds the industry standard, but does not reach our nanometer-level precision? With every word Lin Mo spoke, Sun Lei's eyes brightened. He understood. He understood it completely. This is not a modification, this is a dimensionality reduction. It is to proactively give up some of the most advanced and most difficult to achieve technologies, and use existing equipment to produce a youth version or weakened version of the UNC battery. The performance of this battery may only be 70% or even 60% of the perfect version of UNC1, but even with such performance, it is enough to have an overwhelming advantage over all existing lithium batteries on the market. The most important thing is that the amount of renovation work required to achieve this goal will decrease exponentially. They do not need to customize those expensive and time-consuming core equipment, but only need to carry out local and key transformation and optimization of existing production lines. This cycle will be shortened from 1 year to 1 month, or even shorter. Director Lin. Sun Lei's voice trembled with excitement. I understand. We can launch 2 series. One is the Ultimate Performance UNC-S series produced using our own production line, specifically for the highest-end automotive and aviation fields. The other one is the UNC-S series produced using the modified Tianheng production line. It has slightly weaker performance, but lower costs and huge production capacity. Use it to seize the mid-range market and completely destroy the survival space of all competitors. One high and one low, attack on 2 fronts. One is responsible for establishing the brand and occupying the technological commanding heights. One is responsible for charging into battle and sweeping up market share. Once this combination of punches is launched, no company in the entire new energy market will be able to resist. Is this plan feasible? Lin Mo asked calmly. It's doable. It's absolutely doable. Sun Lei stood up suddenly, pacing excitedly. I'll go gather some people right now. 3 days. No. Within 2 days, I'll definitely give you a complete modification plan and a performance evaluation report on the weakened version of the battery. What seemed like an insurmountable chasm just now, under Lin Mo's guidance, has become a golden and smooth road. Looking at Sun Lei, who had rekindled his fighting spirit and was even a little impatient, Lin Mo nodded. This is exactly the effect he wants. A true leader does not force his subordinates to move mountains. Instead, tell them that, in fact, we can also choose to go around it. When Zhang Yi finished handling the preliminary handover agreement with the bank and pushed open the door of the control room, this was the scene he saw. The entire R&D center is like a beehive injected with powerful stimulants. All the technicians gathered around a huge electronic whiteboard, discussing something intensely. Sun Lei stood in the middle, quickly writing various parameters and formulas on the whiteboard while arguing loudly with the people around him. The atmosphere was extremely warm. There was no sign of fatigue on anyone's face, only the unique excitement and enthusiasm that comes from overcoming technical difficulties. This was completely different from the post-carnival relaxation she felt when she left. This is a higher level of iron will of the team united by a common goal. And the young man who gave them all this was sitting quietly on the sofa in the corner, holding a tablet in his hand, looking at something, as if all the fiery things in front of him had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi walked over gently and handed his tablet to Lin Mo. Director Lin, the bank has approved our acquisition offer and has initiated asset preservation procedures for Tianheng Energy. This is the preliminary draft agreement, and they have accepted almost all of our terms. There was still a hint of disbelief in her voice. She had never seen such a humble party. Those bankers who are usually arrogant, when they are at the negotiating table, almost have "please buy it quickly" written on their faces. Kill him while he is ill. This move of cutting off the source of the problem is really too cruel. Lin Mo raised his head from the tablet, glanced at the agreement, and lost interest. I said, these matters are entirely yours to decide. Lin Mo turned off the tablet and said, I just told Sun Lei about a plan. Please follow up on it. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If you have anything else, send me a message and I'll reply when I see it. After saying that, Lin Mo stood up. The matters concerning UNC are basically finished. The rest are nothing more than commercial cooperation and dealing with officials. Zhang Yi can handle these, and he will come forward when the final decision is needed. Now, he is going to purchase supplies and then go to the Doomsday Era to continue treasure hunting. Zhang Yi held the tablet and watched Lin Mo walk away. He was a little unable to react for a moment. She opened her mouth, but finally shook her head helplessly and turned her attention back to the hot draft agreement. Forget it, she's already used to her boss's style of doing things. Or rather, trying to get used to it. Lin Mo walked out of the gate of UNC Technology and got into the ordinary white van. He did not stay in the city, but drove directly to a huge warehouse-style wholesale center in the suburbs. A 5,000 cubic meter dimensional warehouse sounds like just a number, but when it needs to be filled, the amount of supplies it represents is beyond the reach of any retail supermarket. What Lin Mo needs is wholesale, massive quantities of supplies, enough to support the long-term consumption of a small stronghold. Half an hour later, the truck stopped at the parking lot of the global warehousing wholesale market. This is one of the largest material distribution centers in the entire city. Countless trucks come in and out here, transporting tons of goods to all directions. Lin Mo took out his sunglasses, put them on, and walked directly into the market management office. Hello, I need to purchase a batch of supplies. Lin Mo went straight to the point to a middle-aged man who looked like a manager. The manager raised his eyelids and looked at Lin Mo with a somewhat lukewarm attitude. What do you want? How much do you want? Go over there to register and wait in line for delivery. Lin Mo ignored his attitude and just took out a piece of paper from his pocket and put it on the table. On it was the shopping list he had just written on the way. The manager took the list nonchalantly and glanced at it. His originally relaxed expression instantly froze. 500 tons of refined rice. Flour, 500 tons? 100 tons each of frozen pork, beef, and mutton? The manager's voice changed due to shock, and his hands holding the paper were shaking. He suddenly raised his head and looked again at the young man in front of him who was dressed in ordinary clothes, his eyes full of suspicion. This purchasing volume is no longer that of an ordinary restaurant or small supermarket, it is the purchasing volume of a wholesale market. No, I haven't heard of any new wholesale markets opening. Besides, who would go to the wholesale market to purchase goods and then open a wholesale market? What kind of operation is that? Sir, are you sure you didn't write it wrong? The manager's tone unconsciously carried a bit of awe. Lin Mo said nothing, but just shook the balance of his bank card. The manager immediately confirmed that the person in front of him was not here to entertain him, but was indeed here to purchase goods. Although this purchasing method is a bit outrageous. But never mind, everything will be fine once the money is in place. Oh, I was wondering why my eyelids were twitching today. Turns out a distinguished guest is here. Please wait a moment. The manager immediately put on a fawning smile and personally brought Lin Mo a cup of hot tea. I'll go right away. I'll go coordinate right away. I guarantee that the goods will be ready for you as quickly as possible. In the next few hours, the entire wholesale market fell into an orderly chaos because of Lin Mo's list. Countless forklifts and porters were mobilized, and bags of rice and boxes of frozen meat were continuously transported out of the warehouse like small mountains, and then loaded onto more than a dozen huge container trucks. Lin Mo didn't wait in the office. He rented a temporary transit warehouse behind the market on the pretext of supervising the quality of goods. Trucks loaded with rice drove into the warehouse and quickly piled up into mountains. After all the things were delivered, Lin Mo paid for them very happily, which made the manager even more enthusiastic. He told him that if he needed anything in the future, he could contact him again and he would give him the best discount. Lin Mo didn't comment. After sending everyone else away, he stood in front of the mountain of rice bags and waved his hand casually. Buzz! An invisible force field spread out. The next second, the hill made up of thousands of bags of rice disappeared out of thin air and was completely stored in the dimensional warehouse. The whole process was quiet and efficient. In addition to staple foods and meat, Lin Mo also purchased a large amount of other supplies. Tons of cooking oil, salt, sugar, various canned goods, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles are piled up into walls. Enough medicines and medical equipment to open a large hospital, including antibiotics, bandages, and medical kits. If it weren't for the poor conditions in the doomsday world, Lin Mo would have wanted to contact a medical equipment company to order large instruments. In addition, there was diesel and gasoline. He directly ordered 10 tanker trucks, had them parked at designated locations, and then drained the fuel inside without anyone noticing. The huge space of 5,000 cubic meters was filled bit by bit with these materials that represented the achievements of modern civilization. When the last box of antibiotics was put into the warehouse, Lin Mo took a look at the internal space and found that there was still about 1/10 left in surplus. Instead of continuing to purchase food, he drove to another place, a large hardware, building materials, and industrial raw materials market. High-strength alloy steel plates, special cement, industrial-grade bearings, various types of cables, optical fibers. There are even several sets of small CNC machine tools and 3D printing equipment. What he purchased was increasingly inclined towards production and construction rather than just consumption. When the dimensional warehouse was completely filled, Lin Mo drove his still empty van back to the convenience store. The neon lights of the city flickered behind him, outlining two completely different worlds that were connected by him alone. He pulled up the shutter and walked into the familiar darkness. Shuttle. The feeling of weightlessness descended. The world before my eyes began to twist and fold. The hustle and bustle of modern cities receded like the tide. Instead, there was that familiar smell of doomsday, mixed with decay and dust. He is back. Lin Mo stood in the shadow of the convenience store, quietly adapting to the sensory impact brought about by the switch between the two worlds. The faint smell of blood and burnt odor in the air proclaims the eternal theme of this land, struggle and death. Lin Mo picked up the intercom on the counter. He first switched to Nightblade's exclusive encrypted channel. Press the call button. Nightingale. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a response came from the intercom. Boss, I'm here. The Nightingale's voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of suppressed excitement. How is the science and technology park doing? Lin Mo asked. Everything is going smoothly. We have completely cleaned the entire campus and converted the dormitory building into a temporary base. The generator is working properly and we now have lighting and basic electricity supply. Nightingale's report was concise and effective. As you instructed, we've repaired the campus's surveillance and alarm systems and established 3 lines of defense, centered around the dormitory area. Any disturbance will escape our notice. She paused and continued her report. Over the past few days, 11 groups totaling over 300 scavengers have attempted to infiltrate the park. We captured some of them and expelled others. Those whose hands were stained with the blood of innocent people have been executed on the spot. Nightingale's tone was very calm, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. But Lin Mo could hear the decisiveness and killing in it. Very good. Lin Mo was very satisfied with her execution ability. How about recruiting personnel? The first batch of 30 reserve members have passed the loyalty assessment and performed very well. There are now 43 official members of Nightblade. Each one has been assigned a weapon and a communicator, and has undergone basic formation and tactical training. Not bad. Lin Mo directly affirmed her work. You did a great job, exceeding my expectations. On the other end of the intercom, Nightingale's breathing seemed to pause for a moment. The affirmation from her boss excited her more than any material reward. Send someone to the square. I've brought you something. Yes, boss. After ending the call with Nightingale, Lin Mo switched to the public channel. This channel covers all the top leaders of the 4 major forces. He didn't say anything extra, just pressed the call button. I'm back. Business as usual. These 2 short sentences, like a depth charge, exploded simultaneously in the headquarters of the 4 major forces. Rock Stronghold. Yan Wang was listening to his men reporting the patrol team's losses. When the familiar voice sounded over the intercom, he suddenly stood up from his chair. Honeycomb. The mysterious Queen Bee was observing a group of awakened people who were undergoing combat training through the one-way glass. When she heard the sound, she slowly turned around. Lighthouse. The sage put down an old book in his hand and pushed up his glasses. Ark. Bai Lu's sister, the woman codenamed Captain, was standing in front of a huge sand table deducing tactics, and she stopped moving. He is back. The man who single-handedly changed the entire landscape of the ruins is back after 2 days of silence. After a brief silence, responses came from the intercom one after another. Rock received. It was Scorpion's signature loud voice, full of excitement. Hive received. Lighthouse received. Ark received. Their response was faster and more urgent than last time. Before this, Lin Mo had been coming to the Doomsday World once a day, and the 4 major forces were accustomed to it. However, in order to ensure that the press conference went smoothly, Lin Mo didn't show up for 2 days, which immediately made the 4 major forces feel uncomfortable. Although they exchanged a lot of supplies from Lin Mo, everyone from top to bottom lived a happy life. But the problem is that supplies will eventually run out. After experiencing the delicious taste of beef and the refreshing effects of alcohol and cigarettes, no one wants to go back to their old life. Although they have only been absent for 2 days, some voices have been heard from the 4 major forces. Some people say that the powerful boss Lin was not satisfied with the deal, so he never came again. Some even said that Mr. Lin had unfortunately died. All kinds of rumors are flying around, making people feel uneasy. Now that Lin Mo has returned again, the leaders of the 4 major forces immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to imagine how terrible the dissatisfaction among their subordinates would be if Mr. Lin never showed up again. Lin Mo turned off the public channel and waited quietly. He is like a high-ranking fisherman who simply throws bait into the water and attracts all the hungry fish. He doesn't need to prove anything, nor does he need to intimidate anything. The supplies in his hands are the most rigid rules in this ruin. In less than 20 minutes, the convoy sent by Nightblade to pick up the goods arrived at the square. The leader of the team was the burly man with the scar on his face. When he saw Lin Mo again, the rebellious look on his face was gone, replaced by awe and fanaticism from the bottom of his heart. Boss. He stood at attention and gave a military salute that was not standard but full of sincerity. Lin Mo nodded and waved his hand. Crash. Boxes of canned beef, seafood, and lamb chops packed in insulated boxes, drinks, beer, peanuts, and several brand new portable generators were piled up into a small mountain. Here are your rewards and supplies. Scarface's eyes turned red instantly. These things are enough to bring Nightblade's living standard to a higher level. Thank you, boss. Scarface held it in for a long time before shouting out these words. Tell Nightingale to go ahead and do it. If there aren't enough people, just keep recruiting. We'll have enough supplies. Yes. After seeing off Nightblade's convoy, the trading teams from the 4 major forces also arrived one after another. This time, they brought more gold and crystal cores than last time. The entire transaction process was so smooth that it was a bit boring. Count, receive goods, pay, and leave. The people from the 4 major forces behaved like the most well-behaved elementary school students in front of Lin Mo. When everyone left, the square returned to silence. Lin Mocking counted the harvest this time. More than 500 kilograms of gold and 63 crystal cores. He absorbed all the crystal cores without hesitation. Boom! An unprecedented huge energy exploded in his body. His mental force field expanded outward madly like an inflated balloon. The upper limit of telekinesis easily broke through from 400 kilograms to 500 kilograms in one fell swoop. The internal space of the dimensional warehouse also expanded to 6,000 cubic meters. This time, after absorbing the crystal core, Lin Mo's abilities not only improved on paper, but also unlocked new abilities. His earliest awakened spatial ability, in addition to the dimensional warehouse, can now also allow short-distance displacement. Simply put, it's flash. He can flash at will within a range of 20 meters. Judging from the mental power consumed, he can use flash at least 30 times before his mental power is exhausted. The life-saving ability is maximized. Although his telekinesis did not unlock new abilities, its increased strength also supplemented his combat effectiveness. Lin Mo has tested that if you concentrate your mental power on a coin, you can increase the speed of the coin to supersonic speed. The key is that Lin Mo can control about 50 coins at a time. One person can deliver the firepower of a squad. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Mo was extremely satisfied. This is the most fundamental law of the wasteland world. Afterwards, Lin Mo contacted Fang Zhou through the walkie-talkie. He had something to ask Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming. That is where the other production lines of Thor 7 batteries are located. Yuan-Sing Technology's production capacity is limited and it needs more parts to replenish it, so as to start more production lines and accelerate the expansion of Lin Mo's business territory. In addition, the Thor 7 battery is obviously a mature technology. Lin Mo wants to know whether the original Sky Dome company has a better battery. The walkie-talkie was picked up, and the hissing sound of the electricity was particularly clear in the silent store. Lin Mo tuned to a separate encrypted channel, which was the emergency contact number Bai Lu had left for him when he had previously traded with ARC. Press the call button. Fang Zhou, I'm Lin Mo. Without any unnecessary greetings, his voice calmly cut through the airwaves. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the intercom, as if confirming the authenticity of the voice. Then, Bai Lu's crisp yet somewhat nervous response came, Mr. Lin, we got it. What are your instructions? Have Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming come to the square to see me now? Yes. I'll arrange it right away. Bai Lu answered without any hesitation. Lin Mo turned off the intercom, leaned against the counter, and waited quietly. He was not worried about the other party's rejection. Today, above the ruins, his name is the highest command. The night wind blew across the empty square, rolling up a few pieces of waste paper. ARC's convoy arrived quickly, and a modified armored off-road vehicle stopped at the edge of the square. The car door opened and Bai Lu jumped out first, followed by a dozen fully armed guards, as well as Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming. The two men walked forward quickly. Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming, the two former technical backbones of Tianxing Company, are full of gratitude. Especially Zhou Yuan, he was almost desperate at the time, and he was about to starve to death or be bitten to death by zombies. But just because he brought a Thor 7 battery, he was able to turn things around. Not only did he get Lin Mo's protection, but now he has also joined the ARC and become a guest of honor. As for Wang Chongming, he had a decent status and position in Lighthouse before, but it was just okay, far worse than it is now. The two of them are where they are today all because of Lin Mo. Because Lin Mo needed information about the Thor 7 battery, they were given important positions. This time Lin Mo specifically asked them to come over, so the two of them naturally did not dare to neglect him. Lin Mo walked to the entrance of the convenience store and stood in front of the two of them. He got straight to the point, his voice steady. The parts I brought back are useful, but I need more. Wang Chongming took a deep breath. As the former chief engineer, he took the initiative to step forward and answer. Mr. Lin, Tianxing Company has 3 other production bases in this city besides Tianxing Technology Park. His voice was a little dry, but their situation is very grim. Wang Chongming squatted down and drew a simple map on the ground with his fingers, roughly drawing a few circles. It's a heavy industrial area in the north of the city. It's one of the areas with the highest concentration of zombies. We call it the Black Tide. Almost no one can come out of there alive. The second one is at the logistics transit port in the western suburbs. When the disaster occurred, the population density there was extremely high. Now, it has become a dead city. As for the third one, it's even further away, almost to the next city. With the current traffic conditions, it's difficult to get there. Every place represents despair. Going to those places is no different from committing suicide. Lin Mo listened without comment and then asked, besides the Thor 7 battery, what other technologies does Tianxing Company have? After hearing Lin Mo's second question, Wang Chongming and Zhou Yuan looked at each other, their expressions becoming complicated. It was Wang Chongming who spoke first. His voice carried a hint of the rigor unique to technicians, as well as recollections of past glories. Thor 7 was our Skydome company's most successful and cost-effective commercial product at the time, but there are indeed more advanced models above it. Lin Mo didn't urge him, but just listened quietly. Thor 8, Wang Chongming said. Its energy density is 3 times that of the Thor 7, and it has the ability to instantly overload output. It was developed specifically for certain specialized equipment. The technology is fully mature, but the problem is that its core materials are extremely rare and the manufacturing process is extremely complex, resulting in a low yield rate and high costs. Therefore, the company only maintains a small-scale production line at the logistics port base in the western suburbs for special orders. Zijiao Logistics Port is the dead city he just mentioned. The energy density is 3 times that of number 7. In Lin Mo's world, it is simply alien technology. By then, it won't just be Tianheng Energy that will be circuit breakered, but all energy and power companies. What about going further up? Lin Mo asked. Further up is Thor 9. Wang Chongming's tone became a little vague. That was a semi-finished product still in the laboratory. According to the company's design, it would be a revolutionary energy source. But when the disaster struck, the project was only halfway through. The core R&D team and all experimental data were sealed away at the Tianqing Research Center in the capital. After a pause, Wang Chongming added, "We are over 1,000 kilometers away from the capital. Even if all four major forces were mobilized, they wouldn't be able to reach that far." Capital Research Center. Lin Mo chewed on the name. The straight-line distance is over 1,000 kilometers, which is not a short distance even under normal circumstances, not to mention that the order of the Doomsday world has collapsed and the world is full of zombies. There is no hope for Thor 9 in the short term. Going there is not an adventure, it is suicide. Even if Lin Mo takes out more supplies, the four major forces will not be tempted. No matter how good the supplies are, you have to be alive to enjoy them. Just when the atmosphere was becoming somewhat heavy, Zhou Yuan next to him suddenly rubbed his hands excitedly and rushed to speak. "Mr. Lin, Engineer Wang was talking about the batteries themselves. But Tianqing Company is more than just a battery supplier." Lin Mo glanced at him, nodded, and motioned him to continue. Zhou Yuan's voice was a little high-pitched with excitement. Skydome Company has long since secretly established multiple application departments to develop various cutting-edge equipment using Thor batteries as their core power source. For example, Lin Mo's interest was piqued. Pioneer. Zhou Yuan gestured excitedly. Before the disaster, environmental pollution and resource depletion were global challenges. So the company invested heavily and launched a program codenamed Pioneer. Pioneer? Yes. Zhou Yuan nodded vigorously. "We're using our leading energy technology to develop a series of special engineering equipment capable of operating in extreme environments. Our goal is deep-sea mining and construction in high-risk environments." Wang Chongming next to him also had a complicated look on his face, which was the pride of a technician and nostalgia for the past. Wang Chongming took over the conversation and his tone became much calmer. "Zhou Yuan is right. The final product of the Pioneer project is a miniaturized multifunctional engineering mecha, Pioneer number 1. Mecha." This word made Lin Mo pause. "It's not a combat weapon," Wang Chongming added immediately, worried that Lin Mo might have misunderstood. Its original design was to replace human labor and perform high-precision operations in environments with strong radiation, ultra-high pressure, and vacuum. For example, building bases, laying pipelines, and collecting samples. It's about 6 meters tall, single-piloted, and fully electric. Its power source is 3 Thor AAA batteries connected in parallel. Theoretically, a single charge can support it for 72 hours of high-intensity operations. 6 meters high, fully electric, and with a 72-hour battery life. These data quickly combined into a concrete image in Lin Mo's mind. Even if this thing is not made for combat, with just a little modification, it can become a well-deserved war artifact. Mecha. This word caused a stir in Lin Mo's mind. 6 meters high, fully electric-driven, capable of 72 hours of high-intensity operation. If this thing appeared in his world, it would be enough to keep any country's military department awake all night. It was designed for construction, but Lin Mo only took a second to come up with a dozen ways to turn it into a killing machine. Add heavy alloy armor, replace the engineering arm with a high rate of fire Vulcan cannon, and mount a few missiles. When this thing enters the battlefield, it is like a walking steel death god. Lin Mo even suspected that when Tianqing Company launched this project, it was targeting the military field. "Where is the stuff?" There was no emotion in Lin Mo's voice. The excitement and reminiscence on Wang Chongming and Zhou Yuan's faces faded away in an instant, replaced by a hint of bitterness. "Mr. Lin, the core R&D base of the Pioneer project is not in this city." Wang Chongming shook his head with a heavy tone. "It's in the neighboring city of Haizhu. There's an independent experimental base there, built specifically for the Pathfinder project. Before the disaster, it was one of the most highly classified locations within Skydome Company, a laboratory on the same scale as Thor 9. Haizhu City?" Lin Mo repeated the place name. "Yes." Zhou Yuan took over the conversation, adding more details. "The straight-line distance from here to Haizhu City is about 200 kilometers. Before the disaster, it only took a little over 2 hours to drive there. But now, that highway has long been completely blocked by abandoned vehicles and wandering zombies. 200 kilometers. This distance is almost an insurmountable chasm for the survivors in the apocalyptic wasteland. It means crossing dozens of towns occupied by zombies, means unpredictable road damage, means possible encounters with mutants that are more terrifying than ordinary zombies, and means that the supply lines will be infinitely stretched, and any accident may lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Even if you walk along the former highway, there are still dangers everywhere. We've tried before." Wang Chongming's voice was filled with a sense of helplessness. In the early days of the disaster, the company's top management organized a convoy to open a road to the Haizhu base and retrieve the equipment and data to fight the zombies. The convoy was well equipped and its personnel were all retired military personnel. but after they set off, we haven't heard from them since. Mr. Lin, think twice. Bai Lu echoed, it's too difficult to explore outside under the current circumstances. She knew better than anyone what a 200-kilometer wasteland road meant. The farthest the Arch's reconnaissance team explored was only 30 kilometers. That time, they lost one-third of their men and fled back in a panic. Going to Haizhu, 200 kilometers away, is not crazy, it is suicide. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and asked another question. How many Pathfinders are there in the Haizhu base? Wang Chongming was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Lin Mo was still thinking about this. He recalled for a moment before speaking uncertainly. Before the disaster, the first batch of 3 prototypes had just been assembled and debugged, and were preparing for final extreme environment testing. I don't know if they were damaged. However, the lab still has enough parts and a complete production line to assemble another 10. As long as the lab isn't completely scrapped, we should be able to put together a few more. 3 ready-made ones. Parts for 10 units. A production line. Lin Mo's heartbeat uncontrollably quickened for a moment. If this thing were brought back to his world, the sensation it would cause would be 100 times greater than the Thor No. 7 battery. We must get the Trailblazers. Not only the Pioneer, but also the Thor 8 and 9 batteries. All the children make choices, and Lin Mo definitely wants them all. Okay, I understand. Lin Mo's voice returned to calm. He waved to Bai Lu, you can go back now. Mr. Lin. Bai Lu hesitated to speak. She smelled a hint of impending storm from Lin Mo's calmness. Lin Mo ignored her and turned back to the shadow of the store, slowly pulling down the shutter door to isolate himself from the outside world. The sound of the armored vehicle's engine starting rang out in the square, then gradually faded away. In the off-road vehicle, Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming were fidgeting. They didn't know whether what they had just said had brought them opportunities or trouble. Mr. Lin, he doesn't really want to go to Haizhu, right? Zhou Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked Bai Lu in a low voice. Bai Lu clenched his fists tightly and did not answer. She doesn't know, but she had a strong hunch. The man who can easily take out a mountain of supplies will never give up easily. So here comes the question. If Mr. Lin really wants to go to Haizhu, how should Fang Zhou deal with it? Inside the convenience store, Lin Mo sat in the recliner and began to deduce in his mind. Can he do it alone? His flash ability gives him great mobility and survivability, and his telekinesis can clear small obstacles. But with a distance of 200 kilometers, physical exertion is a huge problem. If he encounters a large-scale zombie tide or is entangled by some powerful mutant, he will be in danger. Going it alone is too risky. The most important thing is that after leaving the convenience store, he no longer has absolute safety protection. And even if he reached Haizhu and found the Pioneers, the return journey would still be another 200 kilometers. After going back and forth, the probability of survival is infinitely close to 0. So, what about relying on existing forces? Nightblade? They are all awakened, but there are too few of them. It's okay to let them carry out a decapitation or infiltration mission, but to send them on a 200-kilometer armed expedition is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. For major forces? Lin Mo directly rejected this idea. The Rock, the Hive, the Lighthouse, the Ark, they are not even warlords, they can only be regarded as survivor strongholds of a certain scale. Their personnel composition is complex and their equipment is uneven. It's okay to let them guard their own territory, but once they are taken out on a long journey, it will be like throwing a meat bun at a dog and there will be no return. Not to mention Haizhu, even the logistics port in the western suburbs is difficult to break into. The reason why they can break into the Sky Dome Science Park is that the distance is not far and there are only a few thousand zombies inside. As long as they control the size of the gap, the 4 major forces can solve it. But it is different for Haizhu and the logistics port. The difficulty has increased tenfold or even 100-fold. Lin Mo's fingers tapped lightly on the table. He needs manpower. Not dozens, not hundreds, but thousands or even tens of thousands. What he needs is not a mob of scavengers, but it is a real army that is disciplined, well-equipped and determined. To support such an army, not only a huge amount of supplies is needed, but also a stable rear base. Infrastructure. Farming. With the convenience store as the core, build a stronghold with complete fortifications, then gradually expand outward until it becomes a large stronghold, form your own troops, and then dig out all valuable things in this doomsday era from the ruins. This process will not be too fast, but it will definitely not be too slow. With supplies in hand, there are many people who want to help him with the work. As for building materials, Lin Mo can buy them at any building materials market after he returns. In addition, if you want to buy engineering equipment such as excavators, it is just a matter of a word. The biggest problem is that zombies may be attracted during the construction of the stronghold. But this is not actually a problem. Anyway, the soldiers and awakened people in the 4 major strongholds are idle anyway, so just let them protect the stronghold construction. With a preliminary idea in mind, Lin Mo picked up the walkie-talkie and started contacting Nightingale. Nightingale. Boss, I'm here. Nightingale responded almost without delay. I have a new plan. Lin Mo didn't lay out the plan and went straight to the point. I want to build a base with the square where the store is located as the center. There was a brief silence on the other end of the intercom. Nightingale was obviously shocked by the grandeur of the plan. In the wasteland, you are lucky to find a sturdy building to serve as shelter. And Lin Mo actually wanted to build a brand new stronghold from scratch. I need manpower, Lin Mo continued, not just soldiers. I need engineers, builders, electricians, plumbers, anyone who worked in any profession related to construction and industry before the disaster. I want them all. Your mission is to find these people. Regardless of their background or past, as long as they are capable and willing to be loyal to me, I will recruit them all. As for their treatment, they will be provided with 3 meals a day, and after the base is built, they will have their own place. Nightingale's breathing became a little rapid. She suppressed the shock in her heart and responded immediately. Understood. I'll do it right away. Also, it's best to be prepared and ready to move all equipment and materials in the science park at any time. Yes, boss. After ending the call with Nightingale, Lin Mo's finger paused on the public channel button for a moment, then pressed it without hesitation. In the headquarters of the 4 major forces in the entire ruins, everyone held their breath. I'm Lin Mo. Lin Mo's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of every senior executive through radio waves. I plan to establish a permanent trading point and safe zone in the central square. Starting tomorrow, large-scale construction will begin here. In the rock stronghold, the cup in the Rock King's hand was crushed into pieces with a snap. Deep in the hive, the queen bee suddenly stood up. On top of the lighthouse, the sage adjusted his glasses, a look of disbelief visible behind the lenses. In the Ark's command room, the captain and Bai Lu looked at each other, and both saw the storm in each other's reactions. Establish a permanent trading point? Large-scale construction? Does he know how much supplies are needed to support a project of this level? I need security during the construction period. Lin Mo's voice was emotionless, as if stating an established fact. I need you to send soldiers and awakened ones to defend against the zombie invasion. As compensation for employment, I will provide supplies including but not limited to food, medicine, cigarettes, alcohol, etc. The specifications will be double that of the last attack on the Sky Dome Science Park, and the settlement will be made daily. Lin Mo's words, transmitted through radio waves, were like an invisible hammer, hitting the hearts of the leaders of the 4 major forces. Rock Stronghold. Rock King slammed his fist on the metal table, making a dull thud. What does he take us for? His personal guard? His chest heaved violently, obviously irritated by Lin Mo's commanding tone. The scorpion next to him was unusually calm. He picked up the magazine that had fallen to the ground and wiped it slowly. Boss, what else? Scorpion asked rhetorically, pointing out the crux of the situation. Mr. Lin's reward is twice what we paid for attacking the science park. It's settled daily. Before Mr. Lin showed up, our people were still fighting over moldy bread, and the soldiers could barely get enough to eat. Now, ordinary soldiers can eat canned beef as a snack every day, not to mention the awakened, who smoke cigarettes more diligently than anyone else. All of this is because of Mr. Lin. Now he wants to build a city. Do you think we can stop him? The Rock King opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He couldn't stop it. If he dared to say no, tomorrow his most elite soldiers would leave the rock and run to the square to serve as security guard for Lin Mo. That's the reality. Ark command room. The captain and Bai Lu were silent for a long time. Sister, he is going to build a city. Bai Lu's voice was a little dry. I saw it. The captain's voice was calm, but her clenched fists revealed her inner unrest. He has this ability. The endless supplies are his greatest confidence. No one can resist the temptation of having enough to eat. Then what should we do? Bai Lu said worriedly, once his stronghold is built, will we still have a say? The captain turned and looked at his sister. Yes. As long as we are still useful, we will always have a say. He needed men to guard the construction site, so we sent our best men. He needed technicians, so we sent Zhou Yuan and Wang Chongming. He wanted to build a city, so we helped him build it. What he wants is the mechas from the Haizu base, and the more distant research center in the capital. His power alone is ultimately limited, and he needs help. What we need to do is to become the helper he needs most. The captain's decision was decisive and clear. At the same time, the hive and the lighthouse made the same choice. Reject? No one dares to take the risk. Lin Mo didn't even need to threaten. He only needed to put out the mountain of supplies, which was enough to disintegrate any form of alliance and resistance. Inside the convenience store, Lin Mo locked himself in the darkness after sending the notice. He didn't think about what the leaders of the 4 major forces were feeling at the moment. Their choices were within his expectations from the beginning, because the four major forces have no second choice. What Lin Mo needs to consider now are more practical issues. Building a city is not like playing with blocks or piling up sand. He pulled out a stack of clean wrapping paper from under the counter and quickly sketched on the back with a pen. With the convenience store as the origin, the entire central square is the core area. Step 1. Build the wall. It has to be a wall, not a fence or barbed wire. A real city wall that is strong enough to withstand large-scale zombie tides and even the impact of heavy mutants. According to preliminary estimates, the height must be at least 10 meters and the thickness cannot be less than 3 meters. The wall should be cast with reinforced concrete, and high-strength alloy steel plates should be embedded inside as the skeleton. This is a huge project, and the amount of steel bars, cement, sand and gravel required is astronomical. But for Lin Mo, this is not a problem. All he needed was a large enough warehouse and a large enough shopping list. As for manpower, it is not a problem at all. Lin Mo pulled up the rolling shutter. At this time, dawn had just broken, and the gray sky illuminated the dead city. Outside the rolling shutter door were expectant scavengers who had found all sorts of potentially useful things from the ruins, hoping to exchange them for some food and drink from Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. I'm recruiting workers. All survivors who are willing to work in exchange for food are welcome to come. There's only one requirement to be able to work. The treatment is 3 meals a day with meat. The survivors in the square could hardly believe their ears when they heard the words full stomach and with meat. Is this really not a dream? Dead silence. After a brief silence, there was an explosion of noise. The survivors in the square were like drops of water thrown into boiling oil, and they boiled instantly. Full meal? And meat? Did I hear correctly? Is what he said true? You must be kidding. In this world, there's no such thing as this. You're new here, right? This is Mr. Lin. He's someone that none of the four major powers dare to provoke. If he says it's true, then it must be true. Suspicion, desire, madness, all kinds of emotions are intertwined on every dirty face. They have seen too many lies and betrayals, and they would draw their swords against each other for half a cookie. Lin Mo did not explain. He just calmly looked at the group of people in ragged clothes who were bursting with amazing vitality. He raised his hand and waved it casually. Crash! Several boxes of canned luncheon meat appeared. The noise in the entire square stopped abruptly at this moment. Everyone held their breath, staring at the box of cans, their Adam's apples rolling up and down uncontrollably. Spread the news. Lin Mo's voice broke the silence. Tell everyone you know. Recruit workers here in the square to build a stronghold. If you're willing to come and register now. If you're not willing, I won't force you. He paused and pointed to the box of cans. These are your rewards for spreading the news. 1 can per person. Grab your supplies and go. In 8 hours, construction will officially begin. The crowd was silent for 3 seconds. The next second, the tall and thin man closest to him, like a wild beast awakened, grabbed a can and turned to rush into the depths of the ruins. He wanted to tell his family who were hiding in the dilapidated building this good news. One person took the lead, and the rest reacted instantly. They rushed to every corner of the city like crazy. Full of meat. This news, like a ray of light, pierced through the dark cloud of despair hanging over this ruined city. Countless survivors hiding in dark corners, barely surviving, showed the same expression of disbelief as the people in the square when they heard the news. Then, they all started to count their belongings, which were already not much, and prepared to help Mr. Lin with his work. Previously, the four major forces helped Mr. Lin conquer the Tiankong Science and Technology Park, and the celebration banquet was still talked about today. The scavengers who did not have the opportunity to participate at that time could not stop saliva from their mouths when they thought of the endless barbecue and beer. Now it's finally their turn. On the other side, after all the scavengers in the square left, Lin Mo turned around and walked back to the store and picked up the walkie-talkie. He first contacted Nightingale. Gather all your men and gather at the square in 8 hours. Be prepared to receive the first batch of construction workers and supplies. Yes, boss. Nightingale's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. Then, Lin Mo switched to the public channel. Sizzle. When the sound of electricity rang out, all the senior officials in the headquarters of the four major forces straightened their bodies subconsciously. 8 hours later, at the central square, the project will begin on time. I need all your defense forces in place before we begin work and establish the first line of defense around the perimeter. In 8 hours, I'll pay you for the first day. After saying that, Lin Mo turned off the communication. No discussion, no request, only notification and order. Lin Mo did not wait in the doomsday world. He pulled down the rolling door and chose to go through again. After the familiar feeling of weightlessness, the hustle and bustle of the city enveloped him again. Lin Mo came back this time with tight time constraints and heavy tasks. He needs not only construction materials such as cement and steel bars, but also a large amount of construction machinery. Those guys aren't cheap. So Lin Mo had to find Mr. Tang to cash in the gold. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's eyes moved. Mr. Tang's approach is quite unconventional. He can completely let Mr. Tang arrange and prepare the construction materials and machinery he needs. It doesn't need to be brand new, just one that works. As for whether it would arouse suspicion, since they have come up with a product like Yuan-Sing No. 1, it would be strange if Mr. Tang didn't have doubts. But even if he doubted it, what could he do? Lin Mo took out his cell phone and called Suwon directly. I have a batch of goods here. Lin Mo got straight to the point. Suwon on the other end of the phone immediately got into work mode and asked respectfully, Mr. Lin, how much is it this time? Lin Mo sensed the inventory in the dimensional warehouse. This time he brought back 500 kilograms of gold, plus the 300 kilograms he brought back when he dismantled the production line parts, a total of 800 kilograms. 800. Lin Mo replied. 800. There was an abnormal tremor in Suwon's voice. She thought she had heard wrongly. 800 kilograms of gold, according to the current market price, is worth more than 600 million in cash. The 300 kilograms last time had shocked her and Mr. Tang for a long time. It's only been a few days and another 800 kilograms. Suwon suddenly remembered that when Lin Mo first found her, he once said that there was a ton of gold to be processed every month. Now it seems that what Lin Mo said was a bit conservative. I need to report to Mr. Tang immediately. Suwon's voice returned to its professional and respectful tone, but his speech speed increased a bit. Lin Mo hung up the phone, and before he could wait too long, a strange encrypted number called. It's Mr. Tang. Mr. Lin, it's me. Elder Tang's voice was as calm as ever, without any emotion. I've heard what Xiao Su said. The price this time is the same as last time, still 820. How about it? Sure. Lin Mo's answer was straightforward. Besides cash, I need some other things. Mr. Lin, please speak. Cement and steel bars, the more the better. Also, construction machinery, excavators, bulldozers, cranes, and large generators. I don't need brand new ones, used ones will do, as long as they work. Every time Lin Mo said something, the breathing on the other end of the phone became heavier. After he finished speaking, Tangshan fell into a long silence. If the 800 kilograms of gold only made him shocked by Lin Mo's financial resources, then this purchase list made him feel a little puzzled. These things combined together are not simply personal needs. This is about infrastructure construction, and it's on a massive scale. Mr. Lin, the quantity of the things you want is not small. It will take some time to collect them all at once. There was a sense of inquiry in Tang Shan's voice. Tang Lao, this is a problem for others. Lin Mo said with a hint of laughter, but I believe that this is not a problem for you. I want results within 6 hours. The busy tone of the phone being hung up echoed in the quiet study. Suwon held the phone, a thin layer of sweat oozing from the palm of her hand. She looked at Mr. Tang, who was sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed, and her voice was filled with unconcealable worry. Mr. Tang, Mr. Lin, the things he wants are not ordinary business at all. Cement, steel bars, and so much heavy construction machinery. Suwon's breathing became a little rapid. This is beyond our business scope, and the quantity is so large that it's impossible to collect it through normal channels in a short period of time. What's more, this will easily attract attention. Old Tang slowly opened his eyes. He didn't look at Suwon, but stared at the old banyan tree outside the window. Xiao Su, do you think that when Mr. Lin took out Far Star No. 1, it was inconspicuous? Mr. Tang's voice was calm, but it made Suwon tremble all over. A man who can easily come up with groundbreaking battery technology, a man who can manipulate a multi-billion-dollar giant like Tianheng Energy, do you think the higher UPS won't notice him? Mr. Tang picked up the teacup beside him and blew gently. Ever since he held that press conference, he's been in the spotlight, and the people above him have noticed Mr. Lin. Compared to what he did, our little action is nothing. Suwon's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Mr. Tang, what do you mean? This isn't business. Mr. Tang put down his teacup with a soft thud. This is standing in line. People like Mr. Lin either don't show up, or if they do, they're bound to stir up trouble. What we can do now is not to guess what he wants, but to do our best to meet all his demands. Old Tang turned his head and looked at Suwon. Whatever he wants, you must get it for him within 6 hours, no matter what method you use. Tell those suppliers that the price can be increased by 30%, but the goods must be delivered immediately. If all else fails, have your engineering team stop work for a few days and transfer their equipment over. Yes, I understand. Suwon took a deep breath and suppressed all his doubts and anxieties. She knew that Mr. Tang had made a decision. This is a huge gamble, and the stakes are the rise and fall of the Tang family in the next few decades. Lin Mo hung up the phone without waiting there. He drove the ordinary van again to the global warehousing wholesale market in the suburbs. Half an hour later, when the white van pulled up to the door of the management office, the yawning manager stood at attention on the spot. "Boss Lin, you're here again." The manager had a fawning smile on his face. Ever since Lin Mo's last list, which was comparable to a military procurement list, his status in this market has risen sharply. "Here I am. I'm very satisfied with the things from last time." Lin Mo got out of the car and handed over another list. The manager took it with both hands, took a look at it, and his eyes almost popped out. "This list is even more outrageous than the last one. The amount of staple food and meat has tripled. In addition, a large amount of vegetables, fruits, condiments, and even hundreds of boxes of liquor and thousands of cigarettes were added." At the bottom, there is a line of small words: tents, camp beds, work clothes, work gloves, and safety helmets, 5,000 sets each. The manager's hands were shaking as he held the list. "This Mr. Lin. Boss Lin, what are you doing? Prepare the goods according to the order, money is not a problem." Lin Mo's tone was calm. Yes, I'll do it right away." The manager didn't dare to ask any more questions and rushed to the warehouse area with the list. The entire wholesale market fell into frenzy again because of Lin Mo's arrival. Lin Mo still rented the same transit warehouse as last time. He stood in the empty warehouse, watching truckload after truckload of supplies being brought in and piled up into mountains. When the last box of supplies was put into the dimensional warehouse, Lin Mo's phone vibrated. It was a message from Suwon. "Mr. Lin, everything you want is already in place. It's parked in the abandoned industrial park in the east of the city and can be handed over at any time." Lin Mo glanced at the time. 5.5 hours had passed since he made the call. Mr. Tang's efficiency was even higher than he expected. At this time, there were still 3 hours before Lin Mo's scheduled shuttle time. He was just about to go eat something when his cell phone rang again. "It's Zhang Yi." Lin Mo answered the phone. "Mr. Linear." Zhang Yi's voice sounded a little serious. "Explain." "Just now, we received a call." Zhang Yi spoke quickly, and it was obvious that the matter was urgent. "From the Department of Energy." Lin Mo paused for a moment. "What is coming will eventually come. A director named Zhang wants to see you." Zhang Yi continued to report. He said he was very interested in our UNC #1 battery and subsequent production capacity planning. "What time?" "Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, he will personally lead a team to our UNC technology." Zhang Yi's voice was filled with a hint of pressure. "Director Lin, the people coming this time are of a very high level. I'm afraid they will be difficult to deal with." "I see." Lin Mo's answer remained calm. "Just prepare for the reception as normal. I'll take care of the rest." "Understood." Zhang Yi quickly replied, and then reported that the acquisition of Tianheng Energy Production Park has been finalized, and the first batch of funds needs to be allocated immediately. "What do you think? How much do you want?" "The first batch of funds is 300 million. "Okay, I'll take care of it." Lin Mo hung up the phone and called Suwon, saying that he was going to visit Mr. Tang at Jingxin Tea Garden. Suwon immediately said that Mr. Tang was already in the tea garden and told Lin Mo to go there directly. When I arrived at Jingxin Tea Garden, I could clearly feel that the atmosphere here had become much more serious. There were a few more security guards at the door, and they were all burly men. Suwon was already waiting at the door, and when she saw the familiar white van approaching, she immediately went to greet it. But I felt a little emotional. This Mr. Lin is really intriguing. He can easily take out hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gold, and he drives a van. If it were someone else, let alone a sports car like Lambo or Ferrari, they would at least have an executive car like Maybach. But Mr. Lin didn't, he just drove a truck around. However, Suwon knew that people like Lin Mo could not be treated with common sense, and she did not dare to ask too many questions. Lin Mo opened the carriage, revealing several boxes. He said to Suwon, "Here are the things. Find someone to move them in." "Yes." Suwon immediately began to make arrangements and then led the way. In the reception room, Lin Mo met Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang smiled warmly. "Mr. Lin, thank you for fulfilling your mission. I have gathered everything you requested." Lin Mo smiled and said, "I'm sorry to trouble Elder Tang." Old Tang personally brewed a cup of tea for Lin Mo, and the aroma of tea filled the serious air. "Mr. Lin, the things you want are quite a lot, and they are quite diverse." Elder Tang pushed the teacup in front of Lin Mo, his movements neither hurried nor slow. "I used some of my personal connections to get them all together for you in such a short time." Lin Mo picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it. He just watched the tea leaves floating in the cup. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Tang. It's well deserved that I took the trouble. After all, I've made a killing with all that gold." Elder Tang smiled, leaning back in his armchair, his hands folded across his abdomen. "But I'm curious, Mr. Lin needs so much building materials and engineering equipment. Where is he planning to build this massive project?" His tone was casual, as if he was just chatting about family matters. Lin Mo put down the teacup and looked up at him. A friend of mine bought a piece of land overseas and plans to build a manor for fun. This explanation is full of loopholes. Who would buy building materials domestically when building a manor overseas? But Mr. Tang clapped his hands and smiled, as if he was very satisfied with the answer. I see. It's a good thing that young people are courageous. He changed the subject. Mr. Lin, this time the gold is 800 kilograms in total. According to the price we agreed on, the total is 656 million. I'll give you the equipment and building materials you need at cost, which is 180 million in total. Also, I heard that Tianheng Energy's first acquisition payment is 300 million. I have asked Xiao Su to prepare it and it can be transferred at any time. Su Wan stood aside, her heart pounding when she heard this series of numbers. In just a few words, hundreds of millions of funds flow. Elder Tang looked at Lin Mo and continued, after deducting these, the remaining 176 million will be transferred to your account together with the money you left with me last time. In addition, to celebrate the successful conclusion of Mr. Lin's press conference, I will personally give Mr. Lin 5 million as a gift. Please do not refuse, Mr. Linear. Mr. Tang doesn't seem to be doing business when he does this. Lin Mo's tone was calm. Ha ha ha. Elder Tang laughed heartily. Mr. Lin is a straightforward person, so I won't hide anything. He leaned forward slightly, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a serious expression. Mr. Lin, this is not business. This is standing in line. The air in the study seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Wan held her breath. She could feel that every word Mr. Tang said next would determine the future direction of the Tang family. From the moment you took out UNC number 1, I knew you were no pushover. Elder Tang's voice was steady and powerful. Tianheng Energy is vulnerable to you, and this is just the beginning. In the future, the storms you stir up will be 1,000 times greater than they are now. I'm old and don't have any ambitions anymore, but the Tang family needs to continue. I bet on you winning. So, as long as it's what you need and I can do it, I won't hesitate. These words are very powerful. This is no longer a simple investment, but a gamble that involves the future of the entire family. Lin Mo looked at the old man in front of him and was silent for a moment. Someone from the Ministry of Energy will come to see me tomorrow, he suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tang was not surprised and just nodded. What's bound to come will eventually come. I've dealt with Director John before, and he's a pragmatic man. He's not out to cause trouble. He's more concerned about the production capacity of UNC 1 and the significance of this technology to the national energy strategy. Mr. Lin, as long as you show a cooperative attitude and can come up with a production capacity plan that satisfies them, they will not only not make things difficult for you, but will actually clear many obstacles for you. Mr. Tang's words confirmed Lin Mo's own judgment. I understand. Lin Mo stood up. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for reminding me. Where is the stuff? Xiao Su will take you to the abandoned industrial park in the east of the city. Elder Tang also stood up and added, for subsequent business, I will let the younger generation of the Tang family gradually participate. I hope Mr. Lin will bear with me. This is a statement. Lin Mo didn't say much, just nodded, turned and left the study. Su Wan quickly followed and led Lin Mo out. After the two left, Mr. Tang stood alone in front of the window, watching the white van drive out of the tea garden, without saying a word for a long time. He knew that from today on, the Tang family's ship was completely tied to Lin Mo's huge ship, the entirety of which could not be seen. Abandoned industrial park in the east of the city. This was once the industrial heart of the city, but now only rusted factories and overgrown weeds remain. Su Wan parked the car in a large open space and pointed ahead. Mr. Lin, everything you want is here. Lin Mo got out of the car and was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. Dozens of excavators, bulldozers, and cranes were neatly arranged, like a group of sleeping steel behemoths. Nearby were piles of cement and steel, as well as a dozen large diesel generators. Although these machines look a bit old, they are well maintained and can be put into work at any time. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Tang. Lin Mo said sincerely. This is what we should do. Su Wan replied respectfully, and then said tactfully, Mr. Lin, I won't bother you for now. If you have any questions, please contact me. Can. Lin Mo nodded. After Su Wan left, only Lin Mo and those sleeping steel behemoths were left in the empty industrial park. The wind blew, blowing up the dust on the ground. Lin Mo didn't delay and walked towards the nearest bulldozer. The yellow machine weighing dozens of tons disappeared out of thin air as he raised his hand. Only a clear wheel mark was left on the ground. Then came the second and third. Excavators, lifting cranes, large generator sets. He walked through the steel jungle like a silent reaper, leaving only empty concrete ground wherever he passed. Finally, there are the mountains of cement and steel bars. They were also wiped out completely like phantoms. In just 10 minutes, the entire industrial park returned to its dead silence after years of abandonment. Lin Mo glanced at his phone and saw that there was less than half an hour left before the agreed 8 hours. We got on the white van, drove out of the industrial park, and drove all the way back to the store, just in time. Pulling down the shutter door, Lin Mo muttered to himself, "Shuttle." The familiar feeling of weightlessness faded away, and Lin Mo returned to the doomsday world. He pulled up the shutter. Under the sunset, there is a sea of people. There were at least thousands of people who gathered from all corners of the ruins, waiting quietly with a desire for food and the last bit of hope for the future. At the front of the crowd were Nightingale and her 20 night blades. They formed a flimsy human wall, isolating the excited survivors from the center of the square. On the streets farther away, the troops of the 4 major forces have been deployed. Sandbags, chevaux de frise, and makeshift machine gun positions formed a circular defensive circle. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Mo the moment the rolling door opened. Lin Mo walked out of the store and looked around. He nodded to Nightingale. "Clear the central area." "Yes." At Nightingale's command, the members of Nightblade immediately took action, efficiently opening a passage through the crowd and then clearing the largest open space in the center of the square. The survivors were pushed to the periphery. Although there was some unrest, no one dared to resist under the cold muzzles of the Nightblade members and the temptation of food. They simply craned their necks and stared at the man standing in the middle of the clearing with a mixture of curiosity, awe, and greed. The on-site commanders of the 4 major forces also transmitted the images back to their respective headquarters in real time through the cameras. Lin Mo stood at the door of the convenience store and waved. Boom! Hundreds of bags of cement fell and were neatly stacked on the ground, raising a cloud of fine dust. Crash! Bundles of steel bars, mountains of sand and gravel, and boxes of tools continued to emerge from the air, quickly filling up most of the square. The entire square fell into dead silence. However, this is just the beginning. Under everyone's dull gaze, the outline of a huge monster slowly emerged on the other side of the clearing. Yellow paint, huge tracks, and a shovel blade in front that can flatten everything. It's a bulldozer. Then came the second and third. The iconic long arm of the excavator, the towering tower of the crane, and more than a dozen large square generators. A group of sleeping steel behemoths descended upon the ruins. Oh my god, where did Mr. Lin get so many construction machines? A middle-aged man wearing worn glasses muttered to himself. He used to be a mechanical engineer, but at this moment he was like a child who saw his favorite toy, shaking with excitement. There's also a crane. How big a base does Mr. Lin want to build? Lin Mo ignored the reactions of the people around him. He looked at Nightingale. Let's get started. Find all the engineers and technical workers, have them check the equipment and prepare for startup. Have a knowledgeable electrician start the generator and put up these lighting fixtures. I want this place to be as bright as day. The rest of the people will form teams to clean the foundation and prepare to lay the rebar. Nightingale didn't hesitate at all. She raised her trumpet and her voice was clearly heard throughout the square. Everyone with engineering experience, step out. Electricians, welders, plumbers, rebar workers, concrete workers. Those who have done these jobs before, stand to the left. Those who can operate excavators, bulldozers, and cranes, go to the right. Those who will form a regional power grid will stand in the middle. Everyone, get moving. There was a brief commotion among the crowd, and then they began to disperse. One by one, the survivors, dressed in tattered clothes and with pale faces and thin bodies, walked out of the crowd. They may not have touched the tools they rely on for survival for a long time, but at this moment, when they see those familiar steel behemoths, some memories buried deep in their bones are awakened. An old man with gray hair walked up to Nightingale, his cloudy eyes revealing an uncontrollable excitement. I've been a construction site supervisor all my life. I understand everything from foundation to roof. Nightingale looked him over and nodded. You will be responsible for overall technical coordination. Then, dozens of people stood up and reported their jobs and previous work experience. These people became the first batch of technical backbones in the construction of the stronghold. Nightingale quickly divided them into several groups, each responsible for an area. Others, divided into groups based on physical strength, will be responsible for carrying materials and cleaning the site. Everyone, listen up. There's only one rule here: obey orders and work hard. Anyone who dares to cheat or have ulterior motives will bear the consequences. Nightingale's voice fell, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Call. The flames rose and turned a section of steel pipe next to it into molten iron. All the survivors were horrified and dared not have any other thoughts. Start the generator. Following the technical team leader's order, several former electricians immediately gathered around. They checked the oil lines and connected the cables. Although their movements were a little clumsy, they were still professional. Buzz. The long silent diesel generator set let out a low roar, and then a steady roar echoed throughout the square. Immediately afterwards, the engines of the bulldozer and excavator were started one after another. Rumble. The steel behemoth awakened, and the symphony of industrial civilization once again sounded on the wasteland. Bulldozers began clearing the square of abandoned vehicle wreckage and debris, leveling the ground for foundation excavation. Led by the team leaders, the survivors put on the safety helmets and gloves provided by Lin Mo and began to use the most primitive tools to pry open the cracked concrete floor and move the rubble. The scene of thousands of people working at the same time is grand and shocking. Sweat soaked their tattered clothes, but no one complained. Because at the edge of the construction site, several huge marching pots had been set up, and thick broth was boiling inside. The overbearing aroma drifted over the entire square, becoming the most powerful motivation for everyone. ARC Command Room. On the huge screen, the real-time images transmitted back by the drone clearly show everything in the square. The captain and the egret stood side by side in silence for a long time. "Sister, he really wants to build a city." Bai Lu's voice was a little dry. From the time Lin Mo announced the plan to the moment the engines roared, only a few hours had passed. This hopeless ruin was infused with a completely different kind of vitality because of his will alone. "He's not building a city." The captain's voice was soft, but with an unprecedented solemnity. He was establishing a new order. "Look at the survivors. They have jobs, they have food, they have hope. Look at the soldiers. They are fighting to protect that hope. All of this revolves around him." Bai Lu followed the captain's line of thought and saw that at the edge of the screen, the ARC soldiers were relying on fortifications, shooting the scattered zombies attracted by the noise. The zombies fell outside the defense line and could not get beyond the line. And within the defense line is a bustling new world full of vitality. Two eras separated by a wall. The sunset gradually faded, and night enveloped the ruins, but the central square was as bright as day. More than a dozen high-power generators emitted a continuous roar, and hundreds of temporarily set up searchlights illuminated the entire construction site without a single shadow. The clashing of steel, the roar of machinery, and the shouts of foremen merge into a wild melody unique to the industrial age. The old supervisor stood on a high ground, looking at the bustling scene in front of him, the lights reflected in his cloudy eyes. Sparks flew from the steel bars under the cutting machine, the bulldozer pushed the discarded cement slabs into the deep pit, and the workers shouted slogans as they lifted the processed foundation steel bars into the dug trenches. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had seen such a scene. After the disaster, the survivors hid from place to place, and no one was willing or able to carry out large-scale construction. And now, in the center of these ruins, a real city wall is rising from the ground. "Everyone, get your shit together. Finish the work quickly so we can have dinner soon," an awakened member of the Night Blade team roared. Beside him, in several huge marching pots, chunks of meat were rolling in thick soup. The overbearing aroma seemed to have hooks, hooking everyone's soul. No one is lazy. Here, putting in more effort means getting an extra spoonful of broth. This principle is more effective than any whip. Outside the construction site, on the circular defense line, a soldier from the rock stronghold stuck his head out and accurately shot a zombie attracted by the noise with his rifle. The sound of gunfire seemed insignificant amid the roar of machinery. "Do you smell it? The smell of broth is so damn delicious." His companions lowered their voices and sniffed unconsciously towards the construction site. The soldier killed 2 more zombies and then said, "Mr. Lin is really generous. These peasants can get some meat. Yeah, anywhere else, you'd be lucky to get 2 panels. But with so many people, does Mr. Lin have enough supplies? That should be enough." "Stop talking nonsense," the captain shouted as he came over, his eyes glancing towards the brightly lit area. "Who is Mr. Lin? Would he be so unwilling to accept our reward? Hold your ground and don't let the zombies get close, or I'll kick your heads off." At this moment, Nightingale appeared behind the defense line. She didn't waste any time talking and spoke directly to the on-site commanders of the 4 major forces. "Mr. Lin asked you to send a representative to settle today's remuneration." After the words were spoken, the 4 commanders breathed heavier. Scorpion from the rock stronghold and 3 others quickly followed Nightingale to the center of the square. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the convenience store, looking at the huge construction site that was beginning to take shape in front of him. The 4 of them walked up to him, but wisely didn't say anything and just waited quietly. They could feel that the hustle and bustle of the entire construction site seemed to have become a backdrop for this man. Lin Mo casually raised his hand and waved towards the open space in front of them. Crash! Metal boxes appeared out of nowhere and piled up into mountains, neatly stacked. "It's canned luncheon meat, 24 cans in a box. There are at least 200 boxes in the pile in front of me." The pupils of the 4 representatives contracted uncontrollably. Before they could recover from their shock, Lin Mo waved his hand again. Another hill appeared. Compressed biscuits, individual energy bars, and purified water. Then came the 3rd pile and the 4th pile. First aid kits for treating external injuries, antibiotics for inflammation, boxes of liquor, and hundreds of cigarettes wrapped tightly in waterproof cloth. The amount of supplies far exceeded their imagination. When they attacked Tiankong Science Park, they felt that Mr. Lin was already very generous. Now it seems that was just an appetizer. Scorpion's Adam's apple rolled. He had been in the wasteland for many years and thought he had seen many big scenes, but the scene before him was still beyond his comprehension. This is no longer just simple supplies, it is wealth that is enough to make all the survivors in any stronghold go crazy. First day's pay. Lin Mo finally spoke, his voice flat and emotionless. You 4 forces will be divided equally. How to transport it and how to distribute it is up to you. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the store, as if he had just done something insignificant. The 4 representatives stood there, looking at the mountains of supplies, speechless for a long time. Scorpion was the first to react, and immediately growled into the communicator, Boss Yanwang, we've made a fortune. Tell the brothers to drive our biggest trucks over here. Quick! The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire defense ring in an instant. It's time to pay. Canned food, cigarettes, alcohol, everything. It's true. I saw Lord Scorpion and his men counting the piles over there. They were piled as high as a mountain. If you follow Mr. Lin, you'll have to eat 9 meals in 3 days. Long live! I don't know who shouted first, but then cheers broke out from all positions, one after another, even drowning out the roar of the construction site at one point. The soldiers' morale reached its peak at this moment. The soldiers who had some complaints and were tired before are now full of energy and wish there were a few hundred more zombies for them to practice with. Soon, trucks from the 4 major forces roared in and began to frantically load supplies under the command of their respective representatives. Rock Stronghold. King Yen looked at the images sent back by the drone and watched his men loading boxes of supplies onto the truck like ants moving house. He felt very complicated. Damn it. Yan Wang cursed, but didn't know who to curse. Arc Command Room. The captain looked at the truck returning with a full load and gave orders to the egret beside him. Immediately inventory and store them. Take out half of the canned meat and all the medicines. Give priority to distributing them to the troops on duty tonight. Tell them that this is Mr. Lin's reward and also Arch's recognition of them. Yes. Bai Lu immediately went to execute it. The captain looked at the construction site on the screen that was still running frantically and muttered to himself. Order has begun to be established. Just when the entire square was immersed in the joy of harvest, a rapid sound of electricity suddenly rang out in the public channels of all walkie-talkies. Immediately afterwards, a scout stationed in the outer watchtower on the east side let out a terrified scream. Warning! East side block 3. Zombies are coming. The number is innumerable. The soldier who was cheering for the supplies in the last second had his smile frozen on his face in the next second. The survivors who were sweating profusely at the construction site stopped working and fear appeared on their faces. What are you panicking about? Scorpion snatched the communicator and yelled at the soldiers on the defense line. Think about all those cans of food you just received. If you don't want to go hungry tomorrow, hold your gun steady. Machine gunner, prepare to fire. All awakened ones, advance to the first line of defense. Almost at the same time, the commanders of the Ark, Hive, and Lighthouse issued the same order. The supplies you just got are the most effective stimulants. The soldiers' morale was unprecedentedly high. They quickly took up combat positions, pulled the bolts of their guns, and pointed the black muzzles at the end of the dark street. On the construction site, unrest began to spread. Zombies are coming. Run! Countless zombies, we are doomed. The survivors dropped their tools and instinctively wanted to flee in all directions. Stop! Nightingale's voice rang out, and behind her, the members of Nightblade raised their guns. Anyone who dares to run around will die now. Nightingale's tone was devoid of any warmth. Mr. Lin is watching from behind. The construction site is the safest place. If you want to survive, pick up your tools and keep working. Her words calmed the rioting crowd down a little, but the fear still spreads. At this time, the vibration of the ground became more and more obvious. At the end of the street, a dark tide surged out. There were countless zombies, crowded together, making hoarse roars, and rushing madly towards the light source and sound in the square. Fire! Following Scorpion's command, dozens of machine guns on the circular defense line spewed out flames at the same time. Da. The dense rain of bullets tore holes in the tide of corpses. The zombies in the front fell down in large numbers, but the zombies behind them stepped on the corpses of their companions and continued to charge forward fearlessly. Gunshots, explosions, and roars filled the night sky. The soldiers from the 4 major forces showed amazing fighting power. Their defense line was solid and their firepower was fierce, blocking the tide of zombies 200 meters away. But the number of zombies was too large and it kept coming. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, a dull roar was heard from behind the tide of zombies. A wall facing the street was directly knocked down, and a huge figure rushed out. It was a mutant zombie as big as a truck, covered with a keratinized hard shell, like a rhinoceros wearing heavy armor. It ignored the stray bullets and used all 4 legs to charge towards the defense line of the rock stronghold. Awakened, take action. Stop it. The Scorpion's eyes were bloodshot. Before Scorpion's order could be passed down, a flash of fire suddenly lit up. It's a nightingale. A stream of scorching fire flew out from her fingertips and instantly pierced through the head of the heavily armored zombie. Flames poured in through the wound, and the huge body suddenly stiffened. Then, under the action of inertia, it rolled and hit the fortifications, making a dull loud noise. The sandbags and chevaux de frise were smashed to pieces, but the monster never got up again. The pressure on the defense line suddenly decreased. Scorpion breathed a sigh of relief and immediately shouted, "Hold on, don't lose your composure. Keep firing." Nightingales move temporarily stabilized the defense line of the rock stronghold. The awakened ones in other directions also took action. Ice cones, wind blades, earth walls, and various abilities exploded in the tide of zombies, effectively curbing the zombies' charging momentum. But the number of ordinary zombies is too large. This time is different from the siege of Tiankong Science Park. That time, they were guarding a narrow gap, and the crossfire of the machine guns could maximize the damage to the enemy. But now, they were facing a black tide surging from the wide streets. Their defense line was stretched very long and the density of their firepower was greatly diluted. Change the magazine. East 3rd District. Zombies are coming from East 3rd District. In the communication channel, roars and cries for help mixed together, and the battle situation became more and more brutal. Despite the soldiers' bravery, gaps in the defense line were inevitable. Dozens of zombies broke through the fire net, roared and rushed towards the nearest bunker, engaging in a bloody hand-to-hand fight with the soldiers. An ARC soldier was knocked down by a zombie. His comrade next to him immediately smashed the zombie's head with the butt of his rifle, but more zombies were already rushing up. The entire circular defense line is like a small boat that may capsize at any time in a storm. At the construction site, the survivors huddled together, shivering. They looked at the flames and blood bursting out from the defense line not far away, and the hope on their faces was gradually swallowed by fear. Nightingale stood in front of them, her face solemn. Just then, Lin Mo walked out from behind the roller shutter of the convenience store. The next second, his figure flashed and appeared dozens of meters away. After several flashes, Lin Mo was already standing on a high point, overlooking the swarm of zombies. Everyone's movements seemed to slow down. Scorpion was about to take people to plug a gap, but he caught a glimpse of Lin Mo out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but pause. Mr. Lin. He actually walked out of the store. Is he going to take action himself? Nightingale also saw Lin Mo walking out of the store and was stunned for a moment. It's Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is about to take action. The sound of discussion drifted across the battlefield. Lin Mo's figure flashed and he instantly appeared dozens of meters away. Then he flashed twice more and he had arrived at a high ground. In front of him, a wooden box filled with steel balls automatically cracked open. Dozens of steel balls the size of fingernails were lifted up by an invisible force and slowly rose into the air. The roar of machinery in the square and the fierce gunfire on the defense line seemed to have lost their meaning at this moment. Everyone's attention was drawn to the floating metal cloud. Lin Mo waved his hand gently in the direction of the tide of corpses. Buzz. The piercing high-frequency whistling sound instantly drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield. A metal jet composed of dozens of steel balls shot out straight at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. The dozen or so zombies rushing in the front were instantly pierced and torn apart by the high-speed rotating steel balls. Flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs were all turned into flying red fragments in a few seconds. After the first wave of steel balls, the second wave of steel balls flew out again. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. The metal torrent moved at a constant speed from the leftmost side of the defense line to the rightmost side. Wherever it goes, it destroys everything in its path. Lin Mo transformed into a human Gatling gun and single-handedly unleashed the firepower of an entire platoon. Whether it is ordinary zombies or the mutants mixed in, there is no difference in front of this metal storm. Within 50 meters in front of the defense line, an absolute death zone was formed. No zombie could remain intact and all were beaten into sieves. The screaming disappeared. The gunshots, the roars, the explosions, all the sounds disappeared. The whole world fell into an eerie silence, with only the dull roar of the generator set remaining, like a dirge for the one-sided massacre that had just occurred. The soldiers on the defense line maintained their shooting posture, but their fingers were frozen on the trigger, motionless. In front of them, the street that was once occupied by the tide of zombies was now empty. There were no corpses, no wreckage, only a layer of dark red carpet mixed with flesh, blood and bone fragments, stretching from the front of the defense line to 200 meters away. The air was filled with a strong smell of burning and blood, which was disgusting. A soldier from the rock stronghold slowly lowered his rifle, his arms shaking uncontrollably. Next to him, a young ARC soldier opened his mouth, making a hoarse sound in his throat, but could not utter a word. Just now, a zombie's claws were less than half a meter away from his neck. He thought he was dead. But the next second, the zombie and the entire tide of zombies behind it turned into a bloody mist. At the construction site, thousands of survivors were silent. They stared blankly at the figure slowly falling from a great height, the fear on their faces replaced by an even more extreme emotion. It was awe, worship, and the shock of seeing a miracle come to the world. Thump! The closest survivor's legs gave way and he fell to the ground. Then, as if contagious, the plop sounds came one after another. Hundreds of survivors knelt down spontaneously, buried their heads deeply, and dared not look directly at the man's figure. Those who struggle to survive in the doomsday understand the value of strength the most. And the scene just now was beyond their understanding of power. That was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Fuck! Scorpion uttered 2 words in a dry voice. He looked at the cleared death zone and felt his back soaked with cold sweat. As the second in command of the Rock Stronghold, he has seen many powerful awakeners, including the Rock King himself. But even if the Rock King took action, he would not be able to get rid of thousands of zombies so cleanly and efficiently. Is this metal manipulation? The female commander of the hive muttered to herself. She looked at the white-robed scholar in the lighthouse, trying to get an answer from him. The white-robed scholar didn't answer and pushed his glasses up on his nose. No. He seemed to have discovered something incredible and kept muttering to himself. Dumping supplies and flashing to move are spatial abilities. And that attack just now looked like metal manipulation, but it could also be telekinesis. Mr. Lin actually has 2 abilities. 2 abilities? Scorpion turned his head sharply to look at him, his facial muscles twitching. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. The scholar forced himself to calm down. You all saw it. Mr. Lin flashed all the way here. That's a spatial ability, there's no doubt about that. But that attack just now. The scholar pointed to the street covered in blood and flesh. That method of accelerating metal to the extreme to attack is pure physical interference, which falls into the category of telekinesis or metal manipulation. It's impossible for a person to awaken 2 abilities at the same time. This is a consensus. The clash of energies from 2 different abilities is enough to rip apart steel, let alone the flesh and blood of an awakened being. How did Mr. Lin do it? The scholar's words caused several commanders around him to fall silent. Yeah, how did you do that? This question is destined to have no answer. Lin Mo's figure flashed and returned to the ground. Then he flashed twice more and returned to the convenience store again. If it weren't for the zombie remains all over the ground, many people would even think that Lin Mo had stayed in the convenience store and never moved. Continue. Lin Mo gave an order, breaking the silence at the scene. Nightingale was the first to come to her senses and walked to the front of the crowd, her voice carried throughout the square through the loudspeaker. Everyone get up. The survivors shuddered and raised their heads subconsciously. Do you still want to eat? The construction site isn't finished yet. Do you think you can just lie here and wait for a good thing to happen? Mr. Lin doesn't keep idle people here. Nightingale's words were simple and crude, but extremely effective. The desire for food temporarily overwhelmed the awe and fear in the hearts of the survivors. The crowd began to stir and one by one got up from the ground. The old supervisor stood up tremblingly. He looked in the direction of the defense line, then at the convenience store, and finally returned his gaze to the foundation in front of him that was beginning to take shape. He picked up the fallen drawing, dusted it off, and shouted in a hoarse voice. What the hell are you looking at? Rebar team, have you finished tying the reinforcement for the foundation beams? Concrete mixer, what are you standing there for? Keep mixing. If you keep dawdling, the cement will harden. If you want to have a good meal with Mr. Lin, then get moving. The roar awakened everyone's consciousness. The survivors looked at each other and silently picked up their tools. The fear still exists, but something new is quietly taking root in their hearts. As long as I follow that man, I can survive. As long as you work hard, you will get broth to drink. This thought is more powerful than any encouragement. The roar of machinery sounded again, and the construction site returned to its previous bustling state. Only this time, everyone's movements were more vigorous, and there was something in their eyes that was hard to describe. Rock Stronghold. King Yin looked at the image sent back by the drone, the fan-shaped carpet of flesh and blood, and a deep sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. He was silent for a long time and picked up the communicator. Scorpion. Boss, I'm here. Pass on my order. From now on, all personnel at the Rock Stronghold will unconditionally obey all arrangements made by Mr. Linear. Yes, boss. Scorpion answered without any hesitation. Arc Stronghold. The captain and Egret stood side by side, looking at the screen in front of them. The content on the screen was the scene where the tide of corpses turned to ashes with a wave of Lin Mo's hand. Captain, the replacement troops from Rock and Lighthouse have already set off. A voice came from behind her. The captain turned off the projection and turned to look at Bai Lu. You should also take the men to change guard. Yes, sister. At the same time, at the Lighthouse Stronghold, the white-robed scholar sent his analysis report, along with the on-site video, back to headquarters. Soon, he received a reply. The reply was just one sentence: give up all temptations and meet all his needs. Lin Mo sat in a chair in the convenience store, reviewing his actions in his mind. There were some risks involved in him leaving the convenience store on his own initiative, but it's also a great opportunity. There are 3 reasons why he chose to take action himself. First, there is indeed a gap in the defense line of the 4 major forces. If it is allowed to continue, the zombie tide may be annihilated, but there will inevitably be casualties. If more zombies rush into the construction site, it will be troublesome again. He had no time to waste on meaningless tug-of-war. Second, Lin Mo needs an opportunity to completely shock everyone. The provision of material goods can be exchanged for temporary obedience, but only absolute power can engrave eternal awe. This strike not only destroyed the tide of zombies, but also all potential and inappropriate thoughts. From then on, his words were the only rules in this area. As for the third reason, it is for the leaders of the 4 major forces to see. He wanted to let people like Rock King and the captain know that they were not restricted to the convenience store and could not go out. On the contrary, he can go out whenever he wants. Judging from the atmosphere at the construction site, this debut was undoubtedly extremely successful. The survivors were working so enthusiastically that Lin Mo even suspected that even without those construction machines, the survivors present could build a giant wall with their bare hands, because they see hope. He stood up and walked to the door, where Nightingale was the first to greet him. "Boss." Lin Mo nodded and said, "Go clean up the battlefield and retrieve the crystal core." "Okay, boss." Nightingale took the order and left, calling the members of the Nightblade team over. The boss said to recycle all the energy crystal cores. After the order was given, the members of Nightblade took the lead. They carried buckets and special pliers, wore gas masks, and walked towards the dark red area. I was sighing as I walked. Every time they recovered the crystal cores before, they had to do it in a stinking pile of corpses, just by holding on for a breath. It's not like now, when people even wear gas masks. Seeing the Nightblade team members' actions, Scorpion immediately shouted to the soldiers next to him, "What the hell are you all standing there for? Go help!" The soldiers from the 4 major forces woke up as if from a dream, put down their weapons, picked up engineering shovels and sacks, and followed the Nightblade members. Seeing this, Lin Mo took out another batch of protective equipment and had it delivered. Thanks to the metal storm created by Lin Mo, the zombie remains on the battlefield were shattered into slag, and the difficulty of recovering the crystal core was greatly reduced. Soldiers searched for crystal cores in the front, while bulldozers gathered the debris in the back and transported it to a deep trench for centralized burning. The whole process was quiet and efficient. In less than half an hour, the battlefield was cleared. Nightingale carried more than a dozen buckets of energy crystal cores and walked to the entrance of the convenience store. Crash! The crystal cores were poured onto the ground, forming a glittering hill. Lin Mo glanced at the pile of crystal cores and waved his hand casually. The crystal core hill split in the middle, half of it automatically flew up and disappeared, while the other half remained in place. These will be divided among your 4 factions. Lin Mo's eyes swept over Scorpion and the other 3 commanders. The 4 of them held their breath. "Mr. Lin, you were the one who solved this battle. It's not appropriate for us to take so much," Scorpion said. The other 3 commanders also agreed. At least 2/3 of this zombie tide were defeated by Lin Mo alone. Lin Mo waved his hand, "As long as you participate in the battle, you will have merit." Seeing this, Scorpion said no more, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, Mr. Linear." Scorpio also knew that Mr. Lin was a man who was decisive and generous, so there was no need for him to be pretentious. The other 3 also quickly followed suit to express their gratitude. To follow Mr. Lin, you just need to be obedient, work hard, and then wait to receive the reward. After dividing the crystal cores, Lin Mo looked at Nightingale and all the survivors who were eagerly waiting on the construction site. He raised his hand. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. Then, they heard the voice that sounded like the sound of nature. "Let's eat." Those 2 words were like lighting a powder keg. "Dinner is ready." Oh, the cheers that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly broke out and soared into the sky. The survivors dropped their tools and rushed like crazy towards the huge luggage pots at the edge of the construction site. Members of Nightblade immediately stepped forward to maintain order. "Line up. Everyone, get in line. Anyone who dares to cut in line will not be able to eat today." The survivors immediately calmed down and lined up in long lines. The big iron spoon stirred in the pot, scooping pieces of tender meat and thick soup into everyone's rice bowl. A white-haired old man held his iron lunchbox in both hands, looked at the piles of meat inside, and tears suddenly flowed out. He didn't care about the heat, grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and crying incoherently. After getting the food, more people squatted on the ground and gobbled it up, their mouths full of oil. The aroma of food, mixed with the cries of survivors, wafted through the square. The soldiers on the defensive line also received their share. As early as when the broth was being cooked, Lin Mo asked Nightingale to find a few people who knew how to cook to start the fire and stir-fry the vegetables nearby. Stewed pork elbow, braised pork, beef with potatoes. The soldiers sat around the table. Each table had 8 dishes and 1 soup, a combination of meat and vegetables, and was full of color, aroma, and taste. Although there is no alcohol, there is plenty of cigarettes and drinks. A soldier from the rock stronghold picked up a piece of tender stewed beef and squinted his eyes in happiness. It smells so damn good. I thought it would be good to just eat canned luncheon meat, but I didn't expect the food Mr. Lin prepared to be so delicious, all cooked fresh. Damn it, I can't remember the last time I had beef and potatoes. Brothers, eat more. Only when you have the strength can you help Mr. Lin to watch over the place. The soldiers swallowed their food with big gulps and talked and laughed loudly without any restraint. The previous tension and fatigue disappeared without a trace under the comfort of food. King Yan, the captain and others watched the scene of the military and civilians having fun together in the square through their own channels. They felt complicated but helpless. What could they do? Should they order the soldiers not to eat? What's the difference between that and seeking death? An hour later, everyone was full. They leaned against the wall, touching their round bellies, with a look of satisfaction on their faces that they had not seen since the end of the world. Strength is flowing from the stomach to every part of the body little by little. The old supervisor stood up, patted his stomach, and roared with full energy. Are you all full? I'm full. Thousands of people responded in unison, their voices shaking the whole area. When you're full, get up and work. The old supervisor grabbed the blueprints and walked to the center of the construction site. I won't sleep tonight. I'll try to pour all the foundations for me before dawn. Good. The survivors had no complaints. They picked up their tools and returned to their posts in high spirits. The roar of machinery sounded again. At the same time, the replacement troops of the 4 major forces also arrived. They looked at the mess on the dining table, smelled the fragrance floating in the air, and swallowed hard. If they had known the food was so good, they would have applied to be in the first batch. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the troops who were changing guard arrived at the outskirts of the square under the cover of darkness. The truck engine was turned off, and the soldiers jumped out of the car and saw their colleagues who were preparing to evacuate. The first batch of soldiers on duty had round bellies, cigarettes in their mouths, and a look of contented laziness on their faces. The air was still filled with the lingering aroma of meat and tobacco, severely irritating the nerves of the new troops. Damn, looking at their behavior, they must be eating well. A soldier who had just gotten off the car couldn't help swallowing. It's more than good. A rock soldier who had just handed over his position and was about to get in his car to go back to sleep heard it, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. 8 dishes and 1 soup. That's probably what Boss Yan Wang's meals are like. But don't worry, brothers. Mr. Lin will definitely not treat you unfairly. After saying that, he hummed a tuneless tune and climbed onto the truck returning to the base. The 4 new commanders gathered their troops and were about to arrange defenses when Nightingale came over with several Night Blade members. She didn't say anything, but just asked her men to place several open cardboard boxes in front of the positions of various forces. In the box were packs of brand new cigarettes. Mr. Lin is giving his night shift guys a treat, 1 pack each to keep them alert. Come back for more after you've finished smoking. As much as you can. The Nightingale's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every soldier clearly. There was silence on the battlefield for a moment. What followed was an uncontrollable commotion. Damn, he comes with cigarettes. He's really Mr. Lin, so generous. The 4 commanders immediately distributed the cigarettes. I heard everything. It was a reward from Mr. Lin. 1 bag per person, and no one is allowed to take more than that. On the defense line, the soldiers who had just felt a little resentful and sleepy immediately became more energetic after getting the brand new pack of cigarettes. Tear open the package, light a fire, and take a deep breath. A column of bluish-white smoke rose up, and a dazed expression appeared on his face. It feels so good. Soon, flickering flames appeared on the circular defense line. The soldiers leaned against the sandbag bunker, smoking and chatting, and the resentment they had for missing the big meal disappeared in an instant. They looked towards the brightly lit store in the center of the construction site with pious expressions. Following Mr. Lin, there is hope for the future. Yeah, killing zombies gives you meat to eat and cigarettes to smoke. Where else can you find such treatment? Morale reached a new height in the smoke. 3 o'clock in the morning. The noise on the construction site not only did not subside, but became even louder. The survivors seemed to be full of energy and were tireless. The energy brought by food is converted into the most primitive power in their bodies. Hurry! Hurry! This is the last car. Concrete mixer ready. Foundation pit number 1 is ready for pouring. The old supervisor stood on a high place. His voice was a little hoarse from shouting, but his spirit was extremely excited. He watched the workers carefully place the tied ground cage steel bars into the dug trench, and watched as several huge concrete mixer trucks roared and slowly approached in the distance. This feeling of creation made his long-dormant blood boil again. Buzz buzz buzz. With the roar of the diesel engine, the first mixer truck started working. Gray concrete slurry is poured precisely into the deep foundation pit where steel bars are laid along a long delivery pipe. Several experienced workers took vibrating rods and reached into the concrete to expel the bubbles inside to ensure the density and solidity of the foundation. The pouring has begun. This means that the heart of this city of hope has truly begun to beat. Everyone stopped what they were doing and watched this historic moment. The gray slurry filled the gullies, smoothed the scars of the wasteland, and filled the emptiness in their hearts. A brand new beginning is being cast in their hands. What are you looking at? Get back to work. The old supervisor roared, waking everyone from their trance. Pit number 1 has been poured, and there are still pits number 2 and number 3. All the foundations must be completed for me before dawn. Good. The survivors responded in unison and turned to their new tasks. No one complained, no one said they were tired. After eating a full meal and seeing hope, the strength seemed to appear out of thin air and could never be used up. Just then, a member of Nightblade walked up to the old supervisor. Mr. Lin is looking for you. The old supervisor was stunned for a moment, then he straightened his dusty clothes and walked quickly towards the convenience store. He felt a little nervous, wondering what this unfathomable Mr. Lin wanted to talk to him about. Is it because the project progress is slow and he is not satisfied? Or is there a problem with the construction quality? The rolling door was open, Lin Mo was sitting on a chair at the door, and Nightingale was standing beside him. The old supervisor walked closer and stopped respectfully. Mr. Lin, you are looking for me. Lin Mo nodded, without any nonsense, and handed over a new drawing. The foundation is well poured, but the wall part needs some modifications. The old supervisor quickly took the blueprint. With the help of the light, he took a look at it and his pupils suddenly contracted. This drawing is more complex and sophisticated than the previous ones. The wall is still 10 meters high and 3 meters thick, this has not changed. But in the middle position 5 meters above the ground, rows of dense holes were clearly marked on the drawing. The structure of each hole is clearly drawn, narrow inside and wide outside, forming a standard shooting hole. This is. The old supervisor's fingers stroked the lines on the drawing, his voice trembling. This is not just a wall. This is the prototype of a war fortress. These shooting holes and internal passages need to be reserved inside the wall. Build battlements and observation towers on the top, reserve cable ducts for the convenient placement of cameras and searchlights. Lin Mo's tone was flat. I want this wall to not only stop zombies, but also kill them. The old supervisor's breathing became heavy. He has been dealing with steel and cement all his life and knows the significance of this drawing very well. This is no longer an ordinary civilian building, but a standard military fortification. Mr. Lin, this construction is difficult. The old supervisor was a little hesitant. You don't have to worry about manpower and materials. Lin Mo interrupted him. I just want results. The old supervisor fell silent. He lowered his head and looked at the drawing again, then raised his head after a moment with a determined look in his eyes. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will definitely complete the task. After saying that, he took the drawings, turned around and ran back to the construction site, as if delaying for even a second would be a sin. In the following time, the old supervisor seemed like a different person. He gathered all the technical backbones together, and explained the key points of construction over and over again while comparing them with the new drawings. Reserving shooting holes and internal passages means that the steel structure of the wall must be substantially modified. In order to ensure that the internal passage does not affect the overall structural strength, structural reinforcement is required in many places. The production and fixing of the template is more than 10 times more complicated than before. But no one raised any objection. The better the wall is built, the safer they will be. Because Mr. Lin said that those who participate in the construction will be able to have a place in the new city. The sky was getting light and the outline of the ruins appeared in the morning light. The searchlights in the central square were still on, competing with the rising sun for brilliance. At the construction site, the roar that had been noisy all night reached its peak at this moment. The survivors' eyes were red, but there was no sign of fatigue on their faces, only a kind of excited fanaticism. All foundation tunnels have been completed with concrete pouring. The old supervisor stood on a newly poured foundation. The cement under his feet was still warm. He held a new blueprint in his hand and yelled at a group of technical backbones. Template. Do you understand the template? The dimensions of the firing holes, narrow inside and wide outside, and the angles have all been calculated precisely. If you're off by even a fraction, I'll skin you alive. The passage inside the wall is 2 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. The steel cage structure must be strengthened. People will be walking through this area in the future. The staircase template must also be prepared simultaneously to facilitate the subsequent entry and exit of ammunition and personnel. Dozens of former engineers and masters gathered around the drawings, each with an expression of extreme concentration. They are using cut wood boards and steel to make molds of strange shapes. These molds will be fixed between the steel skeleton of the wall, and after pouring concrete, standard shooting holes and internal passages will be formed. The difficulty of construction is more than an order of magnitude higher than simply building a wall. But no one complained. They looked at the fortress-like wall on the blueprint, and they all knew that the stronger the wall was, the greater their hope of survival in the future. In the distance, a huge crane slowly lifted the first section of the wall reinforcement cage that had been tied. It was a huge steel frame, 10 meters long and 5 meters high, with a complex internal structure and a skeleton with reserved shooting holes and passages. Wall number 1, get ready. Hold steady. Aim at the embedded foundation parts. Slow down. The old supervisor stood on a high place, his hoarse voice revealing an irrepressible excitement. Under his command, the huge steel skeleton was precisely placed on the poured foundation and connected tightly with the embedded steel bars. The moment the steel cage was put into place, the entire construction site erupted in thunderous cheers. It's up! The wall is up! Ha ha! I built this wall with my own hands. The survivors waved the tools in their hands, jumped and danced, tears glistening in their red eyes. On the defense line, the soldiers who were relieved were also looking a little dazed. They stayed up all night and listened to the roar all night. It was not until this moment that they truly understood what earth-shaking changes were taking place in this construction site. Oh my God, they really built it. A soldier muttered to himself, smoking a cigarette. If this wall is built, not to mention zombies, even tanks might not be able to blow it open. That's nothing. I heard from the first group of guys who were on duty that Mr. Lin just waved his hand last night. The soldier lowered his voice and made a gesture. Thousands of zombies, all gone in a flash. Not even a complete corpse was left. The soldiers around gasped when they heard this, and when they looked towards the store, their expressions became even more odd. Just then, the aroma of food wafted in the air again. Not broth. There was steaming white rice porridge, freshly baked meat buns, and several large pots of fried pickles. It's time for dinner. Come over here for breakfast. The nightingale's voice rang out. The workers immediately put down their tools and lined up in a long queue. This time, no one ate as voraciously as they did last night. They ate slowly with a look of peaceful happiness on their faces. The soldiers on the defense line also received their breakfast, 4 large meat buns and a bowl of hot porridge for each person, which was enough. A young soldier took a bite of half a bun, and the aroma of meat in his mouth made him squint his eyes happily. Fuck, this is how people live. He sighed vaguely, drawing the agreement of his companions. That's right. I'm used to having 2 meals a day. I'm not used to having breakfast out of the blue. Hiss, this meat bun is really filling. Now, Mr. Lin's place is the only place where you can eat fresh food. There's some soy milk and fried dough sticks over there. I'll go get some more. The rolling shutter door of the convenience store opened and Lin Mo walked out. The noisy construction site became much quieter unconsciously because of his appearance. The old supervisor came trotting over with a smile that seemed to be asking for credit. Mr. Lin, look, it's exactly as planned, not even a fraction. Lin Mo nodded. Well done. He looked at the old supervisor and said, for the subsequent walls, continue to follow this standard. I don't understand the technical aspects, so please keep an eye on it. Don't worry. The old supervisor patted his chest and assured, with your food, these guys are full of energy. I guarantee that within 3 days, the entire wall skeleton will be erected. Lin Mo said nothing more and looked at Nightingale at the door. I'm going to be away for a while. Nightingale's expression became serious. Boss, how long will it take? It's estimated to take 12 hours. Lin Mo looked at her. While I'm away, you'll be fully responsible here. The construction progress cannot be stopped. You will also coordinate the defense of the 4 major forces. Yes, Nightingale agreed straightforwardly. We're still recruiting. Don't worry about having too many people. As long as they're confirmed to have no problems after cross-certification, we'll put them into work. People who understand technology are paid better. The workers' dormitories should be well allocated, and attention should also be paid to hygiene, such as providing more bathrooms. Okay, boss. Nightingale agreed again. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the bustling construction site, and then glanced at the soldiers on the circular defense line in the distance. I'm leaving now, please take care of yourselves. After saying that, Lin Mo turned around and went back to the store and pulled down the shutter door. Shuttle. Back in the real world, Lin Mo checked the time. It was a little after 6 in the morning, less than 4 hours until the scheduled meeting time. At 9 o'clock, Lin Mo was woken up by the alarm on his cell phone. After washing up, he drove the ordinary white van, merged into the morning rush hour traffic, and headed towards UNSing Technology. Half an hour later, the truck stopped downstairs of UNSing Technology's office building. Zhang Yi had been waiting at the door. She was wearing a smart business suit, but her clenched hands revealed her inner nervousness. Seeing Lin Mo getting off the truck, she hurried to meet him. Director Lin, Director Zhang, and the others have arrived and are in the reception room upstairs. Lin Mo nodded and followed Zhang Yi into the building. The atmosphere in the entire company was different from usual. Employees walked on tiptoe and the air was filled with solemnity. At the door of the reception room stood two young men in black suits, standing straight with serious expressions. When they saw Lin Mo and Zhang Yi coming over, they just glanced at them and didn't stop them, but they didn't express anything either. Zhang Yi pushed open the door. There were three people sitting in the reception room. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a square face and meticulously combed hair. Although he was wearing casual clothes, he could not conceal the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He is Director Zhang of the Ministry of Energy. Behind him, there were two young people, a man and a woman, who were recording something quickly. Seeing Lin Mo come in, Director Zhang's eyes fell on him. He was a very ordinary young man, dressed casually, and there was nothing special about him. But he was the man behind the scenes who stirred up the entire energy industry and caused Tianheng Energy to collapse overnight. Director Zhang, this is the chairman of our Yuansing Technology, Mr. Lin Mo. Zhang Yi introduced from the side. Hello, Director Zhang. Lin Mo extended his hand. Director Zhang stood up and shook hands with him. His movements were standard and the strength was just right. Mr. Lin, you are young and promising. His tone was polite, but his eyes were full of scrutiny. After both parties sat down, Zhang Yi began to introduce the company's development plan and the performance parameters of the Yuansing 1 battery according to the prepared process. Director Zhang listened very carefully and nodded from time to time, but the two young men behind him hardly looked up, but just wrote something quickly in their notebooks. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yi's introduction ended. There was a brief silence in the reception room. Mr. Linear. Director Zhang finally spoke. He didn't look at Zhang Yi, but looked directly at Lin Mo. I've read your technical report. It's astonishing, even revolutionary. He leaned forward slightly, folding his hands on the table. I want to know, is the source of this technology reliable? Are subsequent technological upgrades guaranteed? This issue is very acute. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Lin Mo's expression didn't change at all. Director Zhang, the source of the technology is a commercial secret. I cannot disclose it. What I can guarantee is that this technology is completely under my personal control, there are no patent disputes, and the subsequent upgrade roadmap has been planned to the 5th generation. Lin Mo's answer was flawless, and Zhang Yi's eyes behind him narrowed slightly. 5th generation? When was this planned? How come she didn't know anything about it? Director Zhang had the same idea. As an official representative, he did his homework before coming. To be honest, the technical parameters of Yuansing 1 are amazing, even terrifying. With twice the parameters of battery products on the market, the mileage of electric vehicles will be directly doubled under the same specifications. And the safety is so high that even if the car is smashed to pieces, the battery will not catch fire or explode. Such an awesome product, the 1st generation has already exceeded the expectations of the whole world, but now Lin Mo tells him that the 5th generation has been planned? What an exaggerated parameter. Director Zhang couldn't help but look at Lin Mo for a few seconds. Instead of continuing to ask questions, he changed the subject. Okay, let's talk about production capacity. You have already taken over Tianheng Energy's production park. I've reviewed your plan and you plan to restore all production lines within 3 months. What do you think of this speed, Mr. Lin? Too slow. Lin Mo answered simply. The equipment is readily available and can be used with a little modification. The employees are all experienced and there is no need to recruit new ones. They can return to work after training. The entire process can be completed within a month. The only thing that might slow down the progress is some administrative approval processes. Lin Mo threw the question back calmly. A meaningful curve appeared at the corner of Director Zhang's mouth. Mr. Lin is a man of quick words. Don't worry about the approval process. The Ministry of Energy will set up a special team to follow up on your project throughout the entire process and handle special matters promptly. I came here today just to give you some peace of mind. He paused and changed the subject. But we also have one condition. Here it comes. Lin Mo and Zhang Yi both knew that this was the main topic of today's meeting. Director Zhang, please speak. The technology of Yuansing 1 is of great significance to the country's energy security strategy. Director Zhang's voice became serious. We hope that Yuansing technology can carry out in-depth cooperation with the country. The state will inject capital to establish a new joint venture to jointly develop and produce the Yuansing series of batteries. The state will hold 51% of the shares and control the shares. Of course, we won't interfere too much in daily operations and technological research and development. Your team, Mr. Lin, will still be in the lead. In return, the state will provide the new company with comprehensive policy support, including but not limited to tax exemptions, land supply, and access to procurement channels for all military and state-owned enterprises. He spoke slowly, but his core demands could be summed up in one sentence: directly incorporate UN-seeing technology. Although the conditions are generous, this will undoubtedly force Lin Mo to hand over the most important thing. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Mo nervously, his palms full of sweat. Lin Mo smiled. He picked up the teacup in front of him and blew on it gently, but did not drink it. Director Zhang. His voice was calm, and no emotion could be heard. Your suggestion is good, but you seem to have made a mistake. Director Zhang frowned slightly. Lin Mo put down the teacup and looked up at him. I am not sitting here today to ask for help from the state. I'm giving the country a chance. An opportunity to take the lead in the next round of energy revolution. The air in the entire reception room seemed to freeze at this moment. The two young men behind Director Zhang stopped writing and looked up in surprise. Zhang Yi even felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Director Zhang's face darkened little by little. He had met countless business tycoons, and when facing him, they were all cautious, even servile. I have never seen a young man as arrogant as Lin Mo. Lin Mo ignored everyone's different expressions and continued. Controlling rights, impossible. UN-seeing technology, from the beginning to the end, will only have me as a shareholder. As for cooperation, he held up a finger, I can set up a new sales company specifically to handle orders for military and national strategic projects. In this company, UN-seeing technology holds 90% of the shares, and you hold 10%. That's my bottom line. The temperature in the reception room seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant. The two young men behind Director Zhang placed their pens on the paper, leaving a small mark of ink. They looked up, their expressions stiff. Zhang Yi sat next to Lin Mo and felt that his breathing had stopped. Her mind was blank, with only Lin Mo's plain yet earth-shattering words echoing in her mind. I am giving the country a chance. How dare he? How dare he say such things to the director of the Department of Energy? Director Zhang's face darkened visibly. The muscles on his face were tense, and the majesty he had developed from years of being in a high position turned into a tangible pressure, enveloping the entire room. He didn't get angry, just sneered briefly. Young man, it seems that you don't fully understand your situation. His voice was not loud, but it carried a chill. Without the support of the country and our approval, do you think your battery can leave this building? Technical review, safety standards, production permits, environmental assessments, any one of these steps can turn your far-star technology into a pile of scrap metal. I admit that your skills are excellent, but in this country, skills alone are not enough. He leaned forward slightly and spoke each word with emphasis. Without us, you are nothing. This is a naked threat. It is the most direct and effective way for the system to crush capital. Zhang Yi's palms were already covered in cold sweat. She subconsciously wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but found that her throat was so dry that she couldn't make a sound. Lin Mo seemed to feel no pressure at all. He leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. Director Zhang, you still don't understand. Lin Mo picked up the teacup on the table, and this time, he took a sip. I understand everything you said. Approvals, processes, rules, these things are used to restrict ordinary people, not to restrict me. He put down the teacup with a soft click. Because the rules are made by the strong. Lin Mo raised his head and looked at the other person calmly. And I happen to be the one who can make new rules. Do you think your approval process is more important, or is it more important to allow the country to completely break free from energy constraints in the next era? Director Zhang's pupils contracted. Lin Mo didn't give him time to react and continued. The fifth-generation technology one just mentioned is not empty talk. Its energy density is 3 times that of UN-seeing 1. Its charging speed is such that it can fully charge a heavy truck in 5 minutes. Moreover, it is no longer just a concept on paper, but has already entered the prototype testing stage. Zhang Yi suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Mo, his eyes full of shock. Is there really a 5th generation? And it has already entered the prototype testing? How come she has no idea at all? Director Zhang and the 2 recorders behind him also showed expressions of disbelief. The technical parameters of UN-seeing 1 are enough to subvert the market. If the energy density is tripled again, a heavy truck can be fully charged in 5 minutes? What does that mean? That means that fuel vehicles will be completely swept into the dustbin of history. The country's entire energy strategy, transportation system, and even military equipment structure will undergo earth-shaking changes as a result. Is what you said true? Director Zhang's voice fluctuated for the first time. I don't need to lie to you. Lin Mo's tone was calm. And this isn't the end. As long as I want, the 6th and 7th generations of technology will continue to flow from my hands. It's not just batteries, there will be other things. Now, do you still think you are qualified to use those so-called procedures to negotiate terms with me? Lin Mo stood up and looked down at him. my technology can be used in China or in any other country. As far as I know, quite a few people have made me offers I can't refuse. Permanent tax exemptions, independent industrial parks, and even willingness to amend their country's patent laws for me. The reason I'm still sitting here is because I'm standing for my own country. But my patience is limited. Lin Mo's words hit Director Zhang's heart hard. Threaten? This opponent is the real threat. Use the entire country's future energy strategy to threaten him alone. Director Zhang felt that his back had become wet without him noticing. The power and status that he was proud of seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the other party's absolute technology that was enough to change the world. He wanted to retort and scold the other party's arrogance. But when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't say a word, because what Lin Mo said was true. If this technology were to leak abroad, the consequences, he didn't dare to think about it. He cannot bear this responsibility. Even the entire Department of Energy can't afford it. The press conference was held in China, and the factory was also here, but then they turned around and told the public that Yuan-Xing technology had moved abroad. It's unimaginable how much public pressure this will cause. The reception room was dead silent. Only the two recorders were left, their breathing becoming heavy due to nervousness. 90%, this is my bottom line. Lin Mo's voice broke the silence. I must control that sales company. This not only protects my interests, but also serves as a prerequisite for the smooth implementation of subsequent technologies. You can send people to oversee the finances and review all orders, but the company's decision-making power must be in my hands. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he glanced at his watch. I have something else to do, so I won't stay any longer. Mr. John, please show him out. He stood up and was about to leave. This is no longer a negotiation, but a unilateral ultimatum. Zhang Yi froze in place, his mind still in a mess, not knowing how to react. Mr. Lin, please stay. Director Zhang stood up suddenly, with a hint of urgency in his tone that he himself was not aware of. He knew that if he let Lin Mo walk out of this door today, the initiative would completely change hands. However, at this moment, buzz. A black cell phone in his assistant's pocket vibrated briefly. Not the one he usually uses. The assistant's face changed and he immediately took out his cell phone and handed it respectfully to Director Zhang. The moment Director Zhang saw the caller ID, his expression became extremely serious. He made a please wait gesture to Lin Mo, then walked to the corner and answered the phone. Yes, Commander. Clear. I understand. His answer was brief, but the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. A few seconds later, he hung up the phone. Everyone in the reception room was looking at him. Director Zhang took a deep breath and slowly walked back to Lin Mo. He looked at Lin Mo with an extremely complicated expression. The majesty, anger, and helplessness he had shown before had all disappeared. Instead, there was an expression mixed with awe and confusion. Mr. Linear. He spoke again, his voice a little dry. Just now, it was an order from above. We completely agree to all your conditions. Not only that, the country will give you the highest priority and provide you with all the support you need without any upper limit. The air in the reception room was stagnant. Director Zhang's words exploded in Zhang Yi's mind like a bombshell. Totally agree? Unlimited support? The contrast between before and after was so great that she couldn't understand it. The situation was tense just now, and they seemed ready to devour Yuan-Xing technology alive. After one phone call, it became unconditional compromise and support. Who called that phone? What did you say? Director Zhang looked at Lin Mo, his expression no longer showing the scrutiny and oppression he had before, but instead a complex emotion that he himself could not understand. Mr. Lin, I am shallow. He took the initiative to admit his mistake and was very humble. Your vision and pattern are far beyond my imagination. It has been clearly stated from above that the Yuan-Xing Technology Project is a top national strategy. Our Ministry of Energy and all relevant departments will open the highest level of green channels for this purpose. The two young men behind Director Zhang were completely stunned. They had followed Director Zhang for so long, but had never seen him speak to others in such a humble tone. Lin Mo's expression didn't change much from beginning to end. He sat back in his chair, as if everything that had just happened was just a trivial episode. It's good that Director Zhang has figured it out. This is a good thing for you, for the Department of Energy, and for the country. His tone was calm, without the boasting of a winner, nor the slightest hint of smugness. He was just stating a fact. This attitude, on the contrary, made Director Zhang more convinced that Lin Mo was not threatening the country, but really wanted to do practical things without interference. Then, regarding the cooperation, Director Zhang began tentatively. Just do as I say. Lin Mo picked up the teacup. We'll set up a sales company. I'll own 90% of the shares, and you can invest in channels and policies, and own 10%. No problem. Director Zhang agreed immediately, fearing that Lin Mo would go back on his word. The task force will complete all approval processes today. You can begin the renovation of the production park at any time. If you need any equipment or personnel, please list them and we will coordinate. It seems that we have reached a consensus. There was no emotion in Lin Mo's tone. Director John took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. The expression on his face was complicated, and finally turned into a solemn politeness. Yes, Mr. Linear. He extended his hand again. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure working with you. Lin Mo shook hands with him. The atmosphere then became a little subtle. Before it was negotiation, now it is listening to instructions. Director Zhang took the initiative to inquire about all the difficulties Yuanxing Technology might encounter when taking over Tianheng Energy Park. From import permits for equipment modification, to household registration arrangements for technical workers, to land planning for subsequent expansion. He promised that the task force would provide solutions to all problems within 24 hours. After seeing off Director Zhang and his group, Zhang Yi closed the door of the reception room, feeling a little dazed. Mr. Lin. Zhang Yi was about to speak. Please follow up on the subsequent contracts. Lin Mo interrupted her. The terms will be as I say. We must take the absolute initiative. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded subconsciously. The daily operations of the company are still left to you. After Lin Mo said this, he walked straight out. Where are you going? Something. Lin Mo's figure disappeared at the door, leaving Zhang Yi alone in the empty reception room, his mind still confused. Lin Mo walked out of the Yuanxing Technology building and got into the white van. He didn't start the car immediately. Instead, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number he had just saved. This was the business card that Director Zhang's assistant handed to him before he left the reception room. There was only a phone number on it, saying it was a 24-hour hotline that could solve any problems raised by Lin Mo. The call was connected almost instantly. Mr. Linear. Director Zhang's voice came with a deliberate warmth and caution. He was currently sitting in the special car returning to the department, still reviewing every detail of what had just happened in his mind. Director John, let's not waste the pleasantries. Lin Mo's voice was calm. Since this is the highest priority support, I would like to make my first request. Here it comes. Director John perked up and immediately sat up straight. He guessed that Lin Mo's first request would most likely be about the handling of Tianheng Energy's hundreds of billions of bad debts, or he hoped that the country would step in to coordinate relations with foreign suppliers. Please tell us, we will fully cooperate. Lin Mo leaned on the driver's seat of the truck, looked out the window, and spoke lightly. I want bullets. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Director Zhang even subconsciously took the phone away from his ear and glanced at the screen to confirm that the call was not interrupted. Mr. Lin, he began tentatively, his tone filled with uncertainty. What did you just say? The signal wasn't very good, I couldn't hear clearly. I said, I want bullets. 7.62mm rifle ammunition, 1 million rounds. 12.7mm heavy machine gun ammunition, 500,000 rounds. Let's have some grenades, just in case. There was only dead silence on the phone. Director John felt his palms soaked with cold sweat. He thought Lin Mo would ask for money, policies, and rare production materials. He never imagined that the other party asked for arms. And it's such a huge number. This has far exceeded the scope of violating principles and is touching the country's most sensitive bottom line. Mr. Lin, this. Director Zhang's voice was extremely dry. This is impossible. Firearms and ammunition are the highest level of controlled items in the country. No one can possess them privately. It's a felony. And you want such a large quantity. I know. Lin Mo's tone was calm. That's why I came to you. You just said that you would provide me with all the support I need, without any upper limit. Right now, this is all I need. Director Zhang's brain was working rapidly, trying to understand Lin Mo's intentions. Bullet? What does a person working on new energy batteries need bullets for? What kind of outrageous request is this? He even suspected that this was Lin Mo testing the country's sincerity in a way that he could not understand. Mr. Lin, your request, is it a bit? Director Zhang struggled to organize his words. Is it inconvenient? There was no emotion in Lin Mo's tone. If the finished product is strictly controlled, it will be inconvenient to give it. Then you can provide the raw materials. I can process them myself. The silence on the other end of the phone lasted for a full minute. Lin Mo didn't urge him, but just waited quietly. Finally, Director Zhang's voice sounded again. I need to report this to my superiors. The call was hung up, but Director Zhang's hand was still raised to his ear, but the phone screen had gone dark. The two young recorders didn't dare to breathe. Is this what they can hear? Bullet. 1 million rounds of rifle ammunition, 500,000 rounds of heavy machine gun ammunition, and grenades. This young man surnamed Lin was not joking, nor was he testing someone. He just really wanted these things. Director Zhang felt a chill on the back of his neck, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out. He has been in a high position for many years and has dealt with countless difficult cases, but none of them was more outrageous and crazy than the request in the phone call just now. No, he is from the Ministry of Energy, not the military. Are all the young people nowadays so wild? Parking. Director Zhang's voice was hoarse. The black car slowly pulled over and stopped at an empty intersection. You two, go down. Director Zhang said to the two young men behind him. The two men opened the car door and got out immediately as if they had been pardoned. Only Director Zhang and the driver were left in the car. The driver's mouth trembled slightly. He wants to get off the bus too. Director Zhang took out a black cell phone from the armrest box, took a deep breath, and dialed a number in the address book that had no notes. The phone rang 3 times before being connected. There was no sound from inside, only silence, as if waiting for him to speak. Chief. Director Zhang straightened his back unconsciously, and his voice was very low, full of awe. Mr. Lin made his first request. There was still silence on the other end of the phone. Director Zhang licked his cracked lips and repeated himself with difficulty. He needs a batch of supplies. 7.62mm rifle ammunition, 1 million rounds. 12.7mm heavy machine gun ammunition, 500,000 rounds. And a number of grenades. Every time Director Zhang spoke a word, he felt a cold sweat on his back. When everything was said, the car fell into a suffocating silence again. Director Zhang could even hear his own rapid heartbeat due to nervousness. He didn't know what the person on the other end of the phone was thinking, nor did he know whether what was about to happen to him was the wrath of thunder or something else. This requirement is no longer a violation, but a complete crime, and a serious crime at that. A full half-minute passed. Finally, an old but powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. I understand. I will send someone to follow up on this matter. You don't need to get involved in the future. Director Zhang's brain buzzed and went blank. Agree? The higher UPS actually agreed? He even thought he had heard it wrong. Commander, this. Director Zhang subconsciously retorted, this is against the rules. If something goes wrong, there will be no turning back. You don't understand. The voice on the other end of the phone said calmly, given the technical specifications of UN Sing 1, Lin Mo would be treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. If he teamed up with those people on Wall Street and shorted it in advance, he could easily reap huge profits and severely damage our stock market. After all, before the press conference, we had no idea this product existed. He wants to leave, and no one can stop him. But he didn't. Instead, he held a press conference. This shows that the young man has his motherland in his heart. We don't need to fully understand where his skills come from, we just need to be sure of one thing. Don't let the patriots get discouraged. Just pretend this call never happened. I'll arrange for someone to handle it. Your mission is to help UN Sing Technology solve its business and policy challenges. Do you understand? On the other end of the phone, the old voice uttered the last word and then hung up. Director John stood there holding his cell phone. The sunlight came in through the car window, but he couldn't feel a trace of warmth. You don't understand. Don't let the patriots get discouraged. These two sentences echoed in his mind again and again. He really doesn't understand. But he understood the order. The attention paid to this young man named Lin Mo by his superiors was far deeper than he had imagined. He thought he was here to conduct an investigation and negotiate, but after all, he turned out to be just a mouthpiece. A firewall that separates business and policy issues from the real big things. In the white van, Lin Mo put down his phone. He started the car, but did not leave immediately. He just looked at the UN Sing Technology building quietly. 5 minutes later, the phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Mr. Linear. There was a steady male voice on the phone. It was hard to tell his age, and his tone was flat without any emotion. Your request has been approved. We cannot provide finished products, only raw materials. Please provide a delivery address and a convenient time. No questioning, no temptation, only the most direct execution. Tonight between 10 and 12. Lin Mo gave another address. It was a waste logistics park located in the far suburbs of the city, and he had long set his eyes on one of the largest warehouses. Receive. The other party agreed straightforwardly. The nature of this batch of materials is special. We will handle all the transportation links and will not leave any traces. In addition, we will give you a new mobile phone and assign a dedicated contact person who will be on call 24 hours a day. If you have any questions outside of business, you can use that phone directly. We have met your request. We also have a request. Please listen to it, Mr. Linear. Speaking. We will control 49% of the newly established commercial company, and Farstar Technology will hold 51%. We cannot sell any of these shares to other companies or individuals. Even if they do, it must be us. As for Farstar Technology, we will not interfere. However, if Mr. Lin wishes to transfer any shares, please give them to us first. I believe Mr. Lin understands what I mean. No problem. I'll let Zhang Yi know about the new company, and we can just sign the contract when the time comes. Although we believe Mr. Lin will not act rashly, we still want to remind you that what you want is unusual, so please be careful. Don't worry, not a single bit of the material will leak into the market. We believe you. So, happy cooperation, Mr. Linear. It's a pleasure to work with you. The phone was hung up. Lin Mo threw his phone on the passenger seat and closed his eyes to review what happened today. From the initial tension, to the unconditional compromise later, to the final decisive execution call. The development of things was both unexpected and reasonable. The other party increased the shares of the new company from 10% to 49%, which seemed to be a demand for benefits, but was actually a deeper bondage. Agreeing to provide raw materials for bullets is a gesture. A gesture of we know you have secrets, but as long as your roots are here, we can ignore the rules for you. Lin Mo silently gave a thumbs up. He likes to deal with smart people. Anyway, the goal was achieved. If you want to build your own power and defend your territory in the end times, ammunition is essential. Only with sufficient bullets can the new city truly become a fortress and the city walls will never fall. Only then could Lin Mo form an expedition team to bring back what he wanted. Then next, it's time to buy a lathe. The car started and the white van merged into the traffic flow. Lin Mo did not return to the convenience store. The raw materials for the bullets will not arrive until tonight, and before that, he needs to prepare the equipment to process these things. He called Su Wan again. Mr. Linear. Su Wan's voice was as respectful as ever. I need a new batch of stuff. Lin Mo said straight to the point, let's meet at the usual place. I'll bring the list. Okay, Mr. Tang is also in the tea garden. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo turned the car around and drove towards Jingxin Tea Garden. Half an hour later, the familiar white truck stopped at the entrance of the tea garden. Su Wan was already waiting, but there was another person standing next to her today. A woman, about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a well-tailored women's suit, with her long hair neatly tied back. Her facial features were delicate, but her expression was cold. When she saw Lin Mo get out of the car, her eyes swept him from head to toe with a scrutinizing look. Mr. Lin, this is Tang Keqing, Elder Tang's eldest granddaughter, Su Wan introduced. From now on, some of the affairs of the Tang family will be taken over by Miss Keqing. Tang Keqing extended her hand, her voice as cold as her expression. Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Mo shook hands with her, and the touch was cold, and they separated immediately. Hello. The three of them walked into the tea garden. The atmosphere was more solemn than the last time Lin Mo came. In the reception room, Mr. Tang was still sitting on the armchair, but today he was not making tea. Instead, he was reading a document in his hand. Mr. Lin is here, please sit down. Mr. Tang put down the documents and a kind smile appeared on his face. Lin Mo sat down and pushed a new list over. I have to trouble Mr. Tang again. Mr. Tang didn't look at the list, but gestured. Tang Keqing, who was standing by, stepped forward and picked up the paper. After just one glance, her brows furrowed slightly. High Precision 5-Axis Machining Center, CNC Lathe, High Power Laser Cutting Machine. Tang Keqing raised her head and looked at Lin Mo with a cold gaze. Mr. Lin, the items on this list are not simple. Her tone was a little uneasy. Can you tell me their general purpose? Of course I have my uses. Lin Mo's answer was very calm. What's the use? Tang Keqing asked. Lin Mo looked at Tang Keqing. Do I need to explain to you what I did? Tang Keqing's expression froze, and she was about to explode when old Tang interrupted at the right time. Keqing. Mr. Tang finally spoke. The old man looked at Lin Mo with a smile on his face. Children are ignorant, please don't be offended, Mr. Linear. Lin Mo remained silent, but his silence itself spoke volumes. If all the younger generations of the Tang family are like this, then he has to consider changing his partner. Mr. Tang naturally knew this, turned to look at his granddaughter, and the smile on his face faded. Keqing apologized to Mr. Linear. Have you forgotten what I told you? You don't need to report all of Mr. Lin's needs, prices, channels, and risks to me. I just want a result. Send what Mr. Lin needs to him in the shortest possible time. Tang Keqing's body trembled slightly. She looked at her grandfather, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but she finally lowered her head. Yes, Grandpa. She looked at Lin Mo again and said seriously, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Old Tang looked at Lin Mo again. Okay. Lin Mo nodded. Do you want cash or gold? There's no rush for money. Elder Tang waved his hand. Mr. Lin, I have a favor to ask. Mr. Tang, please speak. I heard that you were acquiring Tianheng's business and wanted to transform it to specialize in producing low-performance UNC batteries. Our Tang family also has some access to raw materials. I hope Mr. Lin can give you a chance. The old man spoke in a very sincere tone and kept a low profile. Lin Mo looked at him and was silent for a moment. Good. One word weighs 1,000 pounds. The wrinkles on Mr. Tang's face instantly smoothed out, revealing a smile that came from the heart. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Keqing will take care of what you want. Can. After the matter was settled, Lin Mo did not stay any longer and stood up to say goodbye. Tang Keqing personally saw him off to the gate. Mr. Linear. Tang Keqing suddenly spoke when Lin Mo was about to get in the car. What's up? I'll find a way to gather all the equipment on the list. It'll take 3 days. Her voice remained cold. I'll arrange for a completely secure warehouse to hand it over. I'll let you know the address and time in advance. Lin Mo got on the driver's seat and said without looking back, too slow. I need to see the first batch of goods before dinner. I'll send you the address later. If you can't do it, go find Mr. Tang. After that, he didn't care about Tang Keqing's expression and started the car and left. The white van disappeared at the end of the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tang Keqing stood at the entrance of the tea garden. The early summer breeze blew her hair, but she could not feel any warmth. Before dinner. If you can't do it, go find Mr. Tang. The man didn't even look back at her, as if she was just a secretary responsible for delivering a message. A feeling of being despised and ignored made her clench her fists. Tang Keqing has been a favored girl since childhood. She graduated from a prestigious university. After taking over the family business, she managed the industry in an orderly manner with her fierce means and accurate judgment, making those uncles who were waiting to laugh at her shut up. She is used to being in control of everything and using data and logic to analyze risks and returns. But today, she met Lin Mo, and she had no place to display her abilities. The other party didn't put her in a position of equal dialogue at all. Miss Keqing. Su Wan was standing aside, her voice filled with worry. Tang Keqing did not respond, turned around and walked quickly back to the reception room. In the reception room, Mr. Tang was slowly and attentively washing a purple clay cup with a teacup, his movements focused as if the conversation that had just determined the fate of the family had never happened. Tang Keqing walked in quickly in high heels and stopped in front of the table. Grandfather. There was a hint of anger in her voice. Do you know what the things on that list mean? Mr. Tang didn't look up and continued to rinse the teacup with hot water. It means risk. Tang Keqing's voice rose a few degrees. The things he wants have nothing to do with battery production, especially the deep drawing machine, the sealing machine, and the special sealing machine. This is simply the word arms manufacturing written all over his face. And his attitude, demanding the first shipment before dinner. Who does he think he is? This is not cooperation at all. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Grandpa, you're betting the future of the entire Tang family on him. It's too hasty. I think you need to reconsider this. Mr. Tang finally put down the teacup and raised his head. His eyes were calm, without any ripples due to his granddaughter's questioning. Keqing, you are used to considering the risks first and the rewards second when dealing with people. Shouldn't it be like this? Tang Keqing asked back. That's true for ordinary people. Elder Tang picked up the washed teacup, held it to his nose and sniffed the tea. But not for Mr. Linear. He put down his teacup and looked at his granddaughter. When you look at him, you see a risk. What I see is an opportunity to make the Tang family prosperous for another 50 years. Tianheng Energy, a company worth hundreds of billions, collapsed in an instant. Do you think this is something an ordinary person can do? The key is to review the entire process. You will find that Mr. Lin did not regard Tianheng as an opponent at all. It was Zhou Zhen who approached him on his own and was then crushed to pieces. Tang Keqing moved her lips but didn't say anything. This is a fact. Tianheng Energy did not die from commercial competition, but from suicide. So, it's not our place to ask what Mr. Lin wants. Elder Tang's voice deepened. If he wants it, we'll give it to him. If he needs it urgently, we'll do everything we can to get it for him. This is against the rules. Rules? Elder Tang interrupted her. Rules are used to restrain the weak. Is Mr. Lin a weak person? Tang Keqing's body froze. I understand. After a long time, she squeezed out these words from between her teeth. No, you don't understand. Elder Tang shook his head. You're still not convinced. He stood up, walked to Tang Keqing, reached out to straighten her messy collar, his eyes full of doting. Keqing, you are my most promising junior, and you are very capable. But you are too arrogant and too particular about rules. Remember, you don't have any bargaining chips in front of Mr. Lin. Neither do we in the Tang family. Your task is not to judge whether Mr. Lin's request is reasonable, nor to assess the risks of this matter. You have only one mission. Mr. Tang stared into her eyes, emphasizing each word. Implement. Tang Keqing's fingertips trembled slightly, and she lowered her eyes to hide her unwillingness. Yes, Grandpa. Seeing Tang Keqing's expression, Elder Tang knew she must still be holding a grudge. He sighed and said slowly, I received news that Director Zhang from the Ministry of Energy went to UN Seeing Technology this morning. Tang Keqing looked up suddenly, her eyes full of confusion. Director of the Ministry of Energy? A person of this level would go to a newly established company in person? A director in charge of the country's energy lifeline came to visit us in person. What do you think he is going to do? Mr. Tang did not wait for her to answer and continued to speak. The technology of UN Seeing 1 is enough to change the international energy landscape. The country cannot allow such things to remain in private hands. Therefore, Director Zhang's visit has only one purpose. Mr. Tang extended a finger. Recruit. Tang Keqing's heart skipped a beat. She certainly understood what this meant. Either the state injects capital and takes control, or uses various administrative measures to force the other party to hand over the technology. This is an inevitable process. Old Tang took 2 steps and turned to look at her. But what happened? Mr. Lin walked out of the building safe and sound, and then he came to us to ask for these sensitive equipment. What does this mean? Tang Keqing's brain was working rapidly, and a guess that she found hard to accept came to her mind. That means, Director Zhang failed. She said dryly. Failed? Elder Tang smiled. That's too polite. It must have been a complete failure. Think about it, if the negotiations have simply reached a deadlock, Mr. Lin should be keeping a low profile instead of blatantly purchasing these things from us. Mr. Tang lowered his voice a few notches, with a penetrating power that made one's heart palpitate. The whereabouts of each of these high-precision machine tools he requested are strictly monitored. Even if our Tang family has extensive connections, there's no way we could get these things without them noticing. The color on Tang Keqing's face faded little by little. She finally understood. The so-called business logic and risk assessment are ridiculously naive in the face of real top-level game. So, Tang Keqing's voice trembled, he's not afraid of being found out at all. He wants these things, and the higher UPS know clearly. It's more than clear. Every word Mr. Tang said struck her heart. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin's actions have been tacitly approved by the higher UPS. These words made Tang Keqing's mind buzz. Acquiescence? Allowing him, a private individual, to purchase equipment that can be used to manufacture military-grade parts? How is this possible? All the previous dissatisfaction, doubts, and anger turned into cold horror at this moment. She finally understood what kind of terrifying confidence was hidden beneath Lin Mo's seemingly arrogant calmness. I finally understood why my grandfather would gamble the future of the entire family on the future of this one person. This is not gambling. Instead, he held on to the strongest thigh and boarded the huge ship that was about to set sail. Once successful, the Tang family's position in the next few decades will be unbreakable and will be even higher. Old Tang looked at the changing expressions on his granddaughter's face and knew that she had figured it out. Now, do you still think that Mr. Lin is in a hurry and is trying to embarrass us? Tang Keqing remained silent, gripping her cell phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. He's not trying to embarrass us. Elder Tang's voice became distant. He's giving us a chance to show him the value of the Tang family. If we can't seize this opportunity, the Tang family will be like this in the future. Tang Keqing took a deep breath, and when she raised her head again, all the emotions in her eyes had faded, leaving only relief and determination. Without saying another word to her grandfather, she turned and walked quickly out of the room. Su Wan was waiting outside. When he saw Tang Keqing coming out, he went to greet her worriedly. Miss Keqing. I'm fine. Tang Keqing waved her hand, walked to the side, took out her cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, Tang Keqing's voice was empty of emotion, as flat as a taut steel wire. Uncle Lee, it's me, Tang Keqing. I want that DMG 5-axis machine tool from Hanyi Precision in Dongcheng District. No matter what method you use, I want to see it loaded onto a transport truck within 2 hours. The person on the other end of the phone seemed surprised by the request and said something. You can name any price you want. If he doesn't sell it, tell him that the Tang family will no longer have any business dealings with him. Tang Keqing didn't give the other party any room for bargaining, so she hung up and dialed the next number. Mr. Wang, my name is Tang Keqing. I want all those high-power laser cutting machines you have. I'll send someone to your warehouse to pick them up right away, and the money will be transferred to your company account within half an hour. Yes, now. One call after another was made, each one brief and forceful. The power of the Tang family, which was deeply rooted in this city, was now being mobilized by her without hesitation. Su Wan stood aside, looking at Tang Keqing's profile, feeling a little scared. She had never seen Tang Keqing like this before. She was like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and razor-sharp, leaving no room for maneuver. Miss Keqing, this makes too much noise, Su Wan couldn't help but remind him. Several pieces of equipment on the list are under customs surveillance. Moving them all at once will easily draw attention. Tang Keqing put down her phone and rubbed her eyebrows. I'm ready. She looked out the window at the hustle and bustle of traffic. Contact the legal department and have them on standby. Also, prepare a reserve fund. If any company's goods are seized, we'll double the compensation. She had anticipated the worst outcome. Such a big commotion is bound to violate certain rules and attract official intervention. The Tang family may have to pay a heavy price for this, but Grandpa's words are still ringing in their ears. This is an opportunity. An opportunity to show the value of the Tang family to Lin Mo and also to the higher UPS. This opportunity must be seized. However, the direction of things was completely beyond her expectations. The first call was from Mr. Lee from Hongyi Precision. There was an incomprehensible excitement and confusion in his voice. Ms. Tang, you're incredibly resourceful. I had just loaded my DMG machine onto the truck when the city's traffic control center called and asked if I wanted to apply for temporary traffic control. Tang Keqing was stunned, holding the phone. Traffic control? For the transportation of a machine tool? What did they say? Tang Keqing's voice was a little dry. They said this is to ensure the transportation of emergency supplies for key enterprises, and they can open a green channel for our fleet. Miss Tang, you are so kind. Tang Keqing didn't answer and hung up the phone directly. She stood by the window, looking at the endless stream of vehicles downstairs, her mind in a mess. Coincide? She doesn't believe in coincidences. Soon, the second call came in, from Mr. Wang, who was in charge of the laser cutting machine. His tone was even more exaggerated than Mr. Lee's. Miss Tang, oh my god, the customs officer just called me. Tang Keqing's heart suddenly jumped up. Here it comes. The most worrying thing happened. Several of the cutting machines in that batch were imported from abroad. The procedures are still going through the process and have not been fully implemented. This is a top priority for supervision. Are they going to seize the goods? She tried to keep her voice steady. Seizure? No, no, no. Mr. Wang's voice was almost breaking with excitement. They came to ask me why the expedited customs clearance application for that batch of goods hadn't been submitted yet. They also gave me an internal application code, saying that as long as I filled in this code, the entire process would be completed in 15 minutes. They also said that next time there's an emergency supply call, you can contact their task force directly. They're on duty 24 hours a day. Tang Keqing's breathing stopped. If traffic control could be a form of personal connections at some point, then the special customs team taking the initiative to call and urge customs clearance was definitely not something the Tang family could do with their current resources. Behind this, there is an invisible big hand clearing all obstacles for her. She suddenly remembered what her grandfather said. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin's actions have been tacitly approved by the higher UPS. Before, she only understood the literal meaning of the sentence. It was not until this moment that she truly realized how terrifying the weight of the word acquiescence was. This is not acquiescence. This is the highest level of support. It's a green light all the way and a safe escort. Suwan looked at Tang Keqing's pale face and asked worriedly, Miss Keqing, is something wrong? Tang Keqing shook her head slowly. She walked to the sofa and sat down, her body feeling a little weak. She thought she was dancing on the edge of a knife, taking a huge risk to complete Lin Mo's task. As it turned out, she was not walking on a tightrope, but on a long paved road to heaven. She thought she was the protagonist, but she was not even a supporting role. At best, she was just an errand runner. This huge cognitive shock made her feel more powerless than any business failure. For the next hour, her phone kept ringing. All the suppliers who were persuaded by her tough tactics reported to her the various miracles encountered during the transportation process in an almost pilgrimage-like tone. During the evening rush hour, some transport convoys were cleared throughout the journey by traffic police on motorcycles. Some urban checkpoints along the way raised the railings in advance. Even the municipal government called to ask whether the waste logistics park designated by Lin Mo needed to be connected to industrial electricity and fiber optic network overnight. Tang Keqing has become numb. She just mechanically replied, I understand, and proceed as planned. She finally understood that Lin Mo's words, I need to see the first batch of goods before dinner, were not arrogance or a challenge. He was just stating a fact, because he knows that there will be no obstacles to what he wants. 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky gradually darkened and the sunset dyed half the sky red. Tang Keqing and Suwan were standing at the door of the largest warehouse in the waste logistics park. Under the guidance of traffic police, heavy trucks drove into the park in an orderly manner and stopped in the open space in front of the warehouse. The workers jumped out of the car and began to use cranes and forklifts to carefully unload the precision equipment that was tightly wrapped in canvas. DMG's 5-axis machine tools, high-power laser cutting machines, CNC lathes. All the equipment on the list was gathered before dinner. The whole process went so smoothly that it seemed like an unreal dream. The warehouse's roller shutter door was open, and a few isolated emergency lights were on inside. Under the light, a figure was leaning against the familiar white van. It's Lin Mo. No one knew when he arrived. He just stood there quietly, watching the workers busy themselves. Tang Keking calmed herself down and walked over in her high heels. Mr. Lin, the things you requested have arrived. Her voice was less cold than before in the tea garden, and contained a hint of awe that she herself had not even noticed. Lin Mo's gaze shifted from a CNC lathe being unloaded to look at her. Thanks for your hard work. His tone was calm, as if this was how it should be. Tang Keking opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word when she tried to report on the adventures during transportation and the unusual behavior of official departments. Saying this in front of Lin Mo would only make him look even more ridiculous. I will transfer the balance to the Tang family's account as soon as possible, Lin Mo said again. No rush. Tang Keking waved her hands quickly. Grandpa said there's no rush about the money. Lin Mo didn't say anything else. He walked to a 5-axis machining center that had just landed, reached out and touched the cold metal shell, and checked the control panel and line interface again. That focused look was like he was appreciating a perfect work of art. Tang Keking was standing not far away, looking at Lin Mo's back. Her mood was extremely complicated. Who is this person? What exactly does he want to do? In the warehouse, the shouts of workers, the hum of forklifts and the dull thud of heavy objects falling to the ground are intertwined. Tang Keking stood outside the noise, looking at the back of the man who was checking the equipment alone. Every time a machine landed, Lin Mo would go forward to check it out. Mr. Linear. Tang Keking walked over. These devices all require professional engineers to install and debug them, especially the 5-axis machine tool, which has extremely high requirements for ground levelness and vibration damping. The slightest error will affect the processing accuracy. She tried to use her professional knowledge to find a foothold in the conversation again. We at the Tang family have the best engineering team. Just give me a word and I'll have them come over right away. They can complete the initial installation overnight. This is the final value she can demonstrate as a partner. Lin Mo stood up and dusted off his hands. Need not, he answered simply. Have your workers stop and just unload the stuff here. Tang Keking was stunned, but, no buts. Lin Mo's eyes swept over the workers who were still busy. Your mission is completed. Let your people leave here now. His tone was calm, without any command in it, yet it made it impossible for anyone to think of refuting. Now, Tang Keking subconsciously glanced at the sky. Night had already fallen. Yes, now. Lin Mo turned to her. Everyone, leave this logistics park immediately. Su Wan also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. She quickly walked forward and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, is there anything we have not done well? Lin Mo waved his hand. I don't blame you, you did a good job. Tang Keking looked at Lin Mo, trying to find an explanation from his face. But Lin Mo's expression did not change at all. Why? She couldn't help but ask. Lin Mo glanced at her, then looked in the direction of the park entrance. The second batch of goods will be delivered soon. What follows is not suitable for you to watch. Staying here will do neither you nor the Tang family any good. The last sentence was spoken in a very soft voice, but it made Tang Keking's heart tighten. No benefit. These 4 words, when spoken from his mouth, were not a warning, but a verdict. She understood instantly. This afternoon, the green light from the customs, municipal administration, and transportation departments was not just for this batch of machine tools. But Lin Mo's real purpose is to use these machine tools to process the raw materials later. What requires so much fuss? Tang Keking only felt sweat on her palms, and a chill rushed from the solace of her feet to the top of her head. Her guess came true. This Mr. Lin, he really wants to make arms. But how is this possible? Even if she took out the Far Star battery, she shouldn't have such extensive authority. Even if we take a step back, if Mr. Lin really needs weapons to defend his own industry, he can simply ask the higher UPS to send secret troops to garrison the surrounding area. Or in other words, why go through so much trouble to make it yourself? Can't you just use an existing one? Tang Keking had previously felt a little proud of her ability to mobilize resources, but now she just felt it was ridiculous. I see. Tang Keking took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the shock in her heart. She turned around, and her voice returned to its previous cool and capable tone. Su Wan, notify everyone to stop what they are doing immediately. Everyone must evacuate the park within 10 minutes. Not a single car or person is allowed to stay. When the order was given, the workers were confused but carried it out immediately. The equipment being installed is lowered, the boom is retracted, and the truck driver starts the engine. In less than 10 minutes, the warehouse, which was bustling just now, became empty. A convoy of dozens of trucks and construction vehicles quickly drove away from the abandoned logistics park and disappeared into the night. Tang Keking was the last one to leave. She sat in the car and looked back. The huge warehouse was like a giant beast crawling in the darkness, with only a few dim lights on. Lin Mo's figure stood at the junction of light and darkness, appearing particularly lonely and powerful. The car drove a long way away before Su Wan dared to speak. Miss Keking, what exactly does Mr. Lin want to do? Tang Keking leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and her mind went blank. "We don't need to know," she said softly. "All we need to know is that from today on, Mr. Lin's affairs are the Tang family's top priority. We will do whatever he says." Silence returned to the warehouse. Lin Mo closed the rolling door of the warehouse, completely isolating himself and the pile of cold steel machines from the outside world. Time passes by every second. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening. A dull engine sound came from afar and stopped outside the warehouse door. The sound was very low, as if it had been specially silenced. Lin Mo put down the tools in his hands, walked to the door, and pressed the switch of the rolling door. With the harsh sound of metal friction, the door slowly rose. Outside the door, there were 4 military green heavy trucks and an off-road vehicle parked. There are no markings on the car body, not even a license plate. A man in black combat uniform got out of the SUV. There was no expression on his face and his body stood straight. With a gesture, the heavy truck drove into the warehouse. After parking the car, the 4 soldiers turned off the engine, parked the car where it was, and got straight into the off-road vehicle. They did not look around during the whole process, and it was obvious that they had received orders in advance. The man in black walked to the back of the carriage and unlocked the heavy door. Inside the carriage were tightly sealed metal boxes with labels indicating chemicals and flammable and explosive substances. Copper, lead, propellant, primer, all the raw materials needed to make bullets are there. The man in black took out a small black box from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. "This is a new communicator, encrypted line, single line communication." His voice was as flat as his expression. "I'm your liaison, codename Carrier Pigeon. You can tell me through this if you need anything other than business." Lin Mo took the box, opened it and took a look. Inside was a peculiarly shaped mobile phone, which was thicker and heavier than any other on the market. "If there is no problem with the goods, I need to leave." After saying this, the Carrier Pigeon prepared to return to the cab of the off-road vehicle. "Wait." Lin Mo stopped him. The Carrier Pigeon turned around, a questioning look on its resolute face. Lin Mo said casually, "The next batch of goods can be prepared. I will need it at any time." "Understood." The pigeon nodded. After hesitating for a while, he finally couldn't help but say, "I don't know why you want these things, and I don't know why the higher UPS approved them, but there's something I must say. These things must not be used to harm our own people. Come pick up the empty car tomorrow morning." Lin Mo gave instructions and said nothing more. The Carrier Pigeon said no more, turned around, got on the off-road vehicle, and quickly left with the 4 soldiers. The vehicle blended into the night, as if it had never appeared. In the huge warehouse, only Lin Mo was left, and there were cold machines and metal boxes on the ground. He walked to the largest 5-axis machining center and put his hand on the cold metal shell of the machine. The next second, the heavy machine disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a clean concrete floor in its place. Then he walked towards another high-power laser cutting machine, and with a wave of his hand, the machine also disappeared. CNC lathes, stamping machines, grinding equipment, rows of industrial behemoths disappeared one by one before him. Finally, Lin Mo came to the truck compartment. Copper ingots, lead blocks, propellant, primers, tons of supplies were easily put into his pocket. In less than 10 minutes, the huge warehouse that was originally filled with equipment became empty. Only 4 empty heavy trucks and tire marks left on the ground proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Lin Mo turned and walked out of the warehouse, started the truck and returned to the convenience store. "It took a long time for me to come back this time, and I don't know what the situation is like in the Doomsday era." Shuttle. The world outside is no longer the hustle and bustle of the real world. Instead, there was the low hum of the generator, the clang of metal striking metal, and a deep roar coming from the distance. That was the old supervisor's voice. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. Almost 18 hours had passed since he left. He pulled up the shutter. A wave of heat mixed with dust, sweat, and the aroma of food hit me in the face. Nightingale's figure appeared at the door at the first moment, and behind her were 2 fully armed Nightblade team members. "Boss, you're back." There was a subtle hint of relaxation in Nightingale's voice. Lin Mo nodded, his eyes passing her to the brightly lit construction site. The scene before him surprised him a little. In 18 hours, the entire construction site had changed dramatically. On the huge circular foundation, sections of steel skeletons up to 5 meters high rise from the ground. Under the illumination of searchlights, they looked like rows of silent giant skeletons, initially outlining the outline of the city wall. Thousands of survivors were busy at their respective posts. The crane lifted the bound steel cage, and the workers were welding and fixing it at high altitude. The whole scene was bustling yet orderly. Further away, soldiers and awakened people from the 4 major forces were on guard, killing the zombies that were attracted over. "Good progress," Lin Mo said. "It's all thanks to the equipment you brought, boss," Nightingale reported. "Without these machines, our progress wouldn't be this fast. Recruitment is also going smoothly. Following your instructions, after cross-validation, we have recruited over 300 survivors, over 50 of whom are skilled workers. In terms of sanitation, a new sewage channel has been dug on the east side of the camp, and temporary showers and toilets have been built. Nightingale's report was concise and clear. What about the 4 major forces? Very cooperative, Nightingale replied. In addition to the normal rotation, they also proactively dispatched several reconnaissance teams to clear out scattered zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the construction site to ensure construction safety. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze from the bustling construction site and returned to Nightingale. You worked hard while I was away. A simple sentence relaxed Nightingale's tense nerves. It's all part of my job, she replied. Lin Mo didn't say anything more, and Nightingale handed him a notebook at the right time. Boss, this is the list of supplies consumed during your absence, mainly food and fuel. Lin Mo took a quick look and saw that the figures above showed a considerable consumption, but compared to his huge reserves of supplies, it was just a drop in the bucket. After all, he has a complete civilized world behind him. There's one more thing. Nightingale's tone became more serious. Scorpion came to see me this afternoon. He said the ammunition was being consumed at a faster rate than expected. Nightingale turned to another page in the notebook, which contained her estimated ammunition consumption data. The construction site was too noisy. The roar of the machines and the lights attracted all the wandering zombies. Although they are just scattered small groups of zombies and pose no threat, clearing them out consumes a lot of ammunition. At the current rate of consumption, the ammunition reserves of the 4 major forces will not last long. After listening to this, Lin Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He knew that this was what Scorpion and the others were really worried about. Food and a sense of security can be exchanged for temporary obedience and hard work, but if the gun in their hands turns into a firewood stick, the confidence they have just built up will quickly collapse. The leaders of the 4 major forces would not use all their ammunition here, no matter how much material rewards Lin Mo offered. But Lin Mo came this time to solve the problem. Let them all come over. Lin Mo ordered. Yes. Nightingale turned and went out. Soon, Scorpion, Egret and 2 other commanders hurried to the canteen. Mr. Lin, you are here. Scorpion greeted respectfully. Lin Mo raised his eyes and looked at them. I heard you're running low on ammunition. This one sentence made the 4 people's hearts rise to their throats. Mr. Lin, we're not asking for anything, Scorpion said, stubbornly explaining, it's just that the consumption has indeed exceeded our expectations. We're also organizing people to recover the shell casings and attempt to reload them, but the efficiency is too low and the quality cannot be guaranteed. Yes, Mr. Lin, Bailu continued, the construction site is making too much noise, attracting several waves of zombies every night. Although their numbers are small, as soon as the guns are fired, the ammunition flows out like water. The other 2 also nodded repeatedly, fearing that Lin Mo would misunderstand that they were here to ask for supplies or to complain about the heavy defense task. I don't mean to blame you. Lin Mo said calmly, how long can your ammunition reserves last? Scorpion did a quick mental calculation and replied in a deep voice, if you use it sparingly, it will only take 3 days at most. If there are a few more big waves, we might not be able to hold out for 2 days. After saying that, the 4 of them fell silent again, waiting for Lin Mo's decision. They knew very well that once their ammunition ran out, they would not be able to hold such a long line of defense with only the cold weapons in their hands and the abilities of the awakened. At that time, the entire construction site will collapse in an instant. After listening to Scorpion's report, Lin Mo remained silent. His calmness made the 3 Scorpions even more uneasy. 3 days. This time is like a knife hanging over everyone's head. Once the ammunition is exhausted, let alone continuing construction, just resisting the attracted horde of zombies is enough to cause the entire camp to collapse. Mr. Lin, Scorpion wanted to explain, but Lin Mo raised his hand to interrupt him. I understand your difficulties. Lin Mo stood up, walked to the door of the convenience store, and looked at the bustling construction site outside. After tonight, you won't have to worry about ammunition anymore. These words stunned the 4 commanders at the same time. Scorpion was the first to react, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Mr. Lin, you got the ammunition? Bailu also followed suit, saying, great. As long as we have ammunition, we won't be afraid of any zombies. Lin Mo didn't say much, but just instructed Nightingale to go and call the supervisor Zhao Gong over. Although Nightingale was puzzled, he immediately carried out the order. Scorpion and the others looked at each other, their minds full of question marks. To solve the ammunition problem, what is the purpose of calling the construction team's chief supervisor? Not long after, the gray-haired old supervisor Mr. Zhao came jogging over. He was covered in dust, but his face was flushed with excitement. Mr. Lin, are you looking for me? Mr. Zhao, thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo pointed to an empty space next to the store and said, clear this place. The convenience store is a holy place in the hearts of all survivors, and the area around it has always been empty. When it is said to be cleaned, it is more about sweeping away the dust on the ground. The old supervisor nodded immediately. No problem, I'll call someone over now and it will be cleaned up in half an hour. It's more than just cleaning. Lin Mo stretched out his finger and drew a rectangular outline in the air. Here, I'm going to pour a 10 by 20 meter concrete foundation, 1 meter thick, with a double layer of steel mesh. The old supervisor was stunned. He thought Lin Mo just wanted to level out a piece of land to store supplies, but he didn't expect that he wanted to lay the foundation directly. Mr. Lin, that's no problem. I can draw the blueprints right away. However, according to standard procedures, after pouring the concrete, it needs at least a week of curing time to reach the design strength, otherwise it will not be able to bear the weight at all. 3 hours. Lin Mo gave a time that the old supervisor could not understand. Within 3 hours, I want this foundation ready for use. That's impossible. The old supervisor waved his hands repeatedly. Mr. Lin, this isn't a matter of rushing the work. This is a matter of physics. Cement hydration takes time, not to mention 3 hours, even 3 days. Lin Mo's gaze passed over him and turned to the team of awakened people patrolling in the distance. Nightingale, call all the fire awakeners here. Fire awakener? Nightingale's eyes flickered, and she asked tentatively, Boss, are you planning to have a fire awakener take action to speed up the hardening of the cement? That's right. Lin Mo nodded. Nightingale, if I ask you to heat the cement without any open flames, and instead allow the heat to penetrate evenly, can you do it? With the quick-drying cement I have, 3 hours is enough for me. Nightingale pondered for a moment and replied firmly, although I've never done this before, I think it's feasible. With a little practice, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Lin Mo's order was given, and the entire camp was mobilized efficiently again. Although the old supervisor was full of doubts, he immediately started drawing blueprints, organizing people to excavate the foundation pit and tie the steel bars. Scorpion, Egret and the others looked at each other, completely confused about Lin Mo's intentions. Can building a foundation solve the ammunition problem? But they didn't dare to ask, they could only suppress their doubts and watch it all silently. Soon, more than a dozen fire awakeners were gathered by Nightingale to the clearing. Most of them were young people, with confused and nervous expressions on their faces, not understanding why they were singled out. Nightingale's expression was serious. The boss's order is for you to use your abilities to bake this concrete that's about to be poured. Remember, we're not burning it with an open flame. We're trying to control the temperature so the heat penetrates evenly. We can't let the surface crack, and we can't let the interior overheat. A young awakener muttered quietly, how can I control this? The moment I use my ability, it creates a fireball. Nightingale glanced over. If you can't control it, practice. From now on, you will practice on this open space. When you can emit heat without producing flames, you will be considered qualified. This is an opportunity. If you do well and are appreciated by Mr. Lin, I don't need to tell you about the benefits. This sentence was the best encouragement. A dozen fire awakeners immediately stood in a row, stretched out their palms, faced the ground and began to try to control their abilities. For a moment, flames were everywhere in the open space, and the temperature fluctuated. Some had a meter-high flame rising in front of them, while others could only rub out a small flame in their palms. On the other hand, the construction team led by the old supervisor was extremely efficient. The excavator roared and the foundation pit was quickly formed. Bundles of steel bars were lowered into the pit by a crane, and workers jumped in and quickly began to tie them up. An hour later, the double-layer steel mesh was laid. The concrete mixer truck drove to the foundation pit, and as the cement poured down, a standard foundation prototype appeared in front of everyone. Mr. Lin, the pouring is complete. The old supervisor wiped the sweat off his face and looked at the still steaming cement floor, his expression still solemn. Then it's up to them. Lin Mo nodded and looked at the group of fire awakeners who had been practicing for an hour. Under Nightingale's supervision and several demonstrations, they were able to barely control the flames, so that only scorching air waves were emitted from their palms. Let's get started. At Nightingale's command, a dozen or so fire awakeners dispersed, each selecting an area of concrete and extending their hands. The scorching air instantly enveloped the entire foundation. Water vapor rose up and formed a white mist under the illumination of the searchlight. Scorpion, Egret and others stood not far away, watching this magical scene without blinking. Use supernatural powers to speed up the progress of the project. They dared not even think about such a thing. After all, awakened ones are so valuable that all forces are eager to worship them, so why would they let them do such menial work? The old supervisor took out a long steel drill and poked the surface of the cement every 10 minutes to test its hardness. The first time, the steel drill went in easily. The second time, it takes a little more effort. The third time, only a shallow pit could be made. An hour later, when the old supervisor used all his strength to pierce the steel drill into the ground again, there was a crisp clang sound, and the tip of the steel drill was actually broken and bent. The old supervisor stood there holding the steel drill, his hands shaking. He looked at the solid ground that had turned grayish-white, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. His lifelong engineering knowledge was completely overturned at this moment. "Mr. Lin, the strength is fully up to standard." The old supervisor's voice was full of excitement. "Now it's no problem for trucks to run on it." Scorpion, Egret and others were also stunned. "I'm afraid there's no one else in the entire wasteland who uses the Awakener like this." Scorpion, Egret and the others gathered around. They stomped their feet hard on the ground. The hard touch coming from the soles of their shoes made them even more confused. "A solid foundation. Mr. Lin, what exactly are you going to put on this? What does this have to do with restocking ammunition?" Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Lin Mo flashed a few times and appeared on the concrete platform that was still warm. He stood in the middle of the platform and looked around. The next moment, there was no sign. A huge machine, gray and black in color and as big as a small truck, appeared out of thin air on the concrete floor. It landed silently, as if it was supposed to be there. The minds of Scorpion, Egret and the other three were blank. They had seen Lin Mo take out food and supplies out of thin air, but those things were no more than a few boxes at most. But what is in front of me is an industrial machine weighing more than 10 tons. This was completely beyond their understanding of spatial abilities. What a powerful dimensional warehouse must be to hold this thing. However, they changed their minds and realized that Mr. Lin had already brought over a bulldozer and a crane, so having an additional industrial machine now didn't seem like something unacceptable. Before everyone could recover from the huge shock, Lin Mo waved his hand again, and a slightly smaller CNC lathe appeared. Next is the high-power laser cutting machine, stamping machine, grinding equipment. One after another, precision equipment representing the top level of modern industry appeared quietly on the platform, neatly arranged like a team of steel soldiers waiting for inspection. Nightingale. Lin Mo returned to the store and looked at Nightingale and said, "I asked you to register the survivors' information and find those who know how to do mechanical processing." "Yes." Nightingale immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the survivors' camp. Scorpion, Egret, and the old supervisor were left staring blankly at the steel jungle that appeared out of nowhere. At this point, if they still don't understand what Lin Mo is going to do, then they have lived in vain. He wants to make his own bullets. This thought made Scorpion feel dry in the mouth. After struggling in the wasteland for so long, they had thought of countless ways to replenish their ammunition, but no one ever dared to think about building a production line directly. In other words, some people have thought about it, but no one can do it. Electricity is a problem, manpower is a problem, and raw materials are the most important issue. Soon, Nightingale came over with a dozen men. Most of them were wearing worn work clothes, their faces showing fatigue and confusion after working, and they didn't know why they were called to the core area of the camp alone. But when their gaze passed over the crowd and fell on the brand new foundation, everyone slowed down. The leader was a man in his 50s with gray hair named Wang Wenbin. He rubbed his eyes, stared at the 5-axis machining center, and his lips began to tremble. Five axes. A young man behind him also recognized the other machine and his voice changed. Fiber laser cutting machine, high power one at that. That's a CNC lathe. Before the end of the world, these people were the masters and technical backbones in the factory. These machines are very familiar to them. Wang Wenbin rushed to the edge of the platform and almost pounced on it if the Nightblade team members hadn't stopped him. He looked greedily at the smooth paint surface and precise structure of the machine tool, his eyes full of obsession. Good stuff, definitely good stuff. Lin Mo looked at this group of technicians. Who among you would use these? Wang Wenbin immediately turned around and puffed out his chest. Mr. Lin. Me. I used to operate a 5-axis machine. I've been doing it for 20 years. I can, too. I can program. I can laser cut. More than a dozen people shouted one after another, their previous fatigue and numbness swept away, and their faces were full of excitement and desire. Lin Mo nodded. Very good, these devices will be under your care from now on. He waved again. Clang, clang. Dozens of huge metal boxes were piled up in the open space in front of the convenience store, forming a small hill. Nightingale went forward and opened one of the boxes. Inside were neatly stacked brass ingots that gleamed golden in the light. Opening another one, it was a silvery white lead block. There are also propellant powder and primer. All the raw materials needed to produce bullets are available. Scorpion looked at the mountain of raw materials and his Adam's apple rolled. He finally understood what Lin Mo meant when he said, "After tonight, you don't have to worry about ammunition anymore." This is not a simple supplement. It's about giving them ammunition freedom. What's your name, the one who can do 5-axis? Lin Mo asked. Wang Wenbin. My name is Wang Wenbin, Mr. Linear. Wang Wenbin shuddered and stood up straight. You will be responsible for managing this production line. The personnel scheduling and production process are all handed over to you. Lin Mo ordered, if you have any questions, please contact Nightingale directly. Mr. Zhao. Exist. Add walls and roof to the workshop and complete it as quickly as possible. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The old supervisor and Wang Wenbin shouted almost at the same time, their voices loud and full of energy. For them, this is not just a job, but also an opportunity for them to demonstrate their value in front of Mr. Lin. Now, start debugging the equipment. Lin Mo instructed, I want to see the first batch of finished products before dawn. As soon as the order was given, the entire platform came alive. Wang Wenbin, along with a group of technicians, carefully stepped onto the platform and checked the circuits and panels of each machine. The old supervisor took a pen and paper and began to plan the construction steps with several technical backbones. They had to add the walls and roof while the equipment was being started, which was no easy task. A shrill alarm sounded. It was the sound of the equipment powering on and performing self-test. Next, there is the unique high-frequency hum when the machine tool spindle starts. These sounds, which were considered noise in the past, now sounded more beautiful than any music to everyone in the camp. Wang Wenbin personally stood in front of the control console of the 5-axis machining center. He took a deep breath and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. Enter the code piece by piece. The robotic arm accurately picks up a brass ingot and sends it into the processing chamber. The warehouse door is closed. The sound of high-pressure coolant spraying was heard, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal cutting. Scorpion, Egret, and all the survivors present held their breath and stared at the small observation window. Less than a minute. The machine stopped working. A bright yellow object fell into the collection trough below. Bite. A crisp sound. Wang Wenbin picked it up from the trough with trembling hands and held it high. It was a perfect bullet shell, shining with an attractive luster under the light. Scorpion looked at the small bullet shell, as if he saw an endless rain of bullets and an indestructible line of defense. The newly produced bullets were delivered to the convenience store. Lin Mo took the still warm bullet shell and weighed it. He turned to look at the Scorpion. Notify your men and prepare the ammunition boxes. After tonight, there will be plenty of bullets. The words enough bullets echoed in Scorpion's mind. He looked at Lin Mo, and the other's expression did not change at all, as if what he said was not a promise that could change the landscape of the wasteland, but a trivial matter. The production line did not stop. Wang Wenbin and his dozen or so technicians seemed to be energized, each of them standing in front of a machine with their eyes shining. The punching machine rises and falls heavily, pressing the copper sheet into the prototype of the bullet casing. The lathe rotates rapidly, cutting out precise dimensions. The robotic arms assemble, load powder, and compact the primer in an orderly manner. The whole process is smooth and full of the violent aesthetics unique to the industrial age. Rows of yellow bullets slid down from the end of the production line and fell into the metal box below, making a crisp and pleasant sound of impact. This sound drowned out the roar of the construction site and the roar of zombies in the distance, and struck at the hearts of every survivor. What are you still standing there for? Lin Mo's voice came. Bring all your ammunition boxes here and fill them up. Scorpion shuddered, turned around, and yelled to his henchmen behind him, quick, bring all the empty boxes here. All of them. Bai Lu and the other two commanders also reacted and immediately called on their men to move the boxes. Soon, hundreds of green military ammunition boxes were piled up outside the production workshop. Wang Wenbin directed two young workers to use shovels to shovel the bullets in the box into the ammunition boxes. That's right, with a shovel. Under the light, the golden bullets poured into the box like a flowing metal waterfall, and soon filled the first box. A soldier stepped forward and with great effort closed and locked the box. He tried to move it, but the heavy weight made his face flush. This is a full box, with at least 1,500 rounds. And boxes like this are still being filled up one after another. A sense of security and unprecedented fulfillment. Scorpion walked up to Lin Mo. He wanted to say something thank you, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, he just bowed deeply. Lin Mo accepted his greeting and said calmly, I'll give you bullets, and you guard the construction site for me. Don't let anything disturb the progress of my project. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Scorpion stood up straight, his chest puffed out. From today on, unless all our people are dead, not even a fly can fly in. Lin Mo remained silent. He looked at the skeleton of the city wall that was being constructed in the distance, and then glanced at the bustling production line. Bullets alone are not enough. Lin Mo turned around and gave instructions to Nightingale. We have too few people. Nightingale's heart skipped a beat. She understood what Lin Mo meant. The four major forces are collaborators, not our own people. Mr. Lin is going to form an armed force that truly belongs to him. Boss, what do you want to do? Nightingale suppressed the excitement in her heart. Pick people from the survivors. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the shadowy figures in the distant camp. You set the standards, and the training is up to you. I want a guard. Let's set the number at 300 for now. But everyone must be absolutely reliable. Nightingale's breathing became a little rapid. 300 people were given full responsibility to her. How heavy is this trust? Yes, she answered with a trembling voice. Lin Mo looked at Wang Wenbin again. Engineer Wang, can the production mold of the bullet be modified? Wang Wenbin was checking the dimensions of a batch of finished products. When he heard the question, he hurried over. Mr. Lin, of course I can modify it. What caliber do you want to produce? As long as you have the drawings and parameters, whether it's 7.62 mm, 5.56 mm, or 9 mm, I can make it for you. Very good. Lin Mo nodded. Besides bullets, can you make gun parts? Wang Wenbin was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes burst into an even brighter light. Yes, it's amazing. He pointed at the 5-axis machining center and said excitedly, with this treasure, not to mention gun parts, I can even make you a barrel for a small caliber cannon. Lin Mo was very satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wants. An armed industrial system that can circulate itself and continue to grow. Scorpion, who was counting the number of ammunition boxes, suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Bai Lu next to him, and saw the same emotion from each other's reactions. Guard. 300 people. Choose from the survivors. The combination of these words represents an intriguing meaning. The air around seemed to have cooled down. Nightingale respectfully accepted the order and left, then began to select personnel. Lin Mo turned around and discussed the production details of firearms parts with Wang Wenbin. But this incident caused a huge wave in the hearts of the 4 scorpions. The 4 of them tacitly stepped aside, away from the noisy production line, and gathered in a shadow. Mr. Lin wants to form his own armed forces, the bearded commander from the lighthouse, named Black Bear, said with a frown. 300 men? That's a lot. Bai Lu's face was also a little solemn. She subconsciously glanced in the direction of the defense line and saw the soldiers cheering for the newly acquired ammunition. What about us? She asked softly, as if she was asking someone else, or as if she was asking herself. Who are we? This question made the atmosphere even more heavy. Yeah, who are they? Before, they had a cooperative relationship with Mr. Linear. They sent people to guard the construction site and clear out the zombies. Mr. Lin provides food, medicine, and now bullets. This is a very equal deal, even more favorable to them. But once Mr. Lin has his own guards, this fragile balance will be immediately broken. The biggest bargaining chip in the hands of the 4 major forces is the capable team under their command. But this team seems so insignificant compared to Mr. Lin's never-stopping production line. There is countless food, guns and bullets, so why are you afraid that no one will be willing to die? Scorpion spoke slowly, his voice very low. Once Mr. Lin's guards have completed their training, we will no longer be needed here. Damn it! Isn't this just killing the donkey after it has done its work? The black bear punched the wall next to him, making a dull sound. During this period of time, even if we haven't made any contributions, we have certainly worked hard. Shut up! Scorpion growled, if you want to die, don't drag us into this. Black Bear's neck stiffened, and he wanted to say something, but when he met Scorpion's cold gaze, he swallowed his words back. This isn't just a case of abandoning the donkey after it's done working, it's the inevitable outcome. Bai Lu spoke in a calm tone. Mr. Lin wants to build a city. How can a city not have its own army? From the very beginning, we were just a temporary security team. Now that the regular army is coming, we temporary workers will naturally have to give way. Scorpion rubbed his hair and took over the conversation. That's the truth. We are actually prepared in our hearts. It's just that Mr. Lin's actions are so fast that we are still a little uncomfortable. Bai Lu concluded, we can't come to any conclusion here. Let's send the message back and see what the leader has to say. Bai Lu's proposal was unanimously agreed. This matter is beyond the scope of their frontline commanders. The 4 of them exchanged complicated glances and dispersed, their figures quickly disappearing in the shadows of the construction site, as if the secret conversation just now had never happened. On the other side, Nightingale has already taken action. Instead of setting up a recruiting office in the camp with great fanfare, she returned to her makeshift office next to the commissary. A thick notebook was taken out from a locked iron box. It records her observations of every survivor in the camp over the past 2 days. Who actively maintains order when distributing food, who never slacks off at work, who does not escape immediately when facing danger, and who forms groups in private and spreads negative emotions. Everything, one by one, densely packed together, is written down on it. She turned to one of the pages and saw a name written on it, Tishan, a sturdy man in his 30s, who was a foreman at the docks before the apocalypse. He was a generous man and had considerable appeal among the survivors. Nightingale closed the notebook, stood up, walked out of the tent, and went straight to the area where the workers rested. Tishan was sitting with a few co-workers, sharing a piece of compressed biscuit. Seeing Nightingale coming over, several people stood up a little stiffly. Captain Nightingale. Nightingale's gaze fell on Tishan. Tishan, the boss wants you to do something. Tishan was stunned, then rubbed his hands flattered and said, Captain Nightingale, if you give me an order, I will do it without hesitation as long as I can do it. The boss wants to form a guard to protect the camp and all of us. Nightingale's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the people around to hear clearly. I want you to be one of the first team members and the backbone of this guard. Tishan and several of his co-workers were all frozen. Guard. In the end times, the weight of these two words is heavier than gold. That means stable food, safe shelter, and a respected status. Captain Nightingale. Tishan's Adam's apple rolled and his voice was hoarse. Can we do it? I'm not asking if you can do it. Nightingale's tone was calm. I'm giving you your first mission. Pick some men. Pick 20 men who are brave enough to fight, who obey orders, and who have sharp brains. Gather in half an hour. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. After saying that, Nightingale turned and left without saying a word. Tishan stood there, his chest heaving violently. A young man named Monkey next to him grabbed his arm, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Shan, this is great news. Yes, Brother Shan, Mr. Lin wants to use us. Tishan suddenly came to his senses. He glanced at the eager faces of his brothers around him and gritted his teeth. Don't just stand there. Monkey, go call Lao Wu and Ali from the East District. De Zhuang, go call those former soldiers in the South. Remember, only trustworthy people are welcome. We don't want any of those slick, cunning, or deceitful people. Go! At the command, several men rushed out like arrows, with only the desire to achieve success in their eyes. Nightingale ignored the movement behind him. She returned to the outside of the store and took a few sheets of paper that had just been printed out and a bucket of paste from a Nightblade member. He walked to the most conspicuous wooden wall in the camp and pasted the papers neatly on it. Soon some survivors came over and looked at the contents curiously. Recruiting, guards. The man recited it in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. More and more people gathered around, and gasps began to be heard from the crowd. The words were written clearly in black and white on the wooden wall. Guard Recruitment Order. 1. Number of recruits, 280. 2. Recruitment requirements, age 18 to 40, healthy, no bad record, and obedient to orders. 3. Treatment of team members. 1. Salary, 3 meals a day, guaranteed meat, and 2 packs of cigarettes per week. 2. Family members, immediate family members of guard members will be allocated housing and enjoy the same food rations. 3. Armament, selected candidates will be issued with standard weapons and equipment and receive unified training. 4. Assessment, those with outstanding performance can be promoted to team leader. This recruitment order instantly ignited the entire audience, and the crowd was completely boiling. I'll fill you up. And there's even some meat. A man who was so thin that he looked unrecognizable clung to the shoulders of the person in front of him, with veins bulging on his neck. Cigarettes. 2 packs a week. I've almost forgotten what cigarettes smell like. Look at that. Family members. Family members can also get food and housing. The impact of this sentence is greater than all the previous ones combined. Especially those survivors who have survived with their families until now, the desire in their hearts is stronger than anyone else. The entire camp was in commotion, and all the men who could still move rushed towards the wooden wall. The crazy momentum put pressure on the Nightblade team members who were maintaining order. At this moment, Tishan, along with a dozen men, squeezed a path through the crowd. They were different from the survivors around them whose faces were distorted with excitement. Although there is also desire, there is more of a solemnity of being chosen. They walked up to Nightingale and tried to straighten their chests. Captain Nightingale, everyone is here. Tishan roared in a loud voice. Nightingale glanced at them. These people have different identities, but they all have a ruthless nature. You are the first members of the guard. Nightingale's voice drowned out the surrounding noise. From now on, you are no longer refugees, no longer laborers. You are Mr. Lin's soldiers. She waved her hand, and the Nightblade team behind her brought a wooden box and opened it. Inside were not guns, but stacks of brand new dark gray training uniforms and rubber sticks as thick as arms. Change your clothes and pick up your weapons. Your first task is to maintain order here. Tishan was the first to step forward, picked up a set of clothes and a rubber stick. He quickly took off his tattered sweatshirt, revealing his dark back covered with scars, and then put on a brand new training uniform. The feel of the fabric rubbing against his skin made him shiver slightly. Others followed suit, and soon, a team of recruits equipped with rubber sticks appeared in front of everyone. They stood behind Nightingale, facing hundreds of emotional survivors. Among those people were their co-workers from yesterday, their neighbors, and even their relatives. But now, there is a set of clothes and a stick between them. Nightingale walked to the front of the team and faced the dark crowd. Quiet. The majesty unique to the Awakened calmed the commotion somewhat. If you want to join the guard, sign up now. Go to Tishan and register your name, then line up in the open space over there. Let me be frank. Those who cheat or break the rules will not only be disqualified, but they won't even be able to continue their current work and will be kicked out of the camp. Throwing out the deterrent effect of the camp quieted the crowd down considerably. Here, as long as you work, you will have food to eat, and you will be protected by soldiers from the 4 major forces. The city walls are gradually taking shape. It can be said to be a paradise-like place. Being kicked out would be worse than death. Tishan. Nightingale turned around. Here. Tishan clenched the rubber stick in his hand and strode forward. Start registration. Yes. Registration has begun. The survivors formed a long line that stretched from the wooden wall to the edge of the camp. Hundreds of men stared eagerly at the piece of white paper with the words Guard Recruitment Order written on it, and each of their faces was a mixture of desire and anxiety. Tishan and his 20 brothers, wearing brand new dark gray training uniforms and holding rubber sticks, stood in front of the team. A man with a goatee, relying on the fact that he and Tishan had carried cement bags together, wanted to move forward with a playful smile. Brother Shan, please be flexible. Before he could finish his words, Tishan had already stabbed out with the rubber stick in his hand, hitting the man's lower abdomen neither lightly nor heavily. The man with the goatee groaned, squatted down holding his stomach, and the smile on his face turned into pain. Captain Nightingale said, "Get in line." This blow destroyed all attempts to establish connections. No one dared to move anymore. Tishan felt a little nervous and his palms were sweaty, but he knew that if he talked about relationships at this time, he would be asking for trouble. If you mess up, you have to take off this outfit. He didn't want to become a laborer who could only do hard labor. Although Mr. Lin could fill his stomach as long as he was willing to work, that was not the life he wanted. Joining the guard and climbing up step by step, this is what he wants. Nightingale stood not far away and took in the whole scene. She walked to Lin Mo and reported in a low voice, "Boss, order has been restored." "Well done." Lin Mo nodded and praised, but his attention was all on the production workshop. Wang Wenbin held a newly formed gun barrel and carefully measured the data with a caliper, his face flushed. "Mr. Lin, look at this precision. It's absolutely perfect." Wang Wenbin's voice was filled with excitement. "As long as I have the blueprints, I can build you a cannon, not to mention a rifle." Lin Mo picked up the part that still smelled of engine oil and took a look at it. "Hurry up and produce the other parts. I want to see the first gun as soon as possible." Lin Mo instructed. Also, the production line will run 24 hours a day, with workers working in 3 shifts. In addition to the regular material quota, each worker will be given a pack of cigarettes per day. "No problem," Wang Wenbin assured, patting his chest. "Just wait and see, Mr. Lin." Lin Mo glanced at the endless registration queue, and then at the city wall in the distance where steel bars were being hoisted. Everything is going according to his plan. Rock Stronghold, Command Center. On the communicator, Scorpion's voice was filled with an irrepressible complex emotion as he repeated the contents of the Guard Recruitment Order word for word. "Fuck." Rock King punched down, and the water cup on the table jumped up. He wasn't angry, but rather feeling powerless and irritated. King Yen had anticipated this day a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. From the time Lin Mo appeared to now, in just 1 week, the situation in this wasteland has been completely stirred up by him. "Boss, what should we do?" Scorpion asked on the other end of the communicator, his voice a little dry. "You don't have to do anything. Just watch the defense line and wait for my orders." Yan Wang interrupted him and turned off the communicator. He was silent for a few seconds, then walked over to another device and activated encrypted communication. 3 split images soon appeared on the screen. The captain of the Ark was as calm as ever. The queen of the hive, a woman with heavy makeup and bright red nails, had a faint smile on her lips. The director of the lighthouse, a middle-aged man in a white coat and with his hair neatly combed, pushed his glasses, and the lenses reflected the light from the screen. "You've received everything, right?" Yan Wang said straight to the point in a deep voice. "A very sincere recruitment notice." The queen bee tapped the table lightly with her bright red nails, making a tapping sound. "They provide food and accommodation, and they also take care of your family. They even almost cover your retirement. If I weren't the leader of the hive, I would have signed up too." Queen Bee, now is not the time to make sarcastic remarks. The Rock King frowned. "He's digging up our roots." King Rock, ever since he brought out that mountain of supplies, he's already got our roots in his hands. The captain's voice was calm, as if stating an established fact. "What we should discuss now is our subsequent countermeasures." The dean of the lighthouse nodded in agreement. "The captain is right. Mr. Lin's actions are completely logical. Any leader who wants to establish a stable order must have an armed force that is completely loyal to him. We are mercenaries and outsiders by nature." "Outsiders?" King Yan sneered. "Our people fought desperately outside to hold back the tide of zombies, and now we're outsiders? What else?" The Queen Bee asked. "King Rock, do your men listen to you now, or to Mr. Lin's cans and bullets? Don't kid yourself. If Mr. Lin is willing, he can change the owner of your rock stronghold right now. The Rock King's face turned pale, but he did not refute, because the Queen Bee was telling the truth. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Rock King broke the silence. We have to do something. What to do? The Queen Bee chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hands. Lead the men in and charge in, questioning why he's killing me? And then be beaten into a hornet's nest by his metal storm? You go, I don't want to die. Then what do you say we should do? Rock King was a little annoyed. Everyone, the captain, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke, her gaze sweeping over the other three. We do have leverage. Everyone's attention was focused. Mr. Lin has the supplies, the technology, and even a production line capable of producing weapons. But he lacks one thing. The captain paused and said word by word, he lacks time and people. 300 guards selected from the refugees, even if they were armed, would still be just a mob. They need training, someone to teach them how to shoot, how to cooperate, and how to survive on the battlefield. And these, we have. We have battle-hardened soldiers and experienced commanders. That's our greatest value right now. The Dean of the Lighthouse's eyes lit up and he took over the conversation. I understand what the captain means. We can't wait for him to replace us, but we must actively integrate ourselves into his system. The heavy breathing of Rock King could be clearly heard in the channel. He was not a fool and figured out the whole thing in an instant. You mean, we send people to help him train new recruits? No. The captain shook his head. That's not enough. Even without us, Mr. Lin's guards can be quickly built up. After a few tough battles, some casualties, the rest will be veterans. With supplies and weapons, we can always replenish personnel. So what do you mean? The Queen Bee frowned. Merge. The captain said surprisingly, take our soldiers and civilians and join Mr. Lin's army. When our officers became the backbone of his guard, and when our soldiers became part of his guard, we went from being outsiders to insiders. The encrypted communication screen fell into deathly silence after the captain said the word merge. Rock King's breathing became heavier. The Queen Bee's bright red nails stopped tapping, and the smile on her face disappeared, leaving only pure scrutiny. There was a glimmer of thought in the eyes of the lighthouse director. I disagree. Rock King spoke first. The rock stronghold was conquered by me and my brothers with every blow. Let me take them with me to be dogs for others? I can't do it. Lord Yan, this isn't being a dog, it's knowing the current situation. The captain's voice remained calm. If we continue to act independently, we will soon be eliminated by the new order established by Mr. Linear. Eliminate? Rock King sneered. He has bullets, and I have a gun. Can his 300 peasants compare to the thousands of elite soldiers in my rock stronghold? A bull. This time it was the Dean of the Lighthouse who spoke. He adjusted his glasses and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Yan Wang, your elite troops need food, medicine, and ammunition. All of these are in the hands of Mr. Linear. He doesn't even need to do anything. All he needs to do is stop the supply, and within 3 days, your people will lose their faith. Besides, have you forgotten that metal storm? Numbers are meaningless in front of him. The Dean's words immediately extinguished the anger that had just ignited in King Yan. He wanted to retort, but found he had nothing to say. The Queen Bee giggled at this moment, breaking the deadlock. King Rock, don't get so excited. The captain's sister is right. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. Instead of passively waiting for them to tear us apart and devour us, it's better to take the initiative and marry them with your own dowry. You can also fight for a good position for yourself and your sisters. Although her words were rough, the logic was very clear. You guys. Yan Wang looked at the faces of the other 3 people on the screen, and a feeling of isolation arose spontaneously. I've finished my proposal. The captain didn't give him a chance to argue. The choice is yours. I will convene an internal meeting at ARC and then submit a merger application to Mr. Linear. After saying that, the captain's screen went dark. Haha, you're quite courageous. The Queen Bee chuckled. Then I can't fall behind. Excuse me, everyone. Her image also disappeared. Only the Dean of the Lighthouse was left. He looked at the Rock King with a livid face and calmly delivered the final blow. Yan Wang, history tells us that when new productive forces emerge, old production relations are bound to be destroyed. We are the old ones. Communication interrupted. In the command center of the rock stronghold, the Rock King suddenly dropped the communicator in front of him to the ground. Parts and debris flew everywhere. That's too much. He paced back and forth like a caged lion, his chest heaving violently. Merge? What's the difference between this and begging for mercy? He, the Rock King, has been in the wasteland for many years, and has never suffered such humiliation. At this moment, the door of the command center was pushed open and an awakened person walked in. He looked at the mess on the ground, then looked at the furious Rock King, without saying a word, but just placed a tablet on the table. Boss, Brother Scorpion sent back the ammunition consumption data, as well as the new supplies our people received. Rock King glanced at the screen. It was clearly listed above that they had consumed more than 1,000 bullets in tonight's battle. In the other column, it is the amount they replenished from Lin Mo, 2,000 rounds. There were also 100 boxes of canned food, 50 boxes of medicine, as well as cigarettes and liquor. Also, the Awakener's voice was a little dry. Brother Scorpion said that the brothers' spirits are very high. They said that if they followed Mr. Lin, they could eat meat every meal and have ammunition at their disposal. They had never dared to think of such a life before. The Rock King froze. He slowly sat back in his chair, unable to utter a word. In the face of absolute material advantages, loyalty becomes worthless. Times have changed. Ark Stronghold, conference room. The captain sat in the main seat, and in front of her were all the senior executives of the Ark. I don't agree. A one-eyed middle-aged man slammed the table. He was the Ark's first mate and the captain's uncle. Hi Sandy. The Ark was built with our blood and sweat, on piles of dead bodies. Why should we be merged into another force? And it's just a kid with unknown origins. Hi San's voice echoed in the conference room, full of emotion. Captain, have you been drugged by that kid? We have soldiers and our own territory. Why should we care about other people's opinions? Yes, Captain, isn't this merger too hasty? We at Ark have never bowed to anyone. Others also echoed this. They were all old people who had followed the captain to conquer the world and had deep feelings for the Ark. Giving up one's power to others is more painful than killing them. The captain said nothing, she just waited quietly until all the noise died down. Are you done? The captain asked in a low voice. You said we have soldiers, our soldiers. How many days will the bullets last? Hi Sandy's face turned red and he couldn't say a word for a long time. The captain continued to ask. You said we have territory, but without food and medicine, how long can we hold on to it? Everyone lowered their heads. These problems are the deadlocks that give them headaches every day but they are unable to solve. As time goes by, the supplies found in the ruins become fewer and fewer. I'm not selling the Ark. The captain's voice was emotionless. I'm trying to find a way to survive for the Ark, for you, and for everyone down there. A way to survive? Hi Sandy sneered, putting your fate in the hands of others, is that a way to survive? Just then, the bridge door was pushed open. A soldier walked in quickly and saluted. Captain, Commander Egret has arrived. Let her in. Bai Lu walked in, still covered in dust from the construction site and with a hint of fatigue on his face. She saluted the captain and then saw the tense atmosphere in the conference room. Bai Lu, you've arrived just in time. Seeing her, Hai Sandy felt like he had found a lifeline. Tell the captain, are our Ark warriors any good? Can we still fight? Do we need to bow down to a brat? Bai Lu didn't answer immediately. She glanced at the captain, who just looked at her calmly, indicating that she should tell the truth. Bai Lu took a deep breath and faced everyone. Everyone, I just came back from Mr. Lin's new city. Her voice was a little hoarse. Just an hour ago, Mr. Lin's bullet production line officially went into production. I saw with my own eyes the yellow bullets pouring out of the machine and piling up in the iron box. Bullets are distributed with a shovel. Bai Lu paused, as if recalling the scene that shocked her. Workers used shovels to shovel the bullets into the box like they were shoveling sand. One shovelful can produce hundreds of bullets. The conference room was dead silent, with only the heavy breathing of everyone. Use a shovel to scoop up the bullets. Just imagining this scene was enough to crush the last bit of pitiful pride in their hearts. I also saw that Mr. Lin issued an order to recruit guards. Bai Lu continued, the number of people who signed up has blocked the road. Because Mr. Lin promised that the guards would be well fed and have meat to eat, and their families would also be allocated housing and food. Bai Lu's words, time and again, shattered the fantasies of everyone present. Hai Sandy's face turned from red to pale. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The captain stood up and glanced around the room. Did you hear everything? Times have changed. Our soldiers, without their ammunition, are just ordinary people. Are we going to let them fight zombies with their flesh and blood? The common people who follow us only want to have enough to eat every day. Can we do it without Mr. Lin's supplies? Look at the cigarettes in your hands, think about the liquor you're drinking, which one wasn't brought by Mr. Lin? Merger is not surrender, it's boarding a truly sailing ship. Clinging to our own limitations is waiting for death. I've finished speaking, who is in favor and who is against. After the captain finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room became so solemn that water could be squeezed out of it. The senior executives, led by Hai Sandy, looked at each other, and no one could say a word to refute. Although they knew that Lin Mo's appearance would change the situation, it is also known that the quality of life in the Ark has been greatly improved from top to bottom during this period, and many people have praised Mr. Lin's generosity. But this does not mean that they are willing to give up the power in their hands and join Lin Mo's army. At this moment, Hai Sandy seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, Captain, I'm not greedy for power, but but it's not appropriate for us to act rashly before we have a complete understanding of the situation. Hai Sandy added, Mr. Lin is building a city, this is known to everyone, but after all, it is not yet completed, and the defense system is incomplete. And with thousands of people on the Ark, it's no small matter if they're attacked by a zombie horde. The consequences would be disastrous. The Ark executives present nodded in agreement. This is indeed a very realistic problem. If you want to join Lin Mo's team, you have to go there first. The road is not safe. But don't let everyone die before we get there. Who will take responsibility for that? The captain's expression shifted slightly. Hai Sandy struck while the iron was hot and continued, there's one more thing, and it's what I'm most worried about. Hai Sandy paused, looked around at everyone present, and said in a deep voice, even if we sincerely want to join Mr. Lin's team, what about Mr. Lin? Is he willing to accept us? Even if he does, how will our status be arranged? These words caused the commotion in the conference room, which had just been suppressed, to resurface. The questions raised by Hai Sandy were very practical, and each one hit the soft spots of the senior executives present. Yes, they want to seek refuge, but it is still unclear whether Mr. Lin is willing to accept them. Even if it is accepted, what position should these people be placed in? I can't just be an ordinary soldier. Captain, Uncle San is right. We can't gamble with the lives of thousands of people on the Ark. No matter what, we have to test the other party's bottom line first. For a moment, the conference room was filled with echoes. Bai Lu stood aside, moving his lips but making no sound. She knew very well that these people were not against the captain, they were just afraid. Fear of the unknown future and fear of losing everything you have now. I understand your concerns. The captain finally spoke. She looked around the room, her voice not loud, but it silenced everyone. So, I will go see Mr. Lin in person. Hai Sandy was stunned. Captain, this is too dangerous. Danger? The captain asked. Is there anything more dangerous than watching the Ark's ammunition depot run low and its food reserves dwindle? She stood up, walked to Hai Sandy, and held down his shoulders as he tried to stand up. Uncle San, everyone. Times have changed, and we can no longer look at things with the eyes of the past. Mr. Lin wants to build a city, and he needs people, lots of them. People who understand management and have combat experience are what he needs most right now. We are his best option at this stage. As for whether he's willing to accept us, and what our identities will be, I'll go ask these questions. Once I'm clear on them, I'll make a decision. The captain's words were well reasoned and dispelled most of the people's doubts. Hai Sandy looked at his niece who had grown up with him. She was no longer the little girl who needed his protection. He sighed deeply, looking dejected. Everything is decided by the captain. The captain waved his hand and said, let's adjourn the meeting. I need to contact Mr. Lin first. As the leader of the Ark, the captain is not a reckless person. She knows very well that even if she really wants to meet Lin Mo in person, she needs to inform him in advance and set a set of rules. Hai Sandy and others stood up and said goodbye and left. Only the captain and Bai Lu were left in the conference room. The warmth of the previous argument still lingered in the air. The captain picked up the dedicated intercom and pressed the call button. There was a crackling sound of electricity, and the channel was silent. She could feel Bai Lu's gaze, and could also imagine that the leaders of the other three forces might be in their respective command rooms at this moment, listening with their ears perked up. Mr. Lin, I am the captain of the Ark. Her voice came through the electricity, clear and steady. There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a few seconds, and then Lin Mo's voice was heard, with the sound of heavy machinery running in the background. What's up? I want to talk to you. What? The captain took a deep breath and looked at the gray sky outside the meeting room. About the merger. As soon as these words came out, she could feel that there seemed to be several invisible radio waves fluctuating violently in the channel. King of Rock, Queen Bee, Dean. They are all listening. On Lin Mo's side, the roar of machinery paused for a moment, as if he had moved to a quieter place. I'll wait for you at the store tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I'll send Nightingale to pick you up. The electrical buzz in the intercom disappeared. Lin Mo casually placed it on the table beside him, his expression unchanged. Captain Fang Ark's decision was within his expectations. A smart person will always make the most correct choice. His attention returned to the bustling workshop. Compared to the game of human hearts, these roaring machines make him feel more at ease. Wang Wenbin and his two most capable technicians were gathered in front of a workbench covered with anti-static cloth, their expressions extremely focused. Dozens of parts that had just been removed from the machine tool were neatly arranged on the workbench. The black barrel gleamed with the gleam of engine oil. The silver-gray receiver has hard lines. There are also triggers, springs, firing pins, pistons. Every part looks like a meticulously crafted work of art, exuding a cold metallic texture. Wang Wenbin's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his hands were shaking slightly, not because of nervousness, but because of extreme excitement. He picked up the receiver and carefully installed the barrel and secured it. Then comes the gas tube, piston, and bolt. He performed every step meticulously. The metal parts collide and bite into each other, making a crisp click sound. This sound, like some kind of announcement, made the noise of the entire workshop become background music. Nightingale stood behind Lin Mo and she also held her breath. She witnessed with her own eyes how these parts were cut, drilled, and polished from cold steel ingots, and finally became what they are today. Wang Wenbin installed the last pin, then picked up the black buttstock and closed it forcefully. Click! A crisp sound. A brand new automatic rifle, completely black, appeared intact on the workbench. There was a fanatical light flashing in Wang Wenbin's eyes. He held the gun and walked quickly to the entrance of the convenience store. Mr. Lin, it's done. We built it. Lin Mo took the rifle. It feels slightly heavy to the touch, with a unique smell of metal and oil. He didn't say anything, just held the gun with one hand and pulled the bolt with the other. Crash! The sound of metal friction was crisp and powerful, and the bolt retreated smoothly and then reset. He removed the magazine and replaced it, the whole process smooth and fluid. Finally, he placed the butt of the rifle against his shoulder and aimed through the iron sights. Wang Wenbin and his team all stared at Lin Mo's movements, not daring to breathe. This gun is the fruit of their hard work and also the turning point of their destiny. Bullet! Lin Mo spoke, his voice not loud. Wang Wenbin was startled and rushed to a machine next to him, and took out a handful of bullets that were still warm from the outlet. Lin Mo took an empty magazine and loaded the yellow bullets into it one by one. The spring was compressed, making a dull sound. 30 rounds of bullets, quickly loaded. He snapped the magazine into the gun, pulled the bolt, loaded the bullet, and pulled the trigger in an empty direction. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Clean and neat. The entire construction site fell silent at this moment. There are survivors queuing up to sign up, people from Tishan maintaining order, workers working on the skeleton of the city wall, and soldiers from the 4 major forces on the distant defense line. Everyone's movements seemed to be paused. Ding dong! The hot shell ejected from the ejection port drew a golden arc in the air, and fell on the concrete floor with a crisp sound. Everyone was shocked by the gunshot. Scorpion turned his head sharply on the defense line and looked towards the workshop. The other commanders all had the same reaction. Gun! Mr. Lin made a gun. At the registration desk, hundreds of survivors stared blankly in that direction. Tishan and his brothers clenched the rubber sticks in their hands and straightened their chests. The gun was made. These members of the guard will soon have weapons that truly belong to them. It is no longer a soft thing like a rubber stick, but a weapon that can kill zombies. After firing a shot, Lin Mo emptied the magazine in one breath, and the sound of bullets drifted across the construction site. Lin Mo didn't put down the gun until he heard the empty sound of clicking. A faint wisp of blue smoke rose from the barrel of the gun, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. No jams, no duds. The performance of both the gun and the bullet is perfect. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Wang Wenbin, you did a great job. Lin Mo handed the gun back to Wang Wenbin and instructed him, continue testing and put it into production immediately after confirming that everything is correct. Also, Wang Wenbin, you've made great contributions this time, so your salary will be doubled. Housing is given priority. In addition to the 3 daily meals, there's a Zonghua cigarette and a bottle of mutai every day. Wang Wenbin's mind went blank. Zonghua, mutai. These are all high-end goods among Mr. Lin's supplies. Previously, only the leaders of the 4 major forces could get some of them, but now they have become rewards for him, and give so much. A pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine a day. There is no way we can use all of this up. Wang Wenbin opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton and he couldn't utter a word. However, his eyes turned red. A man in his 40s almost shed tears. Mr. Lin, you deserve this treatment. Lin Mo interrupted him, from now on, I will treat everyone who contributes to the camp, whether they are technicians or in other positions, without any unfair treatment. Lin Mo's voice was clearly heard by all the survivors. The men who were queuing up to sign up were breathing heavily. Technical personnel receive this kind of treatment, but what about these guard members who fight and risk their lives? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Mo's back with an inexplicable meaning in their eyes. Nightingale. Lin Mo turned around. Exist. Send the reward to Engineer Wang and arrange the best single room for him. Yes. Nightingale soon came back with a bag containing 2 hardshell Zonghua cigarettes and a bottle of mutai with a red label. She handed the bag to Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin took it with trembling hands. The bag was not heavy, but he felt it weighed 1,000 pounds. He suddenly raised his head and bowed deeply to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, my life will be given to you from now on. Lin Mo used his telekinesis to help Wang Wenbin up and said with a smile, Mr. Wang, you're too polite. I just happen to have a task for you. Wang Wenbin immediately straightened his chest and said excitedly, Mr. Lin, please speak. I will do my best to help you. Lin Imo said, I want you to produce at least 10 guns by tomorrow morning and deliver them to the Nightblade squad. Can you do it? Wang Wenbin calculated in his mind for a moment and said quickly, time is a bit tight, but we will definitely make it in time. Okay. Lin Imo nodded, then looked at Nightingale. Tomorrow you take 20 Nightblade members, pick a few good men from the guards, equip them with weapons, and go pick up the captain. Yes, boss. Wang Wenbin took his men back to the workshop to work overtime, but the impact of the crisp gunshots was far from over. Gun. It's a gunshot. Mr. Lin has created a gun. Everyone stretched their necks, trying hard to see what was happening at the convenience store. The ground beneath their feet was shaking, and it was a cheer from the workers at the city wall construction site in the distance. The crane operator worked harder, and the speed of moving steel bars and cement increased a bit. The tall walls are matched with guns and bullets, as well as Mr. Lin's endless supply of supplies. A sense of security arises naturally. The survivors who were sweating profusely on the construction site had gratitude in their eyes. They used to struggle to survive in the ruins, but now they can work under Mr. Lin. It is really a great blessing. Although it is very tiring, it is very fulfilling. Mr. Lin's generosity is beyond words. As long as the workers are working, even if they are teenagers doing odd jobs like moving bricks, they will be provided with food and drink, and can also be given big pieces of delicious meat. Where can you find such treatment? In the past, they tried every means to join the 4 major forces and were extremely envious of the people from the 4 major forces. Now, even if they are asked to go to the 4 major forces, they will not go. No matter how powerful the 4 major forces are, can they be as powerful as Mr. Lin? Don't they still have to rely on Mr. Lin? There is no need to say much praise, everyone is working hard silently. The sooner the city wall is closed, the sooner they can enjoy peace. As soon as the sky was getting light, different sounds were heard on the construction site. It was no longer just the roar of machinery and the noise of survivors, but was mixed with neat yet somewhat messy slogans. The first batch of more than 100 guard members are undergoing drill training in the open space outside the camp. They wore dark gray training uniforms, held rubber sticks in their hands, and imitated the movements of the Nightblade team members, practicing the most basic movements of standing at attention, at ease, and turning. The movements were clumsy and the slogans were not loud enough, but there was an unprecedented seriousness on everyone's face. Not far away, survivors who had just come down from the construction site were munching on buns while queuing up to register. The team was even more spectacular than yesterday, and the end of the team had already fallen down the slope at the edge of the camp. At the entrance of the convenience store, Wang Wenbin had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, but his face was flushed with excitement. He and several technicians carefully placed 10 brand new automatic rifles neatly on a long table. The gun body was pitch black, with a cold and hard luster in the morning light. Mr. Lin, thank you for fulfilling your mission. Wang Wenbin's voice was hoarse, but full of energy. All 10 guns have been tested and their performance is reliable. Lin Imo picked up a gun, checked it, and then handed it to Nightingale beside him. Go get 20 guards. Yes. Nightingale took the order and left. Soon, Tishan and the other 19 men who were selected in the first batch came jogging over from the training ground. They stood in 2 rows, their movements a little untidy, but they all tried hard to straighten their backs. Hello, Mr. Lin. 20 people shouted in unison, startling everyone in the queue next to them. Lin Mo's eyes swept across their faces. On these people's faces, there was excitement, nervousness, and a solemnity of being entrusted with an important task. You are the first members of the guard. Lin Mo's voice was flat, but it made everyone present prick up their ears. From today on, the weapons in your hands will no longer be rubber sticks. He pointed to the 10 dark rifles on the table. Take it. The 20 men stopped breathing. Tishan was the first to step forward. His hands were shaking a little. He stretched out his hand, then retracted it. He wiped the sweat from his palms on his pants, and then solemnly picked up a gun. Heavy. The cold touch of metal passed through the palm of my hand and into my heart. The others followed suit, 2 people in a group, and received a gun. They imitated Tishan and held the guns awkwardly in their arms, as if they were holding some rare treasure. Mr. Lin, Tishan started, his voice a little hoarse with excitement. He wanted to ask what the mission was. Nightingale took over the conversation. Your first task is to go out with me to welcome a distinguished guest. She waved her hand, and 20 fully armed Nightblade team members walked out from the shadows. They were wearing uniform black combat uniforms and carried a murderous aura. Tishan and his new recruits looked like a group of children who had not yet grown up in front of this group of Nightblade members. Tishan, you 2 will form a team, 1 gun, and 10 base loads of ammunition. Nightingale gave the order, take turns fighting along the way to familiarize yourself with the weapons. Nightingale said calmly, this is an urgent matter. We don't have time to familiarize you with the subject. If you can come back alive, you will be the first non-commissioned officers of the guard. Sergeant. Tishan and others' hearts skipped a beat. They knew very well that in any army, non-commissioned officers were the backbone and the real core. Yes, they responded in unison, their voices louder than before. Half an hour later, a convoy drove out of the camp. The Nightblade squad led by Nightingale was divided into 3 off-road vehicles, and Tishan and his brothers sat in the truck bed. The car swayed along with the bumpy road, making their hearts go up and down. Each man clutched his gun tightly in his arms, his finger nervously on the trigger guard. In addition, ARC's troops also went there. In order to welcome the captain, Lin Moat allowed them to evacuate the defense line early. Anyway, bullets are now produced in an endless supply, and the pressure on the defense line is much less. The convoy drove along a desolate road, with abandoned vehicles and collapsed buildings on both sides of the road. The atmosphere in the metal bed of the truck was depressing. The young man named Monkey had pale lips and the sweat from his palms soaked the butt of his gun. He moved closer to Tishan and lowered his voice. "Brother Shan, I feel really scared." In fact, Tishan was also very nervous, but he knew better that they were not awakened. If they wanted to have a place in Mr. Lin's new city, they had to fight for their lives. What's there to be afraid of? Tishan took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. Think about your previous life. Do you want to live a life of luxury or continue to rot in the mud? Captain Nightingale said that as long as we complete this mission, we'll be non-commissioned officers when we return. We won't have to start as privates, we'll already be miles ahead of everyone else. Mr. Lin's pace of expansion will definitely not stop. When the time comes, the guards will definitely be expanded. If they want to promote officers, they will definitely give priority to selecting non-commissioned officers. Although we are not awakened and may not be able to climb to a very high position, even if we are just low-ranking officers, the treatment is completely different. Brothers, opportunities are earned through hard work. Tishan's words were like a shot of adrenaline, piercing the hearts of every recruit. The atmosphere in the car changed from tense to a kind of suppressed excitement. Monkey stopped trembling. He imitated Tishan, checked the bolt, pulled out the magazine, looked at the yellow bullets inside, and then inserted it back with force. The truck crossed a broken bridge and bumped along the dry riverbed. The ARC troops' vehicles kept their distance, and the soldiers on the vehicles had indifferent expressions, looking at the group of recruits on the trucks with a bit of contempt and disapproval. In their view, these peasants who were still carrying bricks on the construction site yesterday were just monkeys with fire sticks even if they got guns. At this time, the SUV in front stopped. Nightingale's cold voice came from the convoy's communication channel. "There's something happening at the intersection ahead, get ready for battle." Tishan's heart suddenly sank. He grabbed the railing of the carriage and looked out. There was an intersection ahead. Several abandoned buses blocked most of the road, forming a narrow passage. The surrounding high-rise buildings were lifeless, and the broken windows looked like black holes. "Get out of the car. Set up a defense line." Nightingale's orders were transmitted to each vehicle via intercom. Tishan and his 20 recruits jumped off the truck in a panic. They imitated the Nightblade team members, used the truck as cover, and raised their guns awkwardly. The ARC soldiers were much more skilled. They quickly dispersed, occupied advantageous terrain, pointed their guns outward, and moved quickly and efficiently. An ARC officer glanced at Tishan, curled his lips, and looked disdainful. Roar dash! A roar came from the department store at the intersection. The next second, a black swarm of corpses poured out from the broken glass doors of the building and rushed towards the convoy like a tide. "Fire!" the ARC officer yelled. Bang! 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 The ARC soldiers began shooting. Their marksmanship was very accurate, and almost every shot could knock down a zombie. But there were too many zombies. As soon as one fell, more would come up. "Open fire! What are you waiting for?" Fang Hu's officer roared at Tishan. All the new recruits at Tishan were stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a scene, and many of them were so scared that their legs went weak and their fingers were stiff, and they couldn't pull the trigger at all. The monkey's face turned pale and he was shaking all over as he held the gun. "Oh shit!" Tishan cursed angrily, saying that if they continued like this, they would become a laughingstock. He suddenly turned the gun around and pulled the trigger at the zombie. Da-da-da-da. A magazine of bullets was used up in an instant. The deafening gunshots and the bouncing hot shells made all the recruits shudder. "What the hell are you all standing there for?" Tishan replaced the magazine and fired at the zombies rushing towards him from the other direction. The black rifle spewed out tongues of fire, and the bullets were like metal whips, lashing fiercely into the crowd of corpses. Puff puff puff. The zombies rushing in the front were like being hit by an invisible sledgehammer. Their bodies were instantly shattered into pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The powerful firepower of the automatic rifle was fully demonstrated at this moment. The recruits were stunned. "This is the weapon Mr. Lin gave us." Tishan roared with red eyes. "Do you want to hold it and wait for death, or fight your way out?" "Kill!" Monkey was the first to react. He imitated Tishan and pulled the trigger at the group of zombies. Da-da-da-da. The line of fire formed by the bullets tore through the rushing zombies. One person took the lead, and the others reacted and started shooting. They have no accuracy and don't know what point shooting is. They just instinctively pulled the trigger, pouring out the fear and depression in their hearts along with the bullet. 10 automatic rifles opened fire simultaneously, forming an impenetrable barrage of bullets. The zombies in the front were shot into pieces and didn't even have a chance to get close to the convoy. The ARC officer was stunned, and so were his soldiers. They are all single-shot, or three-shot bursts. This style of fighting where you hold the trigger and don't let go is such a waste. How many bullets are enough for them to make? But then I thought, Mr. Lin's factory can produce bullets, and his guards will definitely have enough bullets. The ARC officers suddenly felt a little sour. Although they also replenished their ammunition from Mr. Lin, their treatment was definitely different from that of his personal soldiers. Envious. Very envious. Speaking of which, this time Mr. Lin sent someone to meet the captain, saying that he had an important matter to discuss. Combined with the rumors these days, the ARC officers suddenly felt a little excited. Could it be that they are also going to become Mr. Lin's soldiers? If this is true, will they be able to fight such a prosperous war in the future? The officer suppressed his thoughts and ordered the ARC soldiers to clean up the remaining zombies. Although Tishin and his men were firing blindly, their firepower was really strong and there were not many zombies left. Nightingale and her Night Blade team did not take any action from beginning to end. They just stood calmly beside the off-road vehicle, observing the battlefield and Tishin and the other new recruits. The fight lasted 2 minutes. When the last zombie was knocked to the ground, the gunfire finally stopped. The intersection was covered with a thick layer of zombie remains, black blood plasma formed into streams, and the air was filled with the strong smell of gunpowder and blood. Tishin and his new recruits were all breathing heavily. They leaned against the truck, their arms numb from the recoil, but everyone's face was filled with excitement at having survived a disaster. Monkey looked down at the gun in his arms. The barrel was still hot, but he didn't care. It was this thing that saved their lives. He touched the ammunition pouch at his waist. There were 5 magazines in it, all of which had been used up in the short while. After the battle, Nightingale walked in front of Tishin, her shadow covering the recruits. "Take out your magazines." Tishin and others subconsciously did as they were told and took out the empty or half-empty magazines from the guns. "Count the remaining ammunition and report the number." Monkey hurriedly emptied the last magazine of bullets into his palm, counted them, and stammered, "Captain Nightingale, I have 21 rounds left. I have 15 rounds left. I'm out of energy. I still have 2 magazines left." The reports were coming one after another in a chaotic manner. The officer from Fang Arc walked over. He looked at the empty magazines in the recruit's hands with an undisguised mockery on his face. "Haha, first time handling a gun, huh? You sure had a blast shooting." He glanced at the bullet casings scattered on the floor. "With the way you guys fight, even if Mr. Lin's production line ran 24 hours a day, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough to defeat you." When Tishin heard this, a surge of anger rushed to his head. "What do you mean?" He stiffened his neck and glared at the officer. "We are killing zombies and protecting the convoy." "Protecting the convoy?" The ARC officer laughed. "I think you were just waiting for the noise. You fired indiscriminately at the zombies, missing no targets at all. All your bullets went straight into the sky. If it weren't for our men holding you up, you would have been torn to pieces by now." "You!" Tishin was so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to refute, but found that what the other party said was true. They were indeed frightened just now and were only concerned with pulling the trigger, without thinking about accuracy or saving bullets at all. "What? You're not convinced?" The ARC officer stepped forward and pointed at the gun in Tishin's arms. "You used the good gun Mr. Lin gave you, and you fought a rotten fight like this. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to stand here." "Shut up, everyone." Nightingale spoke in time and extinguished everyone's anger. The ARC officer shut up angrily and stepped aside. Although Tishin and his men's performance was unbearable to watch, they were Mr. Lin's soldiers after all. As an officer of the ARC, he only needed to say a few words. Nightingale's eyes swept across the faces of each recruit. "In the battle just now, your performance was all substandard." The little bit of pride that the recruits had just felt for repelling the zombie tide was shattered in an instant. "You made 3 mistakes. Nightingale held up a finger. "First, hesitation. The moment the enemy appeared, you hesitated for more than 10 seconds. In a real battlefield, these 10 seconds are enough to make your head fall off." Her voice was cold and emotionless. "Second, it's a waste. You fired nearly 2,000 rounds of ammunition in less than 2 minutes, and you killed no more than 50 zombies. Emptying a magazine won't kill a zombie. What you shoot out isn't a bullet, it's your chance to survive." Nightingale extended a third finger. "Third, chaos. You had no coordination, no cover, no tactics. You were just firing recklessly based on instinct. If the zombies charging towards us today weren't ordinary zombies, but mutants, or if the number of zombies had multiplied several times, you would have been a pile of corpses by now. Tishan and the other recruits turned red and white, and didn't even dare to look up at Nightingale's face. Do you think that by wearing this suit and holding this gun, you will become Mr. Lin's soldier? Nightingale took a step closer and stared at Tishan. Based on your performance just now, you're not even worthy of carrying shoes for the 4 major factions. She pointed to the ARC soldiers not far away. Look at them, and then look at you. Facing the same zombie horde, they remained calm and fired accurately, causing maximum damage with the fewest bullets. And you, on the other hand, did nothing but make noise and waste ammunition. You guys disappoint me. Nightingale's last words made Tishan unable to hold on any longer. He knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Captain Nightingale, we were wrong. The others also knelt down in unison. We were wrong. There was shame and regret in their voices. Nightingale didn't let the recruits get up. Remember how you felt today. Remember your incompetence and cowardice. Mr. Lin's guards don't need trash. She turned away, no longer looking at them. Everyone, repair where you are. Clean your guns and reload. Nightingale's voice returned to its usual coldness. We'll set off in 5 minutes. If I see you behave like that again in the next battle, you'll take off your clothes and go back to the construction site to carry bricks. After saying that, she walked towards the SUV in front. Tishan raised his head and looked at Nightingale's back. His eyes changed. Shame and regret faded, and something deeper settled. He stood up and growled at his brothers who were still in a daze. Everyone get the fuck up. Didn't you hear what Captain Nightingale said? Clean your gun. Load it. He picked up a rag and wiped the blood and dust off the gun vigorously. Monkey and the others also stood up and silently began to clean their weapons. No one spoke anymore. The only sounds around the convoy were the rustling of people cleaning up the battlefield and the slight sound of metal parts rubbing against each other. The ARC officers looked at this group of recruits, and their temperaments had changed visibly in just a few minutes. Actual combat is always the best testing ground. 5 minutes later, the convoy was back on the road. The atmosphere in the truck bed was completely different from before. Tishan and his men seemed to have completely changed. His eyes no longer dodged, and his hand holding the gun became much steadier. They no longer chatted or complained about the bumpy road. They just leaned against the car in silence, their fingers resting on the outside of the trigger guard, their eyes vigilantly scanning the ruins on both sides of the road. Monkey slapped the reloaded magazine into the gun, his movements already quite skilled. Fear was replaced by another emotion. It was a mixture of shame and longing. Every word the Nightingale said was like a whip lashing their hearts. Waste. He is not even worthy of carrying shoes for the people of the 4 major forces. These words hurt more than the zombies' claws. The ARC soldiers who were traveling with them no longer looked at them with contempt. Although there is still little communication, the invisible barrier has faded a little. The men had carried guns together in the 3 Iron Lee, so they had at least experienced it. On the rest of the journey, the convoy encountered several waves of zombie attacks, but the number was not large. Tishan and others have made obvious progress. They no longer just hold down the trigger and fire randomly. Instead, they shoot alternately and reload in batches to ensure continuous firepower. Finally, the convoy arrived at the handover location at the scheduled time. This is an open intersection with good visibility and easy defense. At Nightingale's command, all vehicles immediately formed a circular defensive position. Tishan and the other recruits jumped out of the car without any instructions, used the vehicle as cover, and quickly took up a defensive position. Their movements were still not standard, but compared to the chaos in the first battle, it was a world of difference. The ARC officer watched this scene without saying a word, but took out his communicator to report the situation. Time passes by every second. The only sound in the air was the whimpering of the wind blowing through the ruins. Finally, a moving black dot appeared on the distant horizon. The black spot was getting closer and closer, and the first thing we saw was a heavily modified armored personnel carrier. The car body is covered with bullet holes and old impact marks, showing the brutal battles it has experienced. Behind the transport vehicle were 4 off-road vehicles and 2 troop carriers. It's our convoy, an ARC soldier whispered. The armored vehicle stopped 100 meters outside the position. The car door opened, and 2 soldiers wearing ARC standard uniforms jumped out first, looking around vigilantly. Then, a figure in dark blue combat uniform got out of the car. It was a young woman. He looked to be no more than 25 or 26 years old, with a tall and well-proportioned figure. Her neat short hair makes her already clean facial features more distinct. She did not wear any extra accessories, but the aura on her body made the awakened members of Nightingale and Nightblade team feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. There is no doubt that this is a powerful awakener. Bai Lu got off the car next and stood half a body length behind the young woman. The other party's identity is about to be revealed. The leader of the ARC, the captain. As the captain appeared, the soldiers of the ARC saluted in unison and looked in the captain's direction, which was the absolute obedience of subordinates to their superiors. Tishan and his new recruits subconsciously straightened their chests and tightened their grip on their guns. They now represent Mr. Lin's soldiers and cannot lose face. The captain's eyes slowly swept across the scene. First came Nightingale and the 20 men behind her who looked like they were restrained knight blades. They were well equipped and stood with a steady posture. They looked like elite soldiers who had fought in many battles. Then, her eyes fell on Tishan's group of new recruits. She looked very carefully, her eyes sliding from their tense faces to the dark rifles in their arms. That scrutinizing look made Tishan feel a layer of cold sweat on his back. He felt that this woman could strip him clean from the inside out just by looking at him. "Captain, our boss is waiting for you." Nightingale took a step forward and broke the silence. The captain withdrew his gaze and looked at Nightingale. "I heard you fought a battle on the way here. You must have had a hard time." Her voice was clear and emotionless. "Just some zombies, not worth mentioning." Nightingale's answer was equally concise. "We are here to greet you on the orders of Mr. Linear." The captain nodded and didn't ask for details of the battle. "Let's go and see Mr. Linear." The captain's expression showed a hint of longing. "I want to see with my own eyes what the man who caused such a stir in the wasteland looks like." The combined convoy began its return journey. The captain did not return to his armored vehicle, but got into the off-road vehicle driven by Nightingale with Egret. The space inside the car is not big and the atmosphere is a bit depressing. Nightingale concentrated on driving and said nothing. Bailu sat in the co-pilot's seat, observing the captain's expression through the rear-view mirror from time to time. The captain leaned back in the back seat, her gaze piercing the bulletproof glass as she watched the wreckage of the city rapidly recede outside the window. "You have good soldiers." The captain spoke, his voice steady in a tone that was somewhat inconsistent with his age. Nightingale, sitting in the driver's seat, didn't take his eyes off the road ahead, but just glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Captain, you're exaggerating. They're not soldiers yet." Nightingale's answer was concise. "Just a bunch of laborers who just learned how to shoot guns." The captain smiled and did not refute. "Thinking back, we went through this too." There was a hint of emotion in the captain's voice. "No one is born knowing how to fight. They all crawl out of the pile of dead bodies step by step. After the catastrophe, Bailu and I became awakened without knowing what was happening. Gradually, we gained a group of followers and gradually built the ark." Nightingale didn't respond. She just gripped the steering wheel tighter and sped up a bit. As the convoy got closer to the camp, the atmosphere in the air changed subtly. The first thing that catches your eye is the tall wall rising from the ground. Huge steel skeletons crisscrossed the ground like the ribs of a giant steel beast. Hundreds of workers climbed on the skeleton like ants, welding and pouring cement. The long arm of the crane swung high in the sky, accurately delivering bundles of steel bars and buckets of concrete to the designated locations. The roar of machines, the shouts of workers, and the sound of metal clashing come together to form a symphony full of power. For the first time, an unconcealable emotion appeared on the captain's face. She had seen many survivor strongholds, including her own ark. The so-called walls were mostly made of abandoned containers and vehicles, reinforced with a small amount of steel and cement. But the wall in front of us is the real city wall. A war barrier made of steel bars and cement, strong enough to withstand any physical impact. To build such a city wall, the amount of materials consumed is astronomical. Even if all the four major forces were to empty their assets, it would be impossible to do it. The convoy slowly drove into the camp. The scene inside once again shocked the captain and the ark soldiers she brought with her. The camp was full of people. But these people did not have the numbness and despair that are common among survivors of the apocalypse. There was sweat and fatigue on their faces, but more of it was a sense of enthusiasm. A group of workers who had just finished their shift at the construction site were queuing up to get food. Steaming white flour buns, large pieces of braised pork, and broth with oil bubbles in it. A worker wolfed down a steamed bun, his mouth full, and mumbled to his companions, "Damn it, I wouldn't trade it for a god." The captain's gaze fell on the endlessly long team not far away. Hundreds of men waited anxiously under the scorching sun. At the front of the team was a wooden board with the words "Guard Recruitment Order" written on it. "Are they all here to sign up for military service?" Bailu's voice was a little dry. "Yes." Nightingale parked the car in front of the store. "Mr. Lin's guard team is tentatively planning to recruit 300 people, and already nearly 1,000 have signed up." The captain opened the car door and got out. She stood in the open space, looking at the bustling scene in front of her. There is no decadence or despair here, only a vigorous and upward vitality. The arrival of the convoy caused some commotion. Everyone looked over, their eyes focused on the captain. "She stands out too much." His neat dark blue combat uniform stood out from the gray crowd around him. She ignored the gazes around her and walked straight to the convenience store. The egret and the Nightingale followed her. At the door of the convenience store, a middle-aged man in a white coat and with messy hair was holding a new gun, gesturing at a parts drawing and muttering to himself. Next to him was an open pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Seeing the captain approaching, Wang Wenbin just raised his eyelids and continued to study his drawings. The captain didn't care. Her attention was completely drawn to the young man sitting on a chair in the store. The young man was wearing ordinary casual clothes and was looking down at a report. He held a pen in his hand and circled something on it from time to time. The sunlight slanted down from above, giving him a light golden edge. The captain just stood there, looking at him quietly. She had imagined what Mr. Lin looked like many times and had also heard Bai Lu describe him, but I still didn't expect it to be such a harmless-looking young man. Lin Mo finally finished the report at hand. He looked up and saw the captain at the door. Their eyes met. Lin Mo's expression was calm, without any surprise. "Here I come." He put down the pen in his hand and pointed to the chair opposite. "Please sit down, Mr. Linear." The captain walked over and sat down opposite him, looked at Lin Mo's face, and spoke. "You're more handsome than I thought." Lin Mo used his telekinesis to control the kettle on the table to pour a glass of water, and then used his telekinesis to hand it to the captain. "The captain is also younger than I thought. Let's get down to business." The captain's expression straightened. "Mr. Lin, ARC is willing to join your team, but we have conditions. Tell me about it." Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, looking as if he was listening attentively. "First, the ARC's organization cannot be disbanded." The captain held up a finger. "My soldiers must be commanded by my officers. We can accept unification, but we cannot be divided. Secondly, you are responsible for the food and shelter of over 1,000 people on and off the ARC, including civilians. The third and most important point." The captain put down his glass of water and leaned forward slightly. "I want a promise. A promise to treat my men well, and give them the status and respect they deserve." After listening to this, Lin Mo did not answer immediately. He simply picked up a pack of cigarettes on the table, took out one and lit it. The smoke made the expression on his face a little blurry. The shop was very quiet, with only the noise of the construction site outside coming from afar. Bai Lu's heart was in his throat. She knew very well that the three conditions proposed by the captain, especially the first one, were almost a challenge to Lin Mo's authority. No leader would allow an uncontrolled independent kingdom to exist under his command. "I have heard your conditions." Lin Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Now, let me tell you what I want." He looked at the captain. "First, all ARC combatants must be disbanded and reorganized. Existing officers may retain their military positions after assessment, but must obey unified command. Secondly, the civilians of the ARC will be treated the same as other survivors. Those who are able to work will be assigned jobs and paid according to their work. Those who are unable to work will be provided for by the camp." The captain's hands, placed on his knees, slowly clenched. Lin Mo's conditions were even more demanding than she had expected. "This is no longer a merger, but an annexation. As for your third point." Lin Mo took a puff of cigarette and exhaled slowly. "In my place, no one is superior to anyone else. The capable are promoted, and the mediocre are demoted. As long as you have the ability and make contributions, you will naturally be respected and given status." He stubbed out his cigarette. "Captain, times have changed. You are not qualified to bargain with me now." The air in the store became frozen after Lin Mo finished his last sentence. Bai Lu stood behind the captain, so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. Lin Mo's conditions were more demanding than anything she could imagine. "This is not a merger, this is a complete annexation." Bai Lu carefully glanced at the captain's expression, fearing that she would start a fight if they disagreed. However, the captain's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. She didn't get angry, and there wasn't even a hint of offense on her face. He simply picked up the water glass on the table, took a sip, and then put the glass back where it belonged, making a crisp sound. "Mr. Lin, I understand your conditions." The captain leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed, as if what he had just heard was not the conditions that determine the life and death of thousands of people, but an ordinary business offer. "Break up the organization and unify the command." "I can understand this. Civilians are treated equally and distributed according to their work. This is absolutely no problem. This is also the rule of the ARC." She paused and looked up at Lin Mo. "But the officers under my command all followed me out of the pile of dead bodies. Each of them has rich combat and command experience. It would be a waste of talent to demote them all to the bottom and have them start over as ordinary soldiers." Lin Mo didn't say anything, just looked at her and waited for her to continue. "I completely agree with your statement that the capable are promoted and the mediocre are demoted." The captain's expression was serious. "My people can accept any form of assessment. Military skills and command ability can all be tested. For those who pass the assessment, I hope they can get the positions they deserve. If they can't pass, I'll have no problem with them cleaning toilets. This isn't a price hike. This is to allow the ARC to integrate into your system more quickly and maximize its effectiveness." The captain spoke slowly and his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. She did not argue with Lin Mo on basic principles, nor did she put forward higher conditions, but instead focused on the details of implementation. These words stunned Bai Lu, who was standing by. She hadn't expected the captain to respond in this way. Lin Mo's face finally showed a hint of interest. I'm curious. He shifted into a more comfortable position. With the strength of the ark and the supplies I provide, you can hold out for at least another 6 months. Why are you so anxious to talk to me about the merger? When the captain heard this question, a genuine smile appeared on his lips. It was not a polite smile, but a smile that came from the heart. Mr. Lin, do you think we are trying to survive in the wasteland? This question made Lin Mo raise his eyebrows slightly. Isn't it? It used to be. The captain replied. Before you showed up, all of us, including the Rock King and the Queen Bee, were just trying to survive. We scavenged supplies, reinforced our stronghold, and struggled to survive, waiting for the next zombie wave or the next food shortage. But then you showed up. She looked over Lin Mo's shoulder at the bustling construction site outside. You don't survive, you build. You produce bullets, establish order, and build walls. What you are doing is completely different from what we are doing. The captain withdrew his gaze and looked back at Lin Mo's face. We can hold out for half a year? Maybe. But what about after that? We'll still be standing still, or even in a worse situation. And you may already have a real city and a well-equipped army. By that time, the gap between you and us will be even greater than it is now. My soldiers, what will they think when they see your guardsmen receiving bullets by the box? What will the civilians of the Ark think when they see your workers eating meat every day? Even if I don't come to you, they will find a way to come here. Rather than waiting until the team is demoralized and I can't lead it, I'd rather come now, with the most complete chips in my hand, to serve you and strive for the best future for my people. Her words made the store quiet again. Bai Lu stared at her captain in a daze. It was the first time she realized that the captain was considering such long-term issues. Lin Mo looked at the woman in front of him, and his evaluation of her became even higher. This woman saw the future. With her meticulous mind and decisive actions, it is no wonder that she can become the leader of the Ark. I agree to your terms. Lin Mo finally spoke. I will set up a special assessment team, with Nightingale in charge. All your officers must pass the assessment before they can be recommissioned. As for positions, I will arrange them to the guards or the future city defense forces based on their abilities and assessment results. A look of satisfaction appeared on the captain's face. Can. She stood up and held out her hand. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Mo also stood up and shook hands with her. It's a pleasure to work with you. The held hand loosened. The atmosphere in the store changed from tense to a subtle calm. Bai Lu let out a long sigh and felt that the clothes on his back were soaked with cold sweat. Lin Mo sat back in his chair and took out another cigarette from the box. I agree to the merger. But transferring all the thousands of people on the Ark here right now wouldn't be a good thing for either of us. The captain looked at Lin Mo without interrupting and waited for him to finish speaking. Your Ark stronghold is too conspicuous. Lin Mo lit a cigarette and took a puff. Thousands of people moving together, not to mention how much trouble it would cause along the way. Even if they arrive safely, I can't accommodate so many people here for the time being.